rank 5 healing goo, but instead had a rank 5 movement goo called warp goo. Warp goo's shape was abstract and looked like a fried twisted dough. Its dark golden body was twisted around 7 to 8 times, its head was twisted around its body, its eyes and wings were misaligned, as if its creator had created it at a whim. However, this appearance instead matched with its original owner's appearance. Fan Yuan slightly sized it up before storing it. Then he used beast strength placenta goo to swallow Chojio's aperture. Looking at Chojio's corpse, he chuckled. Chojio, you are really cunning. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would have truly been deceived by you. Although Chojio was dead, he was hiding a chance of resurrection. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Chojio's throat had been cut and assassinated during the middle stage of the battle in Etian Mountain. But not long later, he came back to life, causing both righteous and demonic path to be extremely startled. It turns out, he had used Remnant Life Goo. Remnant Life Goo was a rank 5 expendable goo, and as long as a goo master's body is intact after death, they can slowly recover after some time and resurrect. However, since Chojio was at the Blessed Land, the Remnant Life Goo's law fragment in his body was suppressed by the heavenly power and could not activate for the time being. But as long as the Blessed Land slowly crumbles, its suppression power would weaken and the Remnant Life Goo's power could activate again and resurrect him. Chojio had repeatedly praised and flattered Fan Yuan and put on a show that he was carefree facing death. It was all to give a good impression to Fan Yuan so that after his death, his corpse would not be ripped apart by Fan Yuan. In truth, Fan Yuan also did not have a habit of mutilating corpses. But today, I will make an exception for you. Fan Yuan ruthlessly attacked and soon turned Chojio's corpse into minced meat. He hesitated for a while and was still not satisfied, so he burnt the pool of blood and flesh into ashes. With a wave of his palm, the ashes fluttered and drifted everywhere. Chojio, if you can still resurrect from this, I will admit you have skills. Haha. Chapter 386. He also died. This is the 48th round. Wu Shintong counted in his heart. He came from Wu Clan, the number 1 super clan in southern border. They had deep foundations, and were the supreme overlord of the righteous path. And he was the heavily nurtured enslavement path Gu master in Wu Clan. His attainments in enslavement was nothing to be scoffed at. Wu Shintong's name might sound domineering, but in truth he was thin as a stick, his skin was pale yellow, and he looked like a sickly scholar. In truth, he once had a broad shoulder and thin waist, and had a perfect body. But in one battle, he was afflicted with Long Qing Tian's Jade Sky Gu poison. He went to Divine Dr. Xingshou for treatment. Divine Dr. Xingshou touched his chest, his eyes shining as he sighed. You came too late. The Gu poison has seeped into your bone marrow. I can preserve your life and cultivation, but because this poison is deeply rooted, it cannot be removed. From now you have to come here once in a while for treatment. I will help you detox at regular intervals. Precisely because of Jade Sky Gu's poison, Wu Shintong became thinner and thinner each day, eventually ending up like this. I wonder which Gu master is my next opponent? Wu Shintong walked in the fog, his gaze solemn. Just earlier, in the 3 options, he chose the front path. In King Quan Inheritance, towards the later stages, more options appeared. Most Gu masters would choose to fight dog groups for safety, and in truth, they only chose other Gu masters out of desperation. No matter how big the dog group is, they were still beasts. With the Gu master's guidance, even if the dog group is weak, they possess great threat. Wu Shintong, however, took the opposite route. Whenever he was given a chance to battle another Gu master, he would not choose any other path. In terms of enslavement path mastery, I am top tier in southern border. In this Sencha mountain, I am almost the best. Only 2 people can threaten me. One is Wu Gui because he is a rank 5 Gu master that had once walked the enslavement path. But sadly, enslavement path used too much resources and he had to change paths midway. The other is Zhang Sansan. He is a true enslavement Gu master, but his cultivation is inferior to me. In the enslavement path, Wu Shintong had great advantage. In terms of seniority, Zhang Sansan was his junior. In this King Quan Inheritance, even if he had to fight Wu Gui head-on, he had no fear. With such great strength, he obviously had to target his enemies and eliminate as many competitors as possible. Eventually, he will be left alone to devour this King Quan Inheritance. This was Wu Shintong's brilliance. If I had to count, my next opponent should be the 23rd. It is your bad luck to have encouraged me. Wu Shintong snorted internally as he stopped his steps. Beside him, his group dog guarded him closely. He looked at the other end of the fog. From the fog, a group of green-purple dogs with rotting skin appeared. Oh, corpse dogs! Wu Shintong laughed lightly. He knew that these dogs were extremely useful early on in the inheritance. That is because these dogs can consume corpses to recover their injuries. But towards the later parts, these corpse dogs would get weaker and weaker. That is because these dogs were not as fast as the lightning symbol dogs, had lower defense than the steel armor dogs, and were not as united as the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Only those half-assed enslavement path Gu masters would love these useless corpse dogs. Different paths are worlds apart. How would those who aren't enslavement path Gu masters know the true meaning of enslavement path without decades of experience? Wu Shintong thought about those Gu masters and laughed in disdain. But the next moment, he frowned lightly. From the fog before him, corpse dogs continued to appear. This number is slightly huge. It seems that to win, I will have to pay a small price. Wu Shintong thought. But soon, at the same time as the corpse dogs, different kinds of dogs started appearing in his vision. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. The number is slightly big. It seems this person has some attainments in the enslavement path. Wu Shintong nodded lightly. A combination of chrysanthemum Akita dogs and corpse dogs. Although the number is slightly big, their formation is extremely brittle. I just have to use a few dog kings to charge forward later, and they would disperse easily. As long as I act forcefully, I would be able to defeat them and attain victory. The other party actually has hedgehogs? From the fog, Wu Shintong saw hedgehogs appearing. These dogs, their entire bodies were filled with spikes. Attacking them would injure oneself. If the steel armor dogs with huge defense were called tough, then these hedgehogs were tough with spikes. To eliminate them, one has to be prepared to get their throats punctured. So many hedgehogs. It seems this person is lucky, being able to gather such a huge group. Why didn't I have such luck? Wu Shintong sighed, immediately changing his battle strategy. The opponent had hedgehogs. I will use the steel armor dogs as the vanguard, and flank with the lightning symbol dogs. Once they engage in battle, the steel armor dogs will charge in and encircle with the lightning symbol dogs, attaining victory easily. But after the hedgehogs appeared, large numbers of lightning symbol dogs appeared from the fog. Wu Shintong's expression turned grim. The appearance of the dog group meant his earlier strategy no longer worked. That is because the opponent possessed a dog with high speed like lightning symbol dog. They could reverse flank him. To think they also have the lightning symbol dogs, and so many. More and more lightning symbol dogs appeared in his vision, as Wu Shintong's expression turned ugly. He thought, the other party has so many dogs, this cannot be explained with luck. Evidently the other part is also an experienced enslavement path Gu master, already able to threaten him. Who is it? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang Sansan? Regardless, this will be a tough fight. I can only improvise my battle tactic, and change accordingly. Thankfully, I have a token. Thinking so, Wu Shintong's heart settled. He took a look at his dog troop. There, a group of dogs laid on the ground, around 120. The dogs were large in size, twice the size of ordinary dogs. They had sharp claws and their backs were wide and thick, while their nose and mouth resembled a lion's. This was the heavy tie dog. Heavy tie dog had defense equivalent to the steel armor dogs. In terms of unity, they matched the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. In this King Quan inheritance, out of the 100 types of dogs, only a few can be part of the main troop. Heavy tie dog is one of them. Lightning symbol dog, chrysanthemum Akita dog, and steel armor dog, these dogs are too extreme, their weaknesses are too apparently, they cannot be relied on. Only a dog like heavy tie dog can be relied on. The larger the numbers, the stronger their battle strength. Wu Shintong looked at his heavy tie dogs, feeling satisfied. These were saved up by him after much difficulty. In usual battles, he did not use them, saving them until now. It seems this will be a hard battle. I have to use the heavy tie dogs. I believe that when I strike, the opponent should be very surprised. Ha! Thinking of this, Wu Shintong's lips curled into a smile. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. From the other end of the fog, heavy tie dogs appeared too. The other party also have heavy tie dogs. Indeed, they are an expert in enslavement path. They naturally understand the excellence of the heavy tie dogs, thus they kept a few. More and more heavy tie dogs appeared from the fog, as Wu Shintong started squinting, his brows frowning into a wrinkle. So many, why do they have so many heavy Thai dogs? He had always regarded the heavy Thai dogs as his trump card, seeing his opponent have them placed much mental pressure on Wu Shintong. Suddenly, Wu Shintong's pupils shrunk as he stared at the fog. He saw a domineering dog king. Heavy Thai dog king! They actually have a heavy Thai dog king! Wu Shintong saw this and his heart sank. With the dog king, the dog group's battle strength will surge several times. More importantly, Wu Shintong does not have a heavy Thai dog king to fight back. His trump card would be suppressed by his opponent's dog king and have less fighting strength than normal. In just a short moment, his trump card was no more. Tough battle, this will be an unprecedentedly tough battle. Who is it? Wu Gui or Zhang San? It has to be one of them. High chance it is Wu Gui. Wu Shintong had lost his confidence towards this battle. The opponent's troops are larger than mine. I am likely to lose this. Even if I win this, it will be a tough victory and I would face great losses, unable to continue anymore. Wu Shintong felt regret already. But very quickly, he felt more than just simply regret. His eye socket expanded more and more, as his mouth opened subconsciously. His eyeballs were bulging out of his sockets, like his head was hit on the back. His expression turned from suspicious to shock, from shock to fear. From the fog, not only did a large number of heavy Thai dogs appear, even green Hua dogs, smoke song dogs, light hung dogs and star hung dogs appeared. Green Hua dogs, a body covered in green scales, having an extraordinary disposition. Smoke song dogs, oozing smoke from its nose and mouth, extremely rebellious. Light hung dogs, a body of white fur, bright and gentle. Star hung dogs, long and slim, stood out from the crowd. How is this possible? Wu Shintong screamed. Green Hua, Smoke Song, Light Hung and Star Hung all have differing specialties. They are on the same level, known as the 5 great mountain dogs collectively, able to form a grand formation. How did they get so many dogs? What was hardest for Wu Shintong to believe was that the other party not only had large numbers of 5 great mountain dogs, they also had their respective dog kings. Who in the world is he? How can he have so many dog kings? Unbelievable! Is this an illusion? In the fog, dogs were still coming out one after another, causing a great mental impact on Wu Shintong. Compared to him, the other party was like a giant fighting a baby. They could be compared at all. Wu Shintong had no battle intent left. He had no way of winning this battle. The other party just has to wave their hand and the dog groups would overwhelm him, regardless of his manipulation skills. There was no difference. The difference in military force could not be made up for with technical skills. Who is it? Did a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master come to San Cha Mountain? Impossible! Even if it is a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, how can they have such a large army? I have to see who the other party is. Wu Shintong grabbed his token as he stared at the fog. From the fog, a persona appeared. Finally revealing your true identity? Wu Shintong's sweat was dripping down his forehead as he gulped. Swoosh! At this moment, there was a light sound and Fan Yuan appeared behind him. Who? Wu Shintong felt something and before he turned back. Fan Yuan placed his palm on his head, squeezing. Splat! His head was popped like a balloon. He was dead too. From the fog, Bai Ningbing walked out casually. How many rounds left? She looked at Fan Yuan, yawning, like she had not gotten out of bed. Chapter 387. Rank 5 Slavery Gu. Others had to rack their brains and make countless plans to advance through the rounds. People like Wu Shintong and Wu Gui also had to meticulously plan and choose their options. But with the help of the land spirit, Bai Ningbing just had to move forward. The pitiful Wu Shintong, a grand rank 4 peak stage Gu master, could not even see Bai Ningbing's appearance at the end. As for Fan Yuan's appearance, Bai Ningbing was not in the least bit surprised because the land spirit had reminded her. In fact, this was the cooperation of the two. Fan Yuan needed Wu Shintong's aperture while Bai Ningbing needed Wu Shintong's enslavement path Gu worms and these dog groups he had accumulated. With Wu Shintong's death, his large dog beast group was naturally incorporated into Bai Ningbing's troops, increasing her enormous dog army by 10%. Looking at the vast dog group, Fan Yuan joyfully nodded. Your dog beast army has already become an initial formation. In this King Quan inheritance, with this group, you can already snowball to the final round without any problems. Remember, at the last few rounds there are a large group of lion mastiffs. These lion mastiffs are all mutated beasts and have much more battle prowess than the 5 great mountain dogs. They were the trump cards of King Quan. Besides them, there are 2 dog emperors, ancient mutated beasts which are more powerful than common mutated beasts. Back in the day, they were the left and right arms of King Quan. Each of them can match a rank 5 Gu master. You must subdue them. Bai Ningbing nodded and left, continuing to charge through the rounds. You are indeed someone who came from the future, using spring-autumn cicada to come back to the past. You know about 3 kings' inheritance inside out. The land spirit transmitted its voice and praised. I need to remind you, the immortal essence portions are almost depleted and are only enough for you to kill 2 more people. Who do you plan on killing next? Fan Yuan nodded and said without hesitation, Zhang San San. Beast Placenta Gu already had 89% aptitude and shone like a gem. Compared to its previous rough muddy shape, the difference was like night and day. Killing 2 more rank 4 Gu masters was enough to achieve 90% aptitude. Second aperture's aptitude could not be higher than the Gu master's first aperture. Fan Yuan's first aperture was a grade of 90% thus. The second aperture Gu's current limit was also a grade 90%. Even if he raised it to 99%, when it was used, Fan Yuan would only have 90%. The remaining 9% aptitude would be wasted. Of course, if Fan Yuan could raise his first aperture's aptitude in the future, the second aperture would also have the potential to rise. Zhang San San was only a rank 4 upper stage Gu master, a stage lower than Gu masters like Yihua and Kong Ri Tian. But in Fan Yuan's view, he was the enemy who possessed the most threat. It was because he was an enslavement path Gu master second only to Wu Shintong and Wu Gui. Fan Yuan had a plan. Bai Ningbing is not an enslavement path Gu master in the end and is a complete newbie at commanding the dog groups. Later, she will definitely be confused when commanding so many dog beasts. It will be remarkable if she doesn't make any mistakes. Fortunately, I don't need her to command and control the dog beasts, and only need her to form a huge battle formation to protect the main hall and wait quietly. Like this, it would greatly fill up for her inadequacy in commanding ability. However, such battle formation would be extremely rigid, and in case she runs into a proficient enslavement path expert, the situation would turn into a mess. For instance, Wu Xintong and Wu Gui would only need to command a small group of dogs to make several attacks and probe out the actual situation. They could then send troops to lure the dog beasts repeatedly, and cause disorder in the battle formation, creating a hole in the defense. Fan Yuan would need to concentrate all his attention at the crucial stage of refining Gu. Land spirit would also become very weak and all the defense would lie in the dog group, so Fan Yuan naturally wanted to eliminate the enslavement path Gu masters who possessed the most threat. After a while, Fan Yuan killed Zhang San San very smoothly. Even Wu Gui, Wu Xintong and the others were killed by Fan Yuan. Zhang San San naturally could not escape his claws. But his death gave Fan Yuan an unexpected surprise. From Zhang San San's aperture, Fan Yuan actually obtained a rank 5 slavery Gu. Slavery Gu were available from rank 1 to rank 5. Once these Gu were implanted on someone, it could control that Gu master. Rank 5 enslavement Gu could be used to control rank 5 Gu master, and was thus very precious and extremely rare. Back in the day on Qingmao Mountain, Guyu clan's 4th generation clan leader had a great battle with Flower Wine Monk. After he lost the battle, he asked for forgiveness, and said he was willing to be enslaved by slavery Gu and be at Flower Wine Monk's disposal. In the end, Flower Wine Monk was deceived by these words, and during his moment of carelessness, he was counterattacked by the 4th generation clan leader, dying regretfully on Qingmao Mountain. Famous Gu masters are not to be underestimated. This Zhang San San is an enslavement path Gu master. It is not strange for him to possess enslavement Gu. The reason he had not used it was to wait for a good opportunity and get a rank 5 expert. After all, if a rank 5 slavery Gu were to be used on a rank 4 Gu master, it would be a huge loss. Fan Yuan slightly thought and guessed Zhang San San's thoughts. He looked at the beast placenta Gu. Its aptitude had already neared 90%, he only needed to kill 1 more. And mortal essence portions were exhausted, so Fan Yuan could only kill 1 more anyway. With this enslavement Gu, I can control 1 person. Sigh, if I had known this Zhang San San had this Gu, I would have first killed him and used the enslavement Gu to subdue a rank 5 Gu master. Fan Yuan felt some regret. If he had used this Gu to subdue Tai Mu Bai, it would be greatly advantageous to his Gu refinement. Even if he did not get Tai Mu Bai, Wugui Kumo, Wulan Shan or Chojio were also extremely good choices. However, now, they were all dead. Fan Yuan at best could only subdue rank 4 Gu Master, but using rank 5 enslavement Gu on rank 4 Gu Masters was equivalent to using an ox cleaver to kill chicken, a complete waste of its value. However, despite the rank 5 enslavement Gu being extremely precious, and it would be a waste of its value, Fan Yuan was still going to use it. He would be facing enormous risks while refining second aperture Gu, and would no doubt be much safer with a second rank 4 Gu Master beside him. But there were so many rank 4 Gu Masters in the Blessed Land, who should he subdue? Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong along with Li Fei Le, Tao Zi, Feng Tianyu, Yan Jun, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, Tai Clan's 4 Ultimers, Tai Ruonan and others. Some were powerful, some were cunning, some were sinister, some were brave, some specialized in long-ranged attacks, some had outstanding movement ability, some were superior in healing, some had huge wealth, some had large connections. Every choice had its consequences. Fan Yuan's thoughts rumbled like lightning, and after thinking for a good while, he decided upon a choice. It shall be him. Land Spirit, transport me. Fan Yuan decided and said with no hesitation. After about 3 minutes, Feng Tianyu was kneeling in front of Fan Yuan and wholeheartedly said, "This subordinate Feng Tianyu greets Master. Feng Tianyu, you could refine rank 5 Gu when you were at rank 3. Although the rank 5 Gu died after half a day, you achieved instant reputation from this. Now, things have changed, your clan is dwindling and facing extinction, you are no longer the young clan leader that had infinite prospects once." Fan Yuan looked at the kneeling Feng Tianyu and said indifferently. Feng Tianyu raised his head. "Having Lord as my master, it is this subordinate's honor and fortune. It is good that you understand this point. Next, continue to charge through the rounds according to my instructions. King Xian inheritance has an undefeated 100 battles Gu, bring it to me." Fan Yuan instructed. "Yes, this subordinate will exhaust all his strength to do this task for Master." Feng Tianyu promptly replied. Under the control of the enslavement Gu, he had become a loyal and devoted slave of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan felt reassured at Feng Tianyu. He was not only a famous and talented Grand Master of the refinement path and southern border, he was the biggest beneficiary of King Xian's inheritance in his previous life. In Fan Yuan's memories, it was him who obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu. Now after rebirth, Fan Yuan was not only going to obtain undefeated 100 battles Gu, but also take the original owner as his subordinate. Feng Tianyu will be guided by the land spirit, it won't be a problem for him to charge through King Xian's inheritance. Like this, I have already acquired 2 of 3 kings' inheritance. However, this was also not Fan Yuan's main reason. The reason why he chose Feng Tianyu was because of his innate talent at refinement path. After all, it was the first time Fan Yuan was refining the second aperture Gu. With such a grand master of refinement path beside him, it would definitely be a huge help in refining the Gu. After taking in Feng Tianyu, Fan Yuan began to consider his last target to kill. Kill who? Fan Yuan's first thought was not the strongest Yihua and was also not the influential Hu Mei Er and Tao Zi, but rather Tai Ruonan. Like Tai Mu Bai, Fan Yuan also thought highly of Tai Ruonan's future prospects. Such a genius that had already been sharpened through trials, if she was allowed to grow, she was bound to be a huge threat. She was more terrifying than even Yihua and others. However, the problem now was, the threat Tai Ruonan brought to Fan Yuan was far lower than Gu masters like Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and others. For the second aperture Gu refinement, if Fan Yuan killed Yihua, it would absolutely be more helpful than killing Tai Ruonan. To kill Yihua just to be safe, or root out Tai Ruonan in consideration of the future? Fan Yuan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the land spirit. Not good, something happened. What? Fan Yuan was surprised, the land spirit's tone hid a trace of panic. A rank 4 Gu master has discovered a weak area of the blessed land. That area had been seriously damaged due to earth calamity. The heavenly power at that area is the weakest and the Gu masters can use 1 Gu there. Now, he is using a rank 5 Gu to spread poison all over the place. He will open a passage to the outside world in around 8 minutes at this rate, and create a hole in the blessed land. Fan Yuan immediately sensed the seriousness of the matter. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal and had once possessed the blessed land, naturally knowing the importance of this. If there was a hole in the blessed land and it connects with the outside world, the immortal essence expenditure would double. If it was not stopped and repaired in time, the hole would grow bigger and bigger, finally attracting winds of assimilation. Once the winds of assimilation blew, the blessed land would be destroyed. I have already separated and cut off most of the areas with holes in the blessed land. But there are 3 places that are in crucial areas and can't be cut off. To think this person's luck is so good to actually bump into one of the areas and even be aware of the hole. For the actual situation, take a look. The land spirit heaved a sigh. A scene appeared in front of Fan Yuan. In the scene, there was a Gu master wearing dark blue robe. He was thin and his gaze was gloomy. It was none other than Long Qing Tian. Right now, he was activating his soul rank 5 poison Gu, Jade Sky. Everywhere around him, the land and the sky were all suffused with a layer of pale green light. He who once dyed the sky jade green. Jade Sky Gu was Long Qing Tian's core trump card, a Gu from the immemorial times and was fundamental extinct now. Long Qing Tian had used this Gu to roam southern border and gain terrifying reputation for poisoning countless people. Now, he was poisoning this part of the blessed land. Chapter 388. Jade Sky Qing Tian, who immortal Jin Huang. To think my luck is so good, I accidentally found this weakened zone. Long Qing Tian's gaze shone as he showed an excited expression. After all, although the 3 kings' inheritance had 100 rounds, each one had multiple choices, like the branches of a gigantic tree. Him arriving at this place was rarer than 1 out of 10,000. His luck was maxed out. The heavenly power restricting this place is very weak. I can actually use 1 Gu. Haha, I will use the Jade Sky Gu and poison this blessed land. That way, I will be able to communicate with the main world and form a connection. Once the path is made, I will be able to use Gu worms here at will. I will not have to obey the 3 kings' rules. After that, I will use this place as my base and expand my influence, and get all the rewards. He-yeah? Who is it? Long Qing Tian sensed something and turned around, seeing one person far away. Little Beast King Fangzhang? Long Qing Tian squinted, feeling weird that Fan Yuan was here. Fan Yuan did not reply. He waved his hand and a bone spike flew out. Long Qing Tian snorted, activating his defensive Gu. All around him was the jade-green Jade Sky Gu's poison, already invading a huge area. Fan Yuan did not have detoxification methods and did not dare to touch the Gu poison, thus he could only engage in long-range battle. At this time, Fan Yuan only had the mutated beast phantoms left, but he did not have the rank for all-out effort Gu, thus he could not summon them as he wished. But he had killed so many Gu master experts, and obtained many different Gu worms that could be used for long-range attacks. In a few rounds of battle, Long Qing Tian was defeated by Fan Yuan. Long Qing Tian could only use 1 Gu at any given time. Fan Yuan could use any number of Gu with the help of the land spirit. The difference between the two was huge. Although he won, Fan Yuan's expression was ugly. Long Qing Tian's corpse was a pale jade-green color, already poisoned by the Jade Sky Gu poison. This demonic expert, before his death, smiled at Fan Yuan darkly, before activating the Jade Sky Gu and killed himself with poison. Fan Yuan did not kill Long Qing Tian. He knew he had no hopes of surviving and suicided. As expected of a demonic head. Fan Yuan breathed out deeply. Jade Sky Gu contained a special poison from the immemorial era. It is already extinct. In the current southern border, only the 4 great doctors can cleanse it. If Fan Yuan wanted to devour his aperture, he would have to make contact with the poison. If he got poisoned, in less than 2 hours, his whole body will fade into a green light. Very few Gu masters could survive after getting hit with the Jade Sky Gu poison. Wu Shintong from Wu clan was extremely lucky. Even if Fan Yuan risked getting poisoned, he might not get any Gu. With the weak heavenly power here, Long Qing Tian could easily self-detonate his Gu worms 1 by 1. The benefits were not proportional to the risks. Fan Yuan would not do it. But because of this, my last portion of immortal essence has been expended on Long Qing Tian. The beast's strength placenta Gu's aptitude can only reach 89%. Fan Yuan felt great pity. After working so hard, he did not reach his desired 90%. I am after all too weak. The execution of these kind of plans can only be left to chances. This unexpected situation that Long Qing Tian caused caught him off guard. Fan Yuan was human, not God. He did not expect this to occur. Although he had his previous life's memories, and could clearly recall the details, for such minor details, if nobody mentioned it, who would know? Moreover, after his rebirth, he changed many events. Whether this incident by Long Qing Tian happened in his previous life was unknown. Never mind about the beast's strength placenta goo, what's worse is that the land had already been infected by the jade sky goo poison. The poison will eventually break out. By then, this land will rot, and turn into green-blue light, creating a huge hole. Fan Yuan looked at this area, as the green color darkened and spread further out. Such a loophole would accelerate the blessed land's destruction. That also means that the land's spirit will get even weaker. If it was a younger blessed land, as long as immortal essence is sufficient, even if the poison cannot be cured, it will be able to cut away this rotten area and fix the hole. But this blessed land is already too old, and lack an immortal essence. Forming a hole here now is like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I have little time left to refine goo, I must hurry. At this point, Fan Yuan's merciless slaughter had reached its end. He returned to the hall, and fought against time, refining his goo. As days passed, spring-autumn cicadas' pressure intensified. Fan Yuan only slept an hour a day, forcing himself to the limits. As he worked hard like his life was on the line, other than a few unavoidable failures, his process was rapid. Even the land spirit was full of praises. While Fan Yuan moved closer towards success, his younger brother was extremely high-spirited. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. At the middle of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on Danghun Mountain, Fang Jing climbed with great effort, surpassing people after people. During this period, he became the center of attention, attracting many people's gazes. It's him, that Fang Jing from Immortal Crane Sect. He surpassed another person again. Someone was jealous and envious. Fang Jing. Looking at Fang Jing's ascending silhouette, Fairy Bai Xia had a complicated gaze. Something weird is going on with this lad. At this rate, he might be the first to reach the peak. Wei Wu Shang, who has some rivalry with Fang Jing, had to admit that Fang Jing had a high chance of success. Fang Jing used both his hands and legs, climbing laboriously. He breathed raggedly. With Lord Sky Crane's help, he surpassed the 10 sect elites one by one. Eventually, there were only 3 people above him. Xiao Qi Xing, Ing Xingji, Feng Jin Huang. This lad is finally at the front. I did not use one's own Wei Gu in vain. He Feng Yang was watching closely. After seeing this, he sighed in relief. Without any accidents, the victor will be one of these 4. A Gu Immortal said mentally. Immortal Crane's sex speed is fast, but it is still uncertain who wins until the last second. Indeed, Immortal Crane's sect is only 4th now, and had a huge difference with the first 3. Now, it depends on whether he can surpass them in the limited time ahead. The Gu Immortals conversed. The entire inheritance competition had reached its final stage. In the Grand Hall, a lump of multicolored light about the size of a water tank floated in the air as it spun. Fan Yuan controlled it as his eyes were bloodshot, muttering, "Retrieve 90 grams of willow orpiment." At once, a relief sculpture moved away from the flooring, and turned into solid mass. It was the willow orpiment. This was a material was from ancient times, rarely seen in today's world. It was retrieved by land spirit, carving out 90 grams and placing it into the rainbow-colored light. Fan Yuan concentrated, not having any carelessness. As the light turned yellow, he spoke. "Retrieve 30 snowball goo." 30 snowball goo flew into the yellow light. The light lump that was water tank size was still yellow, but its volume was shrinking. Eventually, it turned into a tiny, inconspicuous soil-yellow rock. Fan Yuan carefully held this rock, breathing in deeply. To refine this goo, he spent 2 days and 1 night. It had finally ended. He was extremely tired, lying down and falling asleep immediately, wanting to sleep for an entire week straight. But after an hour, he was woken up by the land spirit. This rock could not exist for long. After another 15 minutes, it would evaporate. By then, Fan Yuan's hard work would have gone down the drain, and he would need to start over. Refining goo is difficult. It has to be a strength path goo master that has mastery over the refinement path. Even I, who has my memories and foundation, found it hard, and almost failed many times before. It was truly nerve-wracking. No wonder no one managed to refine the second aperture goo in my previous life. Fan Yuan sighed as he patted his cheeks, waking himself up. After resting for an hour, he felt much better, but his head was still heavy. He had used up too much mental energy, and he was mentally drained. The second aperture goo was a rank 6 goo. Refining an immortal goo was not an easy task. Fan Yuan did not need to look at the mirror to know that he definitely looked pale with deep eye bags, having messy hair and an extremely exhausted expression. Land Spirit, how much immortal essence left? He asked. 5 portions left. Land Spirit answered. Weakness could be felt from its voice. 18 days had passed since Long Qingtian was killed. The rate of weakening of the blessed land shocked Fan Yuan secretly. To sustain the 3 kings' inheritance, immortal essence was expended greatly. Such a phenomenon had caused the outside world to go wild. At this period, more and more Gu master came to explore to blessed land. Some were established experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence are left, but the Gu refinement is only 2/3 done. Land Spirit, what day and month is it? Fan Yuan asked with a grim expression. According to your calendar, today is the 19th of October. 19th of October, according to my calculations, the second aperture Gu's refinement will reach the last step in 5 days. October 24th. In history, isn't this the day where Feng Jin Huang attains victory and inherits the Hu immortal blessed land? Fan Yuan thought of Feng Jin Huang. This girl had exemplary talent and a strong background. After inheriting Hu immortal blessed land, she shot up rapidly. In future, she cultivated to Gu immortal realm using this, and spread her influence throughout the world, shining with a brilliant light. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he escaped southern border and arrived at central continent, becoming a Gu immortal, and after creating the Bloodwing demonic sect, this woman was his mortal enemy. They had at least a few hundred battles, and eventually, Fan Yuan allied with numerous demonic path Gu immortals and attacked Hu immortal blessed land together, paying a painful price to kill her. My influence now should not have reached central continent yet. Feng Jin Huang obtained Hu immortal blessed land, the benefit was as great as the heaven. Even second aperture Gu cannot compare to it. Fan Yuan sighed. His previous life's enemy was about to soar to heaven, yet he was too far away and could not stop it. Fan Yuan did not know that his brother was still alive, and was engaging in a fierce competition with Feng Jin Huang and the others. The influence of his rebirth had already affected Central Continent's 10 sects. Chapter 389. Only one step left. October 20th. In the main hall, faint red rays of light began to vanish and shone upon the surroundings. The relief sculptures on the bronze tiles had already disappeared by more than half. Fan Yuan's face was pale and he looked haggard. His eyes were red as his gaze was fixed at every change in the light lump. Everything was silent. October 21st. The land spirit brought a bad news. A rank 5 expert had entered the blessed land. Fan Yuan looked at the image and immediately recognized this person. So it was Xiao Mang of Xiao Clan. He is an expert of the light path and possesses rank 5 extreme light Gu. In my previous life, he appeared on Sancha Mountain. He came after all. The land spirit gasped. Extreme light Gu? Then it means this Xiao Mang can summon the light of glory of the immemorial era. This enemy is a huge threat to us. The land spirit was extremely worried. Immemorial times had 9 heavens: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. The sunlight of the immemorial era was extraordinary. It was the light of glory and could pierce through the 9 heavens and spread its warmth and grace to all living beings. At present, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple heavens were no more. Only white heaven and black heaven remained. The sunlight no longer contained the glory of the immemorial era, and had weakened to the extreme, being able to pierce through only the white heaven. Rank 5 extreme light Gu, once activate, could burst out with the intense light of glory of immemorial era. This light did not have even a little bit of attack power, but it could pass through everything and shine upon on every corner of the world. That is to say, even this blessed land could not cut off immemorial light. Fan Yuan scoffed. Ba Gui, you can be relieved. He obtained the extreme light Gu from robbing a tomb and is an incomplete Gu. He can only use it 3 times every month. If he crosses this limit, the Gu will self-destruct. The land spirit let out a breath of relief. That's good. These days I have been getting weaker. At the final juncture, you will have to rely on yourself. Hee, I have always liked relying on myself. Fan Yuan laughed and continued to refine Gu without saying any more. October 22nd. Puff. Damn it, another failure. Fan Yuan spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes turned black and almost lost his consciousness. He gritted his teeth and held the ground. He felt the world was spinning. He seemed to see stars and there were continuous buzzing sounds in his ears. Especially his chest felt stifled and he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this nauseous feeling eased slightly. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and slowly sat down. Failure in Gu refinement will cause a backlash. I have already failed 3 times in this step. It is not that my skills are bad, I already did it perfectly, but this step seems to rely on luck and has a probability of 1 in a 10 chance of success. Sigh. There is no time. Fan Yuan was looking pale. He resisted the pain of the backlash with great difficulty and began his 4th attempt. At this moment, the immortal essence in the bronze cauldron was less than 4 portions. October 23rd. Fan Yuan stopped his actions and looked at the Gu worm in his hand with bright light shining in his eyes. This Gu was like a beetle with a big and graceful belly, a pointed head and tail. It did not have any legs or antennas. Its shape was vague, seemingly like a vague carving on crude earthenware, with no vitality like a gray stone. The earth's spirit was joyous. Young man, I really didn't misjudge you. You have succeeded in refining this false Gu. Now you only need to advance a step and turn false into real and refine the true second aperture Gu. That's right, only 1 step remains. Fan Yuan's tone was complicated, relaxed and yet heavy. Refining this second aperture Gu was like climbing a mountain. There were thousands of steps, and who knew how many times he had failed, and he had gotten almost no rest, but finally he reached this stage. His previous effort and investment were not in vain, thus he was relaxed. However, this final step was the most crucial moment, a step of qualitative change and required the use of Immortal Gu Divine Travel Gu. Although Fan Yuan had succeeded in refining Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had never used Immortal Gu to refine Immortal Gu. This final step was the step which he did not have any certainty of, so his mood was heavy. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. With unlimited divine opportunity, swim and roam in the wilds, adding in 3rd watch, and another 3rd watch, obtaining 9. 9 is extreme, the refinement is complete. This final step required the use of Lifespan Gu, Divine Travel Gu, and also 2 3rd watch Gu. Fan Yuan pondered. He understood the earlier steps and could even modify them. But as for this step, he only slightly understood its real intent. Land Spirit, what changes have occurred in the Blessed Land? Fan Yuan suddenly asked. 2 batch of troops have arrived with dozens of rank 3 Gu masters, each being led by a rank 4 Gu master. Their momentum is great. The Land Spirit showed the scenes to Fan Yuan. So it is Che clan and Zhou clan, TSK, the 2 clan leaders are leading, and it seems most of the elders have come. Fan Yuan recognized them with a glance. The whole Sancha Mountain was located in between Zhou clan's Lingchan Mountain and Che clan's Fei Lai Mountain. These 2 clans were continuously expanding and in the recent years, had been competing at the front line of Sancha Mountain with the intent to occupy it. However, the sudden appearance of the 3 kings' inheritance thoroughly ruined these 2 clans' plan. There were 100,000 famous mountains in the whole southern border, along with countless unnamed mountains and hills which were covered with wild and ferocious beasts. Their surroundings were dangerous and extremely hard to pass. Other forces could only send their elites. But these 2 clans were nearby and had restrained themselves at the beginning, but now when they felt the strange change in the inheritance, they finally sent most of their troops. To Fan Yuan, this was bad news. At the final juncture, everyone was sure to attack the center of the Blessed Land, this main hall. These Che clan and Zhou clan's troops were all Fan Yuan's enemies. Besides them, when the time comes, there will be Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and other experts. At the final juncture, I will have to concentrate fully on refining Gu and leave the defense to Land Spirit, by Ning Bing and Feng Tianyu. This is however only the external danger. At the final step, I will need to use 2 3rd watch Gu in a row, causing the time to flow 9 times faster on me. This is a great tonic to Spring-Autumn Cicada, and at that time, its pressure will increase drastically and endanger my aperture. This is the internal danger. With both internal and external danger, danger lurks everywhere. But I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I have already reached this stage, only 1 step remains before I am able to step on the summit. I will bet on this. If I really succeed, I will have a second aperture, and as I cultivate to rank 6 in future, I will not fall too far behind Feng Jinhuang. In Fan Yuan's plan after rebirth, Qingmao Mountain and Shang Clan were only a platform, while the second aperture Gu was the stepping stone. But it was because of these small accumulations that he could sprint further. Next, there will be many opportunities which he would have no qualifications to participate without a certain cultivation and strength. All living beings have to go through survival of the fittest. I can't compromise on these opportunities and have to make every second count. Only then will I not let down my future knowledge. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh before beginning to rest, preparing for the final day. October 24th. Fan Yuan woke up from his deep sleep and slowly opened his eyes. It has been so many days since I had such a comfortable sleep. Next is the great battle. He stood up and slowly paced around the main hall. Under the land spirit's guidance, there were already 2 people standing outside the main hall. Master! Feng Tianyu immediately kneeled in front of Fan Yuan and offered a gu worm. This gu was nothing special in its appearance, looking like a round piece of limestone. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles gu. Subordinate was able to accomplish the mission, and after going through the 100th round and receiving King Xian inheritance, I was able to take in these hairy men. At his side stood several hundred hairy men. Their bodies were filled with dense hair and were standing there quietly. Good. Fan Yuan nodded and indifferently praised. He was not surprised. These hairy men had the innate nature to follow the people who were better at refining gu than them. It was not surprising for Feng Tianyu to charge through the 100th barrier and have these followers. Fan Yuan then walked towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at the great bronze main hall, her gaze flashing with a trace of understanding. It seems this is the Blessed Land's center area. Saying so, she looked at Fan Yuan. You best remember your promise. Fan Yuan smiled. You can be at ease. He looked behind Bai Ningbing, seeing the near 100,000 dog beasts that did not seem to have an end. Some were occupying an area, some were having fun with each other, and some were running around, making a din. Fan Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. This was the weakness of Bai Ningbing's commanding ability. If it was Zhang Sansan, Wu Gui, or Wu Shintong, any one of them could arrange these dogs in a tight formation and have them stand there without moving, like an army. However, this was after all something entirely beyond Bai Ningbing. She had never received any enslavement path training before, and it was already not easy for her to be able to reach this stage. In fact, Bai Ningbing was feeling dizzy now. Her every movement was slightly lagging and her soul felt heavy. She felt her body was like a marionette. Controlling so many dog beasts at once was truly demanding a lot out of her. Listen to my arrangements now. Be in a defensive formation. No matter how the enemies provoke you, do not take the initiative to attack. Remember it at all costs, remember. Fan Yuan warned. Okay, since it is your arrangement, whether this succeeds or fails has no relation to me. Bai Ningbing coldly replied. Hee, no matter success or failure, I will give you the Yanggu. Fan Yuan assured with a smile. You better do what you said. 2 light pillars have disappeared. This means King Xian and King Quan inheritance have been taken. Early morning, at the peak of Sancha Mountain, there was a commotion among the gu masters. This time's inheritation opening is extremely strange. It has been maintaining itself till today, causing the blessed land to deteriorate extremely fast. Someone was doubtful. But compared to this, more people were paying attention towards the inheritance. Who are the 2 lucky guys who inherited the inheritance? I think King Xian inheritance should be inherited by Lord Tai Mu Bai. He has not come out since he entered. King Quan inheritance might have been inherited by Wu Gui. No, it should be our clan's Lord Wu Shintong. The way I see it, our demonic path's enslavement master Zhang Sansan also has a chance of winning. The crowd argued for a while before someone finally discovered something strange. Strange, none of the several rank 5 gu masters that entered the inheritance has come out. What is going on? King Xian and King Quan inheritance were inherited. But why have the other guys not come out? They are being detained in the Blessed Land. This Blessed Land is already nearing its extinction. Not long later the passage will open wide and let all of us enter and exit at will. A resonant voice spread. Lord Xiaomeng. Immediately, the Righteous Path gu masters recognized the identity of the speaker. This Xiaomeng has not entered the inheritance after he arrived on Sancha Mountain. What the heck is he planning? Demonic gu masters felt apprehensive inwardly. Xiaomeng's arrival had suppressed their flames. Xiaomeng proudly smiled after succeeding in attracting everyone's gaze. Now I will use extreme light gu to open the passage for us. When he finished speaking, he opened his eyes wide and furiously activated his primeval essence while lifting his fists high. Extreme light gu. Heavens will gu. Empty fist gu. Killer move, immemorial light fist. 3 gu activated at once, causing the whole sky to dim. Everyone looked with shock as light rays formed into an enormous fist the size of a mountain. It appeared abruptly and disappeared just as suddenly, striking at some unknown place. Extreme light goo might have no attacking power, but when combined with the other two goo, it could form an incomparably intense attack. Bam! A formless membrane was pierced through, the blessed land shook, and an enormous hole formed into a passage that connected to the outside world. Chapter 390. Mwutian. On Sancha Mountain Peak, only one light pillar remained. But a gray plane appeared in front of everyone like a foggy image. It looked like it was separated by a veil, giving off a dreamlike atmosphere. How could a plane appear on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiaomeng. He penetrated the blessed land and created a loophole. For a moment, everyone was silent. Some were dazed, some shocked, and some looked at each other. No one moved. Xiaomeng snorted inwardly before slightly signaling with his eyes at somewhere in the crowd. A goo master immediately ran out of the crowd. Lord Xiaomeng's might is unrivaled, even forcibly piercing through the blessed land. Like this, we are no longer confined by the restrictions of 3 kings' inheritance, and all of us can enter. After he finished shouting this, he walked out of the crowd and with several jumps, entered the hole inside the blessed land. He then activated his goo worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, and 3. The heavenly power's suppression around the hole had weakened, allowing him to activate 3 goo worms. This scene immediately caused the crowd to be restless. Countless people seemed to be startled awake, and their breathing turned rough. Being able to use goo meant they had the ability to defend themselves. That is to say, the risk in the blessed land greatly decreased. However, the performance was still not over. This goo master suddenly ran back and with several jumps, got out of the blessed land and returned to Sancha Mountain. Ha! He laughed loudly and cupped his fists to Xiaomeng. Thank you, Lord, for your favor. Xiaomeng chuckled. There is no need for thanks, no need. I only felt that everyone should have the rights to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much that only a few people hog them. However, how much you can seize will have to depend on yourselves. We are very grateful to Lord Xiaomeng. Lord Xiaomeng is a great person, and his elder brother is the hero Xiao Shan. Truly, they are a pair of dragon and tiger brothers. Looking at all the great rank 5 goo masters at Sancha Mountain, only Lord Xiaomeng cared about us weaker characters. He is a role model of the righteous path. He is so kind. The cheers and flattery of everyone entered Xiaomeng's ears like a tide. The crowd of people charged into the blessed land. A bunch of idiots. Xiaomeng was beaming with a warm and gentle smile, but was disdainfully scoffing inwardly. I came really late compared to Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and the others. King Quan and King Xian inheritances have been taken, now only King Bao remains. Damn them. I had already pleaded with father and the elders, but they were only concerned about Xiao Shan's illness. Humph, it would be best if he dies, then I will become young clan leader. Humph, only after coaxing and pestering was I permitted to come to Sancha Mountain, but it is too late already. How can I compare to those guys who came before me? Only by creating a hole in the blessed land, and causing chaos can I get benefits from within. As for this blessed land, the more people that goes in, the more burden it will have to bear. The heavenly power will get weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtain the inheritance? I can completely use my goo worms to seize them. King Bao, King Quan and King Qin inheritance, they are all mine. If I can't obtain them, then you guys can also stop thinking of them. Alright, this is more or less it. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction as he looked at his surroundings. This bronze main hall was situated on a hill. The hill was not steep and rather had gentle slopes around it. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but the numbers of the dog beasts slightly made up for it. For over 2 hours, Fang Yuan had been arranging the formation for Bai Ningbing and explaining to her how to deal with any situations that could occur. Boom! Right at this time, the whole world shook and some dust fell off from the ceiling of the bronze hall. Not good, that Xiaomeng used extreme light goo to pierce through the blessed land and form the passage. Large numbers of goo masters are rushing in, killing and competing. The whole situation has completely fallen into chaos. The land spirit's voice resounded. Fang Yuan chuckled without any panic. In his previous life's memories, it had been the same. Xiaomeng's arrival signified the development of this scene. Chaos is good. Xiaomeng wants to profit from this chaos while I need this chaotic situation to help me drag for time. Fang Yuan's dark eyes flashed with eerie light. A rank 5 goo master actually mixed in among this crowd. This young man is really amazing to be able to deceive my senses. I only found something wrong when he made his move. The land spirit suddenly said. Fang Yuan furrowed his brows. This development was beyond his expectation. Who is it? The image in front of him stopped, and showed a young man with long black hair that reached up to his waist. He had a pair of deep and dark purple eyes with thick eyebrows which ends were raised up, giving him a crazed disposition like burning flames. He gave off an awe-inspiring demonic aura, disregarding the world, an unbridled tyrannical aura that seemed to want to destroy the world like the descent of an evil dragon. Mo Wutian. Fan Yuan gazed concentrated and recognized the man. This person was a genius of the demonic path who had inherited an ancient inheritance, and was a soul path Gu master. Whether it was his reputation or power, Fan Yuan was not his match. In his memories, in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Mo Wutian had beheaded several rank 5 righteous path Gu masters. His reputation was fearsome and his demonic flames soared to the skies. At the end, when the demonic path was completely defeated, Mo Wutian broke through the besiegement, and stormed out with no one being able to obstruct him. In my previous life, Mo Wutian did not come to Sancha Mountain. It seems the influence of my rebirth has already affected a person of such strength. Just as Fan Yuan was contemplating, inside the image, Mo Wutian seemed to have discovered being watched. He slightly turned around and unexpectedly looked right in Fan Yuan's direction. So it was this way. He muttered in a soft voice, and the corner of his lips formed a sinister smile. This is bad. He seems to have sensed us and is charging towards here. The land spirit immediately gave a warning. Fan Yuan's eyes squinted into a slit, and Mo Wutian was actually targeting him with an intense hostility. What are his intentions, and what did he discover? The chaos will only last for some time, and when time moves by and the others don't show up, it will start creating doubt. We don't have much time, we need to immediately start with the Gu refinement. Land Spirit, raise the fog. Feng Tianyu, follow me into the main hall and help me in Gu refinement. They were pressed for time. Fan Yuan shouted his commands and brought Feng Tianyu into the bronze hall. As for the hairy men that followed Feng Tianyu, they were left outside to surround and protect the main hall, forming into the final line of defense. Looking at Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu's departing figures, Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with a cold light. The fog began to rise and spread, covering the main hall quickly before covering all the dog beasts on the hill. The bronze hall was spacious and majestic, its walls echoed back Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu's footsteps, making the silence and the emptiness of this place even more conspicuous. At present, the bronze tiles on the main hall were already a scene of emptiness. Most of the materials and Gu worms were already consumed in refining Gu, with only a few relief sculptures remaining now. Fan Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron with Feng Tianyu and sat cross-legged. This is the final step, the true crucial moment. He took a deep breath, his eyes as clear as water. Feng Tianyu's breathing, however, was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path Gu master, refining an immortal Gu was something they looked forward to the most their whole life. Let's start. Fan Yuan took out the false second aperture Gu and directly threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron burned without fire. The thin layer of immortal essence on its bottom started to rapidly decrease and combust. It combusted and formed into a blue smoke that gracefully rose and covered the false second aperture Gu. The false Gu floated above the bronze cauldron, and was turned into dazzling yellow light by this blue smoke. Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu concentrated all their attention into blending the blue smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the blue smoke turned into beads of grass that floated in the air and started growing. The yellow light turned into flowers that fluttered and fell into the grass. It is time! Fan Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, bleeding out his own essence blood. This step was extremely important. Only with this step could the refined second aperture Gu become Fan Yuan's. Otherwise, it would be an ownerless object that would fly away once it was refined. Large amounts of essence blood infused into smoke. The blue smoke and yellow light immediately let out sizzling sounds and turned into a red cloud like a wave of blood sea. The blood surged and turned into a sphere that floated in the air without spreading. The cloud was continuously evolving. Blood sea gradually calmed down and formed a field. A large expensive red paddy that was scarlet like blood grew from the field. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air at this and promptly used the Gu to heal his wounds. Even so, he had lost the huge amounts of blood and his face had turned wan. Wild grass grow wildly, the chi of blood like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. With unlimited divine opportunity, swim and roam in the wilds, adding in third watch, and another third watch, obtaining 9. 9 as extreme, the refinement is complete. He already knew the recipe inside out, but still recalled it once more now. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. Next, it is lifespan goo. Ba Gui! Fan Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby and immediately took out 2 lifespan goo at Fan Yuan's call. These lifespan goo were one large and one small like ginseng or tree roots and gave a crude sense of touch. The small was 300 years lifespan goo. It was like a blue snake that had formed into a round loop. It could increase a goo master's lifespan by 300 years with no side effects. The large one was like a young dragon that wanted to fly to the sky, bearing its claws. It could raise the lifespan by 500 years and similarly with no side effects. The worth of these 2 goo was self-evident. Feng Tianyu's eyes blossomed with light and his whole body shook at the sight of these 2 goo. Fan Yuan first threw in the 300 years lifespan goo into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan goo and immediately started raging like boiling water. Right now, the cloud seemed to have become a blue-scaled long snake that attempted to slip out of Fan Yuan's control. Fan Yuan was caught unprepared and almost lost his grasp on this blue snake. When he managed to react, most parts of the blue snake had already slipped out with only its tail remaining in his hands. Fan Yuan tightly gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide. They were completely red. He poured in all his attention and all his strength to tightly grasp the cloud and not let it escape. Once the cloud escaped, all his previous effort would turn into an illusion. Chapter 391. Demonic Path Alliance Army. Seconds passed like days. Eventually, the cloud gradually settled down in the air. Fan Yuan finally had the break he needed to curse the original owner of this blessed land. Such an important point was not mentioned at all in the recipe. All because of him concentrating hard and reacting in time. Together with the help of Feng Tianyu, he was able to calm and stabilize the situation, slowly getting back his control, otherwise he would have failed. As time passed, a mystical aura slowly spread. The cloud completely digested the 300-year lifespan goo, calming down and turning back to the scene of blood-field red wheat. But at this moment, the red wheat had turned blue-green, as if new crops were growing in spring, almost overcrowding. This was what the recipe described as 300 years as spring. That mysterious goo immortal must have only developed the recipe but did not actually do it himself, otherwise he would have mentioned it. Fan Yuan caught a break and thought hard. Next, I have to use the 500-year lifespan goo, but no need to rush. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land spirit. Ba Gui, show me the image of the poisoned land. Immediately, smoke images appeared in the air, showing a picture. Long Qing Tian's corpse laid on the ground, as his surrounding sky and land were dyed a deep green color. This was Long Qing Tian's jade sky goo poison. This goo originated from the immemorial era. It had a strong poison that Fan Yuan would not dare to touch. At this moment, 2 goo masters appeared in the image. They had rank 3 cultivation. This place is weird. Why is it so green? Quickly see that corpse, it's Long Qing Tian. They entered this place and found Long Qing Tian's corpse by accident. Long Qing Tian is rank 4 peak stage, a famous demonic head. He was actually killed. Quickly go see, his corpse might have something good. The 2 were happily running towards Long Qing Tian's corpse, driven by greed. They did not realize their bodies were infected by this green light. Courting death. Fan Yuan sneered. As expected, in less than 10 steps, their poison reacted and the 2 of them turned into green light, dissipating. The jade sky goo poison has gotten very deep. This region is almost finished. It has completely rotted. The loophole it forms will be even greater than the one Xiao Meng created. Time was precious. Every second was important, but Fan Yuan did not move regardless of how anxious he felt. After 5 minutes, with a boom, the blessed land shook and the hall vibrated. The second loophole tunnel was created. The land spirit sighed. This way, the blessed land's speed of destruction doubled. Continue refining goo. Fan Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan goo and threw it into the cloud. The cloud rumbled again, trying to break free of Fan Yuan's control. But Fan Yuan was mentally prepared. He was not caught unaware like last time, and restrained it completely. But quickly, he felt that there was nothing he could do. The cloud's change this time was not only giving off a slippery feeling, but also an arrogant brute force. Like a green snake that had evolved into a flood dragon, about to break free from Fan Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly came to help. The 2 worked hard to suppress the cloud's transformation. The cloud rumbled many times, about to break free at times, but was eventually suppressed. 5 minutes later, the cloud became clear again, showing a blood field with golden wheat ready for a bountiful harvest. It was the 500 years as autumn scene. Thankfully, he only refined this goo after the poison broke out. If not, when the second loophole formed and the hull shook, this goo refinement would have been interrupted and would not have succeeded. Fan Yuan waited a while more, as the clouds slowly dispersed after maturing. From the water tank's size, it shrunk into a new goo, falling down. Fan Yuan held it. It was like a peanut shell, golden and having markings on the surface, that is, scarlet blood traces. The first false second aperture goo could only survive for a week. It was unstable. As for this goo, it could survive for 40 years. At this step, the real second aperture goo had already formed, and was nurturing in the peanut shell. But if it was allowed to develop on its own, not just 1,000 years, but even if given then 1,000 years, it might not turn into the real product. Only by using a strong external force, to eliminate the false and make it real, turning from phantom to solid, can it attain a qualitative change, breaking free from mortality and become an immortal. And this external force is none other than the rank 6 divine travel goo. Next, we have to use an immortal goo to refine an immortal goo. Fan Yuan took deep breaths, regulating his internal flow as he started the most important step of this entire refinement process. At this time, in the outside world, sounds of killing was overwhelming the mountain. This dog is mine. As long as you hand over your goo worms, I will spare you your life. Kill all these eggmen. These variant humans are actually occupying one spirit spring. What a waste of resources. All sorts of plundering and robbing were happening. As goo masters killed till their eyes turned red, casualties increased greatly. Strange. Why have we not seen Lord Tai Mu Bai after so long? Where did our Wu clan Wu Shintong go? Tai clan and Wu clan goo masters felt something amiss. Search, quickly go search. The heavenly powers restriction is very small now. We can use most of our goo worms. The situation is a mess now. There is killing everywhere. As blood flow into a river, we need to find our clan's experts to suppress the situation. Are there any places left unsearched? The deepest part of this blessed land, there is a thick fog. Just as these people placed their sights on the bronze hall, Mo Wu Tian had walked to the edge of the fog alone. There is the aura of immortal goo. His purple eyes was deep and mysterious, with arrogance and wildness hidden within. Using the purple eyes, the fog dissipated at times, as an endless number of dogs appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. He frowned. There was strong defenses, just him alone cannot penetrate this defensive line. He needed external help. His brows eased as Mo Wu Tian turned around. He moved like lightning, tearing through the sky, moving 100 miles as he landed before Hu Mei-er. Hu Mei-er was first scared till she turned pale. After recognizing Mo Wu Tian, she smiled. Young Master Wu Tian, you came too. This Three Kings inheritance has little meat but many wolves, you might get disappointed. You have advanced to rank 5. Hu Mei-er looked at this man, unable to hide her shock. She gulped, trying to alleviate this shock as she forced out a smile. That's great, you have rank 5 strength, you have the ability to gain great rewards from this situation. These green eggmen have huge numbers, they have built structures and castles, I cannot break through. There is a green egg empress inside, as long as we capture her, we will be able to have endless fortune. Mo Wu Tian looked at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then, King Bao, Wang Ba Dan, had 8 egg empresses, and produced numerous eggmen. King Xian, Wang Xiaoya's inheritance has divulged information goo and undefeated 100 battles goo. King Quan, Wang Ergo, had 2 dog emperors, Ing Ning and Ba Huang. This is the essence of the Three Kings inheritance, but none of them interests me. Hu Mei-er's smile froze. To think that young Master Wu Tian knows the Three Kings inheritance so clearly. Since you have no interest in it, why don't you let me have it? As expected of a woman, you are too short-sighted. Mo Wu Tian laughed loudly, staring at Hu Mei-er's eyes. Let me tell you, the land spirit of this blessed land is not dead. In the deepest area, a deceased goo immortal's treasure awaits. What? Hu Mei-er was stunned. But there is a thick fog there and over 100,000 dogs guard it. To go to the central control hall, it is not enough with just the 2 of us. Mo Wu Tian laughed deeply. Hu Mei-er was a smart woman, she immediately understood Mo Wu Tian's intentions. Her eyes shone as she laughed curtly. Isn't it easy to recruit people? Hu Mei-er was a decisive person, she abandoned the Green Egg Empress, recruiting demonic goo masters alone with Mo Wu Tian. With her network, and Mo Wu Tian's cultivation and reputation, a large group of demonic goo masters soon gathered. Adding in the details of the Goo Immortal's treasure, the demonic merchant Li Xian, Fiery Star Bao Tong, Rock Lizard Li Chang and others all gathered. Mo Wu Tian returned to the fog, no longer alone, but with a demonic army amounting to thousands of people. They are finally here. Bai Ningbing sitting on the hill stood up slowly. The fog could obscure people's vision, but because of the land spirit's help, Bai Ningbing had a clear vision, and could see the demonic alliance army. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while before saying, Li Chang, bring 300 people and attack head-on. After a few dozen steps, you will face the steel armor dogs. Fight as you retreat, move towards the left and engage with the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Defeat them and you will charge towards the southeast direction. Hu Meier, bring 500 people, and go left. As you fighting your way through, you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse dogs. Do not mind the losses, just charge towards the north. Bao Tong, go on the right path, bring 800 people. Towards the southwest direction, make a din and shout as you charge, no dogs will obstruct you for 500 steps. After you encounter the lightning symbol dogs, fighting and charge with all you've got. If you cannot break through in 45 minutes, retreat back here. Li Xian, bring 400 people as backup, prepare for mobilization anytime. If I give no commands, take care of the returning troops. Then what about you, Mo Wu Tian? Li Xian's eyes shone with deep meaning as he asked. I will obviously stand guard at the base. Why, you have a problem? Mo Wu Tian looked at Li Xian lightly with his expression purple eyes. Li Xian felt a chill in his spine. When did this Mo Wu Tian become so scary? His cultivation surged and his killing intent is overflowing. It seems he received an amazing ancient inheritance. If not, how could he improve so much? I had thought that little beast king could fight with him, but now it seems that he is truly the demonic path's #1 genius. He is simply too fearsome. Li Xian's heart turned cold as he obeyed the command. With such an arrangement, 4 demonic experts brought their troops and charged towards the fog according to Mo Wu Tian's orders. Chapter 392. Demonic and Righteous Attacking Together. It's coming! Bai Ningbing's gaze shone as her expression was nervous, quickly mobilizing the dog group. The still dog army started moving, like a giant millstone. As for these goo masters, they became the green bean and yellow beans. In a short amount of time, they were grinded to paste. More than half were dead, some saw the danger and retreated immediately. The demonic army suffered a huge loss, investing over 1,000 men, but only a few hundred returned. Young Master Wu Tian, did you really see clearly? Li Chang questioned. I charged in according to your instructions. We did encounter the steel armored dog on the first wave, and we retreated towards the left, but we met with the assault of both lightning symbol dogs and Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. The numbers were too great, we can't deal with that. After a fruitless slaughter, we could only come back. Bao Tong's temper was even more irascible. I brought 800 people, but did not hear the shouting sounds from the northwest side. But towards the southeast side, I heard people fighting. I brought my troops there and met with the combined attack of the lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse dogs. Hu Meier's expression was also ugly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But 800 steps in, I did not see any dog groups. Just when I was confused, dog groups came encircling us. Luckily we managed to turn around and fight our way back. If not, my life would have been lost there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at one side. His group was meant to protect the returning goo masters, and fight the approaching dog groups. Although there were lots of retreating troops, not a single dog came over, causing him to waste his time waiting. Mo Wu Tian's expression was solemn. After a while, he spoke. I can see the actual scenario much more clearly than all of you. There is someone manipulating these dogs. It is not a fixed formation but an ever-changing one. That is why all of you failed. Everyone was shocked. There is someone controlling them? Who is it? Mo Wu Tian shook his head. The fog is too dense. I can only see a faint figure. I can't tell the identity of the other party. But there is definitely a mastermind. Only a human's intelligence can react so perfectly. But no matter, I have some understanding of the enslavement path. From now you have to attack like this, to break through their encirclement, and obtain the Goo Immortal treasure. Everyone's face had blood stains as they looked at each other, nodding reluctantly due to Mo Wu Tian's rank 5 strength as well as the allure of the immortal treasure. But this time, they still returned in defeat, suffering even greater losses than before. The person behind this has high attainment in enslavement path. I underestimated him. Mo Wu Tian frowned. He had thought of a perfect plan, using all 4 routes to cooperate, but the other party reacted quickly and found out his intentions. Purposely controlling his troops to intercept the 4 routes before they converged, such movements were at the level of a master. Mo Wu Tian, you have to give an explanation. We fight with our lives and lost so many people, but we have not even seen the shadow of the treasure. Are you standing here for fun? You are a rank 5 Gu master, you should put in some effort too. Bao Tong was furious as he screamed while gripping his injury. Oh? You want an explanation? Then I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly, as his purple eyes shone. You! Bao Tong was caught by surprise as he stared at Mo Wu Tian, unable to move. A moment later he fell on the ground. Dead. The Gu masters went into a commotion. Fiery Star Bao Tong, he was a famous rank 4 Fire Path Gu master. Mo Wu Tian did not even attack, he killed him with a single stare. You want an explanation? I gave you an explanation. Are you satisfied? If you are unhappy, you can tell me. Mo Wu Tian looked at his corpse as he waited for an answer. You're not speaking, it seems you are satisfied. Mo Wu Tian laughed, looking around. Bao Tong is satisfied, what about you guys? Do you want an explanation from me too? It was complete silence all around. Mo Wu Tian killed people in the blink of an eye. Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage, but he could not even take 1 hit, dying immediately. The demonic Gu masters were scared and shocked, regretting their greed. Why did they follow Mo Wu Tian? Now that they were roped in, they want to leave? Too late. Hu Mei'er and the others lowered their heads, not looking at Mo Wu Tian's eyes. Mo Wu Tian's killing technique caused fear in them. They had thought that he had just advanced to rank 5, and might not have true rank 5 prowess, but to think his fighting strength was on par with Wu Gui and the others. How old was he? Number 1 genius of the demonic path, without a doubt. After establishing his dominance, Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly again. Bao Tong's Gu are still around. You guys can split up among yourselves, treat it as a compensation from me. As he said so, the Gu master's eyes glowed. Li Xian was the first to react. With a swoosh, he moved like a rabbit, pouncing on Bao Tong's corpse and taking his Gu. Almost at the same time, Hu Mei'er and Li Chang reacted and started their plunder as well. The others could only watch, not daring to contest. The 3 split Bao Tong's fortune among themselves, earning greatly as the grudge in them dissipated, turning into reverence for Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian could kill people with his gaze. That was not surprising, it was a sight-based killer move. This type of killer move directly competed souls against each other. The loser would have their souls scattered, not even given the chance to self-detonate their Gu. Mo Wu Tian was a soul path Gu master. The strength of his soul was way above his peers. Dealing with Bao Tong and the others was extremely easy. Cough, cough. Li Xian coughed, saying, Since there are beast groups guarding, that area has to be where the central control hall is. The Gu Immortal's fortune is most likely there, but how do we get in with all these dogs? He was wise like a ghost. As the person who obtained the most benefits out of Bao Tong's body, he immediately expressed his support towards Mo Wu Tian. Speaking of the Gu Immortal treasure, Hu Mei'er and Li Chang's attention were brought back to this. Mo Wu Tian looked at this group of people. They were all injured and exhausted. Together with some lingering fear, the morale was at an all-time low. He sighed. Truly a motley crew. It seems I can only recruit more people to have the hopes of breaking in. Spread the news, regardless of righteous or demonic. Just say that Tai Mu Bai and the others have entered the hall and obtained King Quan inheritance. Those Gu masters are blocking us outside the hall and are trying to hoard the treasure. This. Hu Mei'er hesitated. Mo Wu Tian laughed coldly. Time is running short. Once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing left. Without more people, can we break through? Young master is right. Hu Mei'er quickly replied. Finally stopped. On the mountain slope, Bai Ningbing breathed out a sigh of relief, but lightly frowned. The methods Fang Yuan handed to her were already half used up. After a few more attacks, she would be at her wit's end. Ha ha ha, my tactic at finding a chance in the chaos succeeded. After blowing up this wall, I will get King Bao, Wang Ba Dan's inheritance. Xiao Mang laughed loudly. Right now, he was alone in a hidden cave. Before him, there was a tall and sturdy stone door. As long as it is blown apart, King Bao's final inheritance will be obtained. Bam! 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 Light shone as explosions went off. A moment later, Xiaomeng stopped his attacks while panting, staring at the stone door hatefully. The door was intact, there was no traces of any cracks. Light path focuses on speed and purification, the destructive power does not match fire path. King Bao evidently wants to find a fated person who can use fire-type goo to break through. But I do not have such goo. Xiaomeng gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. At this moment, a goo master came to report. Go out, who let you in? King Bao inheritance is mine alone. Eh? What did you say? Xiaomeng scolded but suddenly heard his subordinate's report and grabbed his collar, lifting him up. You say there is a goo immortal treasure hidden in the thick fog, and people are trying to take it down now? Yes, this information has circulated, countless goo masters are gathering. How would I dare to lie to you, second young master? The subordinate quickly replied. Humph, don't call me second young master. I hate that title. Xiaomeng scolded, looking at this stone door reluctantly, as his gaze turned from hesitation to determination. Wang Ba Dan was only a rank 5 goo master, although he was called King Bao, he was only the same rank as Xiaomeng. How could his inheritance compare to a goo immortal treasure? Go, let's go. Xiaomeng led his subordinates and moved quickly. The number of people is increasing. On the slope, Bai Ningbing's frown deepened as there were almost 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people had different cultivation levels, there were even rank 1 and 2s. But there were still goo masters, gathered together, they formed a tidal wave that could sweep everything in its path. Although she controlled 100,000 dogs, she was a sole person. Outside, countless gazes looked inside with a burning desire. They were all attracted by the immortal's treasure. As the people created a commotion, Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking a word. His motive was achieved, birds die for food and humans die for fortune, this was human heart. Over at the righteous path, they are organizing people and charging into the fog. Hu Mei'er looked far away, worried. Young Master Wu Tian, all the demonic goo masters are here already, are you going to stand up and direct them to form groups? We can't let the righteous path steal the treasure. No worries, no worries. There is such a thick fog, with steel armor dogs acting as steel walls, what can their vanguards do? Mo Wu Tian laughed coldly, refusing to act. Righteous path was superior to demonic path, they were more united, and more easy to unite, while demonic path members were loners. Although Mo Wu Tian had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young and this was the first time he was leading, he could not subdue everyone. Old demonic experts like Kong Ri Tian and Li Fei Lu would not listen to him easily. Only when they realized that cooperating had benefits, could he use that chance to take over easily. But now, in the hall, the goo refinement had reached the crucial period. After half a day, the golden peanut shell collided with divine travel goo. Bam bam bam! Fan Yuan and Feng Wuyu's vision turned black as thunder roared in their ears. Divine opportunity is unlimited, travel through the lands. Activity! Fan Yuan screamed, using all his energy to activate divine travel goo. Divine travel goo was an immortal goo, how could he, a mortal, activate it easily? But thankfully, the land spirit helped him secretly. As the immortal essence poured out, the divine travel goo turned into light speckles as it entered the golden peanut shell. The qualitative change had begun. Chapter 393. Group Attack. Xiaomeng looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep and solemn. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to gain the commanding position of the righteous path. He organized many assaults, but returned in great failure, suffering a huge loss. In the fog, countless dogs were hidden, causing every wave of goo masters that entered suffer great injuries. No matter how big the losses, it will not block my path. Immortal treasure, this is an immortal treasure. Xiaomeng's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting excitedly in his heart. Let's go again, organize the next wave of people. Xiaomeng instructed, but this time, little people joined in. The painful lesson was right in front of them. Despite the great benefits, these righteous goo masters started to hesitate. After all, they only had one life. A bunch of cowards! Xiaomeng saw them hesitate and scolded in his heart. Time was running short for him. Other than this immortal treasure, he also had King Bao inheritance to obtain. If we had an enslavement path goo master controlling beast groups, we could use them as cannon fodder, reducing our goo master casualties, and regain our morale. Xiaomeng thought of this point. In such a situation, the importance of an enslavement path Gu master was evident. Where is Wu Clan's Wu Shintong? With his help, we would be able to break through the fog and reach the central hall, Xiao Meng asked. But the answer he got was disappointing. Wu Shintong had gone missing, even Wu clansmen were trying to find him. Xiao Meng looked at the demonic faction, and his heart shook. Not only Wu Shintong, even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang San San are not around. Is the Gu master controlling the dogs in the fog one of these three people? Xiao Meng continued guessing as he looked towards the grand hall. However, the fog obstructed his vision, causing him to feel even more irritated at the situation. This damn fog, it is so annoying! Too bad Wanli Xiongfeng is not around, otherwise my clan's divine wind will blow this fog away. Wan clan's Gu master exclaimed. If my clan's old clan leader is here, why would we fear these dogs? Tai clan's 4 old-timers snorted. Lord Xiaomeng, we are not making any progress, the demonic faction is looking at us like a joke. What do we do? The Righteous Path's famous healer Tao Zi came over and asked Xiaomeng. These demonic scoundrels. Xiaomeng looked over at the demonic faction as the irritation in his heart intensified. It seems I have to make a move. He snorted, as a brilliant light appeared in his eyes. All of you move back. Everyone heard this and retreated tens of steps away. At once, Xiaomeng's surroundings were vacated, emphasizing his existence. Xiaomeng stood on the spot, shutting his eyes as his mind entered his aperture, activating his purple crystal primeval essence. The ebb and flow of the primeval sea became greater. After storing energy for a moment, Xiaomeng's eyes opened, as his primeval sea has turned into a furious tsunami. Large amounts of primeval essence entered 3 Gu worms. Extreme Light Gu. My Will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer Move, My Glorious Spear. Xiaomeng's body shone with a piercing white light. The intensity of the light was dense, expanding like a mound. Xiaomeng's body was bathed in light. He had an impressive appearance, like a descending Holy Spirit. He raised a finger towards the fog. Immediately, the light around him were manipulated, and shot out ferociously. All of the white sunlight shot out at the same time, forming a 1.8 m long and 0.6 m thick spear of light. 60% of the purple crystal essence in his aperture were used up in this one attack. The spear of light was powerful, penetrating the fog and landed on the mound at breakneck speed. Bam! A fierce explosion occurred. The intense light caused everyone's eyes to be shut tightly, as they took a step back subconsciously. Even Mo Wu Tian's eyes were squinting into a thin line. The explosion caused the ground to rumble, as after the light, air currents started to spread outwards. The air currents turned into a strong wind, blowing in all directions, causing many people to lose their footing. Guh! Guh! In the hall, Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining Gu, were interrupted and both vomited a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears buzzing from the aftermath of the attack. This is the strength of a rank 5 Gu master? Luckily, such a killer move did not hit me directly. If it landed here, my defensive Gu would not even last for a second. Bai Ningbing unavoidably felt great shock. The killer move of a rank 5 Gu master, it was not something the current her could block. As the whiteness faded from her eyes, she could see that at the location where the light spear landed, thousands of dogs were vaporized. The mound had turned into a crater. Bai Ningbing drew in a breath of cold air. With such might, just a few more hits and the dog formation would be ruined. Her confidence dropped again, but Fan Yuan had instructed her beforehand what she should do in the event she was hit with such a great move. As Bai Ningbing manipulated, large numbers of dogs hurried to the crater, as her defenses were raised once again. Gasp! So many dogs! Xiaomeng's heart was heavy, and the righteous and demonic Gu masters gasped sharply too. When there was a fog earlier, they could not see clearly, but now that the fog was gone, everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dogs, densely packed on the mound, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning Simple Dog, Chrysanthemum Akita Dog, Hedge Dog, Steel Armor Dog, Een Dog. Some people counted, each dog group had over 5,000 and more. So many dog kings! Someone shouted. No matter how many dogs there were, they could not hide the dog kings due to their disposition. Other than the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs who were unique, these dog kings were all seated, like a flame in the darkness, extremely eye-catching. These dogs and dog kings are not that much of a threat. But there are so many heavy Tai, Green Hua, Smoke Song, Light Hung and Star Hung, these 5 great mountain dogs. Some Goo masters with good vision turned pale. The outer defense was made up of lighting symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and other ordinary dogs. The inner circle of defense was made up of the 5 great mountain dogs. As for the entrance of the hall, the final line of defense, there were several hundred hairy men. The entire formation was tight and secure, yet not rigid. They all had mobility and flexibility. What an iron formation! Mo Wu Tian's purple eyes shone with light as he felt the situation getting more troublesome. Even more people directed their gaze to the bronze hall. The grand yet modest hall had inscriptions and intrinsic designs, giving off an ancient atmosphere. That is the bronze hall that contains the immortal treasure? As long as we get past the dogs, we will reach the grand hall. Immortal treasure. Immortal treasure. I wonder what mind-blowing riches awaits us. Everyone's gaze were heated. The goal was in front of them. It made their greed overflow. It is time. Mo Wu Tian looked around, sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like fire burning in everyone's hearts. But the great dog army deterred them. Everyone knew that with their own strength, they would never succeed. This was the basis for cooperation. Lord Xiaomeng, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wu Tian's body was like a black smoke phantom, taking several steps and arriving before Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng snorted. When he saw the overwhelming dog army, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of getting rejected by Mo Wu Tian and also worried about his own reputation if he approached the demonic faction for cooperation as a righteous rank 5 cultivator. Right now, Mo Wu Tian approached him personally. It was music to his ears. Humph. Xiaomeng snorted. His attitude was neither cold nor hot, as he made eye contact with Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian immediately understood Xiaomeng's intentions. He was extremely disdainful towards such hypocrisy, but he said, "Then in 15 minutes, we will attack from the front and back together." Xiaomeng nodded, turning around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wu Tian sneered, walking back and telling his people, "I just approached Xiaomeng and agitated him, to have a competition with him. Next, we will split into 2, attacking together from 2 sides. We will compete to see who gets to the bronze hall first, whether the righteous faction or us demonic faction wins." Xiaomeng announced at the other side, "Demonic scoundrels are greedy and unscrupulous. Finding me to cooperate, obviously I rejected them. How can I work with these scum? 15 minutes later they will attack. We will take the chance and attack as they endure some of the pressure for us." Ha! Young Master Wu Tian rules. Defeat these righteous hypocrites. Demonic Gu masters were riled up as they shouted. Lord Xiaomeng is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the enemy for us. The righteous Gu masters were spirited. Kill. 15 minutes later, the attack began. Righteous and demonic were far away, attacking from 2 directions. Bai Ningbing was hidden at some place, relying on her shared vision with the land spirit, using its divine consciousness to scan the battlefield. Tens of thousands of dogs barked and bared their paws as they charged ahead. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew. All sorts of goo worms competed. Like the dance of fire and ice, lightning exploded and soil was overturned, green vines grew endlessly. Kill! Yichong charged ahead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales. The wind blew his fiery red hair into the air. All around him, there was a light blue spiral wave, together with the black fins that grew on his back. He seemed to have become a fearsome shark in the sea. None of the dogs could block him. Immortal treasure. If I can get it and succeed in my mission, I would definitely be able to change my surname to Shang when I return to the clan. Yuhua's gaze was determined as he turned into the god of fire, attacking even more fiercely than Yichong. Everywhere he went, there was blazing flames and crying dogs. Kong Ritian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of petals. Li Xian laughed coldly. While people were not noticing, he used his rank 5 goo and concealed his body, secretly moving ahead. Let's work together. With me healing there is no worry. Tao Zi shouted as many goo masters gathered over. People were moving, and in this great battle, Yan Jun moved slowly and steadily, like a casual traveler. A strong and brave dog king pounced at him. Yan Hun's expression was unchanging as he turned into a hollow shadow. The dog king jumped over and went straight through the shadow. The shadow flickered, turning back into Yan Jun's flesh body. The dog king behind him had engaged the goo masters behind already. The goo masters displayed all their abilities, battling with the dog group. The scene was as chaotic as it could be. and Bai Ningbing could barely cope facing such a huge number of opponents, starting to fluster. Chapter 394. Success at long last. Kill! Charge! Damn, why are there so many dogs? Murderous yells, shouts, miserable howls, swearing and dog howls combined to form into a huge clamor that seemed to shake the world. The battle had not even begun for 5 minutes. Blood had formed into a river and there were corpses everywhere. Bai Ningbing hid at some secret place, and used all her strength to mobile the dog groups. With the help of the land spirit, she was able to gradually stabilize the situation. Lightning Simple Dog, Chrysanthemum Akita Dog and other common dog beasts suffered the most casualties. Goo Masters had charged halfway through the dog beasts and ran into the formation of the 5 great mountain dogs, having great casualties. Heavy Tai, Green Hua, Smoke Song, Light Heng and Star Heng. These 5 great dogs were very powerful and their circular formation was very reliable. They were like a huge dam that blocked these Goo Masters that were charging like a tide. At this stage, both righteous and demonic factions suffered heavy casualties. Big brother, hold on! Meng Tu grabbed Jiao Huang's arm. Jiao Huang had suffered heavy injuries from where blood flowed out without stopping. Jiao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength to barely move along with the majority. Right now, they could not retreat. They could not even stop to rest. If they left the troops, the dog beasts would submerge their tiny bodies. Brother, we have made a huge loss this time. We accepted Shang Clan's assignment to get Fang Deng's head. To think we would encounter an immortal treasure, sigh, we gave in to our desire for material benefits, and thus fell into such desperate straits. Jiao Huang heaved a sigh. These 2 were rank 3 peak stage Goo Masters, famous assassin group of demonic path. They had even succeeded in assassinating rank 4 Goo Master Xiao Fulu. They thought of joining Shang Clan and thus were prepared to secretly handle Fang Yuan. But the whole way, they did not find any good opportunity. After charging into the Blessed Land, they encountered an immortal treasure, and followed with the majority. The result, they sent themselves into danger. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage could fight valiantly. Rank 4 upper stage had to move with the crowd. Those rank 1 and 2 Goo Masters made up the most of the casualties. Rank 3 Goo Masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, Goo Masters still charged forward endlessly. The illusionary immortal treasure ignited their most crazed fanatical desires. They were charging recklessly, all delusional about obtaining the immortal treasure and attaining success in life, becoming an expert. Only for a certain group of people, at the time of their deaths, they calmed down and regretted endlessly. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have gone mad, forgetting their own life or death at the enticement of the immortal treasure. Tai Ruanan slowed down her footsteps. She was shocked by the state of the battlefield. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were surrounding her in a protective formation. The way I see it, this probably has to do with that Mo Wu Tian. The head of the Tai Clan's 4 old-timers suddenly said in a soft voice. You are saying? Tai Ruanan's gaze flashed. Far away, Mo Wu Tian was moving forward in the lead, laughing crazily with his purple deep eyes flashing with dazzling light. He was a Soul Path Goo Master, and had secretly used his goo to make everyone more fanatical. Demonic Path members should all be put to death! Tai Ruanan snorted, the killing intent in her heart surging up. Young Master, Mo Wu Tian is a rank 5 expert. He is not someone we will be able to fight easily. We need to deal with urgent matters first. Our objective is not him. One of the Tai Clan's 4 old-timers persuaded. Tai Ruanan pursed her lips and heavily nodded her head, her gaze firm as iron. Right, the most important matter right now is still Little Beast King Fangjing. Ha ha, I hadn't thought the enslavement path Goo Master in the dark would only amount to this. Mo Wu Tian laughed wildly, the fierce wind blowing in the battlefield blew his black hair, and his demonic flames danced rampantly. The united charge of righteous and demonic Goo Masters was going on much better than he expected. Bai Ningbing was after all a newbie. Earlier, she had Fan Yuan's formations and instructions to follow. But the current situation had become more complex with a lot more new changes. It was a lot more than she could take, and this in turn were flaws that were clear to Goo Masters at the level of Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian's eyes flashed repeatedly with eerie light. At the same time as charging forward, he was doing multiple tasks. He constantly controlled his goo to attack the dog beasts and also to influence people's minds and create a fanatical atmosphere. At the same time, he was also using his goo to scout the battlefield. Enslavement Path Goo Masters always had powerful offense and could battle many opponents with just the strength of one person. But everything in this world was balanced. Enslavement Path had a clear disadvantage. Besides the huge consumption of resources they needed, their individual strength was weak and were easy to kill. Mo Wu Tian was searching for Bai Ningbing's position. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog-beast formation would fall apart, and a large majority of them would even scatter without a fight. Found you! Mo Wu Tian's gaze suddenly concentrated as he discovered the hiding place of Bai Ningbing. He, give me your life. He laughed and flung his sleeve, his figure turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog moved through the battlefield at an astonishing speed and in just a few breaths' time was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good! Bai Ningbing discovered the charging fog and her heart sank. Mo Wu Tian was a rank 5 Goo Master while Bai Ningbing was only at rank 4. By just this she would be hard-pressed to fight him, let alone now when she was doing multiple tasks and controlling the dog beasts. Fortunately, I also have my trump cards. Bai Ningbing was startled but not panicked as she willed. Go bite him, Ba Huang. A hill-sized enormous dog emperor heard the command and with one leap, flew over 100 feet and smashed into Mo Wu Tian. Woof! Ba Huang barked loudly. Its bark was like a bolt from the blue, suppressing the whole battlefield and turning it silent. Following the bark, the dog beasts flared up with high morale. The casualties among the Goo Masters became more intense. Dog Emperor. Its physique was majestic with its whole body covered with yellow sleek fur. It had a head like that of a lion with thick mane around its neck that was dazzling like a sun. This was an emperor among the beasts, and was not something that could be looked down upon. Once it used the wild goo on it, it could contend against rank 5 Goo Masters. Damn it! Mo Wu Tian cursed when he was stopped by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of relief, but right at this time, a dazzling silver light shot through the battlefield and appeared in front of her instantly. Demonic Path Jr., take a good look at me. This silver light turned into a human figure, rank 5 Righteous Path Expert Xiao Meng. Ing Ming! Bai Ningbing withstood the pressure and commanded in her mind, sending out the second Dog Emperor. This second Dog Emperor was the size of a normal dog beast. There were gorgeous patterns on its snowy white skin like pink cherry blossoms. Withstanding Xiao Meng's intense pressure, the wild goo on the Dog Emperor activated and created clouds below Ing Ming's feet, allowing it to fly. Just a mere wild dog. It is actually a Dog Emperor. Xiao Meng scoffed, but after few exchanges of lightning-fast attacks and defending, he withdrew his contempt and fought cautiously. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy. Although the two rank 5 experts were blocked, this situation was only temporary. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. Humans' wisdom was superior to beasts. Sooner or later, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng would understand the Dog Emperor's trump cards and then could make their moves with ease, even bypassing them to directly kill Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The other Goo Masters were still in the middle of the battlefield fighting and charging forward. They were temporarily of no threat. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of relief and turned her gaze towards the bronze hall. There is not much time. Her blue eyes narrowed, letting out a clear and cold radiance. Inside the bronze hall, Fan Yuan took large mouthfuls of air, gasping heavily. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyu was already lying on the ground, unconscious. Blood flowed out of Fan Yuan's 7 orifices, but he did not care. A pair of bright eyes stared at front. A goo was letting out brilliant light as it floated it in the air. It did not have a concrete shape. Occasionally it was like a colorful cloud and occasionally it was like a whirlpool of light. Success! Fan Yuan was filled with joy. He had already succeeded in refining divine travel goo. Now only one step remained and he could obtain second aperture goo. You succeeded! You really succeeded! The land spirit appeared beside Fan Yuan. It was extremely weak but its eyes glowed with light, full of happiness at the success. You are worthy of being a future goo immortal. You could really refine divine travel goo. Amazing! It was indeed a correct choice to entrust this task to you. Now, the most difficult step has passed. It is smooth sailing ahead. Next, you need to use third watch goo and it will be a success without the least bit of difficulty. The land spirit heaved a long sigh, its sigh full of emotions. Thousands of years of effort has finally succeeded today. The recipe indeed works. I am truly happy. But such a pity that I can't see the second aperture goo in the end. After it finished speaking, the land spirit Ba Gui's body gradually turned fainter and fainter till it completely disappeared. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron was almost finished with only a thin trace remaining. The blessed land had already collapsed for the most part, and was at the brink of extinction. The aged Ba Gui had been helping Fan Yuan in refining goo and also helping Bai Ningbing to guard. It finally could not endure such pressure and completely withered away. But compared to previous life where it had died a death of desperation under many goo masters' attacks, it was much more blessed during this life and could even be said to have had a proper death. Ba Gui's death meant the immortal essence could not be used anymore. However, Fan Yuan was not nervous. For the next final step, the immortal essence could be replaced with large amounts of primeval stones. Even if Ba Gui was alive, that trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron was required to support the operation of the blessed land and simply could not be used to refine goo. The difficulty of this immortal goo refinement exceeds spring-autumn cicada. Just now, that huge shock to the main hall almost caused all the efforts to be a waste, and in case the goo refinement had failed, with just my mortal body, I will definitely die from the backlash without even having time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step had an extreme demand on mind and a mortal simply cannot endure it. Fortunately, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu just to be safe, otherwise this step could never have been completed. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was already a goo immortal when he refined spring-autumn cicada. Now this time, he was refining immortal goo with the qualifications of a mortal, and he should not have had any chance of success. However, first, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brain and used up all his life to research and perfect this recipe. Second, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, which greatly reduced the absurd difficulty. And finally, it was not done by Fan Yuan alone. He had the help of Land Spirit, and also Refinement Path Grandmaster Feng Tianyu. All these helped Fan Yuan to complete the most difficult and dangerous step. Next I have to use Third Watch Goo. This is much more simple. Right, I wonder how the situation outside is. Fan Yuan calmed his mind and then started hearing the shouts and commotion outside the main hall. Fan Yuan, be careful. Someone broke through the dog formation. A rank 4 Goo Master is coming towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ningbing's warning arrived. Fan Yuan's expression was heavy as he slowly stood up. Chapter 395. Bai Ningbing? Currently, the land spirit was dead and Fan Yuan was unable to see the scene outside the hall. However, with his previous life memories, he could guess one or two things without looking at the situation. There are only 2 rank 5 experts in the Blessed Land, Xiaomeng and Mo Tian. They will be held back by the 2 dog emperors for some time. There are a lot of rank 4 Goo Masters, but at this time, there is only one who can charge to this place. That is the young clan leader of Yen Clan, Yen Jun. He obtained the ancient Phantom Path inheritance, and is specialized in hiding and attacking. It should not be a problem for him to charge through the dog-beast formation. Fan Yuan pondered. It was the truth as well. Phantom Path had once flourished in the ancient times. Its concept was to be footloose and carefree, invincibility through dodging. As long as one could evade every attack, that was a form of invincibility. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Phantom Path Yen Jun had shown great brilliance at the Battle of Etian Mountain, challenging the demonic Path Goo Masters and causing them to suffer severe losses. That was until Mo Wu Tian showed up and beat him into retreating. This blessed land doesn't have strong defense. The central area is so important, but there is only a bronze hall built there. Although it can be used to store things, its defense is really thin. The whole thing is impressive looking but useless. If it was like the Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Danghun Mountain as defense, it would simply be like a heavenly moat, and even Goo Immortals would have a headache facing it. Even my own blessed land that had the structure of a blood sea was much better than this hall. Fan Yuan inwardly felt resentment. He walked over to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up! Fan Yuan said in a cold voice. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions. If it were not for him bearing most of the pressure, Fan Yuan might not have succeeded in refining to this stage. Ugh, Mas! Master! He woke up with bloodshot eyes, his hair was scraggy like weed and his face was pale white. His body was swaying as he greeted Fan Yuan. Go out of the main hall and block the rank 4 Phantom Path Goo Master. Even if you have to sacrifice your life. Fan Yuan ruthlessly commanded. Yes, subordinate will do his best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and walked out. His primeval essence was almost completely consumed, and he did not have enough fighting strength left. Moreover, as a refinement path grandmaster, he was not specialized in intense battle. It was almost guaranteed that he would not return alive from this mission. However, the current Fan Yuan still needed to continue with the final step. He did not have any other force remaining, thus he could only send Feng Tianyu. Second aperture Gu is the top priority. Sacrificing a refinement path grandmaster for it is nothing much. Fan Yuan sat down in a cross-legged position and looked at the continuously changing gorgeous light in the air. At this step, second aperture Gu was already mostly completely and was interchanging between real and surreal, form and formless. It was unable to be moved and also could only exist for 6 hours. After 6 hours, if the refinement has still not been carried out, the light would disappear and all the previous effort would be wasted. There is no turning back now. As long as I finish this final step, I will obtain second aperture Gu. It is just that. Fan Yuan subconsciously stroked his abdomen with a grave expression. In the blessed land, time flew 3 times faster than the outside world. Spring-autumn cicada was recovering extremely fast and bringing great pressure to the aperture. Even though Fan Yuan's aperture was rank 4 upper stage, it could not endure this pressure, and there were indications of tiny cracks on the aperture's surface. Next, he would have to still use 2/3 watch Gu, and with the effects overlaid, the time flow would be 9 times faster. At that time, could his aperture endure the pressure? Fan Yuan was not someone who would recklessly take risks and had already meticulously planned before beginning the Gu refinement. He had a huge chance of winning this gamble. As long as he got the second aperture and promptly left the blessed land, he would be able to have few months of respite. He naturally had some backup plans at that time. Third watch Gu go. He calmed down his mind and gathered his concentration to begin the final step. Under the effect of third watch Gu, that light ball immediately started changing rapidly. The light rays were dazzling and gave off a mysterious aura that was hard to describe in words. Divine travel Gu broadens the space and third watch Gu condenses the time. This is the using the laws of both space and time. This truly is the way of Gu passed down from the immemorial era. Genuine knowledge comes from practice, and Fan Yuan gained some comprehension from this. Time flew. The first third watch Gu's effect was nearing its end. The light ball faintly solidified, giving off the shape of the final product. The shouts from outside the main hall became louder, but whether it were Mo Wu Tian, Xiao Meng, or Yen Jun and so on, no one had yet to charge inside. Good, next it is the second third watch Gu. Looking at the refinement finally about to succeed, even Fan Yuan started feeling excited. However, right at this time, Bai Ningbing's voice came. Fan Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruanan has broken the defense line and is coming towards you. Fan Yuan's expression changed. At this moment, his whole attention was concentrated on the refinement, and he could not pull out from it. How could he face the enemy? With Feng Tianyu already being sent out, he did not have any defensive force. What to do? Bai Ningbing, what the hell are you doing? Are you still not going to come to guard me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the powers of poison Vao Gu. Fan Yuan transmitted his furious voice. He was extremely helpless and could only call Bai Ningbing over. Without Bai Ningbing to take control, the dog groups outside would definitely be a group of leaderless army, and there would be huge chaos. And soon, the group of heroes could kill their way through. However, Fan Yuan could not care about it. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board. Anyone could slaughter him with him not having even a bit of retaliation power. If someone did not protect him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruanan. Fortunately, the Gu refinement was already at its final stage, and now only the second third watch Gu had to be used. Fan Yuan only hoped for more time. As long as he made every second count and finished the refinement, with the many rank 4 and rank 5 movement Gu on him, he could break out of the siege and escape alive. As for Bai Ningbing? She is suitable to block the incoming enemies. Her use would be maximized. As for what her ending would be, it was not something Fan Yuan could consider at the moment. Bam! The hall's great door was pushed open violently. Tai Ruanan walked inside and saw the scene in the hall. She was first dazed before immediately reacting with both shock and happiness. Little Beast King, today is the day I shall take your head. She went in for the kill before she even finished speaking. With a wave of her hand, countless golden needles flew out. Bai Ningbing! The concentrated aura of death came pouncing on him, and Fan Yuan could not help shouting again. Whoosh! Cold wind blew and ice started spreading, forming into an ice wall that blocked all the golden needles. Next moment, Bai Ningbing also appeared at the entrance of the main hall. However, her state was clearly not good. She was covered in blood and injuries filled her body. The most severe injury was on her back, a cut that spread from her shoulder to her sacrum. It was so deep that even her bones could be seen. There were bits of green leaves sticking on her clothes, her silver hair was scorched, and her whole left arm was purple. She was clearly poisoned. Quick, block her! Fan Yuan shouted. I only need a little time. You still have the leisure to say such nonsense. Just make the most of this time to refine the goo. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and cursed before starting to fight Tai Ruonan. Tai Ruonan laughed coldly. Her golden needles flew like lightning with extremely terrifying offensive power. Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth. She had suffered heavy injuries and did not even have 10% of her original strength. She soon fell into disadvantage. Several moves later, Bai Ningbing's injuries intensified. Her ankles sprained and her body wavered. Tai Ruonan keenly grabbed this chance to move in for a fierce attack. Bai Ningbing was again inflicted with heavy injuries and fell down to the ground. I shall kill you first! An imprint that was on Tai Ruonan's forehead flashed and turned into solid, forming a golden flying dagger that shot out fiercely. Whoosh! The golden flying dagger cut through the air towards Bai Ningbing's neck, but it missed by just a hairline gap and pierced into the bronze tile. Bai Ningbing rolled quickly and evaded the fatal attack, shouting, How long do you still need? Fan Yuan's heart was thumping loudly as he gritted his teeth and shouted, Just a little bit, hold on even if you die. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ningbing cursed but was interrupted by Tai Ruonan's attack. Tai Ruonan's offense came in wave after wave. Bai Ningbing was sent into retreat bit by bit and could only make dodging his priority, struggling in between the thin line of life and death. Several more moves later, Bai Ningbing gasped roughly. I can't continue. Fan Yuan, I am going to self-destruct. Your aptitude has already returned to 100%. Fan Yuan was startled. What do you think? Bai Ningbing cursed. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes. Bai Ningbing changing back into Northern Dark Soul Ice physique was a definite thing. But he had not expected it to be this quick. According to his calculation, despite the time flowing 3 times faster in the Blessed Land, it should have only have been after several more months. Fan Yuan was in a critical juncture of the refinement process, and was unable to distract his mind to consider too much. The self-destruction of a 10 extreme physique possessed extreme might, and even rank 5 Gu masters would have to take evasive actions. Once Bai Ningbing self-destructed, there would be an extreme change in the whole battle situation. Try to hold on, unless you can't control it anymore, don't. Fan Yuan shouted. He was refining the Gu with his back facing the entrance, and could not see the concrete situation of the fight between Tai Ruonan and Bai Ningbing. The response he received, however, was Bai Ningbing's deep sigh. It's too late. The next moment, Fan Yuan felt the cold aura spread everywhere in the main hall and the temperature decreased rapidly. Crack. There were continuous sounds of ice forming. What Gu is this? Tai Ruonan's cry of surprise also reached Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan turned his head with difficulty to look and saw the main hall already becoming a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing was floating high up in the air, her whole body turning into ice crystal, similar to the situation when she had self-destructed back at Qingmao Mountain. The cold wind blustered and glaciers rose, crushing towards Tai Ruonan with vast and majestic force. Tai Ruonan had a fierce expression as she quickly retreated towards outside. However, the door of the main hall was already condensed into ice. She was like a turtle trapped in a jar and was surrounded by the icy layers. Is this the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Tai Ruonan cried out in surprise. But it was already too late. She was sealed within the ice like an insect in an ember. The ice, however, did not stop spreading and was spreading towards Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing! Fan Yuan worriedly shouted, but there was no response from Bai Ningbing. Her body had almost become one with ice, and her whole face had started turning indistinct. Her crystal-like eyes no longer shone and had thoroughly dimmed. Damn it! Fan Yuan's brain was hurting from the anxiety. The ice had already reached his body. He could only use Yanggu. Yanggu flew out and landed on Bai Ningbing's body. Immediately Yang aura and the icy coldness formed into a whirlpool of primeval essence. The scene back at Qingmao Mountain many years ago appeared once again. I stopped spreading, but this distraction almost caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fan Yuan's heart thumped loudly in shock and he immediately concentrated all his attention without being concerned about the situation behind him. Under his efforts and control, the light clouds finally condensed into second aperture goo. Immortal goo! I finally succeeded! Right now, Fan Yuan's heart was exploding with joy. All his efforts and all the risks he took had created a very satisfactory outcome. Pew! Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fan Yuan's heart, piercing from behind him and coming out of his chest. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk to needle size and he looked behind with difficulty. Bai Ningbing! You! Fan Yuan, to think there would be a day where you fall into a trap! Tai Ruonan slowly walked over, her gaze filled with hatred. Chapter 396. Bai Ningbing! The bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen as the atmosphere became very heavy. Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground with the rank 6 second aperture goo floating in front of him. Immortal goo refinement had succeeded, but Fan Yuan's attention was not at this immortal goo. He turned his head with difficulty and gazed at Bai Ningbing, his eyes revealing his deep doubts. Bai Ningbing, who had already recovered his male body, was holding an ice blade and was expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruonan slowly walked over and fixed her gaze at Fan Yuan, her expression showing both grief and joy. Fan Yuan, you had never in your wildest imagination expect this day to occur, right? Fan Yuan seemed like he did not hear anything and kept on looking at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at Fan Yuan. With the recovery of his male body, his height had increased, he was wearing a snow-white robe, his silver hair was floating in the air and his eyes shone with deep coldness. He was like a glacier, extremely cold. You didn't expect it, right? That you would finally be defeated by me. Bai Ningbing indifferently smiled while looking at Fan Yuan. Since my resurrection back on Qingmao Mountain, I had been pondering on how to recover my male body. In the days spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you as a chess piece that could be moved at your will. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I have to admit that you are absolutely the most terrifying one. Fan Yuan, you are someone with innate talent for scheming, and with your vicious methods, you are a very formidable person. But I, Bai Ningbing, am also not an ordinary character. How could I become someone's subordinate? Humph. The more you controlled me and the more you exploited me, the more I thought of ways to escape, to make a comeback and counterattack. But the Yanggu was with you and you could cause it to self-destruct with just a thought. Thus, I did not act recklessly but racked my brains to think of countermeasures until one day, I got a superb inspiration and thought of a way. Actually, the scene of you voluntarily hand over the goo had already happened once on Qingmao Mountain. Right, that is to repeat the scene back on Qingmao Mountain. The time of my self-destruction will be the time you use the Yanggu. With this as the start, I began to plot secretly. The corner of Bai Ningbing's lips slowly spread into a smile. I would self-destruct, but it would naturally not be actual self-destruction since there was a chance you might not use Yanggu. So I chose Ice Crystal Goo. Fan Yuan's expression was dim as water. Back at Shangclan City, Bai Ningbing chose Ice Path. Among the Ice Path, there were 3 transformation-type goo, Frost Demon Goo, Snow Fairy Goo, and Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yan had strongly recommended Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Fairy Goo. Snow Fairy Goo was suitable for female Goo masters while Ice Crystal Goo was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing, however, chose Ice Crystal Goo as a female, which had caused Wei Yan to feel great regret. You finally get it. Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right, I originally chose Ice Crystal Goo not because I was peeved but because Snow Fairy Goo changed the body to a snow fairy with clear appearance that could not be hidden. However, if I turn into Ice Crystal and use Ice Explosion Goo with it, it could form a majestic scene that is extremely similar to the self-destruction of Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. You have seen it just now, didn't it deceive you? Humph, if I was not concentrating on refining Goo, I would definitely discover the peculiarity. How could you have succeeded so easily then? Fan Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, nodded her head with a serious expression. Right. You are very meticulous, observing everything to the finest details. When I thought of this method, I also felt it would be strange and there would be a great chance of failure. In fact, there was a change in circumstances that made me almost give up this plan. The change Bai Ningbing spoke of was none other than Poison Vow Goo. A great man knows when to yield and when not. My objective was to rely on the Poison Vow to accomplish my goal. So what if I would be used for some time? Bai Ningbing's eyes turned vague as he recalled. However, the developments after that made me realize that Poison Vow Goo was not reliable. The poison vow between you and Shangya Z, despite there being a very ingenious flaw, I felt that you were too confident. And I had also secretly investigated the contract with Bai Clan. The rumors, however, were still leaked out, making me feel even more uncertain. One thing that I have learned about you is that you make the best preparations for everything, calculating even the worst outcomes. Thus, I could not help but consider this situation. What if you were not restricted by poison vow goo? What would I do then? I knew that if that was the case, I had already gotten into a desperate situation. I was restricted by the poison vow while you were not. I would become your chess piece which you could use or kill with no way for me to retaliate. Just relying on my own power, I would never be able to escape this predicament, but there was one person who could help me at Shangclan City. Speaking of this person, I still need to thank you for the introduction. Bai Ningbing smiled mockingly. He thought of the first meeting with Dr. Su Shou. It was during the banquet organized by Shang Yanfei. As thanks to Fang and Bai for escorting Shang Xi and Ci to Shangclan City, Shang Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou to treat Fan Yuan's disfigured face. And to make Bai Ningbing give up, Fan Yuan intentionally asked her to go together. After Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou with her real appearance, Dr. Su Shou's attitude immediately changed into extreme warmth and compassion. Dr. Su Shou was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border and had a peculiarity of being attracted to appearance. She was extremely fond of handsome men and beautiful women. As long as their appearance was extraordinary, she would give treatment for free. If the appearance was ugly, she would loathe them and would not treat them even if they gave more money. Bai Ningbing asked her about the transformation of yin and yang, and with the reply he got, he was even more aware of how important the yang gu in Fan Yuan's possession was. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing also got to know Dr. Su Shou. Before leaving, Dr. Su Shou had made a serious promise that no matter what problems he faced, he could go find her. Cough, cough. Fan Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the help of healing goo, he was able to hang on to life. However, the chilly aura of the ice blade was slowing down the speed of his blood flow, and the numbness the cold brought was spreading to his whole body. Right now, however, these injuries were minor details. The person you are speaking is the Dr. Su Shou? He, you are Fan Yuan indeed, you are right. Bai Ningbing praised. That BTCH. Fan Yuan cursed but also had new doubts. But didn't you guys only meet once? Wait. There was also the second time. Fan Yuan suddenly recalled something while talking. At Shangclan City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Su Shou had met for a second time. That time was when Bai Ningbing lost Yen Tu by just a little and suffered heavy injuries while also losing her vital goo. She went to Dr. Su Shou's place to receive treatment and to recuperate. Don't tell me? Fan Yuan seemed to have thought of something and his gaze immediately turned to Bai Ningbing as if it was the first time he was seeing this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled, his blue eyes shining eerily. It seems you have guessed it. That's right, I intentionally lost Yen Tuesday. Losing a vital goo is nothing. Exchanging it for a chance to evade your suspicions, isn't it a profitable transaction? At that time, I decided to gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place and relying just on his intuition, he decided to take a risk. He told the truth honestly to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his experience and did her best to free him from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to dispel poison vow. Dr. Su Shou replied that she could not dispel poison vow, but there was a way which could get rid of poison vow's binding. She recalled from her memories. Once, when she was young and ignorant, she was deceived by her sex junior brother into using poison vow goo to make an oath saying they would never abandon each other. Later, she used this method to get rid of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing asked, "What is it?" Dr. Su Shou's gaze turned grave and said, "To live, one must die. Once the poison vow activated, it would cause the death of the vow maker." Dr. Su Shou was a healing goo master and her solution was to intentionally let the poison vow activate and cause the goo master's death. The poison would be removed and then revive the goo master. This method is a forceful removal. The absolute majority of healing goo masters cannot do it even if they thought of it. I am able to barely accomplish it because of the unique legacy from my teacher. But even so, this has a 1 in 3 chance of failure. If it fails, it will mean death. Think it through. Dr. Su Shou gave a final warning. Bai Ningbing decided on the spot to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he got rid of the poison vow fortunately. Without the poison vow's binding, Bai Ningbing got in touch with Tai Clan and Tai Roan and was able to learn the truth. The truth that person in front of her was Fan Yuan and not Fang Jing. At the same time, she also understood the event that occurred on Qingmao Mountain. To deal with Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruonan launched a secret cooperation. We had used Iron Cabinet Goo and Chief Flow Goo around an area and planned to create the scene of the self-destruction. Unfortunately, you refused to rescue her. I could only gather a group and hurry to Sanchao Mountain to make new plans. Tai Ruonan spoke. The scene of Bai Ningbing being trapped for so many days by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers looked like Tai Clan's reprisal because of Bai Ningbing killing a Tai Clan's Goo master in the inheritance, but in truth, it was all a scheme to deal with Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan fought 1 against 7 and slaughtered Tai Ruonan's group, which caused Tai Mu Bai to take the stage. Tai Ruonan received Tai Mu Bai's teachings, cultivating and patiently waiting for news from Bai Ningbing. This was also the reason why she did not take the initiative to look for Fan Yuan, although she had extreme hatred towards him. However, Fan Yuan made an impressive move that shook everybody. He took control of the whole situation after entering 3 kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai's death caused Bai Ningbing to keep silent and conceal himself even deeper. Using Fan Yuan's trust, he controlled the dog beasts. With the death of the land spirit, he was unable to suppress the situation anymore and the pressure on him increased. However, at the same time, he felt his whole body relaxed as he was free from the land spirit's surveillance. He was still not at ease though, thus he intentionally gave way for Yan Jun to probe Fan Yuan. Sure enough, like he expected, Feng Tianyu was sent out. This proved the land spirit had truly died. Bai Ningbing was inwardly happy and again maneuvered the situation to make a way in for Tai Ruonan and Tai Clan's 4 old-timers. The reason Tai Ruonan came to the main hall by herself was also because of this. Fan Yuan, I advise you to obediently surrender. Outside, my Tai Clan's enslavement path Grandmaster Tai Bai Chi is controlling the dog beasts and obstructing the group of experts. Outside the main hall, there are Tai Clan's 4 old-timers who are using Iron Cabinet Goo and Chief Flow Goo to confine the space so that no one can infiltrate here. Surrendering is your only way out. Tai Ruonan walked over and held the second aperture Goo in her hand while pronouncing Fan Yuan's fate. Fan Yuan was silent. Chapter 397. The battle has just begun. There truly are uncountable geniuses in this world. After being solemn for a while, Fan Yuan raised his head and sighed. Bai Ningbing, what a Bai Ningbing! He, I underestimated you, and fell victim to your schemes. It was a beautiful victory, your plan was flawless, while I was careless and overconfident, only thinking about the immortal Goo, allowing you to succeed. It was my mistake. I'm flattered. The reason I could plot against you was due to the perfect time, place, and opportunity. If I were the one who had to refine an immortal Goo while scheming against both the righteous and demonic factions, I would definitely have done worse than you. Bai Ningbing answered seriously. But now at this point, winner takes all and the loser loses everything. I hope you would stop your pointless struggle. Fan Yuan sneered. The reason you have not killed me yet is because of the immortal Goo. You want to know its effects, and also the immortal Goo recipe in my head. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was on the brink of destruction. There were loopholes everywhere, and without the heavenly power to suppress them, Goo masters could use their Goo freely. That is to say, Fan Yuan just had to think about it, and all his Goo would self-detonate. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruonan had no way to stop him. Tai Ruonan, Tai Mu Bai and the others died in my hands. You have to take this immortal Goo back to redeem yourself, otherwise you will lose your young master position. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. Tai Ruonan was expressionless, answering frankly. That's right, immortal Goo are unique, they are extremely important. When I bring it back it will be an unprecedented merit. I would receive the Tai Clan Goo Immortal's nurturing and reward. As for the recipe to refine immortal Goo, right now only you know about it. If I can contribute it to the clan, I would immediately become Tai Clan young clan leader. When I ascend to the position of clan leader, I will be like Lord Tai Mu Bai, upholding justice and order. After all these things I have learnt, to uphold justice, one needs to have great strength as well as a strong force. Only in this way can I repay Lord Tai Mu Bai's teachings, and allow him to feel at peace in the afterlife. Saying so, Tai Ruonan thought about the Tai clansmen who died in Fan Yuan's hands, her eyes turning red as she felt intense fury and hatred, and also the great satisfaction of getting her revenge. She breathed in deeply, staring sharply at Fan Yuan. As for you, Gu Fan Yuan, I will not kill you. You were able to refine an immortal Goo using a mortal body. Such refinement talent is truly spectacular. As long as you surrender, I will send you into the Tai Clan Demon Suppression Tower to undergo reform. In the future, when you turn over a new leaf and leave the tower, you will work for Tai Clan and contribute to the righteous path, repaying for your sins. This is the best outcome. Demon Suppression Tower. Fan Yuan squinted. You make it sound really nice. You want the immortal goo? Sure, let's make a transaction. Fan Yuan talked about the details of the transaction as he focused on the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. In this situation, it may seem like a dead end, but he still had one final resort. Because of refining goo, Fan Yuan's mind is tired and he had little primeval essence left. His rank 4 all-out effort goo was not refined yet, and many beast phantoms were used up in the goo refinement process. He could not force it now. Fan Yuan was not in the best condition, while Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruonan came prepared. Furthermore, there are the 4 Tai Clan old-timers outside as well as Tai Bai Chi who manipulates dog groups. Spring-Autumn Cicada was indeed the best chance he had, but it carried an enormous risk, and carried the danger of dying. Unless he had no other options, Fan Yuan did not want to use it yet. My true opportunity lies in the experts waiting outside the hall. With just the dog group and Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, they cannot block them all forever. As long as they fight their way in here, the situation would be completely overturned. Fate worked in mysterious ways. Not long ago, Fan Yuan was using all his methods to block the experts outside, but now he could not wish more for them to fight their way into the hall. This accursed Tai Clan, the mastermind is them all along. Tai Clan's old clan leader Tai Mu Bai came personally. What attracted him? We should have guessed. Tai Clan is a super clan, but don't think of devouring this alone. The immortal treasure belongs to all of us. In the intense battlefield, everyone was excited. Looking at the bronze hall, many goo masters' eyes were burning with passion. The purple-colored light barrier covered the entire bronze hall. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were at all 4 directions, guarding it securely. As for Tai Bai Chi, he was standing at the door of the hall, looking down at all the goo masters as he manipulated the dog group. He was an old man, his head was full of white hair, and he had a third eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path goo master, a Tai Clan elder, and was once Tai Mu Bai's capable general. Under Tai Mu Bai's orders, he came out of cultivation, coming to the faraway Sancha Mountain. Right now, Tai Bai Chi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. The dog group was under his command, unleashing several times the fighting strength they had compared to before. Tai Bai Chi did not mind the losses, blocking all the experts outside. This old fool is really irritating. Mo Wu Tian's hair was flying in the air as he breathed roughly. Before him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was bathed in blood, in a condition worse than Mo Wu Tian. But soon, the healing goo on it worked, and under the milky white-colored light, it began to heal rapidly. Mo Wu Tian tried to attack while there was a chance, but a group of green Hua dogs charged in. This again. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, forced to kill this group of reinforcements. While it had the chance, Ba Huang managed to heal most of its injuries and became revitalized again. Compared to the time Bai Ningbing sent out the Dog Emperor and did not have the energy to control it, Tai Bai Chi had a much easier time. He manipulated the entire battlefield and controlled the situation, showing the strength of the enslavement path fully. On the other hand, Xiao Meng was also receiving great attention from Tai Bai Chi. This won't do. The immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai Clan. Xiao Meng was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ing Ming was blocking his path, not allowing him to pass through. Bastard, you forced me! Xiao Meng growled, flying into the sky. The sky already had one huge hole, tens of kilometers in diameter, as the outside showed the sky of the main world, full of clouds, and was a bright sunny day. Xiao Meng flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light goo. Large amounts of sunlight gathered on his palms, the light turned into a ball, flawless and huge. Xiao Meng was like an ant carrying a huge rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light goo. The glorious light of the immemorial era gathered into the ball, and caused a qualitative change, as the entire ball was infected with the glory of the immemorial times. Rank 5, river under the sun goo. The light ball exploded, turning into an overwhelming water of light. Each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely bright and dazzling. Killer move, torrential light stream. The river of light rolled and crashed as it poured down on the blessed land from the hole. The light was blinding, and the waves were fierce. It turned the entire battlefield white, and everyone closed their eyes, unable to resist such a strong light. Oh no! Tai Bai Chi tried to stop it, but the light river's formation was already complete. He could only reduce its impact by a little. The Grand Light River was like a waterfall, crashing on the purple barrier. The barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering, as the 4 Ultimers who sustained the barrier spurted out mouthfuls of blood, gravely injured. The light river broke the barrier and was weakened, but it continued on its way into the bronze hall. The hall was immediately broken through, and the waterfall swept towards Fan Bai and Tai Bai Ning Bing and Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk as they subconsciously tried to dodge. Fan Yuan, who was waiting for an opportunity, immediately reacted and activated his primeval essence. Warp Goo! He activated this rank 5 movement goo. This goo was something he got from killing Chojio the Killer Ghost Doctor. With a swoosh, Fan Yuan vanished on the spot. The light river crashed on the floor, creating a huge hole that was about 2 meters deep. Tai and Bai dodged in time, standing at the edge of the huge hole, extremely calm. He escaped indeed, he. It seems he used warp goo. I think this goo came from Killer Ghost Doctor. Tai Ruanan analyzed. We're letting him escape? Bai Ningbing looked at Tai Ruanan. You forgot about fixed star goo? Don't worry, even if he escapes to the end of the world, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers would be able to arrest him. Let me roam around for now and expend his primeval essence and energy. It saves us some trouble. Tai Ruanan smiled lightly, her tone showing a confident attitude towards grasping the situation. After so many trials and difficulties, she had grown up a lot. G.U.H. Intense pain assaulted him as Fan Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling extremely dizzy. A sense of disgust almost caused him to fall face flat on the ground, feeling like his intestines were all jumbled up. Warp Goo was a space path goo, tearing through space and transporting the Goo Master's body. The strong effect carried an equally intense backlash. Goo Masters who constantly use Warp Goo would have their tendons entangled, their blood would flow backwards, and their joints would be dislocated. On the outside, the Goo Master would get uglier and uglier. No matter how nice he looked originally, he would turn hideous. To use the Warp Goo, one had to use other Goo worms to modify his own body. But to Fan Yuan, he no longer cared. Second Aperture Goo will be kept safe by you guys for now. I will return this hatred 1,000,000-fold in the future. Fan Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings, realizing that although he was out of the hall, he was still a distance from the bronze hall. Large numbers of dogs came attacking, and he quickly chose to retreat. Although Second Aperture Goo was in Tai Ruanan's hands, the control was still in Fan Yuan's hands. He refined the Second Aperture Goo single-handedly. Now with just a thought, this goo would self-detonate. Of course, unless left without a choice, Fan Yuan would not do something so stupid. This battle has just begun. Bai Ning Bing Tai Ruanan, just you wait. He. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use Second Aperture Goo, immortal essence was needed, otherwise, an insane amount of primeval stones were needed to replace it. To Fan Yuan, he could not keep this goo into his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was high enough. If he placed another immortal goo in, Fan Yuan's aperture would explode. If an immortal goo was outside the aperture, its aura would leak, and everyone would notice. If Fan Yuan took the immortal goo and ran, he would become everyone's target, immediately being chased down by 2 rank 5, more than 10 rank 4, and countless rank 3 and 2 goo masters. Tai Ruanan has the immortal goo, she is definitely everyone's attack target. Hee, I'll let you guys compete while I watch on the sidelines, becoming the final winner in the end. Fan Yuan was resolved to retreat and recover his battle strength, before finding an opportunity to strike. But heaven did not side with him, as quickly, many goo masters found out his movements and screamed. Who is it? Little Beast King, it seems he came out of the bronze hall. Quick, block him! He must have gotten a portion of the treasure. The voices attracted people's attention, as Fan Yuan's surrounding goo masters quickly turned around and attacked him. But the first who attacked were a small group of heavy Tai dogs. Not only was Fan Yuan obstructed by righteous and demonic goo masters, he was also specially taken care of by Tai Bai Chi. Chapter 398. South close to success, yet it was all for naught. God damn it! Fan Yuan cursed, waving his hand and summoning a golden dragon. Golden Dragon roared as it turned these heavy Tai dogs into meat paste, paving a way for him to move. Little Beast King, where do you think you're going? Hand over the immortal treasure! Yi Chong rushed towards Fan Yuan, as the waves came crashing. Bone wings Goo! Fan Yuan flapped his wings, avoiding the huge waves and flying into the sky. Little Beast King, just stay here. Evil waved his hand and fire birds flew out towards Fan Yuan. Golden Aurora Goo! Fan Yuan's body was covered in a golden light as his speed increased, retreating quickly and leaving the fire birds behind. Oh! This huge change attracted Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention. Xiao Meng shot out a giant hand of light, like a huge elephant, flying swiftly towards Fan Yuan trying to capture him. Fan Yuan turned at a sharp angle, narrowly avoided it. But at this moment, there was a gentle sound near his ears. This sound was like a lover's whisper beside one's ear, or like the voice of one's loved ones, causing an unknowing person to feel deeply emotional and unable to focus. And Mo Wu Tian's gentle feelings Goo! Fan Yuan quickly broke free of it after his shock, but his movement was slowed because of this, causing the giant light hand to catch up. Oh no! It was too late to dodge. Fan Yuan could only use his goo worms to fight back, using offense as defense. Bam! The sound of a loud explosion, and the light hand was dispersed, while Fan Yuan flew in the air like a kite with its strings cut, landing towards the ground. The sound of the wind near his ears woke the unconscious Fan Yuan. Sensing that he was falling, he quickly activated his goo worm while shouting. Tai Ruanan obtained a peerless immortal goo, she is refining it now. And Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention were instantly diverted. Immortal goo! Everyone went into a commotion as their enthusiasm surged, causing Tai Baiqi's pressure to intensify. Fan Yuan caught his breath and quickly used Wu Gei's movement goo. Large numbers of dark clouds appeared as he hid within, making his escape. But at this moment, swish, 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 swish. In the air, 4 chains extended out of nowhere, swift as lightning and flexible like snakes, tying Fan Yuan's 4 limbs. Next, the chains tightened and coiled, spreading until Fan Yuan was tied up tightly, dragged into the void. The next moment, Fan Yuan reappeared in the Bronze Hall. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were at the north, south, east, and west respectively, standing around him. They were half kneeling on the ground, their right palms facing forward while their left hand gripped their right hand, activating their goo worms together. On each of their right palms, a black steel chain was extending out. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers' killer move, Infinite Search and Lock. At this moment, in Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on top of Hundang Mountain, a competition that decided the Blessed Land's owner was at its final moments. Fangjing, hang in there, victory is within reach! Lord Sky Crane's voice came from within Fangjing. Compared to the start, he sounded extremely tired and weak. Yes, just one opponent left. Fangjing gritted his teeth, his body full of sweat as it swayed, hanging on with just his determination. The great Xiao Qixing, was surpassed by a nobody? Xiao Qixing's eyes were staring wide as he looked at Fangjing climb, at a height beyond him. Sigh, to think that it would end up like this. Ing Xingji sighed, letting go and falling down the mountain. He was furthest from the peak. Seeing Fang Deng's performance, he knew he had no chance of winning, thus giving up immediately. Hu Immortal Land Spirit would not let him die, of course. With a snap of her finger, Ing Xingji was transported out of the Blessed Land. Climb, continue to climb. The skin on Fang Zheng's arms and legs were torn, as blood flowed down. The closer he was to the peak, the greater the vibration shocks on the soul. Fang Jing was almost unable to think of anything. There was only the mountain peak left in his mind. As his entire potential was squeezed out, he was extremely tired, and this had greatly exceeded the limits of his body. This lad. Feng Jinhuang was moved. Fang Jing was obviously exhausted beyond belief, yet he seemed to have some sort of limitless energy sustaining him. Mountain peak, mountain peak! Fang Jing gritted his teeth, with only one thought in his mind. He climbed step by step, surpassing Feng Jinhuang and taking the lead. At this moment, he was only less than a meter from the mountain peak. Even the cute and tiny land spirit was standing at the edge of the cliff, looking down and watching the birth of her new owner. Outside the blessed land, some Gu masters who were watching started to sigh. Congrats to you, He Feng Yang. This time your immortal crane sect performed the best. If my rank 6 exquisite warp Gu was still around. Or maybe Star Shuttle Gu, fixed immortal travel Gu, or one's own movement Gu, the results would be different. The Gu immortals had differing attitudes, some were congratulating while others were sighing in pity. We were lucky, just lucky. Feng Yang was modest, but his tone could not conceal his joy. But at this moment, a Gu Immortal sneered. Feng Yang, you are going to be disappointed. This Hu Immortal inheritance belongs to us Spirit Affinity House. As the Immortal spoke, a change occurred in the blessed land. Feng Jin Huang shouted, and a beautiful pair of wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely elegant and beautiful, all sorts of lights shone on it. It was dazzling and alluring. With just one flap, Feng Jin Huang ascended easily. What? This is the legendary Immortal Gu, Dream Wings. Dream Wings was a special Immortal Gu. It did not exist in the real world, but only appeared in dreams. Activating it did not require immortal essence, but the Gu Master's spirit and soul instead. Feng Jin Huang was only immortal. Activating the Dream Wings forcefully would cause severe damage to her soul, amnesia at best, becoming mentally retarded at worst. But the proud her had never suffered defeat since her birth. She could not allow Fang Jing to be the sole winner right before her eyes. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I have to attain victory. Under Fang Gang's shocked expression, Feng Jin Huang flew up quickly, easily surpassing him and claiming the lead once again. The dream wings were folded back as Feng Jin Huang stood at the side of the cliff. Breathing heavily, she felt a strong dizziness from the depths of her soul, almost causing her to faint. She reached her limits. Forcefully activating an immortal Gu, it was not easy for Feng Jin Huang to reach this step. I actually lost. Fang Jing stared with wide-opened eyes, dejected and upset. At this moment, Feng Jin Huang was so close to the peak. In fact, her arms were already at the edge of the peak. She was one step away. I am about to win. At this moment, Feng Jin Huang forced herself to raise her head, using the last bit of strength she had. Her eyes were glowing like amber. Her beautiful appearance, and her snow-white long neck, was shining like jade in the blessed land's pink light. She was like a young phoenix, expanding its wings for the first time. Brilliant and glorious. At once, even Gu immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms at the edge of the cliff. Next, she used her remaining strength to drag her body up as well. At the end, she rolled onto the mountain peak. She succeeded. The sole winner of this competition, the new owner of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Southern border, Sancha Mountain, Bronze Hall. Fan Yuan was tied up by the chains. Fan Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruanan stood before Fan Yuan, laughed heartily. Bai Ningbing sighed. It is no use, Fan Yuan, I secretly planted the fixed star Gu in your left arm. With this Gu to locate you, the infinite search and lock can catch you no matter where you go. Even if you escape to the edge of the world, we can still bring you back. You have lost, admit it. What? Fan Yuan lowered his head, seeing that there was a Gu on his left arm. This Gu was a star fragment of the immemorial era. It was 8-sided and crystal clear, giving off starlight at times, causing Fan Yuan's forearm to shine with a transparent eerie blue light. Bai Ningbing! Fan Yuan howled, struggling frantically, causing the chains to make a loud clank sound. In his past life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers used this killer move to capture Kong Ritian. To think that in this life, the same move would be used on him. Before, when Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers, Fan Yuan did not help her immediately. He was wary of this infinite search and lock. Once he was locked on by this Gu, no matter where Fan Yuan escaped, the chains would extend from the void to capture him. But without the fixed star Gu, infinite search and lock would be like a headless chicken, not a threat at all. This fixed star Gu was given to me by the 4 old-timers personally, and I even spent a long time training to use it. Do you know when I planted it? It was when you injected yellow gold primeval essence to nurture my aperture. You had absolutely no idea, huh? Bai Ningbing's eyes were shining with cold mockery. This move was truly nailing the problem at its roots, crushing Fan Yuan's hopes of a reversal. Fixed star Gu. Good, Bai Ningbing, you are too good. Fan Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruanan continued to urge. Fan Yuan, you have been locked on by infinite search and lock. Your Gu worms have already been sealed and you cannot even use your primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course you can still will your Gu worms to self-detonate, but I would advise you not to do that. You are a smart person, you should know which option benefits you the most, right? Fan Yuan lowered his head, silent. Earlier, he had activated his Gu worms furiously, but infinite search and lock was famous for a reason. It was both a space path and seal path killer move. Even the rank 5 warp Gu was sealed, unable to be used. It has ended, Fan Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower is your final resting place. You will spend the rest of your life there. Bai Ningbing sighed, seeing his mortal enemy captured. He felt extremely complicated, feeling both joy and sorrow. Throughout these years, thank you for the excitement you have brought to my life. Because of your existence, it lightened up this lonely life of mine, and I became less lonely and bored. Next, I will have an even more exciting life, and you should be honored that you have been a part of it. Saying so, Bai Ningbing paid respects to Fan Yuan in an earnest and sincere expression. Chapter 399. Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky beyond the bronze hall. There was a huge hole in the blessed land sky, connecting to the outside world. From Fan Yuan's angle, he could see the sun of southern border. The sun was setting, it was near dusk. 5:45 p.m. At this time, Feng Jin Huang should have just inherited Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan thought. In his previous life, he worked with demonic Gu Immortals, attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land and taking over Dang Hun Mountain. In the end, he paid a huge price, killing Feng Jin Huang and narrowly surviving. After Feng Jin Huang died, the Righteous Path grieved, writing the biography of Feng Jin Huang. The biography listed all the things she achieved in life, and Feng Jin Huang had 3 great opportunities in life. Her first encounter was when she was 3 years old. When she was sleeping, she obtained the immortal Gu dream wings in her dreams. The second opportunity was Hu Immortal Blessed Land. On this day, at 5:30 p.m., she successfully ascended the mountain. Feng Jin Huang has the immortal Gu dream wings. The Hu Immortal inheritance is definitely hers to take. To not give her such a huge lead, I need the second aperture Gu. Unfortunately, my efforts were in vain. He sighed in his heart, but his dazed expression suddenly became resolute again. He had a chance to reverse the situation. He had not lost yet. That is because he had Spring-Autumn Cicada. Infinite Search and Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not restrict rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan raised his head, taking a final look at Bai Ningbing and the others. There was nothing to say this time. There was hope if he succeeded, and nothing to say if he failed. How can he be so calm? Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruonan and the others felt something amiss. Bam! Fan Yuan self-detonated. At that moment, Spring-Autumn Cicada burst out in 2 lights, green and orange, as a mystical and profound aura spread out. All of Fan Yuan's Gu worms, all his primeval essence, all his flesh and soul, all detonated. Every use of the Spring-Autumn Cicada was a great gamble. Fan Yuan was at a dead end. He bet on everything he had. After self-detonating, all the energy was injected into the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada turned into a brilliant dot, carrying Fan Yuan's remaining will and tore through space, entering the most famous forbidden ground in this world, the River of Time. The Gu world had southern border, northern plains, western desert, eastern seas, and central continent. There was also one River of Time, connecting past, present, and future. That was time itself. Space and time were the bases that constructed the world. Swish, swish, swish. The river water and the River of Time ebbed and flowed, crashing like waves. Every drop of the water of time was pale white, but over a gazillion droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun each time, giving off a brilliant light show. In this desolate and plentiful river water, Spring-Autumn Cicada was like a roaming traveler returning home. Its wings flapped as it carried Fan Yuan's consciousness and moved against the flow. To Fan Yuan, this was the 3rd time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada. The first time, he entered the River of Time without any experience. The second time, he was forced to self-detonate. There was too little time. This time, he was mentally prepared, and finally experienced the feeling of going against the tides. This feeling was so mystical and incredible. Countless light shadows, like a movie playing in reverse, appeared in his consciousness. It felt like a second passed, but it also felt like years had passed. The dangerous waves came crashing each time. Spring-Autumn Cicada quickly lost its stamina, and the energy from self-detonating was expended. It struggled and jumped into one of the droplets, vanishing. Fan Yuan blinked, and the image before him had changed. Hold on, all can be negotiated. I can promise to tell you the true path, but you must ensure my safety. I have a poison Val Gu. Fan Yuan heard a familiar voice begging for his life. He looked down and saw Wang Xiao. He was stunned. As his heart pounded, his expression changed as he revealed an unconcealed joy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded again, I won the bet, I managed to rebirth. Fan Yuan spread his arms, laughing loudly. Wan Xiao. Fan Yuan's sudden performance caused him to feel shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded? Is this guy mentally unsound? But honestly, there are lots of crazy demonic path Gu masters. Damn it, I encountered such a maniac. Being stepped on by Fan Yuan, Wan Xiao, who was lying on the ground, thought about this and begged even louder. Ha! Fan Yuan's laughter continued. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless scenario and restarting once again was simply too good. He felt great. He first inspected his aperture. In the aperture, his vital Gu's spring autumn cicada was extremely weak once again. Its lustrous body had turned into wilting autumn leaves. Fan Yuan willed, and spring autumn cicada hid its body, entering a deep sleep, regaining its strength through the river of time. This way, the threat spring autumn cicada has been alleviated. Fan Yuan laughed even louder, his eyes shining brightly. He looked around again. This was evidently still the blessed land. He was stepping on Wan Xiao, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yun Clan's young clan leader Yun Luo Tian. He was killed by Bai Ningbing, and his corpse was sent over by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan's laughter stopped, unable to laugh anymore. It was this guy, planning for so long and finally betrayed him, causing Fan Yuan to fail even though he succeeded in refining second aperture Gu, falling into deep despair. If not for spring autumn cicada and his good luck, Fan Yuan would have completely lost. Regardless of death or captivity in Demon Suppression Tower, he would have no opportunities left in life. Demonic path was like this. It was like walking on tightrope. One step was all it takes for destruction. Falling into the abyss, with no hopes of ever getting back up. I was simply too careless. Thinking about Feng Jin Huang and wanting to refine an immortal Gu, I ignored the true demon that was hiding near me. But this Bai Ningbing's acting was also convincing, planning for so many years, working so hard to numb my senses, and then giving me the final blow. Hey, I am still immortal, I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's mouth was bitter. Fan Yuan was improving and growing ferociously. Bai Ningbing was the same. This was the harshness of reality, and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character, but everyone was also a side character. Everyone has their own advantages. Bai Ningbing has the northern dark eye soul physique, Tai Ruonan has her Tai clan background, Feng Jin Huang gained an immortal Gu in her dreams when she was 3 years old. As for me, I struggled for hundreds of years, cultivating bitterly until I refined the spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan thought about this, and his emotions surged again. He smiled brilliantly and recited. Viewing thousands of mountains and deep crimson layers of trees dyed red on the limpid blue water, hundreds of barges race against currents, hawks spread their wings in the vast sky, fish swim freely under deep water, all living things vie for freedom under the autumn sky. Pondering over the immensity of the universe, I asked this boundless and misty earth who rules the fate of this world? If heavens had emotions it would grow old. The great Tao is emotionless and impartial. Every living being has the chance to rise up. It depends on how one uses their opportunities, and how one fights. In this world, no one is born to be a side character. And there is no one who is an eternal main character. Living beings compete, the weak are eliminated. Precisely because of the heroes competing in this world, facing off with their respective strengths and trump cards, can history be so immense and interesting, making the world such a mystical place. Thinking so, the bitterness, hatred, shock, grief and joy vanished in Fan Yuan like a trace of smoke. His heart was clear, his demonic resolution shone deeply in his eyes. He started to think calmly. So I rebirthed at this time. According to my previous life's development, I grilled Wang Xiao regarding the path towards Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even after dying. I had no choice and had to kill him, using the beast's strength placenta Gu to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. Fan Yuan was solemn, his expression like ice, as he recalled in his mind what was about to happen. Next, I spent a lot of effort, exposing the spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. Next, I killed killer ghost Dr. Choujiu, Wu Shintong, and Zhang San. I unexpectedly obtained a slavery Gu from Zhang San, and was about to continue killing people when an accident occurred. I had no choice but to interfere and kill Long Qing Tian, but because of the Jade Sky Gu poison, I had no gains. Next, I refined Gu, defended the hall, and got betrayed by Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan's mind worked like lightning, almost instantly recalling the previous life as his eyes squinted into a line, subconsciously clenching his fists tightly. The situation is really perilous. With his rebirth, Fan Yuan looked at the situation clear as day. His previous life's carelessness became this life's alertness. Firstly, Bai Ningbing already knows about the details regarding the refinement of the immortal Gu. She had secretly cooperated with Tai Ruanan. Tai clan had to be prepared long ago, that Tai Baichi might have already hidden himself in Sancha Mountain, ready to strike at any moment. The enemy is hidden while I am exposed. This is not good. Next, during the last few days of refinement, Xiao Meng would arrive here. The unexpected Mo Wu Tian would also join in with his new rank 5 cultivation. In his previous life, Fan Yuan killed several demonic heads, causing the demonic faction to have no leader. Mo Wu Tian's arrival easily overturned that as he gathered the demonic path's strength using his rank 5 cultivation. It could be said that because of him, it hastened the outside expert's attack on the hall. The enemy is strong while I am weak, that is even worse. Lastly, the most severe point. Fan Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, but now he knew. Bai Ningbing had secretly planted the fixed star Gu on him, on this forearm. Once the Tai clan's 4 old-timers used the infinite search and lock, he would have no way to escape, captured even if he ran to the edge of the world. Now that I think about it, Tai clan did not move earlier because first, I killed Tai Mu Bai, and that situation greatly exceeded their expectations. Secondly, they want to reap the benefits from others' conflict, attaining the fruits of victory without loss. Thirdly, they are extremely vigilant. Although infinite search and lock can restrict rank 5 Gu worms, it could be resisted in other ways. What if they arrested me but did not find the Yanggu? Thus, because of this, they kept it as a final trump card. Fixed star Gu was secretly planted. Fan Yuan was now like a fish in the net, he could not escape. It was almost a hopeless situation. Author's note: this book is the realization of my dream these 6 years. Thus it contained many things, and is different from other books. One point especially, that is Fan Yuan, the main character, is able to fail. Demonic Path was never about winning every battle, demons lose too. If I do not write out the failure, I would not be able to represent the true nature of demonic. Any risk has a price to pay. If one day, in the event Fan Yuan's death would make the book more interesting, or even elevate it to another level, then I would write him to death. That is also the tragedy of the demonic path. Chapter 400. Life is but a few hundred years, it is all a grand gamble. Fixed star Gu, this is like a rope tied around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. If I want to immediately get rid of the fixed star Gu, unless Bai Ningbing took it back personally, otherwise I can also chop off my left forearm. Fan Yuan's heart was burning with this urge. Fixed star Gu was hiding in Fan Yuan's forearm. Once he discarded his forearm, Tai clan's 4 old-timers would only be able to retrieve his broken limb. If he did that, Fan Yuan would lose a limb. He would have to treat it in the future, making a broken limb grow back, creating something from nothing. It would spend a lot of effort. Not mentioning how troublesome healing would be, the thing now was once he loses his left arm, it would be alerting his enemies. Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would immediately realize that Fan Yuan knew what was going on, and would immediately start their attacks. That way, the attackers of the main hall would also include Tai clan and Bai Ningbing. To Fan Yuan, such a situation was worse than the previous life. I cannot alert them prematurely. I was lucky to rebirth, compared to last time. My only advantage is that I know what is going to happen. I have to go with the flow, since Tai clan and Bai Ningbing are still usable to me now. Once I lose my arm, not only would Tai clan be forced to go against me, the situation will also change, and derail from the tracks of my previous life. I would lose my rebirth advantage completely. But if he did not get rid of his arm, how would he get out of this situation, and counterattack under such dire circumstances? Fan Yuan pondered. All sorts of people, incidents, cause and effect flickered in his mind. Wan Xiao, Choujiu, Wu Shintong, Zhang Sansan, Long Qing Tian, Xiao Meng, Tai Ronan, Bai Ningbing, Mo Wu Tian, Yan Jun, Feng Tianyu. Slavery Gu, Jade Sky Gu Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Gu, Second Aperture Gu, Undefeated 100 Battles Gu. Numerous choices give birth to unlimited possibilities. Infinite possibilities affect each other. Fan Yuan's mind worked rapidly. All sorts of inspiration and scenarios happened in his head like lighting a flint in the darkness. What should he do to protect himself, while maintaining the biggest benefits? He thought and thought, expending his mental energy, In just a little bit of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait! Suddenly, Fan Yuan's body shook. Maybe. Take a step backwards, and the sea and sky becomes wider? Should I consider this from a wider perspective? An absurd thought appeared in his head. No way, if I do this, the risks are greater. He shook his head, muttering as he denied this idea. But this thought was rooted in his head, it continued to influence him. If I do this and manage to succeed, my gains will be overwhelming. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly. But the next moment, he shook his head again. If there is even an inch of calculation mistake in this plan, I will be completely finished. The consequences would be worse than falling into Tai Ruonan's hands. The spring-autumn cicada has already been used. I cannot use rebirth again for a while. As he thought, Fan Yuan's gaze became solemn and deep. Suddenly, he laughed lightly. To think that I, a great demonic leader in my time, am being so careful and worried now, afraid to execute my plans. As long as there is hope, I should be brave enough to do it. Only an overwhelming benefit can cause me to go forward relentlessly. Fortune and risks come together, why should I go slow and steady to build my foundation? I want to ascend to heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. Death without a proper burial if I fail, fly into the sky like a dragon if I succeed, and pave the way for my future plans. Ha ha ha, life is but a few hundred years, it is all a grand gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash, we can talk this out. You want the path into Wu Mountain, we can negotiate this, it can be discussed. Wang Xiao underneath his feet begged. Fan Yuan laughed at times, remained solemn at times, frowned at times, and went back to laughing happily at times. He scared this rank 5 Gu master, the Lord of Wu Mountain, a great demonic expert, to death. In Wang Xiao's heart, Fan Yuan was a maniac, a mentally ill person. Demonic path is extreme, without a clan's support, cultivation is difficult. At times they struggled at death's door, they face great mental pressure. It is not uncommon for demonic Gu masters to develop mental illnesses. Especially when Fan Yuan talked to himself sometimes, or even made poems for himself, it intensified Wang Xiao's worries. Against a normal person, he had his ways to deal with them. But dealing with a madman, even a Gu immortal has no confidence. Oh? You plan to tell me Wu Mountain's entrance? Fan Yuan frowned, looking at Wang Xiao. Of course, but you have to let me off. Wang Xiao saw a reaction from Fan Yuan and shouted anxiously. Humph! Fan Yuan's gaze became sharp, pressing with his feet, and with a crack, Wang Xiao's head was smashed to bits. Wang Xiao was a great expert, devious and cruel, cold and emotionless. To get him to say the correct entrance into Wu Mountain, Zhang San's rank 5 slavery Gu was needed. But in Fan Yuan's new plan, Wang Xiao had been discarded. There is no need to waste time talking to him, thus he was directly killed. A pity for Wang Xiao, the Lord of Wu Mountain, yet he died so pathetically in Fan Yuan's hands. After killing Wang Xiao, Fan Yuan took his Gu and used Beast Strength Placenta Gu, devouring his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. This way, Beast Strength Placenta Gu's aptitude is 83% in terms of immortal essence. We spent a little bit more than expected, slightly exceeding 2 portions. Ba Gui, you want me to stop? Fan Yuan suddenly said. Land Spirit. Eh? How did you know my thought? Of course I know. Fan Yuan snorted, leaking the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Ba Gui, have a feel, what do you think this is? The Land Spirit was speechless. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada is the 7th mysterious Gu in this world. You are a mere mortal, how can you possess such an immortal Gu? In his past life, Fan Yuan spent a lot of time talking to Ba Gui, eventually failing to convince it, thus gambling and revealing his greatest trump card, convincing the Land Spirit. This time, Fan Yuan revealed spring-autumn cicada's aura from the start and went straight to the point. Ba Gui, I will not lie to you, I am a future Gu immortal, using the spring-autumn cicada to rebirth myself into the past. What? Land Spirit was shocked beyond words, the information was too great, it could not accept it so readily. Fan Yuan's expression was arrogant. I came back from the future, I know everything. Ba Gui, I am your next master, I succeeded in refining the 2nd aperture Gu in my previous life. Fan Yuan spoke. In his last life, he convinced the Land Spirit, but now, he had the knowledge of the future, as well as the experience of refining 2nd aperture Gu as evidence. The land spirit was quickly convinced. "Young man, you really are my future master? Listening to your words, it seems you really succeeded in refining second aperture goo. Regardless of whether you are lying to me, I am exhilarated. Because this means the success of second aperture goo has been raised by 30%. Land Spirit said happily. Enough trash talk, Bagui. I came from the future, I know the dangers that are lurking. First, I need to kill a person. A moment later, Long Qing Tian died by Fang Yuan's hands. In his last life, this Long Qing Tian went into a weakened land and used the Jade Sky Goo, poisoning the blessed land and forming a loophole, causing great damage to the blessed land, and also causing Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. This time, Fang Yuan struck immediately after rebirth. Before Long Qing Tian entered that weakened area, he used the heavenly power to restrict him and easily killed him. Young man, I am starting to believe you. You killed a dangerous threat prematurely. Sai, the three kings modified the blessed land. My control over this land is not strong anymore. You could sense this danger and have the spring-autumn cicada. You really came from the future. Land Spirit exclaimed. Fang Yuan sighed. Land Spirit was old and dying. It was like a dying old man. It could not compare to a young Land Spirit. For example, it could not even detect the fixed star goo on Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan did not waste time with the Land Spirit. He worked quickly, taking Long Qing Tian's goo worms and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the Jade Sky Goo poison, Fang Yuan could not take the battle loot after killing Long Qing Tian. But this time, he acted early and Long Qing Tian could not use his goo, thus Fang Yuan had no restrictions. After looting Long Qing Tian, Fang Yuan gained several useful things. Other than the aperture, his greatest loot was Jade Sky Goo. This goo was like a dark green bamboo stem, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It gave off a smooth texture when held in one's hands, like a piece of jade. Rank 5 Jade Sky Goo originated from the immemorial era. It was extremely rare now. It had an extremely strong poison and there was barely any ways to deal with it. It could easily poison a person to death, causing them to fade into a green light. This goo had great use. Fang Yuan kept it carefully. Bai Gui, quickly transfer me to this place. The next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the demonic enslavement path master, Zhang San. Zhang San had not even reacted before Fang Yuan attacked, ending his life. Fang Yuan killed and plundered the aperture. It was the same thing again, causing the beast's strength placenta goo's aptitude to rise again. Zhang San was a rank 4 goo master, but had a rank 5 slavery goo. Fang Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this goo. With another flash, Fang Yuan appeared in front of Killer Ghost Dr. Choujiu. Eh? Little Beast King! How did you? Choujiu saw Fang Yuan and was taken aback, his expression extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's expression was plain as he used the rank 5 slavery goo. The slavery goo exploded into a yellow light, landing on Choujiu. Choujiu shouted, FCK! Rank 5 slavery goo! You can kill me but not humiliate me, you want to enslave me, you are dreaming. He did not know that in the previous life, he begged Fang Yuan to use slavery goo. With the land spirit to suppress him, Choujiu could not use goo worms, the slavery goo was easily planted on him. But to control a rank 5 goo master, it was not so easy, it was a contest of souls. Choujiu resisted with all his strength. Fang Yuan's soul trembled as he entered a stalemate. Choujiu sneered, his forehead full of sweat. Little Beast King, you are too naive. For an enslavement path goo master, the soul's foundation is most important, the higher the better. It is not easy to control wild beasts, not to mention men. Man is the spirit of all beings, you want to control me who is a rank higher, it is wishful thinking, hee. Ah! Choujiu screamed in pain, as his smug laughter was terminated by Fang Yuan's slap. With this interference, the contest of souls tilted towards Fang Yuan's advantage, as the yellow light merged into his body. As long as it is fully merged, Choujiu would become Fang Yuan's most loyal slave. Chapter 401. Battle begins once more. Choujiu was shocked, quickly concentrating his mind and pushing his soul, meditating resist this yellow light. This yellow light was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power, but he was young and had weaker foundations in his soul compared to this 100-year-old monster Choujiu. To enslave Choujiu, it would not be an easy task. But why would Fang Yuan not see this coming? He had his ways. Piak piak piak, bam bam bam. Stop, you dare to hit me! Kick my face again and I'll fight it out with you. Fker, still kicking, I'll kill you! Stop hitting me! No, no more! Fan Yuan hit Chojio until he rolled around. Chojio could not use goo worms, but Fan Yuan had his strength path goo worms available. Comparing strength, Chojio was not Fan Yuan's match. Quickly, Chojio's face was bruised, and his distraction meant that the yellow light fused into his body more deeply. Hold on, I have to block it. Once it fuses completely, I will be his slave. I will have no way out. Chojio squeezed into a ball as he allowed Fan Yuan to hit him, the strong sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a tiny bit of light left, near his forehead, unable to fuse properly. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly saying, Zenan Yo, you don't want revenge? Chen Jiu betrayed you and is living well with Shan Yan Fei. You, how did you know? Chojio was taken by surprise, the light quickly entering his body with this chance. Chojio's expression instantly changed, kneeling before Fan Yuan. This subordinate greets master. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Success. This rank 5 slavery goo should be used on a rank 5 goo master to express its true worth. Till now, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng had not arrived yet. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo and Wu Lan Shan were all killed by Fan Yuan. The final choice was Wang Xiao, the owner of Wu Mountain and killer ghost Dr. Chojio. But how could Wu Mountain compare to the Door of Life and Death? The Door of Life and Death was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. Enslaving Chojio meant getting the clue to the Door of Life and Death. Moreover, Chojio is one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even spread to the righteous path. He was definitely better than Mo Wu Tian. The only flaw was that enslaving Chojio placed a great burden on Fan Yuan's soul. It was a problem for his upcoming immortal goo refinement. Chojio, back then did you use the poison vow goo with Dr. Su Shou, swearing to love each other for eternity, never abandoning each other? Fan Yuan looked at the killer ghost doctor, asking a question. There is indeed such a matter, but master, how did you know? Chojio kneeled on the ground and answered with a bruised face, feeling confused. Humph, since you used the poison vow goo, do you know how Dr. Su Shou lifted its restrictions? Fan Yuan squinted his eyes. Poison vow goo is mountain pledge sea oath goo's replacement. Qinjiu does not have the ability to negate it. She took a great risk for that gigolo Shang Yan Fei, letting the poison vow kill her. Without a host, the poison vow's strength vanished. She then used healing techniques to resurrect herself, getting free of the poison vow. Chojio said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister greatly, but she betrayed him for a gigolo, even ignoring the dangers to her life, and broke the poison vow. Fan Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him, lifting his leg and kicking Chojio away. You lying piece of shit! He remembered that in his previous life, Chojio said this. We took an oath in front of the blessed land sea, to protect and stand by each other. But who could have thought her heart had already changed and actually broke the oath we took at that time and injured me, defecting with that thief? What oath? It was the Mother King poison vow goo. This Chojio only spoke of less important matters, making important information unclear and concealing himself. If he had said poison vow goo back then, Fan Yuan reckons, he would not have been so unaware, not knowing that there was a person in Shang Clan City that could break free from poison vow goo, and thus he would have been careful of Bai Ningbing. But I should have guessed it. When Chojio talked about Shan Yan Fei's appearance, he said that he was only slightly better looking. Saying such shameless words like it was natural, it was no surprise that he would not mention the goo. Fan Yuan looked at Chojio with contempt. Saying he loved her, but used the poison vow goo to restrict her, it showed how sinister and inferior his inner heart was. Such a person speaking with exaggerated truths was nothing strange. Fan Yuan was also suspicious of how Bai Ningbing broke free from the poison vow. Even in his previous life, Bai Ningbing did not say the reason. Now Fan Yuan knew, it was Dr. Su Shou who helped her break free of it. Alright, let the past be past. Chojio, go to King Xian Inheritance and get me undefeated 100 battles goo. Fan Yuan collected his thoughts and instructed. This subordinate will do all that he can. Chojio answered. Chojio was a healing goo master. He was not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible to ask him to assist Fan Yuan in refining second aperture goo. But it was extremely easy for him to get the undefeated 100 battles goo. This is because the blessed land was weakening. Not long later, goo worms would be usable. Chojio just needed to charge ahead and he would obtain undefeated 100 battles goo. At this point, Fan Yuan's slaughter ended. He returned to the hall and continued refining goo. Compared to his previous life, he saved a lot of time after rebirth. Without the spring-autumn cicadas pressure, it was much easier. Back then he only spent an hour a day, refining goo like a maniac, forcing his own limits. But now he could sleep 6 hours, slowly and steadily, refining goo with perfect sequence. Days continued to pass, and the blessed land was getting weaker. But the immortal essence expenditure was much less than last time. Fan Yuan had his experience from the last time. He took less detours this time, many steps were completed in one try, and the land spirit was extremely amazed. Three Kings' inheritance's weird state attracted everyone's attention. As time went on, Che Clan, Zhou Clan moved out, and Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, October 24th came again. Master, this subordinate has succeeded. Chou Jiu kneeled on the ground, holding up a goo, handing it to Fan Yuan. This goo had a bland appearance, like a gray stone disc. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles goo. In his previous life, Feng Tianyu, who Fan Yuan enslaved, obtained King Xian inheritance, and had several hundred hairy men as followers. Now, Chou Jiu was not a refinement path master. He broke through by force, only getting the undefeated 100 battles goo. Not a single hairy man followed him. But the hairy men were good at goo refinement, they could not battle. The hairy men's line of defense was as good as nothing. Fan Yuan did not mind it. After keeping undefeated 100 battles goo, Fan Yuan gave instructions before sending Chou Jiu away. This process was done in the dark. Bai Ningbing did not learn of it. Fan Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, and Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind her, there were 100,000 dog beasts, either resting or playing around. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, hand your goo worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't I commanding these dogs? The land spirit can use goo worms, its manipulation is better than yours. Fan Yuan explained. Land spirit appeared, slightly worried. Young man, I have to refine goo with you while controlling the immortal essence. If I have to expend effort controlling the dogs, I might not have the energy to do so. Fan Yuan snickered, his expression extremely confident. No worries, aren't you confident of my actions? Among the enemies I have my pawn pieces too. There are sufficient primeval stones here for you to manipulate the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gui hesitated, but thinking of Fan Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you, Bai Ningbing, come with me. When I refine goo, I need a trustworthy person to defend me. Fan Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, showing a kind and affectionate smile. Bai Ningbing snorted, her gaze shining secretly, as she said in a flat tone. Up to you, as long as you don't die. Whether the goo refinement succeeds or not is none of my business. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fan Yuan sat down as Bai Ningbing acted as his guardian. Fan Yuan shut his eyes, not doing anything. What are you waiting for? There is not much time. Bai Ningbing endured for a while before breaking the silence. Ningbing, stay calm, some things cannot be rushed. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, no anxiety at all as he spoke plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted, not speaking, her eyes squinting, thinking in her heart. What is this Fan Yuan thinking of? He took away my commanding rights, is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to be in the hall, he still trusts me. I have to continue enduring. She thought of Tai Ruanan, feeling assured. She is blocked by the dog groups outside now. Without my assistance, she can only break through by force. Damn it, he did not let me control the dogs. Thankfully, we have a backup plan. Tai Baichi is already secretly on Sancha Mountain. A moment later, Fan Yuan was calm and resting, not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit came to urge Fan Yuan to refine the goo. But Fan Yuan rejected him, not doing anything. Land spirit was anxious, its tone became slightly angry, but Fan Yuan used his rebirth identity to convince it. At this time, on Sancha Mountain Peak, blue, red light pillars were thin and weak, still shining on the mountain peak. King Quan Inheritance's yellow pillar was gone. The previous time, only red pillar was left, that was because Feng Tianyu took King Xian inheritance. But this time, Chou Jiu was not a refinement master, he could not break through the final round, thus 2 pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. 2 left, us small fry have no chance. But it is really strange, none of the rank 5 goo masters in the inheritance came out, did something happen? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why did the others not come out? They are being retained inside the blessed land. This blessed land is facing destruction. Soon the door will open, allowing us to enter and exit at will. A voice echoed. It is Lord Xiaomeng! Someone cheered, recognizing the person's identity. Chapter 402. All is within my control. Extreme light goo. Heavens will goo. Empty fist goo. Killer move, immemorial light fist. Xiaomeng stood at the peak of Sanchao Mountain and used his killer move, causing the sky to dim. Light rays formed into a giant hill-sized fist and pierced through the blessed land's barrier. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook and an enormous hole formed, forming a passage connecting the inside to the outside. Goo masters could enter through it without any obstructions. Charge! Everything in the blessed land is ours. We need to hurry, or else we won't be able to seize anything. Unfortunately, the good stuff will be taken by those experts. It will be good if they leave just the soup for us. How nice would it be if I can luckily obtain King Xin and King Bao inheritance? It was a scene of chaos. Countless people cheered while rushing into the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed to greatly increase. This is it, he, a bunch of idiots! Xiaomeng laughed coldly inwardly and stepped into the blessed land. The bronze hall also recovered from the tremors. Land Spirit transmitted its voice to Fang Yuan. So you were waiting for this tremor to pass. It was really dangerous. If it was during the goo refinement process, it would have caused a huge disturbance and the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. You are truly a goo immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan smiled and transmitted a mental message. I am not only a goo immortal, but also your future master. Ba Gui, you need to know I am the best candidate for refining the immortal goo. The more you cooperate with me, the higher our chance of refining the immortal goo. Now I remember there will be 2 more tremors. We need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's begin the goo refinement. Fan Yuan threw the false second aperture goo into the cauldron. With the land spirit's cooperation, the bronze cauldron burned without any fire and the remaining bit of immortal essence started combusting. Immortal essence combusted and formed into a blue smoke that gracefully rose and covered the false second aperture goo. The false goo floated above the bronze cauldron and was turned into dazzling yellow light by this blue smoke. Fan Yuan concentrated his attention in harmonizing the blue smoke and yellow light. Previously, he refined the goo together with Feng Tianyu, now he was doing it alone and was thus slightly slower. And Mo Wu Tian arrived at the edge of the dense fog by himself. His deep and mysterious purple eyes were enchanting and wild. Through his purple eyes, the fog seemed to be invisible, and a sea of dog beasts showed themselves in his sight. Such a tight defensive formation, one man alone cannot charge through it. It seems I will need to borrow strength. He resolutely turned around and after a while found Hu Mei Er. Ah! Young Master Wu Tian, you have actually advanced to rank 5. Hu Mei Er was shocked at Mo Wu Tian's cultivation progress. Mo Wu Tian talked of the immortal treasure, and was able to immediately incite the desire in Hu Mei Er, who expressed her full support. However, when they were on their way, they found that the news about the immortal treasure had already spread. The two inquired about the details and learned the news was released by the killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Right now, he had already gathered a huge group of demonic goo masters and was heading towards the bronze hall. Mo Wu Tian furrowed his brows. Most of the demonic path goo masters had already gone with Chojio, and thus he was only able to gather a few people. Moreover, talking of influence, he was no match for Chojio. Mo Wu Tian was after all a newcomer while Chojio was an old veteran who had roamed around southern border for many years and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Most of the people would have favors to ask of him, and he had some influence even in the righteous path. With no choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join with Chojio's group. With little brother Mo Wu Tian's help, these mere dog beasts are of no worry to us. Chojio welcomed Mo Wu Tian enthusiastically. Mo Wu Tian's brows furrowed deeply as he was used as a target board for Chojio. But never mind, if he endured this and helped out, they would be able to get to the main hall quicker. The huge crowd of demonic goo masters looked majestic, but they did not immediately charge towards the main hall but instead remained there. Sir Chojio, time doesn't wait for anyone, why are we not charging in towards the hall? Mo Wu Tian's brows had furrowed into a knot as he urged. Chojio said with a chuckle, more people means bigger strength. There are still many of our people that have not joined us. We need to absorb their strength to become even stronger. When we charge at that time, the pressure and danger each person faces will be much less. Mo Wu Tian urged again, but Chojiu just chuckled and replied politely, not yielding the least bit. Mo Wu Tian started to feel anxious. He tried several more times, but Chojiu remained firm. This old fool does not know the value of time. Mo Wu Tian repressed his anger and immediately contacted Hu Mei, Li Xian and others to agitate and incite everyone, making them even more impatient. Chojiu had no way to deal with it since he could not directly go against everyone's intent, and could only lead a group of demonic Gu masters to arrive at the edge of the fog. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while and again made this strategy to divide the crowd in 3 groups, and so on. Chojiu, however, said it was not a good idea and that the fog was too dense to understand the actual situation. As a doctor, he had his morals as a healer. He could not bear to see everyone risking themselves and delivering themselves to death. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger and went to contact everyone and incite them with the allure of the immortal treasure. The demonic Gu master's mood was agitated. Chojiu also took advantage of the situation to push the responsibility for this matter to Mo Wu Tian, and chose the people who would charge forward. However, he put a condition that only those who were willing could go forward and they could not be forced. The demonic crowd readily agreed and moved towards the 3 paths according to Mo Wu Tian's arrangement. Not good, someone is attacking from outside. When the refinement was going on, the land spirit's voice suddenly arrived. No need to worry, I have already anticipated this situation. Go take charge of the battle outside. I will stabilize the Gu refinement for the moment and wait for you to rotate with me. Fan Yuan's expression was calm. The land spirit divided most of its concentration in commanding the dog beast according to Fan Yuan's instructions, and beat back the demonic crowd just like in previous life. Mo Wu Tian was unresigned and again formed the 2nd assault group, but they still met with great losses and returned defeatedly. Chojiu came forward at this moment. Everyone knows my rule, I take 1 life for every life I save. Right now, I will treat everyone first and hope you all can fulfill the promise later. Finished speaking, he started healing everyone. The demonic crowd was moved to tears. Chojiu's influence increased rapidly and even more people left Mo Wu Tian to side with Chojiu. Chojiu patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder and said in a kind voice, Brother Wu Tian, do you see it now? I advised you earlier to not take the risk. Now, so many of our comrades have lost their lives, it makes me so sad. His voice was quite loud, which caused Mo Wu Tian's eye to twitch and his anger reached an extreme level. This old sinister fool. If I was successful in breaking through these beasts, it would be his contribution, and now that I failed, he is avoiding all the responsibility. Humph, I did underestimate these beasts. I had thought the formation was a weak one, and had never thought that there was a Gu master controlling them from behind. Such a fast adaptation speed and method, this person is definitely someone with deep attainment in enslavement path. Damn it, this is really hateful. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth but could do nothing. In the previous life, he was able to use force and threat to make the demonic Gu masters throw their lives. However, with rank 5 Chojiu here now, he was not able to be so unrestrained. Let's wait. Righteous Path Gu masters will also soon gather together, and we can discuss it with them. After all, we only have 1 life. In case we charge through and let the Righteous Path get the benefits, it would be really bad. Chojiu spoke his plan. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is indeed benevolent and cherishes the lives of us small characters. Doctors have their healer morals. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is after all a senior of our demonic path. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth till they made cracking sounds. He really wished he could kill this old bastard. Like this, the time was delayed for a good while until the Righteous Path Gu masters gathered under the lead of Xiaomeng. They charged through several times but also returned in defeat. Xiaomeng was getting anxious while thinking of the unopened King Bao inheritance and again used his killer move. Extreme Light Gu. My Will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer move, My Glorious Spear. A 1.8 m long and 0.6 m thick spear of light landed on the mound. An intense explosion occurred with shockwaves blowing away everything. After the dazzling light dispersed, the fog that covered the mound also dispersed. The bronze hall and the majestic dog beasts were revealed before everyone's eyes in their full glory. Righteous and demonic crowd felt their hearts thumping in excitement, but also turned cold at the scene. The immortal treasure was in front of them, but how could they charge through such an enormous dog-beast formation? It could only be done if the righteous and demonic allied. Those with experience all thought of this. Xiao Meng looked at the demonic path's direction and Mo Wu Tian also glanced at the righteous path. It was clear they needed to ally, but they had to see which side would compromise first. Time passed by minutes and seconds. Choujio calmly watched the dog beasts while Xiao Meng's expression was solemn as he closed his eyes to recuperate. He was the young master of the Grand Xiao clan, a famous figure among the righteous path. How could he lower his head towards the demonic path first? If word spread later, his reputation would have a great hit. The second tremor has gone, Ba Gui. My secret chess piece has showed its use and for a short time, they won't attack. Let's continue the refinement. Fan Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic path were in a stalemate, Fan Yuan once again resumed the refinement. At this moment, the blue smoke and the yellow light had finally blended with each other. The blue smoke turned into beads of grass that floated in the air and started growing. The yellow light turned into flowers that fluttered and fell into the grass. Fan Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, bleeding out his own essence blood. Large amounts of essence blood infused into smoke. The blue smoke and yellow light immediately let out sizzling sounds and turned into a red cloud, like a wave of blood sea. The blood surged and turned into a sphere that floated in the air without spreading. After a round of evolution, the smoke sphere settled down and formed a field with abundant red wheat growing in it. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air when he saw this. He had lost a lot of blood which caused his face to pale. He immediately used the goo to heal his wound. Wild grass grow wildly, the chi of blood like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan goo. This was a 300 years lifespan goo which looked like roots with rough texture, like a snake that was coiled into a circle. Fan Yuan threw it into the smoke and blood field. The cloud of smoke immediate started raging like boiling water. In previous life, this strange change had nearly caused Fan Yuan to fail. Now, however, Fan Yuan was mentally prepared and easily controlled the situation. Under his control, the cloud of smoke gradually settled down. However, right at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned. Not good, those goo masters have started attacking together. There might not be time to refine goo. No need to worry, everything is under my control. Fan Yuan coldly smiled and took out the second lifespan goo. Chapter 403. Bai Ningbing, have you acted enough? Kill. Charge through. Kill these goddamn dogs. Shouting, screaming, shrieking, cursing, dog barking, all these sounds merged into one, causing the ground to tremble. The attack had just begun for 10 minutes, but the mound was already overflowing with blood and corpses. Sir Choujio, we are slow, with this kind of pace. When will we ever get into the Bronze Hall? Mo Wu Tian urged. Choujio snickered. The dog groups are huge, is it that easy to get through? It is better that we are slow, the righteous path will take on more pressure for us, we can benefit from the chaos better. Choujio was already Fan Yuan's slave, his greatest wish is to continue stalling for time. Earlier, the righteous and demonic factions were at a stalemate, but this Mo Wu Tian had to ruin it by finding Xiao Meng to cooperate. Choujio could not stop him, he could only go with the flow. After starting the assault, he tried his best to slow them down. They had planned to attack from two directions, but because of Killer Ghost Doctor's manipulation, it caused the righteous faction to be further in the advancement, thus taking more hits. Meanwhile, the demonic path had less losses, but the assault's momentum was slowly, they were in danger of being surrounded. Choujio, what are you thinking of? You are too muddled, we have to charge with vigor, how can we move so slowly? You are old and confused, can't you see? Our group is already in deep trouble, once our movement stops, we will be surrounded, we will be in greater danger than the righteous path. Mo Wu Tian was stomping his feet in anger, shouting. Choujio stared with his eyes wide open, shouting back. Mo Wu Tian, you junior, why are you screaming for nothing, what do you know? Doing it your way, how many people did we lose earlier? Later when we compete with the righteous faction for the immortal treasure, they will be our enemy, we have to weaken them. Saying so, Choujio's tone changed, consoling softly. Oh young man, it is not wise to charge ahead recklessly. Because of what happened earlier, the majority of the demonic goo masters supported Choujio and objected to Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian's heart was furious, as he raised his head and screamed. Old fool Choujio, we have different opinions. You all can wait here and die. I am going to get my immortal treasure. Saying so, he moved ahead and charged towards the Bronze Hall. Hu Meier, Li Xian and the others felt that Mo Wu Tian was right. They wanted to go ahead but their strength was insufficient, they could only go with the crowd. Youngsters are so rash. Chojio sighed, then laughed. Look, after being psyched by me, he is taking on the pressure for us. We will steadily move ahead, using the road that he paved for us. Perfect. Everyone laughed, praising Chojio's brilliance. Countless dogs formed into a wave, as thousands of Gu masters resisted them. Blood flowed and broken limbs flew. All sorts of Gu worms competed, like the dance of fire and ice. Lightning exploded and soil was overturned, green vines grew endlessly. Yichang's body was covered in blue fish scales, black fins growing on his back with a light blue spiral wave around him. He seemed to have become a fearsome shark in the sea, charging ahead fearlessly. He would turn into the god of fire, charging ahead as he slaughtered. Everywhere he went, there was blazing flames and crying dogs. Yen Jun used the phantom path Gu worm, turning into a hollow shadow as he evaded attacks again and again, safe and sound. Li Xian used his rank 5 Gu and concealed his body while people were not noticing. Kong Ritian turning into a rain of petals, floating in the sky. The experts displayed all their abilities, getting close to the bronze hall. Among them, 2 were at the front lines, and were the most prominent. It was none other than Xiao Meng and Mo Wutian. But good times did not last. Ba Huang and Ying Ming, the 2 dog emperors, appeared, blocking their advancement like last time. It is time. At the front lines, Tai Ruanan was bathed in blood as she stopped her footsteps, resting as she breathed heavily. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were guarding by her side. Other than that, there was Tai Bai Chi. We are a few thousand steps from the Bronze Hall. There are many dogs here. It is up to you, Lord Tai Bai Chi. Tai Ruanan said. He, I have been watching the whole time. My hands are itching already. Tai Bai Chi took off his hat, showing off the third eye on his forehead. Pew! He activated his Gu worm, pushing the space before him with both hands, forming a black hole. The black hole continued to spin, as numerous white apes jumped out. The white ape army gushed out, forming into a strong formation as it charged towards the Bronze Hall. Young master, go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Bai Chi's tone was confident and powerful. We'll be counting on you. The immortal Gu is most important for the clan. We have to arrest Fan Yuan alive. Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth, waving her hand and bringing the Tai clan 4 old-timers and starting their invasion. With the white ape army to cover for them and sacrifice, Tai Ruanan successfully made it into the hall. Fan Yuan was still refining Gu. He could not do anything else. Land Spirit wanted to strike, but Fan Yuan stopped it. Ba Gui, don't force yourself. You have to control the dog groups while manipulating the immortal essence to assist me in refining Gu. How can you be further distracted? Bai Ningbing, it will be up to you now. Go block her. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes as he blocked Tai Ruanan, engaging in fierce combat. In the space before Fan Yuan, cloud smoke was moving violently. In his previous life, he had already used Third Watch Gu by this time. But now, without Feng Tianyu's help, Fan Yuan's progress was extremely slow. He had just thrown in the 500-year lifespan Gu. Without the refinement master Feng Tianyu, Fan Yuan felt difficulty controlling the cloud smoke. The cloud smoke reacted violently, causing Fan Yuan to almost fail several times, but he managed to salvage it every time. Behind him, as Tai and Bai fought, Tai clan's 4 old-timers joined in. Bai Ningbing could not rival them, as she fell into a disadvantage, shouting, Fanjing, I can't hold them back anymore. How long more do you need? The cloud smoke had finally absorbed the lifespan Gu, turning into the blood fields, golden wheat, filled with crops. It was the 500 years as autumn seen. Fan Yuan's voice was nervous. Hang in there, I need a lot of time. If I die, you will not live too. Bai Ningbing cursed continuously. Several moves later, Bai Ningbing gasped roughly. I can't continue. Fan Yuan, I am going to self-destruct. Your aptitude has already returned to 100%. Fan Yuan was startled. What do you think? Bai Ningbing cursed. The cloud smoke was slowly maturing, dissipating. From a water tank's size, it shrunk to a basin's size. Try to hold on, unless you can't control it anymore, don't. Fan Yuan shouted. It is too late. Bai Ningbing sighed deeply. Crack, crack. Frost quickly gathered, as the cold aura spread everywhere in the main hall and the temperature decreased rapidly. What Gu is this? Tai Ruanan's cry of surprise also reached Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan turned his head with difficulty to look and saw the main hall already becoming a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing was floating high up in the air, her whole body turning into ice crystal, similar to the situation when she had self-destructed back at Qingmao Mountain. The cold wind blustered and glacier rose, crushing towards Tai Ruonan with vast and majestic force. "Is this the legendary Northern Dark Eye Soul physique?" Tai Ruonan cried out in surprise. But it was already too late. She was sealed within the ice like an insect in an ember. The ice continued spreading towards Fan Yuan. "Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing!" Fan Yuan worriedly shouted, but there was no response from Bai Ningbing. Her body had almost become one with ice, and her whole face had started turning indistinct. Her crystal-like eyes no longer shone and had thoroughly dimmed. "Damn it!" Fan Yuan cursed, standing up and sending the Yanggu towards Bai Ningbing. But halfway, the Yanggu made a U-turn, and returned to Fan Yuan's right hand. At the same time, the cloud smoke turned into a goo worm, landing on Fan Yuan's left hand. This goo was like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on the surface resembles bright red blood traces. Earlier, the fake second aperture goo could only live for a week, and was not stable. But this new goo could survive for 40 years. Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed, using liquid metal goo and blocking the frost. Then he said to Bai Ningbing, "Bai Ningbing, have you acted enough?" The frost came to a stop. Fan Yuan laughed again, saying, "Did you have a good time cooperating with Tai Clan?" This time, Bai Ningbing could not longer act. She turned back into flesh body and stared at Fan Yuan with a shocked and solemn suspicion. "How did you? In Shangclan City, you purposely lost to Yen Tu, getting Dr. Su Shou's help to remove the poison vow, and then secretly contacted Tai Ruonan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted together with the 4 old-timers. All these, did you think I was ignorant?" Fan Yuan played with the two goo in his hands as he said. Bai Ningbing landed on the ground with a dazed expression, stunned beyond words. How did Fan Yuan find out all these? I was extremely secretive. This means, he was always watching coldly at my performance. Wait, I succeeded in planting the fixed star goo though. Fan Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out? You can't escape today, there is nowhere to run. Tai Ruonan saw that the matter was exposed and quickly broke out of the ice, as the 4 old-timers joined her. Fan Yuan chuckled, raising his left arm. You mean the fixed star goo? What if I chop off my arm? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers frowned deeply. Once Fan Yuan chopped off his arm, even if they used their killer move, they would only get his arm. According to their understanding of Fan Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to this cruel and wicked person. Ha! Tai Ruonan suddenly laughed. She pointed at Fan Yuan, shouting, Fan Yuan, stop trying to deceive us! So what if you saw through our scheme? The dog group outside the hall cannot block the 2 factions. Soon, Xiao Meng, Chou Jiao, Mo Wu Tian, Yihua Yichong and the others would charge in. Can you defend the immortal goo? You are a frenzied lunatic, killing so many goo masters and plundering their apertures to refine goo. These crimes are unforgivable. Bai Ningbing is the best witness. As long as we announce it to the world, you will be a wanted criminal everywhere. More importantly, your immortal goo is not done refining yet. Do you still have a chance of succeeding? Impossible. You have no time left. Not long later this hall will be overrun by people. Where can you run to? Try flying out? Your only way out now is to surrender to our Tai clan, and contribute that half-done immortal goo to us, as well as surrender the old clan leader's goo worms, and enter the demon suppression tower for reform. That's the only way you can keep your life. Chapter 404. Refining immortal goo again. Tai Ruonan took a step forward and looked with a gaze that was sharp as a knife. Fan Yuan, you are a smart man, you should be clear of your situation. I am indeed clear of my situation. Fan Yuan's expression was tranquil, and I am even more clear of your situation. His lips revealed a trace of cold smile. Immortal goo refinement has indeed not finished, but this has let me preserve more portions of immortal essence, enough for me to kill you all. However, right at this time, Ba Gui appeared and spoke with a tearful expression. No use, it is no use. There will be too much loss in immortal essence to kill them, and the remaining amount won't be able to support the goo refinement. Furthermore, it is late now, there are too many holes in the blessed land and it will completely collapse and disperse into smoke not long later. Its biggest obsession was to complete the refinement of second aperture goo. It did not even care about its own destruction. Right now, Fan Yuan had only refined to this stage and the crucial step still remained, which was also the most difficult step, but the situation no longer allowed him to continue. Young man, you made a grave mistake in your calculations. Our immortal goo refinement is a failure. The land spirit howled in grief. Refining immortal goo? Never expected it to be so lively here. Yen Jun calmly stepped into the main hall. In the previous life, he had been obstructed by Feng Tianyu, but now with no obstructions, he walked freely into the bronze hall. Fan Yuan, you are not the blessed land's master, thus the land spirit will not completely obey your commands. Since young clan leader Yen Jun has arrived, the others also won't be far. Today, your loss is certain. Tai Ruanan had some fear towards the land spirit, and could only continue to engage in psychological battle. No, there is still hope. The goo refinement can't be considered a failure. Fan Yuan suddenly smiled. He moved his gaze towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. If Fan Yuan used Yang Gu to force her to fight to the death, what course of path should she take? However, Fan Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ningbing and turned towards the land spirit Ba Gui. This aged Ba Gui was looking awful right now after crying, appearing extremely broken-hearted. Ba Gui, do you still want to refine second aperture Gu or not? Fan Yuan transmitted his voice. Could it be that you have some way? Ba Gui suddenly felt a trace of hope. That's right, you are a reborn Gu immortal, and with your previous life's experience, you should have expected this situation, right? No, the situation is beyond my expectations. The current me is only a mortal and I am unable to make a difference. Fan Yuan said frankly. Ba Gui, I have failed you, the Gu refinement this time is indeed a failure. The land spirit started wailing even louder. However, Fan Yuan immediately changed the topic. But this failure is only temporary, we can still have hope. The land spirit's crying softened as it asked. What do you mean? After you die, I will be the only person who knows the recipe. The half-finished second aperture Gu is also with me, so Ba Gui, you must protect me. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person who satisfied the requirements of the blessed land and are also a reborn Gu immortal. There is a huge chance of the refinement of the second aperture Gu succeeding in the future even if it is a failure this time. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Good. It is as great that you have this understanding. However, you can only protect me for a period but not forever. Not long later you will die. With the remaining immortal essence, we also cannot completely root out all the enemies in the blessed land. Even if you transport me to the outside world, there are many groups of Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The corner of Fan Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since the rebirth this time, everything was going smoothly. As he inched closer to success, he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Fan Yuan chuckled and said profoundly, Ba Gui, do you remember the third section of the second chapter of the? The land spirit was dazed as it guessed Fan Yuan's meaning. It said with hesitation. You are saying? No, that won't work, there are two conditions that are not fulfilled. First of all, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. Fan Yuan laughed satisfiedly at this. He raised his hand and pointed to the top of the bronze hall and shouted. Look, the light is here. From the moment he stood up, he had inwardly asked the land spirit to share its vision, thus the situation outside was very clear to him. Afterward, the talk with the Tai clansmen and others were only delaying the time and waiting for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Fan Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada, and by accumulating his experience, he had an even deeper understanding of rebirth. There was indeed a butterfly effect to the aftermath of rebirth that could cause some things to change completely. However, there was also historical inertia. Many great events that occurred were conflicts that accumulated over time. They only lacked a trigger point. Even without the original trigger, a new one would always appear. This was not something a person alone could influence and change easily. Outside the main hall, Xiao Meng was getting impatient fighting with Ying Ming and flew to the sky. Rank 4, Gather Light Gu. Rank 5, Extreme Light Gu. Rank 5, River Under the Sun Gu. Killer Move, Torrential Light Stream. The river of light rolled and crashed as it poured down towards the blessed land. The light was blinding, and the waves were fierce. It turned the entire battlefield white, and everyone closed their eyes, unable to resist such a strong light. Not good! Tai Ruanan and others were in the main hall. Tai Baichi tried to stop it when he saw this, but the light river's formation was already complete, and he could only reduce its impact by a little. The grand light river was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. The roof of the hall was immediately broken through, and the light waterfall flew towards Fan Yuan. "The light of glory of the immemorial era!" the land spirit cried out in shock. Fan Yuan laughed loudly and poured his primeval essence into rank 4 bone wings goo and rank 5 liquid metal goo. A pair of long and wide black wings spread out from his back, while the liquid metal covered his whole body like paint, spreading towards the black wings and dyeing his whole body with dazzling golden light. What is he doing? Fan Yuan! In Tai Ruonan, by Ning Bing and the others' astonished gazes, Fan Yuan flapped his wings and flew directly towards the river of light. Bam! There was loud buzzing in his ears, and the formidable impact forced Fan Yuan backwards. However, he had killed many rank 5 goo masters before and obtained many movement goo like golden aurora goo and so on. Right now, he activated them all and flew against the flow of the waterfall, flying higher and higher. When he flew out of the bronze hall, it immediately attracted countless gasps and doubts. "What is that thing? It is flashing with golden light and looks like a large bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that has been soaked in molten gold." There was only a vast sea of whiteness in Fan Yuan's sight. His primeval essence was depleting rapidly by activating so many movement goo and defensive goo. "Time and tide wait for no man, land spirit help me, divine travel goo." Immortal goo divine travel landed on his palm. "Jade sky goo." A ray of green light shot out from his aperture and landed on his hand, turning into a jade green colored bamboo that was hollow in the middle. What in the world is he trying to do? He actually faced the killer move head on and flew up. Tai Ruonan stared with wide open eyes, expressing her shock. Did Little Beast King give up, and is trying to end his life? Yan Jun's jaws were wide open as he looked up in a daze. Something's up, I understand him. Everything Fan Yuan does has extremely deep meaning. No matter what, we can't let him have his way, we must disrupt this. Bai Ningbing's tone was hurried, and for some reason, the bad feeling in her heart continued to become stronger. Tai Ruonan nodded and agreed with Bai Ningbing's words. "For old-timers," she shouted. "Understood." The 4 old-timers immediately moved separately towards east, south, west and north directions. They kneeled on the ground and held their right wrist with their left hand, their right hands were spread out in a claw form and faced each other. Killer move, infinite search and lock. Almost at the same time, Fan Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. One could vaguely see the fixed star goo on it. This goo was a star fragment of the immemorial era. It was like an 8-sided diamond and was crystal clear. At the same time, all around Fan Yuan, space tore apart, and 4 chains appeared, moving like pythons. Finally reacting at this point? Humph, too late. Fan Yuan gave a cold smile. Divine travel goo suddenly flew and pierced into his left arm, swallowing the fixed star goo. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood as they lost the connection with the fixed star goo. The 4 chains moving beside Fan Yuan also lost their target, and flew about carelessly before they were destroyed by the river of light. After the divine travel goo ate fixed star goo, it went into the hollow jade sky goo and rapidly formed a cocoon. "Huh! There is a strange person flying directly towards my killer move?" Xiaomeng was indescribably shocked. Others often did not have enough time to dodge his killer move, but now there was actually a fool who was facing it head-on. Who is this guy? What is he trying to do? Yihui, Yichong and the others stared at the sky with stupefied looks. Wait a second, this scene, where did I see it before? Li Xian frowned deeply. A ray of light flashed in his astute mind. How could this be? He seems to be refining goo? Feng Tianyu looked up for a while, and after seeing somewhat clearly he immediately became shocked. He is actually refining goo using the killer move. His courage knows no bounds. Mo Wu Tian's eyes shot out purple light that extended 2 inches into the air. That's right, Fan Yuan was refining goo. This was Fan Yuan's plan. When he enslaved Killer Ghost Doctor, it was certain the second aperture goo's refinement would fail. Because at the last step of merging with divine travel goo, Fan Yuan was not able to accomplish it by just himself. Previously, he had the help of Refinement Path Grandmaster Feng Tianyu and the assistance of the Land Spirit, before he was able to barely finish it. Now, he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, thus this step was destined to fail. However, after rebirth, Fan Yuan had never truly thought of refining second aperture goo. He deceived the Land Spirit, and intentionally delayed time to create such a special situation to convince the Land Spirit and refine this goo. Similar to the second aperture goo, This goo was also an immortal goo whose recipe was recorded in Chapter 2, Section 3 of Zoo. Was the first classic of the goo world. It appeared to be a story when one first read it, but it actually held profound messages, recording the secrets of the ancient times and all kinds of goo. Some goo were directly described like wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. While some goo were hidden, their descriptions were very vague, requiring the readers to dig through it and study carefully. Chapter 405. Spreading my wings and flying away today, becoming an immortal and whipping the phoenix on another day. The light of glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical change. Fan Yuan's body was shining in golden brilliance, swimming up against the flow of the torrential light stream. Facing the strong killer move of a rank 5 goo master, liquid metal goo's defense was starting to become useless. The golden protection was washed away by the light eventually. Especially the bone wings, it slowly revealed its original black color after being washed by the torrential light stream. In the grand waterfall of light, a lone body was flying with great difficulty while facing great pressure. Such a mystical sight naturally attracted many goo masters' attention. The battlefield slowly turned silent. Land spirit assisted Fan Yuan fully. After the dogs lost their master, they scattered. All the goo masters stood on the spot, raising their heads and watching. In their hearts they had one question. This scenario, I have obviously not seen it before, yet why do I find it so familiar? I remember now. Suddenly someone shouted. This scene was recorded in the legends of Renzu, that's why it is so familiar. The #1 classic in the world, spread throughout the world widely, no one was unfamiliar with it. Getting such a reminder, many people realized at once. That's right, this was recorded in Renzu's 2nd chapter, 3rd section. I remember now. Verdant Great Sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory in order to refine fixed immortal travel goo, flying towards the sun. People recalled, laughing immediately. What is this person doing? Copying Verdant Great Sun, and disregarding his life? Haha, don't tell me he is thinking of refining fixed immortal travel goo. How is that possible? He has divine travel goo. Of course Fan Yuan had it. But divine travel goo was not enough, it was recorded in Renzu. Verdant Great Sun was afraid that divine travel goo would send him to dangerous places while he was drunk. Divine travel goo was ashamed because of this, thus directing him. Go up into the sky, and in the azure heaven among the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that is jade sky in color. Next, go to blue heaven and during the night time, collect the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. Next, when it is dawn, fly into the sky and use the light of glory of the rising sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel goo. Once I become that goo, I will no longer send you to random places when you are drunk. Thus, Fan Yuan needed the jade sky-colored jade bamboo from azure heaven, and an 8-sided diamond star fragment from blue heaven. And also, the light of glory of the immemorial era. Did he have these? Not at first. But after rebirth, he killed Long Qing Tian and obtained jade sky goo. This goo was rank 5 and originated from the immemorial era. It was like a dark green bamboo stem, palm size and hollow in the middle, giving off a texture of jade on the surface. This was the azure heaven's jade bamboo. Described all sorts of goo. Immortal goo were described as they were, like wisdom goo and strength goo. Mortal goo were written more obscurely, the readers needed to look into them and researched carefully. But the jade sky bamboo was not enough, he needed the 8-sided diamond star fragment. Did he have it? Of course not, but Bai Ningbing planted it on him. Indeed, the fixed star goo. This goo was a star fragment from the immemorial era, looking like a diamond with 8 sides. It was planted on Fan Yuan's left forearm, giving off starlight, able to project a half-transparent eerie blue light from his arm. So now he had the jade sky bamboo and the 8-sided diamond star fragment, but to refine fixed immortal travel goo, Fan Yuan needed one final condition, that is what the land spirit mentioned, the light of glory of the immemorial era. Did Fan Yuan have this? From start to end, he had never obtained it. But Xiao Meng had it. Xiao Meng controlled an extreme light goo. This goo was obtained by robbing graves. It was an incomplete goo. It could only be used 3 times every month to unleash the light of glory. Once it exceeded 3 times, it would self-detonate. And torrential light stream was a killer move that, in some aspects, replicated the light of glory. Divine travel goo, jade sky goo, fixed star goo, as well as the light of the immemorial era, All the conditions were fulfilled. When Fan Yuan rebirthed and realized this, he discarded the second aperture goo in his heart, changing his objective to refining the fixed immortal travel goo. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture goo. Thus, Bai Ningbing, Tai Ronan, and the righteous demonic factions became Fan Yuan's tools. He calculated meticulously in his heart, controlling the flow of events as he swayed them in his favor, causing this result. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, the second aperture goo would not be refined successfully, it would change its goal to protecting Fan Yuan, as that is the only way hope remains. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight, trembling slightly as the aura of an immortal goo leaked out uncontrollably. Everyone was flabbergasted. Such an aura, how is this possible? Tai Ronan, Bai Ningbing and the others were staring with their eyes popping out. He is refining goo. He is really refining an immortal goo. Who is he? Is he the reincarnation of Verdant Great Sun? Yihua Yichong and the others were staring with their jaws dropping. Fixed immortal travel! Is he really refining fixed immortal travel goo? To think that I, Feng Tianyu, would get to see the birth of an immortal goo! This refinement master kneeled on the ground emotionally, tears overflowing on his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men all kneeled down. This moment, they were idolizing this person refining an immortal goo. Unbelievable. An event of the immemorial era was unfolding before them. An unimaginable grandness and beauty caused many goo masters' bodies to shook. Was it excitement, fear, or both? At once, Fan Yuan's figure was the center of everyone's attention. No matter how glaring the torrential light stream was, everyone's eyes were wide open, staring without blinking. The immortal goo's aura became more intense, but at this crucial moment, something happened. Trying to use my power to refine an immortal goo? Humph! Xiao Meng was no fool. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light stream ended. Everyone gasped loudly. No! Feng Tianyu screamed, his heart pained as he showed grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light stream was like a cut ribbon, flowing down weakly. With just 3 breaths' time, the goo master in the light waterfall would be freed. Such a short time was not enough to birth an immortal goo. But why would Fan Yuan not anticipate this? Third watch goo. Third watch goo. He activated 2 third watch goo targeting the cocoon. At once, time accelerated by 9 times, as the immortal goo's aura surged. He used 2-time path goo worms to accelerate time? Feng Tianyu got up like he was jolted with lightning, his eyes glowing as his face turned red. There was still hope. But immediately his red face turned pale, as Feng Tianyu plopped on the ground with a dejected expression, crying. It is useless, the acceleration is only a temporary measure. If the immortal goo is created too quickly, it will not be able to stabilize its aura, and will be destroyed through self-detonation. But was Fan Yuan ignorant about this? He took out a goo worm. This goo had in plain appearance, like a gray stone disc. In his previous life, he obtained it from Feng Tianyu. This time, he got it from killer ghost Dr. Chojio. What goo? Undefeated 100 battles. Undefeated 100 battles goo, rank 5 expenditure goo. Once used, it allowed a goo master's refinement to succeed for sure. The next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, grabbing his head and screaming in great joy. How can this be? Because he felt the immortal goo's aura stabilizing like a miracle. The cocoon broke open, and a green butterfly flew out, fixed immortal travel goo. It truly is an immortal goo! Beautiful beyond words. Who in the world is he? He actually refined an immortal goo. At once, everyone's hearts were pounding, regardless of whether they were aware or unaware of the circumstances. They were speechless and shocked to their limits. Xiao Meng was stupefied, and Mo Wutian was in a daze. Is this the reenactment of a legend? What era am I living in? Fan Yuan flew out of the light waterfall, as fixed immortal travel goo flew around him. Each time it flapped its wings, green light flickered like pollen. It was a beautiful sight. Of course, Fan Yuan paid a huge price. A rank 5 killer move was not a joke. Liquid metal goo died, golden aurora goo and the others were greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were torn and tattered. As the liquid metal faded, Fan Yuan's identity was revealed. At once, a commotion burst out. Who is he? And Mo Wutian's pupils shrunk. It's him, Little Beast King. Hu Mei'er and Li Xian were shocked. It's him. Yihua's eyes were popping out. It is actually him? Jiao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, trembling, feeling each other's shock, after fear and joy. They had the guts to assassinate such a strong foe? A man who can refine an immortal goo? Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the others who knew the situation witnessed this miracle with their own eyes, watching like a still statue. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, Verdant Great Sun flapped his wings, refining and fixed immortal travel goo. But now, Fan Yuan was doing the same, using his mortal body to accomplish such a grand feat under everyone's observation. Once this matter spread, his name would be renowned throughout the continent, shocking the whole southern border. You really succeeded in refining fixed immortal travel goo, incredible. As expected of a future goo immortal. Fan Yuan could hear land spirits praise and sigh. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel goo can allow a goo master to roam the world, going anywhere he wanted. But it is still an immortal goo. Your help is needed to activate it using immortal essence. Bagre. Of course. There is still some immortal essence left in the cauldron. Recall in your mind where you want to go. You should choose a safe place. Remember, the image in your head has to be the same as the real place. There cannot be too big of a difference. I understand that. Bagre sighed, speaking wholeheartedly. Using the fixed immortal travel would allow you to escape this predicament, but without immortal essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is a relief for me. I just wish you would succeed in refining second aperture goo in the future, and do not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Fan Yuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. He moved his tattered black wings, flying in the sky and looking around. The torn bronze hall, the mound battlefield overflowing with blood, and the ruined goo immortal blessed land. Goodbye, Bai Ningbing. Goodbye, Tai Ruanan. Goodbye, southern border. The land spirit did not know that Fan Yuan was about to take an even greater risk. But life was a gamble. If one did not gamble when they had the chance, when would they succeed? If man did not have aspirations as grand as heaven, they would be letting down their 8 feet body. Thinking like this, Fan Yuan felt great ambition and aspiration, his heart boiling with anticipation. Standing before everyone, he felt an urge and expressed it as a poem. The people present heard him recite, since ancient times land immortal pass with the wind, today 3 kings return to eternal slumber. Who would not experience failure? Verdant's son died regretfully. Start over again and proclaim oneself as king. The carp swims up the heavenly waterfall, traveling alone in the desolate lands and defying heaven. Spreading my wings and flying away today, becoming an immortal and whipping the phoenix on another day. As he said so, Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Everyone was speechless. Only the land spirit shouted, "Grand aspirations, I will send you on your journey!" Immortal essence entered the fixed immortal travel goo, and jade light flashed, as Fan Yuan vanished from the air. Only his clothes were left, floating in the air like a kite with its strings cut. He vanished! He used the fixed immortal travel goo, I wonder where he went. Why is heaven and earth shaking? Everyone was stunned. At this time, intense winds blew as mountains broke, the world was collapsing. Loopholes after loopholes were formed, connecting to the outside world. Damn it, escape quickly! The blessed land is collapsing, the winds of assimilation is coming. If we do not escape now, we will die. I do not want to die. The experts were frightened and shocked, frantically escaping as Sanchao Mountain went into chaos once again. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on Danghun Mountain, the battle for Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reaching its end. Fangjing, hang in there, victory is within reach! Lord Sky Crane encouraged. The skin on Fangjing's arms and legs were torn, as blood flowed down. He surpassed Ding Xingji, Shao Qi Xing, his body was numb from pain, and his brain was unable to think, there was only Danghun Mountain left in his mind. Being the first to ascend, he only had one thought left in his mind. I am the great Feng Jin Huang, how can I lose here? I have never lost since I was born, this time is no exception. Come out, dream wings! Feng Jin Huang shouted, and a beautiful pair of wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely elegant and beautiful, all sorts of lights shone on it. It was dazzling and alluring. With just one flap, Feng Jin Huang ascended easily. What? This is the legendary immortal goo, Dream Wings. The 9 goo immortals were shocked. Most immortal goo could only be used with immortal essence. But Dream's wings were different, it used the goo master's spirit and soul instead. Feng Jin Huang was only immortal. Activating the dream wings forcefully would cause severe damage to her soul, amnesia at best, becoming retarded at worst. But Feng Jin Huang was competitive, she wanted victory, willing to pay any price. Under Fan Jing's stunned gaze, she overtook him, taking back her head. The dream wings were folded back as Feng Jin Huang stood at the side of the cliff. Breathing heavily, she felt a strong dizziness from the depths of her soul, almost causing her to faint. She reached her limits. Forcefully activating an immortal goo, it was not easy for Feng Jin Huang to reach this step. I actually lost. Feng Jing stared with wide-opened eyes, dejected and upset. Feng Jin Huang's arms were already at the edge of the peak, she was one step away. I am about to win. At this moment, Feng Jin Huang forced herself to raise her head, using the last bit of strength she had. Her eyes were glowing like amber, her beautiful appearance, and her snow-white long neck, was shining like jade in the blessed land's pink light. She was like a young phoenix, expanding its wings for the first time. Brilliant and glorious. At once, even Gu immortals were dazed. Fan Jing raised his head to look at her, as Hu immortal land spirits stared at her in a daze. Everyone was waiting for Feng Jin Huang's victory. Feng Jin Huang did not let everyone down, she bit her lips, placing her arms at the edge of the cliff. Next, she used her remaining strength to drag her body up as well. But at this moment, swoosh! Jade light flashed, and a man appeared on the mountain peak. This man was completely naked, his left forearm had a hole as blood flowed out of it. His youthful body was strong and muscular, giving off the aura of a veteran expert who had undergone countless battles. Brother? Fan Jing was shocked, slipping and falling down the cliff. The 10 Gu immortals were shocked. Who is this naked man? Feng Jin Huang raised her snow-white neck, looking at Fan Yuan from his feet, stunned and watching with her eyes wide open like a statue. Fan Yuan's body was muscular, the giant monster on his lower body entered Feng Jin Huang's vision without any doubt. I really came here? TSK, fixed immortal travel goo has such a weakness, it cannot transport clothes along with me. But thankfully, I placed my goo worms inside my aperture, and brought them along. Fan Yuan looked around, realizing his situation. Isn't this person below me Feng Jin Huang? It seems gave an accurate time. He was a step before her. This competition did not ban immortal goo worms. According to the rules, he was who immortal blessed land's owner. I succeeded, all my risks paid off. So what if I failed to refine second aperture goo? Now I have something better, the entire who immortal blessed land, and fixed immortal travel goo. Ha 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 ha. Fan Yuan laughed crazily in his heart. Unfortunately, she has the immortal goo dream wings, I can't kill her yet. Fan Yuan looked at Feng Jin Huang regretfully, before raising his right foot. Under the 10 Gu immortal supervision, his right foot landed on Feng Jin Huang's face, as a jade-like feeling could be felt on his feet. Scram! Fan Yuan pushed, and kicked the weak and dazed Feng Jin Huang down. Feng Jin Huang was already out of strength, how could she resist Fan Yuan's kick? She immediately descended. Fan Yuan turned around, facing the land spirit. Little Hu immortal, aren't you calling me you master? Master. The little girl stared at Fan Yuan, shocked. After she reacted, she used her small tender hands to cover her large crystal clear eyes. Next, she lowered her head, her face red with shame, as she stomped her foot, shaking her head, saying meekly, Master, aren't you shameful, you are so old already, quickly wear some clothes. Chapter 406. Feng Jiuge. 9 days later. Atop of a lush green mountain valley, a small waterfall flowed downwards like a strip of silvery silk. The waterfall's stream flowed into an ancient lake. The ancient lake was deep and dark jade in color, with ripples on the surface of the water. In the pond, all kinds of carp were swimming about. On the top of a white rock beside the water, Feng Jin Huang sat with her eyes closed. Her face, bright and beautiful, was reflected in the water, causing this ancient lake to gain a brilliant elegance. The colorful carps in the water, the clear pool water, the silvery waterfall, and the green valley all complemented each other. However, Feng Jin Huang's pretty brows were deeply scrunched. Although she has tried her best to calm down, every time she closed her eyes for more than 30 breaths, an image flashed in her mind from the depths of her heart. On an illustrious pink crystal mountain peak, a naked man looked down at her with his black eerie pupils. She was sprawling on the edge of the cliff, and when she looked up, she saw everything on the man's body. His bleeding left arm with a bloody hole, his strong muscles, his broad chest, and the massive thing between his legs. The image was engraved into her heart. The memory was so vivid that the events of that day could never be forgotten by this proud woman. Especially since afterwards, the man stretched out his right foot and stepped on her face. Feng Jinhuang wanted to forget the feeling of being trampled on her face, yet the feeling was so vivid that she could clearly recall it even now. Forget it, forget him. Keep a peace of mind, peace of mind, calm down. Feng Jinhuang breathed more and more rapidly. Her breathing became heavier, and her chest moved rapidly as a result, and was becoming faster. In her heart, shame, humiliation, and hatred mixed together, turning into a volcano. How dare he? He dared to do that to me. Ah! Feng Jinhuang could not bear it anymore, and suddenly opened her phoenix eyes and stood up abruptly, raising her head and screaming. Boom! The volcano in her heart erupted, filling her chest with anger, almost melting her entire body. You are a despicable and shameless man, you dared to step on my face. I want to tear you to pieces. Feng Jinhuang roared, her eyes glowing with fire as she punched randomly. Bam 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 bam. The loud smashing sound, like the sound of thunder, erupted continuously. Feng Jinhuang's eyes exuded fire, the beautiful flames evaporated the ancient lake and burnt the green hills around her. She punched without a target, as her frenzied barrage sent the surrounding mountain rocks flying, as the ground cracked. After almost a few short breaths, Feng Jinhuang completely decimated the valley. Such terrifying battle strength, even if 10 Fan Yuan attacked together, he could not reach such a power level. Ah! This scoundrel! I want rend your flesh, limb by limb. I want to step on your bones and crush them into pieces. I'll make you suffer for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear, I'll make you to suffer endless pain. I want you to die and regret everything you have done to me. Then I'll turn you into ashes and scatter you into the wind. Feng Jinhuang bellowed without stopping, the anger in her chest making her lose all rationality. A few 100 miles away, there were grass cottages built on a mountain peak. Through the window of the cottage, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Feng Jinhuang, looking worried. Oh, my little Feng heir! Inside the cottage, a beauty was dressed in white silk adorned with a green belt. She was dignified and elegant, bearing a resemblance to Feng Jinhuang. She was the biological mother of Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Baiqing, a rank 6 Gu immortal. Stop looking. You have already watched her for 7 or 8 times during the last 10 minutes. The jade sea-tide tea that I carefully brewed for you is getting cold by now. Go sit down and drink it. Feng Jiuge sat by her side, helplessly saying, Drink, 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 all you care about is drinking tea. Is Feng Jinhuang even your daughter? As her father, aren't you worried at all? Baiqing turned around, her brows were wrinkled and her tone was resentful. Sigh. Our daughter, Feng heir, had always been competitive since she was a child. Her talent was excellent, and no one was her match in her sect, but suddenly she stumbled and lost. Her immortal inheritance was the first failure of her life, but it is also the most important. You are her father, but you're actually still in the mood to drink tea here? Never mind the failure, what's more important is, Feng heir suffered such a huge loss. She actually got trampled by someone. Think about it, Feng heir is proud and had never paid attention to any man her age. Yet she was beaten in such a way, with someone's foot on her face, and for the first time, saw a similar aged man's body. This. The more Fairy Baiqing talked, the more anxious she grew, and her eyes slowly turned red. Feng Jiuge looked at her and immediately got up, getting to her side, holding her in his arms. He frantically comforted her. Don't cry, my Qing heir. Isn't your husband still here? In fact, in my opinion, this event was not without benefits. Oh? What good is there? Baiqing casted a doubtful gaze at him. Sigh, Feng heir is our pride and joy. I'm proud of her yet also worried. She's too competitive and always wants to get first place. Yes, her talent is higher than mine, and she also has great comprehension abilities, but so what if her talent is higher? Is it higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, can it compare to Desolate Ancient Moon? Feng Jiu explained in earnest. The great Desolate Ancient Moon, daughter of Renzu, failed countless times. Feng heir had always experienced success and victory but had never understood the taste of failure. This is one of her defects, and also her weakness. Qing heir, you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, and I am a rank 7 Gu immortal, but even if it was a rank 9 immortal venerable or demon venerable, they can only live long, but not forever. We are able to protect Feng'er now, but one day we will leave her. By that time, she will only be able to rely on herself. Experiencing this failure will help her mature. Birds leave the nest and fly alone. After they withstand setbacks, they can train their wings and fight in the sky. In the future, when Feng'er leaves us, we can be relieved. Feng'er is my baby. I would love nothing more than to protect her inside the blessed land forever. Fairy Baiqing leaned on Feng Jiuji's chest as she wiped her tears. She sighed and said, "Sai, you are right, Feng'er will leave us one day, we should let her train more. But this is too much, she had lost too much this time. Who immortal inheritance was lost, she was even bullied by that immortal crane sect lad, are you as her father not going to do anything about it?" Humph. Feng Jiu snorted, squinting as his eyes shone with a cold light. Immortal crane sect went too far indeed, even though they had promised to compensate us and the other 8 major sections. But Feng'er is my daughter, how she can experience such bullying? I have already written a letter, and it has been sent to them. If this He Fengyang does not know what's good for him, I will go to their sect to find him and settle the score. Fairy Baiqing's heart eased. It turns out that her husband had already acted. But immediately, Baiqing was nervous and looked at her husband. "Husband, don't be rash, don't make a huge commotion. Back when you attacked the top 10 sects, Immortal Crane's sect was also one of the victims. They know that you're the strongest, but don't do this kind of thing again." I know. Haha, you can be at ease. Feng Jiuge calmed his wife lying in his arms, his eyes subconsciously squinting as he snorted in his heart. Out of the top 10 sects in Central Continent now, none are worthy of facing off against me. South of the Central Continent, 30,000 feet above the mountains. In the sky, Feihe Mountain was floating among a sea of clouds, looking magnificent and grand. Trees were swaying on the mountain as 10,000 cranes flew by, giving off a living atmosphere of an immortal's residence. Currently, in Shangqing Pavilion at the top of the mountain, it was a heavy and grim atmosphere. Feng Jiuge has gone too far. The Supreme First Elder was staring furiously, his hands clutching a thin letter as he trembled with anger. With a bang, he slammed the letter on the white jade stone table. In the letter, Feng Jiuge listed several overbearing demands. But despite so, Supreme First Elder did not dare to destroy or burn this letter. This letter was shining with an azure-green color. It was the transformation of the rank 5 letter sending green bird Gu. Once destroyed, Feng Jiuge would sense it. If he became furious, the situation would become troublesome. This guy, Feng Jiuge, was born into the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a rare opportunity and cultivated painstakingly, soundlessly reaching rank 6 Gu immortal realm. Once he came out, he amazed the world as he challenged all the heroes in the world, and no one could stop him. The 10 sects sent people to challenge him, but they all lost terribly, forced to join forces to resist him. Feng Jiuge was not afraid, fighting as he traveled for over 10 million miles, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the yellow dragon, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos, and there was nothing anyone could do. Fortunately, Fairy Baiqing from Spirit Affinity House moved him with true love, finally reforming this demonic head. Back in the day, Feng Jiuge used his rank 6 cultivation and caused a commotion among the 10 sects. It was unimaginable. Now, he has rank 7 cultivation and has Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 sects backing him. This person has the demeanor of a heavenly immortal. Although his requests are slightly overbearing, we can agree to it. Supreme Second Elder took out the letter, reading it, and said with a calm tone, "He Fengyang, how can there be such a huge mistake in this matter you were in charge of? That Feng Yuan is not our disciple at all. What motives do you have, defending him like this?" A thunderous voice echoed in Shangqing Pavilion, causing the windows to vibrate. The person speaking was Lei Tan, rank 6 Gu immortal, and was at loggerheads with He Fengyang. Places with people have conflict. Immortal Crane's sect also has their conflicts and competition among factions. At once, all the gazes fell on He Fengyang. He Fengyang was like a young man, gentle like jade. A pair of jade-colored brows extended to his waist. His expression was calm, looking around slowly, then laughed and said, "This Feng Yuan is indeed not our disciple, but his brother Feng Jing is one of us, the leader of the elite disciples of this generation." Lei Tan snickered. "A tiny elite disciple's relative, he is worth our backing, the entire Immortal Crane sect? He Fengyang, Do you know how much compensation we will have to give to the 9 sects for this Fan Yuan? Of course I know. He Feng Yang glanced at Lei Tan, laughing in disdain. But these things, even if you multiply it by 3, can't compare to a Hu immortal blessed land. Not to mention a fixed immortal travel gu. At once, many of the Supreme Elders understood. He Feng Yang. What are you trying to say? Lei Tan frowned, asking impatiently. Chapter 407. Immortal Crane Sex Objective. He Feng Yang only smiled without replying Lei Tan's question. It was Supreme Third Elder who laughed and replied, I understand Elder Feng Yang's intention. If we didn't choose to shield this Fan Yuan, Hu immortal blessed land would still be up for grabs for the 10 sections. However, by admitting that Fan Yuan is a member of our Immortal Crane sect, we have eliminated the other 9 opponents, letting only our Immortal Crane sect seize control of this blessed land. Lei Tan's gaze flickered and his expression slightly changed, but he no longer asked any questions. At this moment, He Feng Yang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards Supreme Third Elder Hu, explaining the reason. Third Elder is wise. Things happened too suddenly. Who could have thought a mortal would use the immortal gu fixed immortal travel to appear the peak of Dang Hun Mountain and inherit Hu immortal blessed land in front of everyone? This Hu immortal inheritance is at Tianti Mountain. Everyone might know Tianti Mountain is the stairs that connects to the heavenly court. Even though it was destroyed and had been abandoned for many years, it still represents the might of the heavenly court. In a way, attacking Hu immortal blessed land is attacking Tianti Mountain, and attacking Tianti Mountain is attacking the heavenly court. Thus, although there are many blessed lands on Tianti Mountain, there has never been anyone who had the courage to attack it. Even this time, we waited for Hu immortal blessed land to open before we 10 Gu immortals joined forces to enlarge the passage, with no intention of attacking. Even if we really attacked Hu immortal blessed land, the blessed land has a land spirit which would require at least 3 rank 6 Gu immortals to join hands, and even then they might not succeed. Moreover, the control area of the blessed land is being protected by Dang Hun Mountain. Without 5 or 6 Gu immortals cooperating earnestly, who would dare to say they can climb to the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to retort but kept quiet in the end. In blessed lands, the land spirit could freely mobilize all the resources and their battle prowess could be compared to a Gu immortal. The most important thing was that the land spirit could suppress rank 1 to rank 5 Gu worms. If a Gu immortal wanted to attack the blessed land, their most powerful weapon would be immortal Gu because land spirits could not restrict immortal Gu. However, immortal Gu were hard to find and many Gu immortals did not even have one immortal Gu. Even if they had, it might not necessarily be suited to attack. This was the classic situation of low offense but high defense. If they were set on attacking the blessed land, it would often require the cooperation of several Gu immortals to create a numerical advantage, and then competing through the expenditure of immortal essence. Once the blessed land's immortal essence was exhausted, they could start their attack. However, in truth, unless it was some special situation, Gu immortals rarely attacked blessed lands. Because it was really not worth it. Not only was immortal essence precious and hard to accumulate, there was also the danger of the blessed land self-destructing. In the case where the land spirit could not defend and chose to destroy the blessed land, the winds of assimilation would blow over and destroy everything, causing the attackers to have no gains. When Gu immortals attacked blessed lands, they would often gain nothing and instead suffer heavy losses. Unless it was a matter of deep hatred, nobody would agree to do such a transaction that only created loss. Seeing that Lei Tan was keeping quiet, He Feng Yang continued. That Fan Yuan ascended to the peak and got the inheritance, immediately commanding the land spirit to close the blessed land. Fan Yuan and Fan Jing looks almost the same. The Gu immortals of the other 9 sects realized this and subconsciously thought this was our immortal crane sect's hidden move and questioned me one after another. At that time, I thought that if I were to say the truth, the Hu immortal inheritances belonging would be undecided once again as the 10 sects would still compete and fight over it. Thus, I acknowledged it, and even if we had to pay such a price for it, we have eliminated the other 9 great sects from the competition. Like this, we can secretly strategize about Hu immortal blessed land without worrying about other forces. He Feng Yang explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted and asked, There is a big problem in this plan. Hu immortal blessed land is on Tianti Mountain and is also closed now. Without attacking and creating a loophole, how can we enter? He Feng Yang laughed. It seems he already predicted this. How could I not have any plans? Blessed lands face calamities and tribulations. who immortal died during the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated the time, who immortal blessed land will face the 6th earthly calamity in a year and 3 months' time. Fang Yuan is only a mortal, how could he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the help of the land spirit, without a sex support, the blessed land will suffer heavy damage at that time and a loophole will appear. Lei Tan scoffed. Even if there is a loophole, do you dare to attack? Didn't you say just before that who immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain? He Feng Yang instantly replied. Forcefully attacking is a terrible move and we will only use it if all else fails. That Fang Yuan is only a mortal, as long as a loophole appears and we use some plans and schemes, is there a worry of failing to capture him? Once the earth calamity passes, he will definitely start worrying and thirst for external help. I have already planned it. First we use Fang Jing and use the kinship to move and persuade him into cooperating for some transactions. As we make more transactions, his guard against us will naturally loosen, and using logic to persuade him, we might just convince him to join Immortal Crane's sect. If he keeps on being stubborn, we can use some secret methods. Slavery Gu is one good method. There aren't many ways to deal with the land spirit, but there are plenty of ways to deal with a mortal like him. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel Gu like this, then it is no doubt the perfect outcome. The elders present felt a rush of excitement at the mention of fixed immortal travel Gu. Many began to whisper and discuss with each other. The outcome He Feng Yang portrayed was truly beautiful. Most importantly, his plan had a chance of success. Lei Tan could feel the change in the atmosphere as he sat down in anger. You speak nice words, let's hope it goes our way. Supreme Third Elder mumbled. Besides special Gu like Dream Wings Gu that needs to be activated using the soul, most of the other immortal Gu need immortal essence to activate, and this fixed immortal travel Gu is not an exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel Gu and with the help of land spirit to use the blessed land's immortal essence, he can escape any time he wishes. We need to be very careful to deal with him. Furthermore, there is one point to note. He is but a mortal yet he possesses an immortal Gu, he should have a rather deep background. He Feng Yang nodded. Junior has already thought of this point. Back then, when I claimed Fang Yuan was our sect's disciple, I checked the reactions of the other 9 sections. It seems that not one of the central continent's 9 sects are behind him. I am guessing, since Fang Yuan came from southern border, he is very likely to have a super clan of southern border behind him. But be it Wu clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Yi clan or other super clans, they are all situated far at southern border and cannot help him here. If they were to enter central continent, their battle strength would be suppressed. Our Immortal Crane sect is one of the 10 great sects of central continent. We have a huge chance of winning against them. All the elders nodded at these words and started another round of soft discussions. Indeed, a mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Central continent is our Immortal Crane sect's territory. If they were to make a move, even if their battle prowess was not suppressed, our Immortal Crane sect is still stronger than any supergroups of the 4 other regions by a mile. Third Elder's furrowed brows relaxed. There is one doubt remaining. To use fixed immortal travel Gu, the user needs to have a vivid memory and clear understanding of the terrain he teleports to. Fang Yuan is only immortal from the faraway southern border. How could he know the scenery in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could his timing be so precise? Could it be, Hu Immortal had once set an inheritance in southern border? Or it could be one of the tricks of Tianti Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortals? He Feng Yang bowed. Junior is also not clear about this. This matter is strange. Originally, there was only a clue about the Blood Sea inheritance. At that time, one of our sect disciples defected and fled to southern border. A few years ago, I sent Lord Sky Crane to southern border to clean up and trash and bring back the inheritance. But Lord Sky Crane failed and instead it was Fang Yuan who obtained the inheritance, gaining Blood Skull Gu. This kid is very ruthless and sinister, unexpectedly killing all his clansmen on the spot, and used Blood Skull Gu to raise his aptitude. Lord Sky Crane was unresigned and brought back Fang Jing for future plans to retrieve the Gu. He Feng Yang naturally had never have expected a nobody to so outrageously disrupt his plan back then, causing such a huge problem for him. This was a weird feeling. It was as if person was walking on the road, when suddenly a small ant jumped on their nose and started scratching it. Where did this ant come from? Such guts. The person could just crush it with their finger, but because of the peculiar situation, they were not able to catch the ant, and could only let this ant feel triumphant for the time being. Not this Blood Sea inheritance again. Hearing He Feng Yang narrate the whole story, the elders present frowned, their heart turned irritated. Blood Sea inheritance came from a big shot of the demonic path, Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like cutting grass, and his infamy had gone down in history. With the might of a rank 7 Gu immortal, he had unexpectedly set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance sites that spread over central continent, southern border, northern plains, western desert, and eastern sea. Before his death, he had laughed and proclaimed, "Blood path is not lonely, my mark will remain for all eternity." Now, just like he proclaimed, countless mortals had benefited. Blood Sea inheritance was already proclaimed as the most popular inheritance with the greatest number in the world. There was no competition. Countless righteous path figures were getting headaches because of it. Didn't that Shwetu, who was only a butcher, become a famous demonic cultivator after obtaining Blood Sea inheritance? Years ago, Myriad Dragon Doc Song Zixing obtained one of the true Blood Sea inheritances and defected his sect, causing great humiliation to our 10 great sections. Now, he is already a rank 7 Gu immortal with the title Blood Dragon. To kill this defector and wipe away their humiliation, Myriad Dragon Doc dispatched 8 Gu immortals, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7. The result was he killed 4 of them, crippled 3 of them, and beat 1 into retreating. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Menzies Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, as well as the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and finally, the rank 6 Immortal Gu Blood Deity. He was truly someone who achieved great success in Blood Path. Speaking of which, 4 true inheritances of the Blood Sea ancestor had already shown up. One is Blood Skull Gu, which is with Fang Yuan. Another is Blood Handprint Gu, which is with Southern Border's current Shang clan leader. Violent Blood Dragon Bat is with Song Zixing. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the second Blood Sea inheritance. That is only an unconfirmed rumor, there is no evidence to conclude it. The elders whispered to one another. Alright, there is no need to talk about Blood Sea true inheritance. It is like searching for a needle in a haystack, all kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are already getting callous from hearing them. Supreme Grand Elder waved his hand and immediately put a stop to the discussion. He turned his gaze towards He Feng Yang. Elder He Feng Yang, since you brought up this method, then you shall be in charge of it. If you are able to seize the blessed land and establish your merit, the sect will not be stingy in rewarding you. Junior understands. He Feng Yang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Feng Yang gain such a lucrative task, Lei Ten felt stifled, but since it was Supreme Grand Elder who said so, he could only hide his hatred inside. However, Supreme Grand Elder added, "Since you are in charge of it, then Elder Feng Yang, you should hand over your one's own Wei Gu, right?" In Feng Jiuji's demand, he had asked for an immortal Gu. You are the person in charge of this matter, so you should be the one to settle this. Lei Tan was immediately joyous. He Feng Yang could only accept the order with a bitter smile. Chapter 408. Fan Yuan regains consciousness. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. All he saw before him was a blur pink color. As his vision gradually returned, he saw a thin silk curtain. A light wind blew, the chimes rang, the light pink curtain slowly swayed, making it feel like a dream or illusion. Fan Yuan slowly got up from his bed. This round bed was extremely large, 40 to 50 people could fit on it. A silk blanket that was red on the bottom with golden rims was covering his body. Fan Yuan looked around and found himself in a large bedroom. There was a stove beside the bed, burning some incense. There was a fragrance that arouses people's feelings in the air. This room was made with golden brick walls, silver bricks were used on the ground. Beside the bed, the corners of the room, tables and chairs, dressing table, all of them had large amounts of pearls, agate, diamonds and all sorts of precious gems. The room was grand and elegant, luxurious and glorious. The affluence of the previous owner was emanating in the room. This was Hu Immortal's Dang Hun Palace. It is a gentle home. Fan Yuan commented lightly, getting down from his bed. His body shook uncontrollably, as his brain was still dizzy. Fan Yuan did not find it strange, instead he understood clearly. This was because he had forced himself too much back on Sancha Mountain. By Ningbing's betrayal, the pressure from the two factions, and he even had to scheme against the land spirit. First refining second aperture, then refine the fixed immortal travel Gu in the torrential light stream. The entire process was accompanied by the mental pressure of taking a risky gamble. To Fan Yuan, be it his body or mind, they had reached their limits. When he used the fixed immortal travel goo to arrive at Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Jin Huang and Fang Jing were at their limits, but so was he. Compared to them, Fan Yuan's mental pressure was greater. Spring-autumn cicada could no longer be used, and he had snatched the Hu immortal inheritance right in front of the 10 sex Gu immortals. He was trying to pull the teeth out of a tiger, like playing with fire. It was an extremely dangerous move. Fan Yuan was the first to ascend the mountain, and the land spirit chased the other competitors away. After Fan Yuan officially became the blessed land's owner, he ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit with a few key points, Fan Yuan relaxed at a safe area, falling asleep instantly. Just how long did I sleep? Fan Yuan shook his head. He still felt extremely tired. There was a sense of weakness coming from his soul. At the same time, his ears were buzzing, as his brain could not think as quickly as normal. It was difficult to process questions in his head. Oh no, I injured my soul. Fan Yuan's heart sank, sensing his condition was not looking good. The main reason was because of the immortal Gu refinement. Were immortal Gus so easily to refine? Many Gu immortals would suffer a backlash when making a mistake while attempting to do so, injured at best, death at worst. Fan Yuan used a mortal's body to refine an immortal Gu. The main reason was because the recipe was good, originating from Renzu's tales. Secondly, the materials used were appropriate, focused on the divine travel Gu. Looking from another angle, it was simply converting divine travel Gu into fixed immortal travel Gu. It was not like in Fan Yuan's previous life, where he used a large number of mortal Gu to refine the immortal Gu's spring-autumn cicada. Turning from mortal to immortal, the difficulty was 100-fold. Even so, the foundation of my soul was too weak and got injured. But thankfully, this is Dang Hun Mountain. Thinking so, Fan Yuan's expression turned solemn, as he said lightly, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh, Hu immortal land spirit appeared before him. "Master, you are finally awake." Hu immortal lowered her head. Her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a meek tone. She had the appearance of a 5 to 6-year-old girl. She was cute and young, with a colorful dress, and a snow-white foxtail behind her, swaying to express her unease. "Master, when you were sleeping, I acted on my own accord and healed the injury on your left arm. I wanted to bring you clothes, but what we have here are not your size," Hu immortal land spirit reported. The clothes she mentioned was Hu immortal's clothing. They were women's clothing. Of course Fan Yuan could not fit in them. Fan Yuan frowned. "Clothing is not important. How long have I slept? During this period, did any strong enemies attack the blessed land?" Hu immortal's eyes were large and shining, blinking. "Master, during the 7 days you were asleep, nobody attacked." "Oh?" Fan Yuan's eyes shone. He did not know that immortal crane Sexy Feng Yang defended him, blocking the assault of the other 9 sections. But he understood somewhat why no Gu immortals attacked the blessed land. Hu immortal blessed land was not like the 3 kings' blessed land on Sancha Mountain. This blessed land was still very young. It had a land spirit and ample immortal essence storage, and even Dang Hun Mountain as the core protection of the blessed land. These 3 elements made Hu immortal blessed land as secure as a fortress. Most Gu immortals had no way to force their way in. How hard was it to attack this blessed land? Fan Yuan knew most clearly. 500 years into his past life, he allied with almost 10 demonic Gu immortals, invading this place. Eventually, he had a narrow victory. Only he and Song Zhong were left. Song Zhong was the son of Song Zixing, a rising star of the demonic path. He has not been born yet. Back then, I was already a senior of the demonic path. Song Zhong inherited his father's inheritance, gaining great strength, and was able to fight with me for tens of rounds without a winner emerging, causing him to rise to fame from that battle. Thinking of his past life, being used as a stepping stone for this junior Song Zhong, Fan Yuan snickered continuously. "Everything's changed now. I'll find a chance to kill Song Zixing, hee. Let's see how you'll come into this world." Song Zixing had one part of the Blood Sea inheritance. It was the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat. This dragon bat is not a Gu worm. It can be captured and taken away. With the Violent Blood Dragon Bat, I will gain an endless number of blood bats. Manipulating blood bats was one of my greatest skill in my previous life. Of course, that is a plan for the future. Now I have to rely on this blessed land to cultivate quickly, getting back to my Gu immortal stage. Thinking so, Fan Yuan thought of an important question. "Land spirit, how long more till the next earthly calamity?" Master, I was about to inform you if you did not ask me. Right now, the blessed land has already endured 5 earthly calamities. The 6th is a year and 3 months away. Hu Immortal's voice was filled with anxiety and worry. What? A year and 3 months? Fan Yuan jumped up from his bed, unable to sit any longer, his face turning grim. Everything exists in balance. Heaven is impartial. Strength comes with weakness, blessing comes with calamities. Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations, an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation but just the earthly calamity. Once it occurs, the might is overwhelming, often causing great disasters. If the blessed land cannot endure it, they will face destruction. Fan Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He was extremely clear of the danger of his current situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity is a strict test. Earthly calamities get stronger than the one before. Hu Immortal died in the 5th, and Fan Yuan was about to face the even stronger 6th calamity. There are only a year and 3 months left to the earthly calamity. Why was it not mentioned in Feng Jin Huang's biography? That's right, she is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. Her parents are both Gu Immortals. With their help, it is not hard to block the earthly calamity. But to me, this is a grave situation. The 6th calamity is coming too quickly. Even with Fan Yuan's experience, he would not have time to make ample preparations. Other than that, he still had to guard against external enemies. Under everyone's watchful eye, I snatched to Immortal blessed land. Although the 10 sects have not made a move, they are surely waiting to pounce on me. I understand now, the 10 sects are waiting for the earthly calamity, and want to make use of it. Once the earthly calamity descends, the land spirit will have to face it with everything she had. She would not have time to take care of this master. Fan Yuan was still rank 4 upper stage. He was easy to target. Once he dies, the blessed land would be ownerless, and the land spirit will have to find a new master. If the earthly calamity causes a huge loophole, Gu masters outside would be able to enter at will. If the 10 sects find trouble, then it would add on to his problems, and the situation would certainly turn deadly. Fan Yuan's gaze shone. Because his soul was injured, it caused his head to hurt. He rearranged his scattered thoughts, and breathed out deeply, deciding, I'll take a look at the situation, make the best preparations for this earthly calamity. If I fail, I will give up the blessed land and order it to self-destruct, not giving the righteous path any resources for free, then escape using fixed immortal travel Gu. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his safety? With such a thought, Fan Yuan called the land spirit to bring him outside. He needed to know more about the blessed land now. Yes. Land spirit nodded obediently, but hesitantly added, Master, you do not like clothes? Actually, wearing nice clothing would make one feel more energized, and you will feel happier too. Fan Yuan. The dresses in Danghun Palace was not for Fan Yuan to wear. But he had stored some spare clothing inside the Tusita flower. After changing into a black robe, Fan Yuan followed the land spirit, going up on the stairs and reaching the mountain peak. Danghun Mountain's winds were very strong. But land spirit waved her hand, and it turned into a soothing breeze. Master, this blessed land has 4,000 square kilometers of land. The flow of time is 5 times. The 4,000 square kilometers of land is mostly grassland. The grass is made up of blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, and 6 divine grass primarily. There are also 7 treasure flowers and milk tea flowers, etc. The land spirit introduced as she drew a virtual image, floating in the air for Fan Yuan to see. In the image, there was a classic grassland, with all sorts of colors, like a grass carpet right before him. The blue and poisonous blue degree grass, the chestnut-shaped water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass which looked like 6 thin leaves with the feeling of jade. And also the 7-colored 7 treasure flower, the cup-shaped milk tea flower filled with nectar that were like milk tea. With these 7 as the main, there were also a lot of weed and wild flowers. Fan Yuan looked as he nodded. Do not look down on these grass and flowers, they are cultivation resources. These 7 types of grass and flowers were Gu refinement ingredients. Some of the flowers and grass even has wild Gu worms. With 4,000 square kilometers worth of land compared to Earth, that was 1.5 Hong Kong added together. How many Gu would there be in total? These wild Gu worms were extremely easy to catch. With just a command from Fan Yuan, the land spirit would be able to capture them intact and hand it over to Fan Yuan. Chapter 409. Managing the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan asked. Then how many Gu are there in the Blessed Land now? The Hu immortal land spirit raised her head by a bit. At present, there are over 860,000 rank 1 gu, with about 52 types of them. Over 130,000 rank 2 gu, with 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 gu, with 12 types. Only over 60 rank 4 gu, with 8 types. And only 1 rank 5 gu fox skin gu. After Hu immortal died, her obsession did not disappear and combined with this land's heavenly power to form into an unusual existence known as the land spirit. In some way, it could be said to be a continuation of her life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land and was clear about everything in the blessed land. As Fan Yuan had become the master of the blessed land now, everything in the blessed land was his. Over 860,000 rank 1 gu, 130,000 rank 2 gu. These two combined meant nearly 1,000,000 gu worms. Fan Yuan recalled the time in Qingmao Mountain, those days where he had to scheme and fight for 2 to 3 rank 1 and rank 2 gu. A blessed land could only be created by a gu immortal, it was the foundation of their wealth, a heavenly estate. Just this Hu immortal blessed land alone could supply for a super clan. There would not be any problem to put 5 or 6 small mid-sized clans like Gyu clan here. As for the gu worms in the blessed land, their quantity sharply decreased at rank 3. Rank 4 gu worms did not reach 100 and there was only 1 rank 5 gu. This situation was also natural. It was the same with gu masters. Rank 1 and rank 2 gu masters were extremely common, rank 3 were already rare, rank 4 were even fewer, and only 1 or 2 rank 5 gu masters might appear among 1,000,000 people. This was a pyramid distribution, the quantity reduces the higher you go, and the ones who occupied the top were extremely few in numbers. This blessed land is still young and with appropriate managing, the quantity of the gu worms will still increase. Reaching 10 million rank 1 and 2 gu will not be difficult. But whether I can raise them properly or not, it depends on the types and quantity of the rank 4 and rank 5 gu. Fan Yuan calculated. Mortal gu masters would usually only raise 5 or 6 gu, while gu immortals could raise 1,000,000, or even 10 million gu worms. The difference between the two is as far as the clouds were from the mud. These gu being raised in Hu immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. On one hand, the numbers were little, being only about 1,000,000. On another hand, the gu were not elites. From the introduction Fan Yuan got, they were all ordinary gu. If they were changed to gu like liquor worm or breath concealment gu, their value would be much higher. Even the rank 5 foxskin gu was an extremely common defensive gu. It was effective against wind and water path gu worms, but was difficult to use in complex battlefield. Fan Yuan did not even take a look at it. The thing that really moved him was the time in the blessed land. Time flowed 5 times faster in Hu immortal blessed land. That is to say, 1 day in the outside world would mean 5 days here. This meant Fan Yuan's cultivation speed would be 5 times faster in the blessed land. He could cultivate for a year and 3 months here when only 3 months would have passed in the outside world. With this, Fan Yuan's cultivation speed would surpass most gu masters and he would have greater initiative for his future plans. Naturally, there was a huge disadvantage to this. Fan Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years, thus with this, he would age 5 times faster as well. The land spirit continued with the introduction. At present, there are about 1,000 groups of fox living here: red fox, golden fox, cloud fox, wind fox, autumn fox, flowing light fox, and so on. The 3 largest groups of foxes each has about 800,000 foxes. Altogether, there are about 4,700,000 foxes. Fan Yuan quietly listened to it and nodded his head. 3 groups of myriad foxes meant 3 myriad beast kings. The development of the beasts in the blessed land had still not reached a level of creating a beast emperor. The classification of beasts was simple. From low to high, they were 100 beast king, 1,000 beast king, myriad beast king, and beast emperor. For example, Ba Huang and Yingming of 3 kings' inheritance were 2 beast emperors with battle strength that could match rank 5 gu masters. They were able to temporarily obstruct Mo Wutian and Xiao Meng's advance. There are a lot of fox groups, but unfortunately they are all common foxes and not mutated beasts. Fan Yuan inwardly evaluated. Ordinary beasts worth naturally could not compare with mutated beasts. Examples would be comparing boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above the mutated beasts were desolate beasts. Above desolate beasts were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast, one of the 9 true inheritances of ancestor blood sea. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in. An example would be the nine-tailed fox. Raising a nine-tailed fox in Who Immortal Blessed Land is but a dream. Even raising an ancient desolate beast is impossible. If it is ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wings fox, raising one or two of them could be feasible, but it would greatly depend on luck. Fan Yuan continued to consider. Since he had obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, his plans after rebirth had reached a whole new level, thus he had to revise and modify them. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife should have already stirred like a wildfire, and he would not be able to participate in it. He also could not participate in the great battle of Yitian Mountain. Fan Yuan intended to make full use of this Who Immortal Blessed Land and cultivate to the realm of Gu Immortal. This meant that he not only had to resist the continuous earthly calamities but also had to manage the Blessed Land. Currently, the Gu worms were barely passable and the foxes might be ordinary, but they had the potential to grow. Actually, there were a lot more fox groups in the Blessed Land. At least 3 times more than the present. But the second earthly calamity caused a meteor fire rain that smashed the Blessed Land's east area into ruins, burning hundreds of thousands of foxes to death. The dark flames of that time have not been extinguished even now. The fourth earthly calamity was a huge flood that submerged most of the grassland of the Blessed Land's northern area, killing many more foxes. Thus, there are only this many remaining at present. The land spirit pursed her pink lips, her eyes revealing fear and panic as she talked about the earth calamity. At the same time, she waved her small hand and smoke flew to the air, showing the scenes of the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan could see, the eastern part was a scene of ruin with dust and smoke pervading the whole place. There were meteoric craters all over the place, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned without emitting the least bit of sound, but this manifested an even more terrifying aura. And the northern part was a scene of vast clear water. Dark clouds rumbled in the air and rain fell endlessly. The surging water emitted bleak and gloomy sound. There were bits of grass and destroyed flowers, along with fox corpses floating on the water. These are the dark flame meteor and clouded white sea calamities. Seeing such a bleak scene, Fan Yuan could not help feeling gloomy. The might of an earthly calamity was extremely strong. Moreover, there were countless types of calamity, and were simply impossible to plan against. Every 10 years, the earthly calamity would pose a destructive threat towards the Blessed Land. Who Immortal defended for 5 times before losing her life. And the devastation the previous earthly calamities left were still there and had not been cured. This was a really bad news to Fan Yuan. Who Immortal Blessed Land has an area of 4,000 square kilometers, but northern and eastern areas were gone, causing the loss of over 1,300 square kilometers of area. Such loss was truly disastrous. I must settle these 2 problems. Apart from anything else, a lot of immortal essence will be used in order to suppress the burning black flames and the spreading flood. Fan Yuan mumbled in a soft voice. However, following immediately, Who Immortal Land's spirit mentioned an even worse news. Master, the biggest trouble is here. Look, this is what was left from the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand and the image changed to show a different scene. Fan Yuan saw a scene of scorched black prairie, and a human figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Its physique was not big and looked quite alluring, however it was formed purely from lightning. The glorious blue light let out an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earth calamity, blue charm lightning shadow. Fan Yuan drew in a cold breath. This human-shaped lightning was one of the earth calamities. It was extremely strong, and could match a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan looked at this scene and immediately realized the killer that killed Who Immortal was probably this blue charm lightning shadow. Who Immortal was an enslavement path Gu master who controlled fox groups. Enslavement path was strong but also weak, and could very easily be subdued by beheading the leader tactics. Although there were many fox groups, they could not obstruct blue charm lightning shadow. In the end, Who Immortal had to fight the lightning figure in close combat and lost her life. Damn it, how could there be this lightning shadow in this blessed land? Fan Yuan's expression turned extremely unsightly. He had ways to slowly settle the previous 2 troubles. However, this human-shaped lightning was already beyond his current ability. Master, you need to be careful when you roam around later. This human-shaped lightning strolls randomly around the blessed land. Only Danghun Mountain, it dares not approach. The land spirit's pink and delicate face was bathed in the image of the blue lightning, her voice slightly shaky. This lightning is an earth calamity but is also a type of living thing. Since it is a living thing, It has a soul, and thus if it approaches Danghun Mountain, its soul will receive shockwaves until it turns to ashes. Fan Yuan had already settled his mind now. Maybe I can use Danghun Mountain to settle this lightning shadow? But how can I lure it? Fan Yuan's thoughts took a turn, however the next instant the buzzing noise echoed in his ears again. He shook his head and did not continue thinking. Are there any other bad news? Tell them all at once. He gave a bitter smile and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than what he imagined. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in imminent crisis. Whether it was the internal worries or external aggression, they were both very grave. As for Feng Jin Huang with Gu Immortal Parents, and also the help of Spirit Affinity House, she naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fan Yuan was just a lone force. Naturally, there were benefits that only a lone force could have. In the biography of Feng Jin Huang, it was recorded Feng Jin Huang had to offer a large amount of resources to her sect after obtaining the blessed land. The land spirit shook her small head. She had already reported the worst situations, remaining were all good news. First of all, in the southern area of the blessed land lived a tribe of rockmen. Rockmen was a type of variant humans who lived underground and ate, or as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fang Yuan. Secondly, there was abundant immortal essence in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The land spirit brought Fang Yuan to the palace in Danghun Mountain. In the deepest parts of the palace was an enormous golden bowl which was filled with green immortal essence. Besides the green liquid in the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically congealed into a ball. At first glance, it looked like a grape. This was something only rank 6 Gu immortals had, green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence pearl contained immortal essence that was much more than the immortal essence in the Three Kings' blessed land. With this immortal essence, there is still quite a bit of hope. Fang Yuan finally breathed in relief. Chapter 410. Danghun Mountain's Gutstone. Fan Yuan counted, the golden bowl had 78 pieces of green grape immortal essence. Adding in the layer of blue-green immortal liquid essence at the bottom of the bowl, it amounted to 78 pieces and a half. There was ample immortal essence, 100 times that of the Three Kings' blessed land. Fan Yuan took out one bead of green grape immortal essence, holding it in his hand, willing and summoning Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was like jade, a meticulously crafted butterfly. It was brilliant and elegant, flying over smoothly. Fan Yuan's face paled as his body shook, cold sweat emerging on his body as his vision turned dark. If he was not holding on to the golden railing at the side, he would have fallen. Master, be careful. Your soul injury was severe. Do not summon an immortal Goo so carelessly, otherwise you would fall into another coma. Little Hu Immortal shouted, her tone anxious and her expression concerned. No worry, I know. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waving his hand as he spread his palm for Fixed Immortal Travel Goo to land. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo sensed the green grape immortal essence's aura and fluttered its wings, gliding in the air and landing in Fang Yuan's palm. Next, it laid down on the green grape immortal essence and slowly consumed it. Fixed Immortal Travel's name contained an immortal word that was not for show. Its food was immortal essence. A moment later, one green grape immortal essence was expended. Goo Masters refine Goo, use Goo, and nurture Goo. After Fan Yuan succeeded in its refinement, he had not fed the Fixed Immortal Travel Goo yet. He slept for 7 days and 7 nights. The Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was starving and its lustrous wings had dimmed. This was Fan Yuan's first feeding session for it. After Fixed Immortal Travel Goo had its fill, it spread its wings and flew in the air. The bright green light appeared again, like dust particles in the air. Every time it flapped its wings, it would be a beautiful light show. The unique aura of an immortal Goo continued to radiate. Immortal Goo are expensive to feed. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo consumes an entire piece of immortal essence every time. But after this, I would not need to feed it for 6 years. The higher the rank of the Goo worm, the heavier the cost to feed it, but the interval between each feeding session would increase greatly as well. Rank 1 and 2 Goo worms needed to be fed every few days. Rank 4 were fed one a few months. Rank 5 were fed every 1 or 2 years, and each time they ate, it would be extremely expensive. After feeding Fixed Immortal Travel Goo, Fan Yuan left it alone to roam Danghun Palace, as long as it did not leave Danghun Mountain and get killed by that lightning shadow. At this moment, Fan Yuan's aperture was still rank 4 upper stage. It could not contain a perfectly healthy immortal Goo. The reason he could keep Spring Autumn Cicada was because it was too weak. Other than that, it was also his vital goo. Problems are classified into important and trivial. After understanding his situation, Fan Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. After settling fixed immortal travel goo's matter, he had to fix his soul's injury next. Let's go, little Hu Immortal, go find the Gutstones with me. Yes. Land Spirit answered quickly. Master, you should have done this long ago, come with me. Little Hu Immortal brought Fan Yuan to Dang Hun Mountain. The two moved on the uneven mountain rocks. Fan Yuan's body was swaying, causing the Land Spirit to feel worried. Master, shall I teleport you over? Teleport for what? We have to save immortal essence. Fan Yuan stared with wide eyes. Little Hu Immortal stuck out her tongue, frightened by Fan Yuan's words, thinking, this master is so domineering, even if he is injured, he is still so scary. Master, there is a gutstone here. After walking for a while, Land Spirit stopped and pointed at a rock below her feet, shouting. This stone was like a person's gallstone. It grew on the mountain rocks, having mixed colors. If one did not look properly, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fan Yuan quickly walked over, squatting down and smashing this gutstone with his hand. Once the stone shattered, a goo flew out and turned into a grey eerie light, entering Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan felt his brain turning clear, a new type of strength had entered his soul, and the buzzing in his ears had lessened. Dang Hun Mountain could shook souls, it was the death grounds of all living beings. It was only because of the Land Spirit's suppression that Fan Yuan could move around with ease. But Dang Hun Mountain was not a simple death ground. The souls of living beings break into pieces on the mountain, scattering and fusing with the mountain. As time passes, gutstones are formed. And in some gutstones, gutsgoo are found. It could strengthen a person's soul. This is like how the resting place of a poisonous snake has the herbs to create an antidote. All living beings compete, and the world is fair. Where there is life, there is death. Dang Hun Mountain might look like an absolute death ground, but a chance of survival was hidden in it. But this gutsgoo can only exist for an instant. After that, it would either disperse or be broken down by Dang Hun Mountain again. Although the Land Spirit can suppress the mountain, the gutstones cannot be moved, they can only be used on the spot. Thus, Fan Yuan had to go there himself and walk around Dang Hun Mountain. After being rejuvenated by this gutsgoo, Fan Yuan was like a thirsty traveler in the desert getting a mouthful of fresh water. He continued on his way, and with this Land Spirit acting as a dutiful guide, they found another dozen gutstones, smashing them open one by one. Thus, Fan Yuan gained another 8 gutsgoo to replenish his soul. Not only did his injuries heal completely, it even improved compared to before. Ha ha, with this Dang Hun Mountain, I have a mountain of gutstones. As long as I continue to consume gutsgoo, one day, the foundation of my soul will reach a stage where no one has ever gotten to. Standing at the mountain waist, Fan Yuan became spirited as he laughed loudly. Hu Immortal was a lucky person. Because of an opportunity, she managed to obtain Dang Hun Mountain, like she won lottery, and moved it into her blessed land. But she was an extremely unlucky person, dying during the 5th earthly calamity. If it was not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would eventually become the strongest enslavement path expert. Unfortunately, Hu Immortal only had Dang Hun Mountain, but did not manage to use it for herself. But fortunately, this Dang Hun Mountain is mine now. The most valuable part of Hu Immortal blessed land was this Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened endlessly with gutsgoo. Once the soul was not concentrated enough, using large numbers of gutsgoo would cause it to overinflate and trigger a certain death disaster. But Fan Yuan had his 500 years of experience, all his ups and downs after rebirth, constantly struggling at death's door. His soul was already tempered like steel, keeping calm at the face of death, a heart of ice at impending doom. To Fan Yuan, a few hundred gutsgoo was no problem at all. There were a lot of benefits and implications in having a strong soul foundation. Be it refining goo or enslaving beasts, it would make it much easier. Other than these, once the soul becomes stronger, Fan Yuan would not have to worry about killer moves like Mo Wu Tian's purple eyes. Dang Hun Mountain is a forbidden ground, first appearing in Renzu. Legend says that verdant great sun flew towards the sky, and ended plunging to his death. Renzu, as his father, was extremely upset after receiving the news, finding Wisdom Goo for an explanation. It was Wisdom Goo who taught verdant great sun to drink, causing the series of events thereafter. Wisdom Goo quickly said, Renzu, oh Renzu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son died, it is not impossible to revive him. As long as you enter the door of life and death, and lead him towards the road of life, walking under the sunlight, he would be revived. Renzu was shocked, before becoming overjoyed, and then extremely furious. He grabbed Wisdom Goo and questioned, Wisdom Goo, oh Wisdom Goo, do you still think I am that ignorant boy from before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once I enter I will never be able to leave. After harming my son, you want to kill me too? Wisdom Goo quickly said, Other living beings do not know the secret of the door of life and death, thus they cannot leave. But I can teach you all of these secrets. You are a living person. To enter the door of life and death you have to enter from the road of death. This road is extraordinary. It was the road left behind by Destiny Goo when it left Fairness Goo. The road left behind was called Path of Destiny. There are many suffering Goo inside the path of life. You have to enter from the road of death, and you need to own courage Goo. That way, you will not fear the torture of suffering. When you enter the door of life and death, and see Fairness Goo, you are already dead. But at the same time, you will see your eldest son, Verdant Great Sun's soul. You will bring him away, and go out from another road, the road of life. Road of life was the path treaded on by Destiny Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. It is also called the path of destiny. But during this path, you will meet 3 obstacles. One is Danghun Mountain, another is called Luopa Valley, and lastly the Reverse Flow River. To climb past Danghun Mountain, you have to smash the gutstones on it, and obtain Guts Goo's help. To get past Luopa Valley, you need to find Faith Goo to help. To get through the Reverse Flow River, you have to move forward continuously, not stopping for even a second during the process. Renzu heard Wisdom Goo's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith Goo. Ever since he became blind, Faith Goo's light was the only light he could see. Oh Renzu, I can feel your determination in getting back your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but I urge you not to give up on this goal. Because when you give up, I will leave you for good, Faith Goo said with concern. Renzu found Courage Goo next. Courage Goo and Hope Goo were good companions. Renzu had Hope Goo, and thus saw Courage Goo occasionally. He had a decent relationship with it. After getting Courage Goo's help, Renzu came to the door of life and death, entering the road of death. The road of death was pure darkness. The large number of suffering Goo were like yellow fireflies, swarming towards Renzu. At this time, Courage Goo shone brightly, chasing away the suffering Goo for Renzu. Courage was needed to face death. Renzu succeeded in going down. His body turned whiter as it turned hollow, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he got to the end of the road, amidst the calm darkness, he saw Fairness Goo. He was extremely shocked by Fairness Goo's huge body, exclaiming, You are Fairness Goo? Why is your body so huge? A mountain is a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a droplet compared to you. Fairness Goo's voice was grand. Life and death are the greatest fairness in this world. When I am inside the door of life and death, my body will become enormous. Oh Renzu, you are here for your son, right? Feel free to go, he is right there. Chapter 411. Great Future Plans. Renzu was overjoyed upon seeing his son and ran towards him. Verdant Great Sun had turned into a white ghost and was lying beside a lake, scooping out the water with a bowl and drinking it. The water was like wine with its fragrance pervading the area. Verdant Great Sun drank it with utmost satisfaction. My son, don't drink anymore. Come, let's go back. Renzu walked towards Verdant Great Sun and shouted, Esteemed father, how did you come here? This is great, let's drink together. Verdant Great Sun opened his hazy eyes and looked at Renzu. Renzu seized the wine bowl from him and said with exasperation, Don't drink anymore, you only know how to drink wine. Everyone knows there is a bewitching lake in the land of the dead, and its water is the bewitching soup. When ghosts drink it, they become muddle-headed and lose the desire to leave. Verdant Great Sun, however, refuted. Father, you are wrong. This is not the bewitching soup, it is the soul-calming wine. It can calm down your soul and remove all the impurities. Your soul will no longer be restless and you will experience utmost tranquility in your heart. This is one of the best quality wines in this world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to follow me back. Renzu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found Verdant Great Sun was as heavy as a mountain and could not be budged. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. Some people, upon death, will be as heavy as a mountain. Some people, upon death, will be light as a feather. Father, I had reputation Goo in my life and died after bathing in the light of glory. When I arrived here, My body had become heavier than a mountain. I cannot even walk a single step and can only lie down here. What? Renzu immediately felt gloomy and anxiously shouted. I told you before, a tall tree attracts the wind. Reputation is not always a good thing. Throw away the reputation, Gu. Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed. We were not born with fame and fortune, we also cannot take them with us after death. After I died, reputation Gu left me. It is fixed immortal travel Gu that has accompanied me. Fixed immortal travel Gu could bring Verdant Great Sun's soul out of the door of life and death, or even bring him to any place in the outside world. However, Verdant Great Sun could only truly resurrect after walking through the path of life. What do we do now? Renzu realized he had been played by Wisdom Gu. Although he had arrived at the deepest part of the door of life and death, a death domain that had endless darkness, and has also found Verdant Great Sun, he discovered he could not bring back his son. At this moment, Fairness Gu spoke. O Renzu, do you still not understand? There are only two paths in door of life and death, both appeared because of destiny Gu. Life and death is determined by destiny. All living beings live and thus die. This is the cycle that allows the universe to continue existing. Your eldest son Verdant Great Sun died, this is destiny and you should accept it. Moreover, he is living a good life here. Obsession Death Domain is the world's most tranquil place. He is drinking the world's supreme quality wine and is free from all the worries of the outside world. Do you know how blissful this is? Renzu stood there and looked at his flesh and blood for a while before heaving a deep sigh. He knew he could not bring back his son's soul, at least it was like that for now. He bid farewell to the Fairness Gu and also his son, and left the Obsession Death Domain. He stepped on another path this time. It was the path of life which went from darkness to light. However, Renzu soon realized walking this path was countless times more difficult than when he walked in through the path of death. There were many more suffering Gu on path of life than path of death. When Renzu had walked through the path of death, his journey became smoother along the way and the suffering Gu lesser the further he walked. But as he walked through the path of life, there was not only more suffering Gu, but every step he took would cause much more suffering Gu to fly over and obstruct him. Courage Gu could not resist them any longer. Renzu, there are too many suffering Gu and they will continue to increase. There is peace in death, but life has endless suffering. Go to Danghun Mountain quickly and break some gut stones. If you want to survive, just relying on courage won't be enough, you need guts too. Renzu hurried forward to Danghun Mountain and picked the Guts Gu while enduring the tremors in his soul. With Guts Gu's help, his soul strengthened greatly, and although he still suffered the tremors, it was not of much worry. He passed through Danghun Mountain and arrived at Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley was a maze with winding and twisted paths. Occasionally, there were a large area of bewilderment fog which could cause the soul to loosen, and occasionally, Luopa wind would blow through and cut apart the soul. Renzu had fallen into the lowest part of my life and could not distinguish the directions. Because his soul was strengthened by Guts Gu, it was loosening in the bewilderment fog at a slower speed. The loosened soul was cut apart by the Luopa wind. Renzu almost completely lost his way, but fortunately at this time, Faith Gu flew out and shone upon his path. Renzu was able to walk out of the Luopa Valley with only the essence of his soul remaining. He let out a huge breath of relief and could feel he was close to success. He walked to the reverse-flowing river. This was the final barrier in the path of life. It was extremely difficult to move against the stream. Endless suffering pushed upon him, causing him to make very slow progress. However, he forcibly persevered and walked towards the light. Almost there. He looked at the success that was just ahead of him. Only one final step remained. He let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Forgetting the warning of the Wisdom Gu, he stopped. This brief pause caused Renzu to be washed away by the river. Life was not easy, it was like a boat moving against the flow of the river. If you do not continue moving forward, you will be pushed back. Renzu was washed away by the river into the depths of Luopa Valley. He was so tired he could not budge a bit, and was trapped in the Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan broke the final gut stone and groaned in satisfaction. Right now, he felt very comfortable. The heavy injuries in his soul were already completely recovered and moreover, his soul had even strengthened by 5 times. A feeling of power burst out from the depths of his heart. This feeling did not come from the strengthening of his physical body but from the vigor of his spirits. Fan Yuan had a feeling he could do anything easily, whether it was analyzing problems or doing multiple tasks. Unfortunately, There are only over 100 gut stones on Danghun Mountain, and not all of them contained guts goo. Fan Yuan felt some regret. When Hu Immortal obtained Danghun Mountain, it had already changed hands several times and was completely looted. Hu Immortal moved it to the Blessed Land and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would send large amounts of foxes to their deaths at Danghun Mountain, using their soul to irrigate the mountain and create gut stones. However, these gut stones were almost all used by the Hu Immortal. After she died, these over 100 gut stones had slowly grown over close to 8 years and now were completely used by Fan Yuan. According to the Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, close to 10,000 foxes needed to be sacrificed to grow a gut stone. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gut stones would be produced. Fan Yuan could not adopt this method. When the Blessed Land was at its prime, it was inevitable and alright for Hu Immortal to do so. However, the Blessed Land was very weak now and the fox groups had decreased by a large amount. Killing these fox groups was not sensible for long-term prospects. With his soul injuries recovered, Fan Yuan started quietly thinking his future plans without relaxing the slightest bit. Obtaining the Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no doubt a huge help to his plans, but at the same time also greatly affected his plans. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my possession, my soul's foundation can continue to strengthen. And from my previous life, I have experience and insight in controlling the blood bats. Such enormous advantage should be used. Walking the enslavement path is an obvious choice now. However, there is also a disadvantage in enslavement path in that the enslavement path Gu masters can be easily assaulted and beheaded. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation as well. With this, Fan Yuan was going to walk on both strength and enslavement paths, organizing and feeding 2 sets of Gu worms. If it was before, it would be difficult for Fan Yuan to do this. But now, with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it would be no problem. The perfect outcome is to refine Second Aperture Gu. With Second Aperture, I could divide the sets of enslavement and strength path into different apertures without disturbing each other. At the same time, there would be enough primeval essence to control the 2 sets of Gu worms. At that time, with a wave of his hand, a huge army of beasts and insects would cover the sky and earth, creating a river of blood in a blink of an eye, creating destruction and mayhem. If there was any foolish person who tried to use the tactic of beheading the leader, then Fan Yuan's strength path cultivation would make them realize how cruel reality was and why flowers were red. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan took out the Second Aperture Gu from his aperture. This Gu was like a peanut shell, shining with golden light. The patterns on its surface were scarlet veins of blood. This was the embryo form of the Second Aperture Gu, formed from combining false Gu and lifespan Gu. It could survive for 40 years. There are enough immortal essence to truly refine the Second Aperture Gu. 2 Third Watch Gu can also be easily obtained, but I still require Divine Travel Gu. Fan Yuan pondered. Immortal Gu were unique. Only one immortal Gu of the same type could exist in the world. Divine Travel Gu was already transformed into Fixed Immortal Travel Gu and no longer existed now. This allowed a new Divine Travel Gu to appear in the world. Moreover, there was an extraordinary advantage of Divine Travel Gu: it could be easily obtained. It was not like the other immortal Gu that were so hard to capture. The legends of Ren Zhu had written it clearly. As long as one drank the 4 top quality wines of the world, Divine Travel Gu could condense into being in their body. Apart from the wine brewed by the wild beasts and those that were naturally formed, humans' brewing techniques had flourished continually, and now the amount of top quality wines were much more than the ancient times. Searching for the 4 top quality wines might be somewhat troublesome, but could be done by spending some time. Fan Yuan had the Blessed Land and the assistance of the little Hu Immortal Land Spirit, but the main problem did not lie here. Because Divine Travel Gu could be easily obtained, others could also easily take advantage of it. In case someone else obtained Divine Travel Gu, no matter how much top-quality wines Fan Yuan drank, he would not obtain the Divine Travel Gu. Southern Borders Fei clan possess a top-quality wine Zhuangxi Fei. Eastern Seas rank 7 Gu Immortal Zui Xian One has created a sea of wine, concealing countless wines, and holds a wine reception every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has the Long Life Wine. These great forces or maybe other Gu Immortals as well could be in possession of 1 or 2 top-quality wine. Their chances of obtaining Divine Travel Gu is much greater than mine. With this calculation, Fan Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the Blessed Land, he also had to quickly gather the 4 top-quality wine and refine Second Aperture Gu. However, these are not all. The crucial point lies in Spring-Autumn Cicada. Time is flowing 5 times faster here. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed will also become extremely quick. Being able to rebirth 3 times is already an extremely good luck. I cannot gamble on luck the 4th time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I need to have success at first attempt goo, immediate success goo, smooth success goo, or any of the others. Fan Yuan did not have enough strength before. Now, he had the blessed land and abundant resources. He could try to get these goo already. Chapter 412. I like your fear. Who immortal blessed land, southern district. Yen Yong, wake up quickly. Stop sleeping, you've slept for 3 years already. A voice woke Yen Yong up from his sleep. A lump of gray stones with a mossy surface started to vibrate, as the tremors intensified, causing the dust to disperse. From the large oval stone, 4 limbs and a head appeared like the blossoming of a flower. Next, a gray rockman stood up. Yen Yong woke up from his sleep. Grandpa? Yen Yong opened his eyes, looking at the rockman who woke him up. It was his 800-year-old grandpa, the leader of the Huisher tribe. Grandpa, why did you wake me up? I want to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yen Yong sighed, begrudging. Rockmen love to sleep. When they sleep, they curled into a ball, forming a large oval stone. Each sleeping session lasts 7 to 8 years. Stop sleeping, my grandson, you are already 180 years old. Your father died earlier, and I cannot live much longer. In a few decades you will be our Huisher tribe's new tribe leader. Rockmen have a long lifespan, generally 1,000 years to live. Ordinary humans could barely live for 100 years, but Yen Yong was 180, and had just reached adulthood. Grandpa, I do not want to be tribe leader. After becoming leader, I will not have time to sleep casually anymore. Yen Yong pouted, but saw his grandpa staring angrily, and chose to shut up. Huisher tribe leader chided. Why haven't you grown up? You slept for so many years in vain. Quickly pack up, and clean the moss off you, pull off all the weed that had grown on you. Bring the offerings with you and go with Grandpa to the ground. We have to meet the immortal, we cannot be disrespectful. Ah? It is time to pay offerings to the immortal again? But I remember there is still a year left, Yen Yong said as he plucked the weed off him. After sleeping for so many years, his armpits, his groin, and back all had lots of weed. Especially the black thread grass in his groin area, they were hard as steel and curly. Every time he plucked one, Yen Yong felt great pain. Sigh, there is a problem this time. The immortal changed, this immortal came not too long ago, he is calling for us. Old clan leader sighed and said with worry. New male immortal? I hope he is easier to speak to than that female immortal. Maybe we can discuss with him, after all, we have to contribute so much offerings every 10 years, it is taxing. The other tribe leaders and I also have this thought. On a large altar made of green rocks, Fan Yuan wore his black robe as his long black hair was let down, sitting at the main seat staring at the people below with his deep dark pupils. There were tens of rockmen kneeling below, among them, 8 were rockmen leaders, 2 gray rockmen, 3 granite rockmen, 1 iron rockman, 1 green rockman, and 1 white rockman. At the same time, there were offerings. Large amounts of ore containing gold, silver, bronze, iron, as well as other gems and jewels, goo worms, etc. All sorts of metallic elements would grow on the rockmen's bodies as time passed. Fan Yuan looked at these offerings, understanding at once why Dang Hun Palace was built so luxuriously. If these were brought to Earth, they would be a huge asset, but here, their greatest use was to become goo refinement materials. Who immortal using these things as decoration was only her womanly love for beauty. If she could choose to exchange them for primeval stones, she would trade away all these gems and jewels without a second thought. Among the offerings, the most valuable were goo worms. But these goo were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo, rank 2 monolith goo. There was only 1 rank 3 goo, stone aperture goo. Fan Yuan had once used this goo. Back then spring-autumn cicada's pressure on the aperture could not be relieved, thus when he was desperate, he used it. The rockmen were skilled at digging, they lived deep underground. Their food was dirt, and sometimes when they dig underground, they would discover goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fan Yuan's eyes squinted as he stood up, slowly walking down the stairs, coming towards the rockmen leaders. The rockmen were tall and huge, even when they kneeled on the ground, their shoulders were still higher than Fan Yuan's head. Esteemed Lord Immortal, our rockmen tribes have contributed so much offerings during these 30 years. During these years, the earth rumbled, the north area had floods, the east area had fires, life is difficult. These things that we managed to acquire are getting harder and harder to find. Immortal, please have mercy, and forgive our inability. Reduce the offering amount by a bit. The oldest Rockmen tribe leader begged. That's right, Lord Immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, we have been decreasing in numbers. Immortal, please understand, we will never forget your kindness. The other Rockmen leaders started saying. Reduce the offerings? He, of course you can. In fact, I can exempt you all from these offerings. Fan Yuan smiled kindly and warmly. The Rockmen's expression were joyous. But I have a condition. Next, Fan Yuan said, I need you all to dig a river, from the north, transport the water towards the east, to stop the fire from spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Quickly they reacted, shouting loudly, Esteemed Lord Immortal, you cannot do this. Digging a river from scratch, this is a huge project, we Rockmen need sleep. Without sufficient sleep, we will die. And there is a great fire and huge amounts of water. You ask us to go dig a river, but isn't that asking us to go die? At once, everyone flew into a rage. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at one corner, but hearing this, they rushed over, staring at Fan Yuan vigilantly. Master. Who Immortal Land Spirit beside Fan Yuan saw this, and she felt slightly worried. The Rockmen had a stubborn nature, they had foolhardiness, emphasizing their pride and would not accede to demands. When they are rash, they would even attack demon venerables or immortal venerables, regardless of who the other party is. Who Immortal was only to contain these Rockmen because at the start, she had spent a lot of effort and gave them a lot of benefits. Master, these Rockmen do not reason with people, asking them to offer these things was already their limit. Little Who Immortal sent her thoughts to Fan Yuan secretly, reminding him. Limit? Fan Yuan scoffed, his mouth opening as he showed his bright white teeth, laughing ruthlessly. You Rockmen are too insolent, you dare to bargain with me? Humph. The place you are living at is mine. The dirt you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here, you are my slave. I want to dig a new river, that is not a request, and not a transaction, it is an order. The Rockmen heard this and they all stood up, looking furious. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you, you dare to look down on us Rockmen. Back then when we relocated here, it was because of a female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse, who would want to stay here anymore? You want us to dig a river, that is asking us to die. Do you think we Rockmen are fools? We Rockmen are born from heaven and earth, we will not be your slaves. Let's go, relocate, I've had enough of this shitty place. The Rockmen leaders shouted, falling out with Fan Yuan at once. The followers they brought, the young Rockmen all came forward, clenching their fists as they stared at Fan Yuan with a dangerous look. You want to leave? Ha! Fan Yuan threw his head back and laughed, like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Next, he stopped laughing, looking at these Rockmen coldly. His tone was chilly. Where do you think this is? Come and go as you please? The old rules are no more. From today onwards, I am the greatest ruler, my words are heaven's will. You will abide by my rules, even if you don't want to. Many young Rockmen clenched their fists and howled. Immortal, you are trying to step over my tribe's baseline. Immortal, you might be strong, but we are not afraid. We Rockmen will never lower our heads to brute force, we are natural warriors, we fear no death. Only love can make us dig out our hearts. Only warmth can make us lower our backs. Roar! Fan Yuan pushed with his hand and a golden dragon flew out. The golden dragon roared, killing the Rockman that was screaming the loudest. He killed the Granite Rockman's old tribe leader. Old tribe leader is dead, we have to get revenge. Even an immortal has to die under our tribe's fury. Granite old tribe leader's death was like the trigger, causing the Rockman's anger to erupt. The Rockmen attacked Fan Yuan in waves, every step made a dent in the ground, as they gave off an impressive aura. Dozens of Rockmen attacked together, giving off the disposition of a grand army of 10,000. From their bodies, numerous lights shone. There were also goo worms inhibiting these Rockmen's bodies, they were activated through their will. But a moment later these lights vanished. Little Who Immortal struck, sealing all the goo worms. Fan Yuan snickered as he began his slaughter. The Rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was inferior to Fan Yuan. They were all broken down into shards, dying a pathetic death. But these rock fragments gathered like magnets, forming new Rockmen. Kill! Resist the tyranny, take revenge for father! We are born from heaven and earth, we die due to heaven and earth, Thus we have no fear. Tiny rockmen charged over, and were all slaughtered by Fan Yuan. But these rock fragments gathered into even smaller rockmen. The number of these rockmen continued to shrink, but after they were formed, they charged towards Fan Yuan and shouted things like exacting revenge for their grandpa, father, etc. This was the way the rockmen reproduced. It was a male-only race. After the old rockmen dies, the soul and rocks they split into will form new rockmen, and inherit a portion of the old rockmen's memories, or some important experiences. In some cases, old rockmen sleep too much and their soul foundation accumulates to a degree, they would split out a portion of their bodies to form new tiny rockmen. After Fan Yuan killed the third wave of rockmen, the world was finally silent once more. Only one rockman remained, lying on the ground, shivering. What is your name? Fan Yuan slowly walked towards him. My name is Yen. Yen Yong. The young rockman stammered. Do you know why I left only you alive? Fan Yuan stood on Yen Yong's head. No. I do not know. Because you are terrified. Because I like your fear and horror towards me. Fan Yuan smiled warmly. Chapter 413. A show. 3 days later, a seriously injured Yen Yong returned to his tribe and woke up all the hibernating rockmen. A male immortal is here, he is a demon, he wanted to enslave all of us. Not only this, he also wanted to take away the beautiful men of our rockmen tribe, to become his plaything. We rockmen are born of nature, free and unfettered, how could we bow our backs to such lecherous authority? We resisted at the spot. The immortal was too strong, but we rockmen were not afraid of sacrificing and fought him without fearing death. Finally, we injured him and beat him into retreat. The other tribesmen were all sacrificed, and only I was able to return. I am dying, but that immortal is still alive. Before he ran away, he said he will lead his fox army and annihilate all our rockmen tribes. Yen Yong weakly lamented, announcing a frightening information to his tribesmen. The rockmen were shocked and afraid, grieving and also furious. Some declared war, some wanted revenge, some mentioned migrating, and some wanted to discuss. They had become lost their bearings without a leader. Whether it was the inheritor or the old tribe leader, they had all died at Fan Yuan's hands. There were altogether 8 tribes of rockmen, and they had fallen into chaos now. Some rockmen wanted to get the concrete details from Yen Yong, but Yen Yong's injuries were too severe, and after informing them of this grievous news, he lost consciousness. While they were still in the midst of discussing, just like Yen Yong said, waves after waves of fox groups started attacking rockmen tribes. The rockmen resisted with all their strength, but there were way too many fox groups. The situation was gradually turning grave. The 8 tribes had no choice but to ally and retreat underground to defend themselves. However, the fox groups did not let them go, and repeatedly attacked the underground. The fox groups paid a disastrous price every time they attacked, but they still came endlessly. The rockmen cursed Fan Yuan. Their hatred towards him were like an inferno that could not be extinguished. The situation became worse day by day, and despair spread in the hearts of the rockmen. However, right at this time, Yen Yong woke up. Rockmen could recuperate from their injuries through sleep. His injuries had healed for the most part. He immediately led the rockmen and made beautiful counterattacks. We rockmen are a courageous group with no fear of death. Even the immortal cannot humiliate us, Yen Yong announced to everyone and raised their morale. Don't think the immortal is strong. He is only a paper tiger and can only send these fox groups to their death. He is already injured. At the same time, he proclaimed the injuries of the immortal and gave hope to the rockmen. The despairing rockmen tightly grabbed onto this hope like it was a straw that could save them as they were drowning. Yen Yong changed the subject and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old tribe leaders. The sacrifice of the old tribe leaders is our greatest grief. Especially the old White Rock tribe leader. His life ended as he was in my arms. Before he died, he entrusted the whole tribe to me. I looked as his soul dispersed, and felt ashamed. Why wasn't it me who died, but him? He beat his chest as he said this, appearing to be extremely sad. Immediately, some rock men persuaded, Lord Yen Yong, don't grieve. It is already very amazing you were able to survive and bring us the warning, even leading us towards victory. That's right, we Iron Rock men all admire you. Since the old tribe leader entrusted the tribe to you, then please lead us White Rock men. What rock men liked was to sleep soundly and were not too obsessed with authority. Especially, at this juncture of life and death where they were living in anxiety, the rock men hoped for a strong and brave rockman to lead them. Thereupon, Yen Yong first inherited his tribe's tribe leader position and then White Rock tribe. Over a month later, he got hold of the remaining tribes one after another, becoming the joint leader of the 8 Rockmen tribes. Another half a month passed, he led the Rockmen and drove out the Fox groups, protecting his tribes. This is not enough. As long as the Immortal doesn't die, we have no future. The Fox groups will regroup and attack our home again. We can only attack that Immortal Mountain and completely kill the Immortal for a beautiful and peaceful life. Yen Yong immediately mentioned attacking Dang Hun Mountain. Some Rockmen, however, seemed to hesitate. We have just suffered such a bitter battle, we just want to sleep now. Our Rockmen population has decreased greatly, we don't have the strength to attack that demonic stronghold. We have large numbers of offsprings born from this bitter battle, we need to raise them properly till they become adults. Yen Yong could only shift the topic to the old White Rock tribe leader. My tribesmen, will I bring you to your deaths? Attacking the Immortal Mountain was not my idea. It was a secret the old White Rock tribe leader told me before his death. He said this Immortal Mountain is the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain has gutstones. If our Rockmen can obtain these gutstones, it can increase our strength and make our tribes stronger. The old White Rock tribe leader was the oldest and the most experienced Rockman. He was widely known by the Rockmen as the Sage. With his last words along with Yen Yong's clear might, the Rockmen were agitated and formed an expedition to attack Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan had intentionally arranged some fox groups around Dang Hun Mountain, forming a weak defensive line. Yen Yong continually boosted the Rockmen's morale. See, there is not much left of the demonic Immortal's fox army. We are already close to victory. The Rockmen sang of victory and triumph along the way, charging toward Dang Hun Mountain with uplifted morale. At Dang Hun Mountain, Fan Yuan appeared with a group of foxes and fought a great battle with the Rockmen. Fan Yuan showed terrifying strength and killed many Rockmen, causing all the Rockmen to be terrified. But at this moment, Yen Yong stood up and pointed to Fan Yuan's injuries and his Paper Tiger Immortal Essence, and fought a decisive battle with him. The fox groups were eliminated, as Fan Yuan was defeated, forced to escape from Yen Yong's assault. Wait till I come back after gathering Immortal Essence from the water and fire. That moment will be your end. Before retreating, Fan Yuan shouted loudly with a malevolent expression. Rockmen had rough physique and their movements were slow, and not being familiar with Dang Hun Mountain's terrain, they could only let Fan Yuan escape. The Rockmen worshipped Yen Yong for beating back the Immortal and cheered victoriously. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yen Yong stood up. We can't stay on Dang Hun Mountain for long. This is a demonic land. The old White Rock tribe leader had told me, every year only during these few days, we Rockmen can enter this place safely. We need to hurry and collect the gutstones here. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were made of solid rock. There was a burden on their soul to hold up such a strong and firm body. If the Rockmen moved too excessively, it could harm their soul. Thus, Rockmen would spend 80% of their whole life sleeping and nurturing their soul. When the foundation of their soul was thick enough, it would leak out. This overflowing part of the soul would fall on a rock and form a new life. Rockmen tribes reproduce like this. After the Rockmen obtained the gutstones, the guts goo could strengthen and expand their soul, causing the soul to overflow and form little Rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, in Dang Hun Palace, Yen Yong kneeled on the ground and reported with reverence and fear as he lowered his head and bowed, reporting to the Immortal. With these 3 days of soul strengthening, our Rockmen tribes have increased by 6,000 little Rockmen. Including us old tribesmen, the whole population has increased to 3 times the population before the battle. Fan Yuan was sitting grandly on the fluffy bed and looked down at Yen Yong. Good, with this, your Rockmen have enough manpower to start the river construction. Next, you remember what to do, right? Or do you need me to tell you again? Yen Yong promptly replied, Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words and have engraved them in my mind. Good. Fan Yuan nodded indifferently. I will give you 3 months of time to dig a great river that cuts across the eastern and northern areas. Ah, 3 months? Yen Yong was stupefied. Mighty Immortal, us Rockmen need sleep to nurture our souls. If we move excessively, we will tire ourselves to death. The great river is so long, and with only 3 months of time, we would have not be able to have any rest. If we work like this, our Rockmen tribes will probably die out. Hee, you won't die completely. I have already calculated, there will be over 200 Rockmen remaining. Fan Yuan laughed. Yen Yong felt a chill in his body. There were 10,000 rockmen now, but there would only be over 200 after the project. How terrifying of a sacrifice was this? 3 months later, I want to see a great river. If I don't see it, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen before I kill you. Now roll away. Fan Yuan's tone was cold and unfeeling. Yen Yong's body trembled all over hearing this demonic threat. He had a very deep fear towards Fan Yuan and did not dare to retort. His body curled up into a ball and surprising, he really rolled away. Master, we paid a huge price back then to bring in these rockmen. The little who immortal land spirit tactfully persuaded, she could not endure seeing such a huge amount of rockmen dying like this. Don't worry, the rockmen has still a great use to me. And isn't it easy to increase their population? Fan Yuan leaned on a chair with his eyes squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad was a rank 4 goo used to store things. It was one of the goo worms left by the Hu Immortal. It was palm-sized big and was gray color. There were small warts all over its back and its large eyes flashed with weird and gloomy green light. It could only store souls and its belly would inflate as it sucked in the souls. Fan Yuan used this to collect the souls of the rockmen who died in the battle with the fox groups. Now, this soul burial toad's belly was deflated. The souls that were inside it before were placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Fan Yuan to breed new gutstones. Fan Yuan used a part of the gutstones to make his soul 6 times stronger than that of a normal person. And the remaining gutstones were given to the rockmen tribes. The rockmen had no idea, the strengthening of their souls was all due to the death of their companions. Chapter 414. Conscience of those in power. Yen Yong got out of Dang Hun Palace. After getting through some twisted and dark tunnels, he arrived on Dang Hun Mountain. After seeing the crystal pink mountain, Yen Yong blew out a breath of turbid air. His fear and pressure had decreased greatly after leaving Fan Yuan. After moving on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his tribe mates. Oh, our great and honorable leader, our hero, you are here! Some rockmen cheered. Please let me kiss your foot, to express my adoration of you. A few rockmen kneeled on the ground. Big hero, big hero! Your courage is greater than heaven, your guts is thicker than the earth. Some tiny rockmen formed into groups and shouted loudly. Yen Yong laughed. No one knew how bitter he felt. The cheers he heard were extremely joyous. There were many tribesmen around him, gathering together, but he felt extremely lonely at this point. He looked at these tribesmen, these smiling rockmen. They were all going to die 3 months later. Dying of exhaustion after digging the river. But what could he do? From what the other rockmen saw, Dang Hun Mountain's victory was glorious. It was worth celebrating. But only he knew, this was only a game manipulated in the dark by that immortal. The cruel and chilling truth made him understand clearly that the sacrifice of those rockmen, and this difficult victory, it was so laughably pathetic, they were powerless. He led his tribesmen and gained more victories, but at the same time his fear towards Fan Yuan grew. That immortal, he is a demon! His heart is harder and colder than us rockmen, his strength is greater than the weight of the mountains. I am so weak, what can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice, I am really afraid of dying. I have not slept enough, I am only 180 years old. The moment Yen Yong thought about Fan Yuan's appearance, his heart was filled with terror. His lingering bit of conscience was torturing him. He knew, he was about to send his tribesmen to death personally. He was being grilled by his conscience. Every praise from his tribesmen was like a whip, causing his heart to be full of pain and scars. Our esteemed, beloved tribe leader, you are finally back! Everyone's waiting. The rockmen gave way to Yen Yong, as he walked unobstructed towards higher ground. My tribesmen, these 3 days, our tribe has grown by many times. Our conquest has gotten us glorious results. But such victory is insufficient. Are you all willing to continue following me, towards a brighter future? Yen Yong looked down at his tribesmen and shouted loudly. The rockmen used the loudest cheer they could muster to express their 120% support towards Yen Yong. Yen Yong nodded, he had expected such an outcome. Among the rockmen, there were no outliers or knowledgeable old rockmen. During the few intense battles they had, gloriously, sacrificed themselves. The remaining rockmen were all newborn, they had a simple mind. As for the remaining old rockmen, they were all hardcore supporters of Yen Yong, his loyal worshippers. Yen Yong patiently waited for the cheers to stop before continuing. These 3 days I had been considering, how do we deal with the escaped immortal? Immortals have immortal essence, thus they are able to control the fox army, and have terrifying strength. He must have retreated to the lake at the north area, or hid in east area's fire pit. We cannot allow him to recover. Tribe leader is right. Tribe leader is too smart. We cannot allow that evil immortal to recover his immortal essence. When that accursed demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us rockmen. But what do we do now? The lake and fire pit are both dangerous areas. Even us rockmen cannot last long there. And these two areas are so wide, who knows where the immortal escaped to? Everyone was speaking as the scene turned noisy. Yen Yong interrupted everyone's discussions, shouting, "That's why I thought of the only solution. We will use soil to fill the fire pit and lake, that way, the immortal will be unable to recover his immortal essence." "Oh God, that is an insane idea!" At once some rockmen shouted. "My great tribe leader, the lake is so wide, it causes people to stare in amazement. The fire pit has a fatal temperature, how can we use soil to fill it? That is impossible." An old rockman immediately argued. Yen Yong stared at this old rockman deeply, remembering him to heart. This rockman dared to question him. It showed that his idolization was not deep enough, thus he shall get the heaviest and toughest job later, working to death. At this time, another old rockman said, "We cannot do this forcefully, I have a solution. Maybe we can dig out a river and direct the lake water to the fire pit, using water to neutralize fire, that will be easier." Yen Yong's killing intent rose even more. This old rockman was very intelligent, he was a bigger threat than the old rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided in his heart, he was going to send this old rockman to a defense mission. He shall be killed by the fox army, this threat has to be eliminated. Yen Yong praised this old man plainly, shouting, "That is exactly my idea, we have to dig a river and direct the water over to end the fire. The immortal will have no place to recover immortal essence. Actually, White Stone Old Tribe leader taught me before dying, he said that the water at the north and the fire at the east were all done by that evil male immortal. That is the source of his power, just like how we rockmen eat soil." So White Stone Old Tribe leader predicted this. White Stone Old Tribe leader, as expected of our philosopher. White Stone Old Tribe leader was already 998 years old, of course he knew a lot. All the rockmen nodded, expressing their agreement with White Stone Old Tribe leader, but also felt deep pity and anguish towards his death. Rockmen sleep for a long time, they have little interaction with each other. This sense of distance and mystery caused the deceased White Stone Old Tribe leader's knowledge to feel extremely profound. Using a phrase from Earth, if White Stone Old Tribe leader could hear this in the afterlife, he might jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Fan Yuan, his soul was not spared, broken down on Dang Hun Mountain by Fan Yuan. The essence landed on the mountain, forming a gutstone. Whether this gutstone was smashed by a rockman, or Fan Yuan himself, that would be an eternal mystery. After discussing, the rockmen agreed that Yen Yong should be the leader, overseeing the digging to connect the water and fire. Fan Yuan hid in the background, looking at this scene secretly. After seeing the finalized plan, he ordered Little Hu immortal. The land spirit released the trace of Dang Hun Mountain's power, and the rockmen felt their soul tremble, they got very dizzy. Many young rockmen fainted on the spot. "Oh no, let's hurry and get out. Dang Hun Mountain is going to attack," Yen Yong said, as he left his tribesmen away from Dang Hun Mountain. They did not return to their original home, but instead got to the north and east area in a grand fashion. In Dang Hun Mountain, Fan Yuan looked expressionlessly at these leaving rockmen using the smoke cloud. "Master, have you heard of the story of the rockmen?" Little Hu Immortal's tail was swaying as she spoke meekly. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. "You want to urge me to use soft tactics with the rockmen? Master is so smart." Little Hu Immortal's large eyes were shining. It seems you are not too familiar with this. Often, the power of fear and hatred surpasses gratitude greatly. Back then, when Fan Yuan found out that there was a group of rockmen, he was overjoyed. The rockmen lived underground, they ate soil as food and were skilled at digging. A large ground of rockmen could even build an underground city deep in the ground. Rockmen could excavate resources for the blessed land's owner, they were excellent slaves. Many Gu immortals want to buy rockmen and move them into their own blessed land. For Hu immortal blessed land, because of Dang Hun Mountain, and provided it had enough souls, just one rockman can use the gutstones to breed into a large clan. Fan Yuan could use this to mass-produce rockmen, and engage in slave trade with other Gu immortals. Back then, who immortal brought all these rockmen in with the same intentions. It was true, rockmen only succumbed to soft tactics. Most of the rockmen were stubborn and tough, warrior not afraid to die. Thus, many Gu immortals have to use kindness and benefits to slowly use these rockmen and maximize their worth. Hu immortal used such a method. But Fang Yuan did not adopt this. It was too gentle. He wanted to squeeze them dry, to gain the most benefits. This world's competition is so cruel. Not only did men compete with each other, they also had to deal with disasters and calamities. Who knows how many heroes had fallen to floods? So what if you are a Gu immortal? If you did not arm yourself and make use of every resource you had to strengthen yourself, Hu immortal's demise would be the best example. A demonic path member has to make the best of his time, considering even the small bit of benefit, taking whatever he can and make himself stronger. Anyone in power has to understand rules, laws, friendship, and morals. These are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. After wasting so much time with the rockmen, there were only 7 months left to the 6th calamity. The lake at the north, fire pit at the east, they were all scars left by previous calamities, weak spots of the blessed land. When earthly calamities occur, they would be the weakest link. A team is only as strong as its weakest player. The weight a chain can hold up depends on the most fragile section. So what if I am hated, detested, and scolded by countless people? If this world was so simple such that hatred, loathe, and curses work, why would I still need strength? The most important thing was digging the river as soon as possible, to help the blessed land recover as much as it could. It did not matter how many rockmen died in the process. Since Danghun Mountain was here, he just had to capture a few souls and there would be an uncountable number of rockmen produced. Chapter 415. For tomorrow. Rumble, rumble. Explosions went off one after another, as dust and smoke rose into the air. This was the site of the river digging project. The rockmen ate soil as food. Many of the goo worms on the rockmen's bodies can be used. Lord Tribe Leader, we cannot continue like this. Yesterday, 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They had a pitiful death, not even leaving behind a single offspring. An elderly rockman kneeled before Yen Yong as he cried. Once a rockman dies of exhaustion, their soul will dissipate, they will die for real, there will not be any young rockmen formed from their remaining soul. Yen Yong slammed his chest, howling. Why would I not know? Why would I not know? Heroes have sacrificed for our tribe again. For the bright future of our tribe, for a beautiful tomorrow, they contributed their lives. But precisely so, we cannot slow down. Since the start of the excavation, we have faced many attacks from the Fox army. The size of the Fox group is getting larger, evidently that accursed male immortal is regaining his immortal essence. We have to continue and work hard, digging the river so that he loses his source of power. Old Rockman was stunned. But tribe leader, you are a good rockman, you think for our tribe, I understand that. These heroes will not die in vain. Look there, I have already made heroic gravestones for them. Their children and descendants will remember them, and feel gratitude for the sacrifices made. Yen Yong pointed at the gravestones erected. There was a large number of them. The old rockman looked at the gravestones, sighing. Once the death of the rockmen appeared, the new tribe leader Yen Yong immediately ordered people to build these gravestones. The low morale was immediately raised. Although every day, countless rockmen die of exhaustion, they were still in high spirits. They are dead, what is the use of these gravestones? The old rockman was one of the few left who understood the situation. He felt deeply worried. O leader, he bitterly urged, us rockmen have to reproduce as well. These rockmen who die of exhaustion will not even have their souls left. They cannot leave behind descendants. Yen Yong's expression remained unchanged, not saying a word. A young rockman beside him started grumbling. You old man, are you afraid of dying? Old rockman immediately retorted. Young man, how can you say that? Yes, I am old, but I am a rockman. How can a rockman be afraid of dying? Since you are not afraid to die, why are you talking so much? That's right. We are making contributions to the tribe. What's the matter? We are making a small sacrifice for the bigger good. Beside Yen Yong, a group of young rockmen started arguing. Old senior, if you feel tired, take a rest first. It is not a problem, my time is limited, I have to go to the other areas to inspect the progress. Yen Yong patted this old rockman's shoulder as he walked away, continuing on his inspection. A group of young rockmen followed behind Yen Yong, talking among themselves, expressing their disdain for that old rockman. Being despised by these juniors, the old rockman felt very depressed. Smoke was coming out of his ears. He wanted to rebuke them loudly, but he saw all the gravestones near the construction area, with all sorts of words carved on them. We have to do this at all cost. As long as we are united, within 3 days, we will complete the river. The bigger our courage, the more we can achieve. To build a beautiful future for our Rockmen tribe. Long live tribe leader Yen Yong. For the bright future of the Rockmen, we contribute our lives, we contribute our youth. The crazed atmosphere engulfed the Rockmen's hearts. Even those Rockmen who died from exhaustion showed a smile before they died. Old Rockman wanted to speak, but his mouth opened many times and did not manage to say a word. He kneeled on the spot in a daze for a long while, until suddenly, he lifted his fist and slammed the ground heavily. Bam! It was a heavy sound. The old Rockman stood up slowly, silently moving his aged body towards the construction ground. Yen Yong rushed to the next site. The river channel was already starting to form. Large numbers of adult rockmen were digging in the channel. Beside them, the physically weaker young rockmen formed into patrolling groups. Some were inspecting the river digging, some were carving slogans, some were making heroic gravestones. These young rockmen were called rock guards, formed by Yen Yong personally. Reporting to tribe leader. Fixed to 6 young rockmen went to Yen Yong and reported the results of these few days of labor. Reporting to great leader, we have dug another 25 kilometers in this segment. Reporting to great leader, we have unfortunately sacrificed 120 tribesmen. They are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to great leader, we actually found 3 tribesmen sleeping on the job. This is a disgrace to our tribe. We have to criticize them. Very good, you have all done well. Remember, you have to erect gravestones for our deceased heroes. At the same time, tie up those disgraceful rockmen and criticize them up public. Let them learn courage from humiliation. Yen Yong spoke caringly. Understood. You are all the future of our tribe. Seeing you all is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You have to continue working hard. Yen Yong praised. The young rockmen were extremely spurred on, their bodies were trembling. Everything for the Rockmen tribe. Our esteemed and beloved leader, you are our symbol of pride. We unite by your side, walking towards a bright and meaningful future. They growled one after another, showing a fanatic gaze. But Yen Yong avoided eye contact with them. These young rockmen's enthusiasm made him fearful. He looked at a faraway place. There, all the different segments of the river were being excavated. Yen Yong could see many rockmen looking down at the yellow soil while lowering their thick backs. The river channel was tens of meters wide, segment after segment. A long line showed up in his vision. This was a majestic project. Every time Yen Yong saw this scena, his heart palpitated. As long as they are united, the Rockmen tribe's strength was overwhelming. It could change the world. But when Yen Yong thought of Fan Yuan, that terrifying demon, his heart felt a strong chill that turned his enthusiasm into a frozen river. Be it the fox groups outside, the slogans on the stone boards, or the rock guards he created, they were all a part of the demon's plot. With so many methods, he forcefully reduced the Rockmen tribe's resistance to the minimum. Yen Yong was the one who created this scenario personally. Seeing the formation of the river, his fear towards Fan Yuan became greater and greater. That male immortal not only had terrifying strength, what truly caused despair was that scheming and devious mind of his, making him seem like an unpredictable abyss. Yen Yong felt himself sinking into purgatory. He was meek like an ant, while behind him, Fan Yuan's giant figure was staring down at him. He was like a corpse, a puppet. The strings that controlled him was in the hands of Fan Yuan. Every day, he saw his tribesmen die. His heart hurt like a dagger was stabbing it. Seeing the enthusiasm of his tribesmen, dying to dig the river, he felt a pitiful grief. If possible, I would rather not know the truth. Maybe, continuing to live in this lie is true bliss? Yen Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the young rockmen towards the next river segment. This is the last Estrascu, go. Primeval essence had already been injected, as Fan Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green bean-looking goo into the air. Estrascu exploded, turning into pink powder as it rained down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in this powder, and immediately stirred. Very soon, numerous male foxes sprawled on the female foxes' backs, moving vigorously as they injected their life essence into the female fox's body. The fox gestation varied. For example, Golden Fox took 2 months to give birth once. Every time, there were 3 to 4 foxes. As for desolate beasts like three-tailed fox, even 100 years was not enough to nurture their fetus. Normally, the stronger the beast, the longer it takes for one gestation. But right now in Who Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups were ordinary, they had a short gestation period. Ever since the rockmen started digging the river until the process became smooth, Fan Yuan had been using estrus goo every day, creating new foxes and strengthening the fox army. Who Immortal did not have an immortal goo. During the 5th earthly calamity, she was killed by Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, thus her set of enslavement path goo worms were not spared. But within Danghun Mountain, she left behind a number of goo worms. For example, assistance type goo like Burial Soul Toad, or expenditure type goo like estrus goo, as well as some spare goo worms for the enslavement path. Most were fox enslavement goo. To quickly increase his strength, Fan Yuan already used up most of these goo worms. The fox group had increased in numbers by several times after his hard work. Although the foxes were omnivores, the blessed land could not sustain such a large number. In less than 2 years, a lot of foxes would be unable to find food and die of starvation. But Fan Yuan could not care less, his whole mind was on enduring the 6th earthly calamity now. A few months passed quickly. A river connected the north and east. The overflowing lake flowed along the river channel, moving quickly with ripples splashing. Swish swish. The great flood flowed into the fire pit. As the two forces clashed, river water evaporated and turned to steam, rising into the air. After the river water calmed down, almost half the black flames were doused. Only 3 burning areas remained at the edges. This way, fire and water wiped each other out, the north area's flood was alleviated, and the ground surfaced once more. Large amounts of water flowed along the river and filled tens of pits, forming many lakes. Even though the north area was still full of mud, and the east area was a burnt land without any living plants, the fusion of fire and water had created something like a scab on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north areas will eventually regain their vitality. Under Fan Yuan's instructions, Yen Yong brought the injured and tired 100 or so rockmen back to their homes at the south area. "Master, what do we do with these clouds?" Little Who Immortal looked at the sky. The thick clouds made her feel helpless. Even though it rained many times already, a lot of water vapor was still in the air, forming into clouds. These clouds blocked the natural light, causing the east area to be shrouded in darkness. It made people feel irritated. The blessed land did not have sunlight or wind. These clouds would heavily affect the lives of the east area's inhabitants. "Ignore them." Fan Yuan looked at the sea of clouds and retracted his gaze. The appearance of the clouds was expected, it was a minor detail. What is truly important is the 6th earthly calamity. If the blessed land survives this, he would slowly settle the issue about the clouds. If it fails to make it, then there is no point in thinking about it. Chapter 416. Enduring the earthly calamity. Several months later. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups gathered into an army and surrounded Danghun Mountain tightly. Fan Yuan stood with his arms behind his back at the peak of the mountain and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed mercilessly. Today was the day of the 6th earthly calamity. Even though Fan Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he still felt uneasy facing an earthly calamity. Every earthly calamity increases in intensity compared to the previous one. It was a cruel trial that decided the life and death of the Gu immortals and their blessed land. Fan Yuan took over the blessed land when there was only a year and 3 months left. This time was truly short, he could only prepare with his best efforts. Digging a river and alleviating the water and fire crisis was 1, nurturing foxes and increasing their numbers was 2. Holding on to fixed immortal travel Gu and being prepared to retreat was the 3rd preparation. As for the clouds in the sky, as well as the blue charm lightning shadow at the west area, he had no way of dealing with them. The mild wind gradually stopped. High up in the sky, clouds were rumbling and a lump of light was forming. "It's coming!" Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered. In the cloud sea, the lump light burst out, forming a great white round door, facing the blessed land directly. The light was glaring and dazzling, as a brown-yellow-colored large monster descended from the light door like a large rock. Looking at this scene, is this the desolate beast calamity? Fan Yuan squinted and stared without blinking. The giant rock continued to descend silently. Fan Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips as his heart sank. There were countless types of earthly calamities. Among them were the desolate beast calamity. In the blessed land, one or multiple desolate beasts will appear, charging towards the blessed land's central control area, wreaking havoc and causing destruction to the blessed land. If they were not exterminated in time, even a large blessed land would be destroyed and reduced to ashes. Damn it, it is a desolate beast. I just hope there is no immortal goo on this desolate beast. Fan Yuan cursed in his heart. If desolate beasts had immortal goo on them, their battle strength would surpass goo immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground in a light manner contrary to its giant size. Looking from afar, it looked like a slightly flat giant rock. But Fan Yuan could tell from the images that this large rock was only a brown-yellow exoskeleton glowing with a golden luster. There were thick layers of mud on the shell armor. Just as Fan Yuan was guessing what sort of creature it was, a large pair of keliped, like two bronze poles, stretched out from the shell. Next, 9 pairs of kelipeds stretched out from 2 sides, landing on the ground, raising the heavy body off the ground. Swamp crab. Seeing this, Fan Yuan spoke immediately, recognizing the true identity of this desolate beast. This was a large crab, with a body that was the size of a mountain. When its body was lifted, the height could reach a quarter of Danghun Mountain. Its first pair of kelipeds was more fearsome than steel poles, a pair of pincers that could break mountain rocks or cut a flood dragon in half. Its remaining 18 kelipeds, although thinner than the first pair, they were still thicker than 100-year-old trees. There were large numbers of goo worms on its body. Most would be water and earth path goo worms. Rarely, it could even contain an entire set of goo worms. Thankfully, who immortal blessed land has ample immortal essence. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling glad in his heart. Earlier when the swamp crab appeared, the land spirit already struck, using the heavenly power to restrict its goo worms. All rank 1 to 5 goo worms could not display their abilities. The most important point was, this desolate beast had no immortal goo. If it did, then the question would be what immortal goo that was. Immortal goo were unique, surpassing the laws of the mortal realm. Blessed lands could not restrict them. The existence of an immortal goo was the most important element in this battle. The swamp crab fully stretched its limbs and started slowly moving towards Danghun Mountain. Fan Yuan willed and moved his troops quickly. Large numbers of foxes all over the mountain rushed like the tides towards the desolate beast. In moments, they encircled the swamp crab. Their claws and teeth scratched the swamp crab's legs, and the physically tougher golden foxes directly crashed into it. But the swamp crab was huge like a mountain and continued moving forward. The ordinary fox groups could not stop it, instead they were stomped into meat paste. Fan Yuan's expression was cruel as he directed the foxes to continue giving up their lives. He bred so many of them, they were meant to be used as disposable pieces. Damage accumulates, any amount of damage they could deal counted. But the swamp crab gave off an unstoppable momentum as it advanced without halting a single step. Like a moving mountain, it did not care about the foxes below. All sorts of attacks landed on the swamp crab's body, like a beautiful display of fireworks. These were the attacks of the 100, 1,000 and myriad beast kings of the foxes. They had all sorts of goo worms. Under the strength of all the goo, the mud on swamp crab's body was all blown away. This giant crab, for the first time, stopped its movement. It opened its mouth and spewed out large amounts of mud. At the same time, from its stomach, yellow mud spewed out like a waterfall. The mud landed on the grass and formed a swamp. From the mud, weird-looking crabs stood up. Some had large sizes, ferocious like a tiger. Some had sharp thin needle-like pincers. Some had claw-like legs, having quick speed. In the blink of an eye, a crab army that numbered to 1,000,000 formed. It is the swamp crab indeed! It can breed at any time and place, creating numerous smaller crabs and forming an army. Fan Yuan's expression turned darker. The fox groups were fighting against the crab army, engaging in fierce combat. The number of foxes continued to decrease. The crab army's deaths were much greater than the fox group, but the desolate beast continued to give birth, and there was an endless number of crabs. Fan Yuan quickly instructed the fox groups hiding outside the mountain to return. Thankfully, I expended my estrus goo and bred a large number of foxes, otherwise my total force would not be enough. In just this short period, Fan Yuan felt dizzy. He directed an insanely large number of foxes, and even though his soul was 6 times as strong as a normal person, it could not take this pressure. With the crab army paving the way, the swamp crab continued moving forward, regaining its former speed. The legs on its body moved one after another, like fingers playing on a piano, with a rhythmic beauty. But an intense battle was going on below it. Blood flowed into river, corpses piled into a hill, and every piece of land was tainted with blood. The swamp crab did not differentiate enemies from allies. Every time its legs landed on the ground, there would be a fountain of blood squirting all over the place. When the crab raised its leg, there would be foxes' crushed bodies and broken crab carcasses in the deep pit on the ground. This desolate beast's body was so large, and honestly speaking, it did not move quickly. But because of this, it was able to create an immense mental pressure. Seeing it moving unhindered, Fan Yuan felt that a grim reaper's scythe was hanging over his neck. Damn it! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. This desolate beast before him was the king of the swamp. Its body was covered in hard shell, it had lurked deep within the swamp for many years, even its eyes had vanished due to de-evolution, it had no weaknesses left. Fan Yuan manipulated the fox groups to hold it back, but it was no use. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab got closer. Can you teleport it away? Fan Yuan turned his head, asking the little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Different Gu Immortals gave birth to different blessed lands, and the land spirit's abilities also varied. Some land spirits could teleport others, like Ba Ge from Three Kings' blessed land, while some could not. Some land spirits could summon rain and wind, and some could manipulate the flow of time freely. Let me try. Little Hu Immortal breathed roughly as she felt an intense mental pressure. She activated the immortal essence, and used all her strength until her cute tiny face turned red. Ah! She shouted in a childish way. With a swoosh, the giant swamp crab vanished on the spot and was teleported about 9,000 steps away. We succeeded. Little Hu Immortal's face was red as she gasped. Fan Yuan relaxed slightly. Master, I just expended 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. Little Hu Immortal reported painfully. No matter. Fan Yuan's expression was cold as he continued to order the foxes to attack the swamp crab. After 5 minutes, the swamp crab got close again. Land Spirit teleported it away once again. And thus, another green grape immortal essence was expended. Little Hu Immortal felt immense pity at this waste, and Fan Yuan's heart was bleeding. In the entire Hu Immortal blessed land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fan Yuan used 1 to feed fixed immortal travel goo. Now he used another 2 to teleport this swamp crab. He still had to use the immortal essence to refine goo and manage the entire blessed land in the future. There were many areas in which immortal essence were needed, but because Hu Immortal died already, these green grape immortal essence could not be replenished. Every single bead used was 1 less left for the future. Some crabs got through unguarded areas and charged up the mountain. Fan Yuan snorted coldly at this, and ordered the land spirit to unleash the might of Dan Hun Mountain. At once, the area the crab army walked on became a death domain. Numerous crabs died, lying on the ground with their bodies intact. Their souls, however, were completely destroyed, creating a peculiar scene. Unfortunately, Dang Hun Mountain's power is to continuously pressure the soul, but the desolate beast's soul is strong and can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Dang Hun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden ground. Fan Yuan did not participate in battle. Even if he used his strength path goo worms, he would not be able to break its shell. Most importantly, the swamp crab had not used an immortal goo yet. Fan Yuan was uncertain if it had won or not. The unknown was the greatest threat. Fan Yuan did not dare to strike rashly. Soon, the swamp crab came again. Just as it was teleported away for the 3rd time, Little Hu Immortal's expression changed. Not waiting for Fan Yuan's reaction, she stretched her hand to grab his arm, and they both vanished on the spot. The next moment, a fierce lightning bolt landed on the area they were standing. Boom! With a thunderous sound, mountain rocks shattered. The lightning paused for a moment before shooting back up. It turned into a human-shaped lightning and emitted a loud growl. This was the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Chapter 4:17. Enduring the Earth Calamity, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow held its head and screamed in pain. The blue lightning flashed around without any target, and only settled down after a long while. Clearly, the lightning figure had suffered injuries in its soul when it entered Dang Hun Mountain. Inside Dang Hun Palace, Fan Yuan's face became ashen as he looked at the scene in the smoke. If it was not for the land spirit's prompt teleportation just before, he might have been dead already. Little Hu Immortal patted her chest, her face pale and showing lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow joining the battle no doubt made things worse. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow flew into a rage after its sneak attack did not succeed and started to collide continuously into Dang Hun Mountain. Every time it collided with Dang Hun Mountain, there would be tremors in Dang Hun Palace. Soil and stones flew from the impact and large scorch pits were created from the attacks on the mountain. Fan Yuan felt his heart bleed at this scene. This was Dang Hun Mountain. In this entire world, there was only one of it. Fortunately, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow stopped its attacks after dozens of collisions. Its soul had received considerable damage, and the lightning around it was becoming very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. During this time, the land spirit had teleported the swamp crab another 2 times. In total, they had wasted 5 beads of green grape immortal essence on it. And the originally endless fox army was already at the brink of extinction. What made Little Who Immortal even more discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small wounds and was still moving forward stably like before. It was like an indestructible bone. Whether it was Blue Charm Lightning Shadow or Swamp Crab, they both had one target: destroying the central area, expending the immortal essence and killing the land spirit. Their final target was to destroy the whole blessed land. They were on the same faction and did not have any conflicts, instead they cooperated. While Fan Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache due to this swamp crab, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow gave up on Dang Hun Mountain and changed its target to the blessed land itself. It did not dare to collide against Dang Hun Mountain anymore, so it began attacking the sky and the earth of this blessed land. It destroyed everything it saw and created craters everywhere. Sky crumbled and showed scars like that of a broken mirror. Fan Yuan felt deep helplessness. Not good! Master, there is a hole in the blessed land! Little Who Immortal spoke hurriedly. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's attacks shattered the world and created a hole. Cut away the surrounding area around the hole. Fan Yuan spoke indifferently, his tone cold as ice. What? Little Who Immortal opened her eyes wide and gave a cry of surprise. If they cut off the area like this, they would not be able to restore it. The holes in blessed lands could be repaired with immortal essence. If the holes were not patched in time and were allowed to enlarge, they would form a passage to the outside world. Once there was a passage, those goo immortals outside the blessed land would absolutely charge in and make all kinds of schemes. At that time, the situation would be even more out of hand. There were demonic path goo immortals on Tianti Mountain. Righteous path goo immortals did not dare to attack because they had a lot of businesses and assets. However, demonic path has no lack of demented people. They were lone forces and liked to take risks. In any case, Fan Yuan had done this a lot in his previous life. Under Fan Yuan's order, Little Who Immortal repeatedly cut off nearby half a square kilometer of the blessed land. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow continually destroyed the world and created holes, while the land spirit continually cut them off. The swamp crab charged towards Dang Hun Mountain again and again. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport it time after time. The amount of green grape primeval essence consumed already reached 13 beads. Sob sob, the blessed land has become smaller, and so much immortal essence has been lost. Tears started falling out of Little Who Immortal's eyes as she sobbed. Don't cry! Fan Yuan coldly shouted, his expression ashen. There is no point in delaying. Our only hope is to kill these 2 calamities. But I don't have an attack-type immortal goo, and it would be difficult to see any results from attacking the swamp crab with rank 5 goo in a short time. My only option now is to gamble. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and revealed a crazed determination. Desolate beasts were very strong. Just by relying on their majestic physique and their fierce recovery ability, they could ignore most rank 5 goo. Especially this swamp crab. It had a strong defense and was upper tier even among the desolate beasts. Fan Yuan had a lot of rank 5 goo, turn gold goo, soft bones goo, pitch black goo and so on, but using them against swamp crab would be like throwing pebbles in the lake. They could only create slight ripples. They needed to attack continuously for a slight bit of results. However, Fan Yuan was unable to activate these goo and participate in the offense. If he left the mountain, he could meet with Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's attacks. He could give the goo worms to the land spirit to use, but he did not dare to take the risk. Land spirits could also die, and if it was destroyed by Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, then Fan Yuan would have no means to even activate fixed immortal travel goo. Only immortal goo could change the situation. Fan Yuan might have 2 immortal goo, but both did not have offensive abilities. Don't teleport it anymore, let this damned swamp crab attack Dang Hun Mountain, Fan Yuan said resolutely and commanded the land spirit. Release the whole might of Dang Hun Mountain! Rig! Dang Hun Mountain had been restricted by Little Who Immortal the whole time, and right now, as it was finally let loose, dense fog started rising over the whole mountain. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power burst out of the mountain, spreading as far as 3,000 steps and eradicating everything in its surroundings. Only Dang Hun Palace under the land spirit's control was intact. The giant swamp crabs soon got close to Dang Hun Mountain. Under the power of Dang Hun Mountain, its sturdy shell was unable to provide any defensive support. Its soul received fierce attacks, causing its movements to slow down. However, this made it go berserk and it increased its speed by another fold, charging towards Dang Hun Mountain. Bam! The enormous pincers heavily smashed on Dang Hun Mountain like steel clamps. The sturdy boulders were as fragile as flour as they were smashed by the attack, holes forming from the impact. The huge crater was at least 0.6 acres wide. Smoke and dust flew all around and the entire Dang Hun Palace also shook from the tremors. The land spirit Little Who Immortal's face paled from shock. Dang Hun Palace kept on shaking, dust started falling from the roof and there were fierce cracks on the walls and pillars. Suddenly, Little Who Immortal let out a tragic shout. Not good! That blue charm lightning shadow has already moved towards the north and is openly destroying the sky and earth, creating many holes. The image in front of Fan Yuan changed and showed the scene of blue charm lightning shadow attacking the world and creating holes. The blessed land's eastern and northern parts had been corroded by the remnant force of the earth calamities, and were weaker than other areas. The blue charm lightning shadow saw these weak points and started attacking them. Fortunately, we had settled the water and fire, otherwise the result of blue charm lightning shadow's destruction would be 10 times more severe. Master, what should we do? Little Who Immortal was feeling at a loss. The situation had turned to an extremely terrible state. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer directly pounding the heart and continuously depleting immortal essence while also wrecking Dang Hun Mountain. And blue charm lightning shadow was like an extremely sinister poison. It purposely searched for the weak points of the blessed land and stabbed at them. Every hole it created was like a fresh wound to the blessed land. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. The situation was turning more critical, but it instead aroused his fighting spirit. Land spirit, every time you teleport the swamp crab, send it away by 3,000 steps. Yes. With the distance shortened, the immortal essence expenditure was also comparatively less. And Dang Hun Mountain's soul-shaking power worked within 3,000 steps, creating injuries to the swamp crab's soul. Land spirit, cut off the whole northern area. Fan Yuan gave another command. What? Little Who Immortal was stupefied and almost did not dare to believe her ears. Who Immortal blessed land's northern area was over 600 square kilometers, and Fan Yuan wanted to give up the whole region. Once they cut off the area, Who Immortal blessed land would lose this territory forever. This was definitely a huge sacrifice by Fan Yuan. Who Immortal blessed land had altogether 4,000 square kilometers of land, and he was cutting off 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Who Immortal hesitated. Do as I say! Fan Yuan's gaze was fixed on the image in front of him as he shouted in a stern voice. Little Who Immortal's pink lips puckered and her eyes were filled with tears. The tears fell down, and she started crying loudly. Land spirits were the representatives of the blessed land. Cutting off a part of the blessed land was the same as cutting their own flesh. And abandoning the whole northern area was like a person cutting off one of their legs. Master, don't do it! Little Who Immortal cried loudly and begged. However, Fan Yuan's expression was ruthless and did not make the slightest compromise. Master's orders could not be violated. Little Who Immortal could only endure the pain and cut off the whole northern area. That blue charm lightning shadow was currently in the center of the northern area, destroying the world and creating holes. It suddenly felt something wrong and immediately moved, trying to charge out of the northern area. However, because of 5 kilometers of distance, it could not escape and was trapped in the northern area. It let out a mournful and sharp screech, its tone full of indignance. However, that bit of distance determined its fate. The blue charm lightning shadow could only follow the evaporation of the northern area and land in the outside world. Success! Fan Yuan almost shouted in joy at this scene. If it were normal times where the blue charm lightning shadow had no injuries in its soul, it could absolutely react in time. If not for its crazed attacks towards the world, expending its energy and causing its speed to fall, it could absolutely escape. At the critical moment, Fan Yuan endured the pain and made a minor sacrifice to protect his bigger interests, finally settling this calamity. As to what calamities it would create at the outside world, that was not part of Fan Yuan's consideration. Bam bam bam. The whole Dang Hun mountain was still shaking. The desolate beast swamp crab's soul was very strong and forcefully withstood the pressure, continuously attacking Dang Hun mountain. The nearer it got to Dang Hun mountain, the stronger the soul's shaking power became. Little Hu Immortal teleported the swamp crab away time and again. Right now, it was a battle of foundation between the two sides. If the desolate beast's soul foundation was strong and it overthrew Dang Hun mountain, it would be Fan Yuan's defeat. Conversely, if Dang Hun mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's defeat. Bam bam. Dang Hun Palace's pillars crumbled and the beams of the roofs snapped. Dust and dirt flew everywhere, accompanied by Little Hu Immortal's whimpering cries. Fan Yuan was silently standing with a cold expression. Strength! I need more strength! He clenched his fists and let out an indignant scream in his mind. Why was it that despite growing so much, he was still so weak when facing heaven and earth, when facing fate? Then continued to grow, continued to become stronger, stronger, and even stronger. As he screamed silently, the swamp crab's movements were gradually slowing down, and eventually it collapsed at the waist of Dang Hun mountain. Dead. After an arduous process, the sixth earthly calamity was finally over. Chapter 418. Losses and Gains. Fan Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace. The pink crystal mountain had holes everywhere. Broken rocks were scattered on the ground, showing a pitiful sight. Fresh red blood, yellow murky mud, fox and crab corpses mixed together. The desolate beast swamp crab's humongous body was pressing on Dang Hun mountain's mountain waste. It was like a small mountain, extremely eye-catching. The mild wind blew on Fan Yuan's black hair, as his eerie black eyes stared at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood entered Fan Yuan's nostrils. Closely behind him, Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's eyes were red, as there were tears on her face. She reported while sniffing. Master, we suffered immense losses. We lost about 666 square kilometers of land, and we only have 68 beads of the immortal essence left. Our fox army of 4,700,000 has fallen to 310,000. As for goo worms, we lost around 700,000 of them. Hu Immortal managed her blessed land for so many years. After this calamity, the entire blessed land lost about 40 years of development. But Fan Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his gaze could not hide the happiness in his heart. He survived this earthly calamity. It was an obstacle. Now that he survived it, Fan Yuan had time to recuperate. He had ample time to deal with the seventh earthly calamity. Stop crying, the blessed land is safe, that means our hope is safe too. Dang Hun mountain did not collapse, thus we have the resources to start over. Although we lost some land, in the short run, we cannot make use of that land anyway, it will not hinder our development. Fan Yuan patted the land spirit's head, consoling. Look, not long later, Dang Hun mountain will be full of gutstones, and we will control another group of rockmen. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was exiled. Now, we can develop without any worries. Hu Immortal blessed land will definitely flourish again. This battle was intense and tragic. There were countless foxes and crabs who died near Dang Hun mountain. At the same time, Swamp Crab's soul was smashed into bits by the mountain's vibrations, absorbed into Dang Hun mountain. In the near future, not too long away, large numbers of gutstones will appear on Dang Hun mountain unceasingly. Master's words. Makes sense. Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and thought about it clearly. It seems he made sense. The earthly calamity was like a trial. Hu Immortal blessed land got through it. There was not only great losses, but also great gains. What a pity, there were many goo worms living in this swamp crab, but now Dang Hun mountain killed them all. Little Hu Immortal pouted, staring at this swamp crab's corpse angrily. Rejoice, this desolate beast did not have an immortal goo, otherwise, we might not be standing here. Fan Yuan sighed deeply. This was the luckiest part of this ordeal. One crucial immortal goo with overwhelming ability can easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal goo, and was killed by Fan Yuan, how Fan Yuan would catching this immortal goo was also a huge problem. Maybe this wild immortal goo might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become the next great threat to Hu Immortal blessed land. Fan Yuan was satisfied enough to have survived this earthly calamity. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal goo master. Yet he managed to kill a desolate beast that was a problem even for Gu immortals. Land spirit, clean up the battlefield. Preserve the corpse of the swamp crab well, I am going to rest. Fan Yuan looked around once more before relaxing, immediately feeling strong fatigue. He commanded over 1,000,000 foxes. His soul and mind was overused, he needed sleep immediately. Okay. Little Hu Immortal answered quickly as she looked at the swamp crab's shell with glowing eyes. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure. The blood, fur, bones, intestines in its body were great Gu refinement material. You accursed crab, I will tear you apart! Little Hu Immortal raised her chin as her mouth opened, showing her small canine teeth, angrily walking towards the swamp crab while muttering to herself. Fan Yuan had an extremely enjoyable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up, and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time, he really relaxed his body and mind. The 6th earthly calamity was over. Fan Yuan earned a lot of time for himself, he could finally catch a breath. Ever since his rebirth, he had been plotting and resisting, especially on Sancha Mountain. He overexerted himself thinking of the ways to get out of his predicament. Now, he finally protected the blessed land. To Fan Yuan, this was a safe and stable place. If Hu Immortal blessed land was destroyed, he would be in big trouble. He exposed many things. Let's take for example, the fixed immortal travel Gu. Fan Yuan was not a Gu immortal, he could not keep this immortal Gu into his aperture. Once its aura was leaked, Gu immortals would easily sense it and come to snatch it from him. Now, fixed immortal travel Gu was placed inside Hu Immortal blessed land, and because there was immortal essence, he could feed it without worry. Other than that, there was also the refinement of second aperture Gu. Without little Hu Immortal to control the immortal essence, Fan Yuan could not refine this immortal Gu, he had to at least reach Gu immortal realm first. By then, divine travel Gu might have been refined by another person already, it would be too late. Having protecting Hu Immortal blessed land, it was a great help to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan lied down for a while before getting up to eat. After filling up his stomach, he went to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours, he woke up slowly as he felt all the fatigue had been washed away. His mind was clear, his head was working well, and his condition was as good as it could be. Where is the land spirit? He stomped his feet, calling. Little Hu Immortal tore through space with a swoosh, appearing before him. Master, I have dismantled that crab, we can sell it for a good price. Little Hu Immortal's face was red as she was extremely satisfied at breaking apart the culprit for the blessed land's predicament. Oh right, Master, there are 3 letters here, they were sent in from the loophole on the day of the calamity. Little Hu Immortal said, taking out 3 Gu and handed them to Fan Yuan. When loopholes enlarge enough to become tunnels, people could enter and exit. But before that, only Gu worms could enter through the small gaps. These 3 Gu were all letter path Gu worms. 1. Had a paper crane appearance, it was the rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane Gu. 1 was a green bird, rank 5 and looking lifelike, it was the letter sending green bird Gu. 1 looked like a sword, it was the rank 3 flying sword letter Gu. Fan Yuan's gaze shone as he took out the letter sending green bird Gu. The green bird transformed into a letter, it was sent by the rank 7 Gu immortal Feng Jiu Ge. Fan Yuan was not surprised, the moment he saw this green bird Gu, he had a feeling it was him. Feng Jiu Ge's tone in his letter was calm, he first expressed his admiration and praise for Fan Yuan, before stating his intention, to arrange for a battle between Fan Yuan and his daughter Feng Jin Huang. It seems that after Feng Jin Huang returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been gloomy, moody, and dispirited. During this period, she had been cultivating diligently, to reclaim her pride. The battle was initiated by her, she wants to have a fair and square fight with Fan Yuan, betting the glory of Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect. Humph, you want to battle, do I have to agree? Fan Yuan scoffed in disdain. His time was so tight, there was not enough time to cultivate. Fan Yuan would not waste his time and effort accepting Feng Jin Huang's challenge. Feng Jin Huang was born in a great family, she had Gu immortals as her parents, and a sect to support her. Even if she had a blessed land, and the calamity came, there would be a huge group of people fighting it for her. But Fan Yuan was all alone, he had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play around with this rich missy. What a stupid idea, she wants to reclaim her glory, so I must play along with her. Laughable! Fan Yuan snorted. Different from others, he did not fear Feng Jiu Ge. That is because soon, Feng Jiu Ge would be called up by the heavenly court, and would successfully ascend, it will not be easy for him to come down and enter Central Continent again. But in this letter, it seems that this pair of father and daughter think that I am a disciple of Immortal Crane's sect. What is going on? Fan Yuan's eyes shone with suspicion. The other party was a Gu immortal. They would naturally not make such a lowly mistake. That means there were hidden complications. Fan Yuan retrieved the flying sword letter Gu. Opening it and taking a look, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was all swearing and scolding. Almost all of Fan Yuan's ancestors were mentioned. Even Immortal Crane's sect's honor was used to incite Fan Yuan to accept the battle. Finally, there was even a threat. If Fan Yuan did not agree, he would reveal the contents of this letter to the public, and let the world know that Fan Yuan was a coward. Fan Yuan looked carefully, lightly smiling. Oh, it is this rascal Jian Yixing. Jian Yixing, a Metal Path Gu master, his appearance and personality were very perverted. He was most skilled at sneak attacks, and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic Path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. He was truly a mean and devious coward. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he got ambushed by him many times. He eventually made Fan Yuan angry enough to summon the Blood Sea, forcing this Jian Yixing to hide in his blessed land, afraid to battle. He blocked him for 20 years, until Jian Yixing realized that he had angered the wrong person. He could not take it, and eventually kneeled down before Fan Yuan to surrender, without a trace of a Gu immortal's dignity. As for why this person was challenging Fan Yuan, it was because he was extremely unlucky. After Fan Yuan discarded a portion of the blessed land, and threw the blue charm lightning shadow towards Tianti Mountain, Jian Yixing coincidentally met with it. At this time, although Jian Yixing was a Gu immortal, he had no immortal Gu, and was thrashed by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped back to his blessed land pathetically, and finally managed to get free of the blue charm lightning shadow. After he got home, he counted his losses, and was filled with rage, stomping his feet. After finding the culprit, he sent a flying sword letter Gu, challenging Fan Yuan. Humph, he knows I am immortal, but still challenged me as a Gu immortal. He even wrote his letter so righteously, talking about fairness. This piece of shit is still as shameless as I remember. But why did he think I am a member of Immortal Crane's sect? Fan Yuan opened the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu with great suspicion. He opened it slightly, and his pupils shrunk, showing a surprised expression. What? Fan Jing is alive? Reading on, his suspicions were cleared. So that's it, this He Feng Yang from Immortal Crane's sect is a smart person, using this method to eliminate his competitors. But he greatly underestimated me. Why would I join Immortal Crane's sect? But what the letter mentioned is exactly what I need now. Thinking so, Fan Yuan made up his mind. He called the land spirit. Go, open the blessed land slightly, and let the Gu master who resembles me in. Chapter 419. Fan Geng's Pain. Tianti Mountain stood high above the clouds, reaching 3,000 kilometers in total. It was situated at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritances, the mountain of saints. During ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals, able to ascend to the heavenly court. Immortal Crane's sect's elite disciples were now standing at the foot of Tianti Mountain, having waited for an hour already. How much longer do we need to wait? This Fan Yuan is putting up too much airs, right? SSH, quiet. He is the brother of Gu Yufangjing, the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of that, this brother of Fan Geng's is really amazing. He managed to defeat Feng Jin Huang, Xiao Qi Xing, Ying Xingji and the others. So what? If I had a supreme elder supporting me in the dark, helping me to use fixed immortal travel Gu, I would be able to win the blessed land as well. Our clan's elders are truly smart. Using Fangjing to attract their attention, while the real trump card was Fan Yuan all along. In order to make this a reality, Immortal Crane's sect lied to all their disciples. Immortal Crane's sect disciples now knew that there was someone named Gu Fan Yuan in their sect. During these 3 months, he had become the hottest topic that everyone was discussing. He was mysterious and low-key, it made people curious. Shocking the world in one move, he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land for Immortal Crane's sect, and even allowed Immortal Crane's sect to stand out among the 10 sects. It made the other disciples feel proud. All their discussions entered Fan Geng's ears. Fangjing was stand at the front of these people. His gaze was dim as he looked at Tianti Mountain. These days he had been a walking corpse. He did not know how he survived the last few days. After Fangjing left Qingmao Mountain, he swore to exact revenge. to get justice for his deceased clansmen. He carried a great hatred with him. The objective of revenge was sustaining and motivating him to cultivate. He was more hardworking than all the other disciples. He did not even slack for a second. He had fantasized many times the scene when he finds Fan Yuan, defeating him and making him kneel on the ground, repenting for all that he did on Qingmao Mountain. The clansmen in the afterlife would finally rest in peace after that. Thus, on Danghun Mountain, he did not give up despite numerous occasions of wanting to do so. Every time he thought of Fan Yuan, there would be a strong driving force in his heart, supporting him to continue climbing. He wanted to get Hu immortal inheritance, not only because he did not want to let his master down, or disappointing the clan's expectations, it was also because his chances of getting revenge would be much greater if he had the blessed land. But he did not expect that life would come hitting him this hard and suddenly. Guyu Fan Yuan, his blood-related brother, the main character of his numerous nightmares, appeared on the mountain top. Under everyone's view, he obtained the inheritance. Even Gu immortals could do nothing to him. Fang Jing, who failed, returned to the sect. Shock. Pain. Loss. Fear. He knew the clan's lies, he knew the truth, but precisely so, the shadow in his heart grew by many times. This trauma had been nurturing in him since he was young. Why is brother so smart? But I am so stupid. Why was it that I cultivated so hard, yet I still lost to Fan Yuan? Why did this happen in southern border, and also in central continent? Is it true that I, Guyu Fangjing, am destined to live in his shadow my entire life, never to surpass him? Every time Fangjing thought of this, there would be an indignant feeling in his heart, urging him to cultivate more. But this time, it was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission the clan just passed to him, Fang Zheng's body shuddered. The blessed land was in Fan Yuan's control. In order to obtain Hu immortal blessed land, the sect was recruiting Fan Yuan. As long as he handed over the blessed land, he would be immortal Crane sect's elder. Central Continent sect members were classified from low to high as outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, legacy disciple. Above disciples there were sect elder, often at rank 4 cultivation, controlling the many aspects of the sect. Above sect elder was sect leader. He had to be at least rank 5 middle stage, and was the key person in charge. And above the clan leader, there were supreme elders. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals. They were rarely seen during normal times, secluded in cultivation. Only when the sect faces a life and death situation, or when something important happens, they would appear and let the world know the true power of Immortal Crane sect, as one of the top 10 sects. Since I joined Immortal Crane sect, I had cultivated so diligently these years. From outer disciple, I became an inner disciple, and from inner disciple, I became an elite disciple. During the sect examination, I emerged as the top disciple of among the elite disciples. But now, Fan Yuan just has to say a word, and he would become a sect elder. Any disciple who sees him have to bow and pay respects. Fan Jing felt a great pain in his heart every time he thought about this. If Fan Yuan really became an elder, he would have to bow and pay respects to this enemy every time he saw him. Was there fun in such a life? Was there meaning in living? Master, has all the effort and hard work I put in been in vain? At this point, Fan Jing was standing at Tianti mountain foot, waiting to meet Fan Yuan. He had unavoidably fallen into deep self-doubt. Lord Sky Crane quickly consoled him. Fan Jing, you have to adjust your mindset. Immortal Crane sect sacrificed a lot for Hu immortal inheritance. We even used an immortal Gu. For the sect, we have to look at this from the big picture, and put down our personal grudges temporarily. Fan Jing, you have to understand, it was Immortal Crane sect who nurtured you. Now that the sect needs you make some sacrifices, you cannot forget your roots. Although he said that, Lord Sky Crane was sighing in his heart. He understood Fan Zheng's personality, thus his heart was even more worried. All along, the notion of revenge was driving Fan Jing forward like a pillar. It was also his obsession in this cultivation journey. But now, the sect's orders were for Fan Jing to let down this obsession. This was more fatal than any injury. Most likely, after suffering such an impact, Fan Jing would no longer have any drive left. He would let himself dwell in self-pity. But what can we do? That is a blessed land, and it even contains a forbidden ground like Danghun Mountain. The gustons on the mountain can be used by our disciples and make our entire sect's strength surge. Other than that, Fan Yuan has Blood Skull Gu and Fixed Immortal Travel Gu on him. These things are way too valuable. They are so important. How can an elite disciple compare to them at all? Lord Sky Crane felt sad in his heart. but he still said to Fang Jing, "My good disciple, you have to control your desire for revenge. A little impatience spoils great plans. Treat this as a trial of your endurance. After seeing your brother, do not attack. Within the blessed land, you are not his match." Saying so, Lord Sky Crane recalled what Feng Yang instructed him. "I know the enmity between Fang Yuan and Fang Jing. If needed, we can sacrifice Fang Jing. You can negotiate in place of Fang Jing." Feng Yang's pressure was great at the moment. All the supreme elders were looking at his actions. "Master, you are telling me to treat this as a trial?" I will try." Fang Jing loosened his clenched fist, then clenched it again. He was struggling in his heart. He felt pain and anger. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, only to find that his enemy had died, that is pain. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, but found that he could not beat his enemy, and that his enemy was still living well, that is much greater pain. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, but found out that not only was he unable to beat his enemy, he even had to use a fake friendly attitude to negotiate with him, hoping the enemy would become his superior. This was the greatest pain of all pain. Fang Jing, don't think much of it. Fang Yuan might not be having a good time. There is a calamity in the blessed land. You cannot imagine the might of a calamity. Even if your brother had an immortal gu, he is still immortal. Soon, he will experience the terrifying powers of an earthly calamity. By then, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, and he would have suffered a huge loss. You have a high chance of succeeding in this trip. Lord Sky Crane consoled him again. Fang Jing heard this, and his mood became slightly more relaxed. The earthly calamity is beginning. Feng Yang muttered. He had been staying behind the scenes. Firstly, it was to protect these elite disciples. Secondly, it was to prevent the ill intentions of other Gu masters. And thirdly, if Fang Yuan could not block this earthly calamity, he would have to help out. At this moment, he was starting at the spot where Hu Immortal Blessed Land was hiding in on Tianti Mountain, sensing that there was an aura of destruction. Soon, his lips curled into a smile as there was a peculiar sight on Tianti Mountain. Pieces after pieces of grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. They were like clouds or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on a mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and a large loophole at that, allowing outsiders to see the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only fit Gu worms. There was still some way to go before Gu masters can go in. Lord Sky Crane at the other side had already called out. The loophole appeared. Send the lightning symbol paper crane Gu in. Fang Jing gritted his teeth. Under everyone's supervision, he injected primeval essence and activated the Gu worm. Lightning symbol paper crane Gu was fast as lightning, flying into the loophole. But right after, the grassland image turned into a lump of primeval essence, as it dissipated in the air. Lightning symbol paper crane Gu flew for 2 rounds before flying back to Fang Deng's hands. This Fang Yuan is giving up a portion of the blessed land, completely removing it. It seems he is worried that Gu masters might entire when the loophole turns into a tunnel. Feng Yang was slightly shocked, but sneered soon after. Go ahead, let's see how much land you can discard. Every piece of land you abandon is akin to giving up your own flesh. But immediately after, Feng Yang's expression changed. He's still continuing? He's already thrown a few square kilometers worth of land. He is really bold, no wonder he managed to snatch the inheritance. But a few moments later, Feng Yang's expression turned ugly. It seems that this earthly calamity is very dangerous this time. But how much land is he going to give up? He has already thrown tens of square kilometers of land away. This wastrel. Chapter 420. Meeting of Brothers. On Tianti Mountain, loopholes appeared one after another with increasing frequency. Not only were Immortal Crane's sex elite disciples watching carefully, many Gu immortals were also keeping watch behind the scenes. During this period, Fang Jing tried 3 times, finally managing to send the lightning symbol paper crane Gu into the blessed land. A green bird spread its wings and flew into the loopholes as well, reaching the Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is a letter sending green bird Gu. What is Feng Jiu trying to do? Feng Yang saw this and his expression turned dark. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide as he shocked an extremely flabbergasted expression. My God! He's discarding such a big area of the blessed land? Feng Yang was tongue-tied, he was stunned like a statue. Fang Yuan discarded 600 square kilometers worth of land, Tianti mountain waste was full of the blessed land's projected image. Grassland filled everyone's vision. A Gu immortal was the first to react, appearing with the flash of a sword. Ha ha ha, what a big piece of blessed land, it is mine, don't even think of snatching it from me. Jian Yixing shouted, wanting to pull this piece of land into his blessed land, expanding his territory. But at this moment, a lightning flash appeared. FCK! Jian Yixing was caught unguarded. He shouted profanities as the blue charm lightning shadow sent him flying like a cannonball. But Jian Yixing was not to be trifled with. He immediately engaged in battle with blue charm lightning shadow. They created a huge commotion. The earth rumbled as Immortal Crane's sex elite disciples watched in shock. The more shocking thing was, over a dozen people appeared next, taking a piece of this 600 square kilometers land at lightning speed like a pack of hungry wolves. You goddamn bastards! I lured the monster away. I made the most effort, but you guys didn't even leave me a piece of the land. I FCK all your ancestors. I curse you all to have constipation. All your children will be born with a chicken's tail. Jian Yixing shouted angrily. He had never suffered such a great loss in his life, getting thrashed by the blue charm lightning shadows so pathetically. And there is that little rascal Fang Yuan. He is really evil and daring, scheming against me like this. Fight me fairly if you have guts. He sent out the flying sword letter Gu. Flying sword letter Gu was extremely fast. It could tear through space. Even without a loophole, it could enter the blessed land. Immortal Crane's sex gang was in a daze. Was this the mannerism of a Gu immortal? This Jian Yixing is a complete disgrace to us Gu immortals. He Feng Yang covered his face in shame. At this time, a bright white gold light appeared. There was a red door in the light, 30 meters tall. It had a rainbow-colored plaque. Pink-colored clouds gathered, as the rainbow light shone on Fang Yang's body. In the blink of an eye, Fang Jing vanished on the spot. Sending blue charm lightning shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu Immortal's abilities. But to transport one Fang Jing, it was easy. He got in! Seeing this, He Feng Yang's heart eased. A flash of lightning bolt descended from the sky. It was the blue charm lightning shadow. But the white gold light moved the red door away in time. By a hair's breadth, the blue charm lightning shadow's intention of entering the blessed land was thwarted. Fang Jing felt his surroundings turn blur before he regained his sight, and the environment around him had changed completely. He was standing on a grassland. Grass was all around him. There were clouds above him, extremely thick and dark clouds. Not far away, there are several lakes with ripples on the surface. I reached to immortal blessed land. Fang Jing quickly reacted. All his goo worms were sealed now. It was the same as during the competition. A smoky lump of shadow appeared before him, expanding into the size of a mirror. Fan Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror. He was sitting with his back leaning on the chair. He was crossing his right leg over his left leg as his left hand was placed on his knee, while his right hand was holding his chin softly on top of the chair handle. His black hair was casually hanging over his face as his eyes squinted, showing a lazy and casual demeanor, but also gave people a sense of danger, dark and mysterious. My cute little brother, to think I would see you again in Central Continent. Fan Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign, yet so familiar to Fang Jing. Fang Jing's body shuddered. His eyes burst forth with intense rage as he growled. Gu Yu Fan Yuan, you crazy and hopeless demon, you murdered your entire clan! I will kill you personally! Saying so, he rushed towards Fan Yuan. But this Fan Yuan was only a projection from the smoke. After Fang Jing charged towards it, it dissipated, but quickly gathered back into a perfect image of Fang Yuan again. Fang Jing pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, Fang Yuan, you don't even have the courage to face me? You coward! Shameless traitor, you are an inhuman animal. So what if you died, to think that you murdered your entire clan just to preserve your life? Such an outrageous act, how could you do it? Are you still human? Fan Yuan laughed heartily, casually leaning on his chair. My cute little brother, you are still stupid as ever. Regardless of whether I did anything, they were going to die. If that is so, why can't I live? If not for my counterattack, do you think you would be brought back to Central Continent? In fact, I saved your life. I am your benefactor. Dog shit. You are distorting the truth. You are unbelievably shameless. Fan Jing heard Fan Yuan's words, and was extremely angered by it. Fan Yuan's laughter came to a stop. He sighed. Fan Jing, my brother, you are a huge disappointment. All these years, you have not improved one bit. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just a pawn piece. Alright, let's talk business. I've seen Immortal Crane's sex letter. Don't bother mentioning those ridiculous promises like making me an elder. We can, however, go through with the transaction and deals. Fang Zheng's chest was moving up and down, his breathing was heavy as he stared at Fang Yuan's image with hatred. This pair of twins, they looked almost identical, and had closest blood relation in them. Unfortunately, they were life and death enemies. Fang Jing took a few deep breaths, holding in his killing intent towards Fang Yuan, thinking of the clan's instructions. Within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, our sect is not interested in the fox groups or goo worms. But the gut stones on Danghun Mountain have some value. We will send disciples here by batches, you will bring them to Danghun Mountain. Stop. Before Fang Jing finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fang Yuan. I do not believe your Immortal Crane's sex sincerity. This is what I want, prepare it for me as soon as possible, and hand it over to me. I do not have primeval stones, but I have the swamp crab's corpse to trade instead. The details are in the letter, go back and consider it. Once he finished speaking, a small lightning bolt flew and landed in Fang Deng's hand. It was that lightning symbol paper crane goo. This lightning symbol paper crane goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan, and was now used by him. The contents included the goo worms and materials Fang Yuan wanted, as well as details on the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, and shell, etc. Fang Jing raised his head, and wanted to speak, but he saw the scene before him change. He had been transported out already. Check around, are there any suspicious things? After Fang Jing left, Fang Yuan did not relax, but instead gave instructions to Land Spirit. The Blessed Land could not restrict Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan did not meet with Fang Jing personally because he was worried about him bringing in Immortal Goo. Immortal Crane's sect had a lot of resources, they had quite a lot of Immortal Goo. Although Fang Jing's aperture was not able to carry Immortal Goo, as the aura would easily leak, all sorts of things could happen in the Goo world, there were definitely methods to conceal an Immortal Goo's aura. Fang Yuan had to guard against this. The Land Spirit checked for a few times and there were no problems. At this point, Fang Yuan finally relaxed. After the earthly calamity, will the situation improve from here? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, considering his current predicament. The current situation was way more advantageous for him than he expected. In order to devour Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, Immortal Crane's sect shielded him. Such guts, it was expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Benefits above everything, enemies and friends were all built on this basis. Using common words, it was the foresight of a big picture. Restricted by the sect system, and under the pressure of the big picture, so what if Fang Jing hated him? He still had to come over and discuss the transactions. Once they realized that they could not capture me so easily, that being forceful would just destroy everything, Immortal Crane's sect would naturally come to negotiate with me, to make transactions. Even if outsiders find out, there would be no rumors of allying with the demonic path. That is because Immortal Crane's sect had already admitted that I am a part of their sect. It was a meticulous decision. But this is what I needed too. Even if this disciple identity is so fake, it is enough to drive away the other forces. Looking at Jian Yixing and Feng Jiuji's letters, one can easily tell how precious this identity is. Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not mind this. The truth is, he is still in the demonic path, he is still alone, doing things his way, no one could restrict him. But at the same time, he could do transactions, and exchange for resources he needed. Originally, I wanted to go to Langya Blessed Land and snatch connecting Heaven Goo. But now that I can deal with Immortal Crane's sect, I do not need to do that. Although, with Hu Immortal Blessed Land being in my possession, Immortal Crane's sect would not let this go. They are making deals at this point because of wariness, and that they have no choice for now. I cannot be careless and give them a weakness to exploit. Fang Yuan reminded himself. As for his brother Fang Jing, that was secondary. Killing him would only be for the blood skull goo, to raise the aperture's aptitude by a little. The problem it would bring is making an enemy out of Immortal Crane's sect, and putting himself into grave danger. Killing his own brother is a pure demonic act. If outsiders find out, it would be interpreted as Fang Yuan betraying Immortal Crane's sect. At that point, the 10 sects and numerous demonic goo immortals would place their greedy gazes towards Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There is no such thing as an absolute secret. Once the matter is exposed, even if Immortal Crane's sect wanted to continue acting, they would not be able to. Fang Yuan's current situation was, raising aptitude was less important than his other objectives. Even if his aptitude was raised, he still needed resources to cultivate. The most important point now was to stabilize the situation and make full use of the blessed land's resources to convert them into his own strength. Chapter 421. Development of the Rockmen Tribe. He Feng Yang carefully read the detailed content of the lightning letter. Fan Yuan only made 3 types of requests: primeval stones, goo worms, and materials. Requesting for 5 million primeval stones? No problem. Let alone 5 million, it is no issue even if he wanted 10 million or 50 million. He Feng Yang grinned. When one reached the goo immortal realm, their attention was on immortal essence. They could have any amount of primeval stones they wanted, it was simply not a thing of concern. Huh! 5 spring egg goo? He Feng Yang was slightly dazed. Spring egg goo was a rank 5 goo that had the appearance of a white goose egg. It was obtained from killing specific eggmen. Placing spring egg goo deep underground could form a spirit spring eye. That means it could grow a spirit spring. Every spring egg goo represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring could produce at least 100 million primeval stones from the moment they formed till they disappeared. However, spring egg goo's price was much higher than 100 million primeval stones. Goo immortals would frequently buy it, and plant it in their blessed land to form spirit springs and provide spiritual essence to all living beings. Sufficient spirit springs meant the primeval energy in the blessed land would be thicker and be beneficial to the cultivation and nurturing of goo worms. Conversely, if there were no spirit springs, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be created by diluting the immortal essence. From a certain aspect, spirit springs could cut down the use of immortal essence. To think this Fan Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg goo. But this goo, even goo immortals have a lot of demand for it. How could we give you 5 of them? 3 is enough. The who immortal blessed land you are managing will sooner or later become our immortal crane sect's property. He Feng Yang's gaze moved over the list. Below, Fan Yuan had mentioned many goo worms. What does he want so many low-ranked goo worms for? He Feng Yang felt some doubts. If Fan Yuan demanded those rare and powerful rank 5 goo worms, it would be understandable. However, what he was requesting for were some rank 2 and rank 3 goo worms. Although he mentioned some rank 4 goo, it was just a few. I understand. This kid has strong vigilance. He is afraid that if he directly asks for rank 5 goo, we would tamper with it, and so he intends to refine the goo himself. Goo refinement process involves many subtle details. If the goo worms had been tampered with, it would definitely destroy the whole refinement process. Conversely, a successfully refined goo would be completely clean and secure. He Feng Yang felt somewhat irritated. He originally had such an intention, but now he knew that this scheme could not be implemented and was already useless. This kid is not easy to deal with. But how would he know so many goo refinement recipes? His background is definitely not simple. He Feng Yang felt some apprehension inwardly. He thought for a while more and laughed. This Fan Yuan doesn't know what's good for him. Are goos so easy to refine? Every goo refinement needs huge resources. The higher the rank of the goo to be refined, the higher the chances of failure, and higher the losses. You kid, just how old are you? Goo refinement cannot succeed just with innate talent. Even more importantly, you need experience and accumulation. He Feng Yang did not know the exact details of Fan Yuan, and even more importantly he did not know that fixed immortal travel goo was refined by Fan Yuan. If he knew, he would definitely not be able to laugh. He Feng Yang continued to read. He has requested relic goo too. A yellow gold relic goo and 3 purple crystal relic goo? He Feng Yang's gaze paused as he understood Fan Yuan's scheme. Fan Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already noticed by the 10 sex goo immortals and was not a secret. If Fan Yuan used the yellow gold relic goo, he would be at rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use the 3 purple crystal relic goo one by one, and directly jump to rank 5 peak stage. Immortal Crane sect was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, and had abundant resources. It naturally had these relic goo. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would contribute the relic goo they obtained to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would place these green copper to purple crystal relic goo as rewards for sect missions. He Feng Yang could easily bring out these relic goo, but letting Fan Yuan advance to rank 5 so fast did not sit well with Immortal Crane sect's benefits. I will first hand over 1 purple crystal goo to create envy in this kid. These relic goo are the things he wants the most. We will use it to get a hold on him and make him exchange them with Guts Goo. He Feng Yang continued to read the letter. After the goo worms were names of some materials. These materials were also common for the most part. Although there were some precious goo refinement materials listed, they were few in number. It seems this kid's main plan is to refine goo. Humph, you want to refine? Go ahead. But why does he need star heron bile, toad stones, ascension wine, and these other extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that included the use of these materials. Some of these materials had value that could compare to parts of a desolate beast. Even He Feng Yang would have to expend some effort to get these things. Whether this kid is deliberately mystifying it to scatter my attention or is really refining some rare goo, I cannot give all these materials to him at once. I need to make him feel anxious to probe out his true intent. For this transaction, I will give him a vat of Ascension wine. This Ascension wine was a top-quality wine brewed by Immortal Crane Sect's Supreme Third Elder. Over 100 years ago, He Feng Yang had officially sided with the Third Elder. In the banquet, the Supreme Third Elder was in a great mood and rewarded him with 3 vats of Ascension wine. Supreme Third Elder liked drinking wine and it was one of his hobbies. However, He Feng Yang did not like to drink and Ascension wine was worthless to him. He Feng Yang saw each part of the desolate beast listed at the end of the letter. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence that could be compared to goo immortals. Such a complete desolate beast corpse. Looks like the earthly calamity this time was the desolate beast calamity. This kid's luck is really good, using Danghun Mountain to destroy the swamp crab's soul and obtain such a complete corpse. He Feng Yang instantly guessed the details of the earthly calamity. We can completely procure this swamp crab, but why has he not requested rockmen? Could it be that he does not know of the rockmen because of limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated at that time is still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How did Fan Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel goo? Who was behind him? He Feng Yang did not know the answers to any of these questions. The 5 great regions Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea were mutually independent, separated by barriers and each of them were incomparably vast. Immortal Crane Sect had yet to grasp the whole Central Continent, let alone make contact with every region of Southern Border. However, after Fan Yuan seized Hu Immortal's inheritance, Immortal Crane's sect had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. Several days later. We're here, plant the spirit spring at this location. On the grassland, Fan Yuan stopped walking and said to Little Hu Immortal following behind him. Little Hu Immortal nodded her little head and raised her palm upon which a spring egg goo flew out. Spring egg goo landed on the ground and drilled deep underground. Within moments, Fan Yuan felt the ground shake and could hear the sound of flowing water becoming louder rapidly. And then, a fountain of spring water spurted out of the ground and flew as high as 20 to 30 meters. The spring water was milky white and produced water vapor. After a few breaths' time, Fan Yuan could feel the primeval energy in the air becoming very dense. Primeval energy is the origin energy of all living beings. With the increase in primeval energy, the land will become more fertile, vegetation will flourish and beast groups will prosper even more. There will be a lot of benefits to the rock men as well. Fan Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. The transaction with Immortal Crane's sect was a success. Fan Yuan sold the whole swamp crab's corpse and in return obtained most of the things he needed. Among them were 3 spring egg goo. This spring egg goo was a rank 5 goo and was a one-time expendable goo that could turn into a small-scale spirit spring. It had a high demand on primeval essence to be activated, and even rank 5 upper stage goo masters would have to exhaust all their primeval essence to succeed in activating it. Fan Yuan was only at rank 4 upper stage and was absolutely unable to activate spring egg goo. But fortunately, he had the Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit as his helper. Fan Yuan buried these 3 spring egg goo near the Rockmen tribes. After the trial of the 6th earthly calamity, there were only a few pitiful fox groups left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and were not worth nurturing. Fan Yuan thus put all his attention on the Rockmen tribes. Now, there were only a few hundreds Rockmen left, much lesser than the foxes. However, with Danghun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockmen tribes could rapidly grow and develop. Master, this is awesome! With 3 spirit springs, our green grape immortal essence expenditure will greatly reduce. Little Hu Immortal looked at the spurting spring water and narrowed her eyes in happiness. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million primeval stones, and can last for 50 to 60 years. But if we look at the whole blessed land, it is far from enough. It is lacking even for the southern area of the blessed land. Fan Yuan calculated. Spirit springs were classified into small scale, mid-scale and large scale. Small-scale spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years. Mid-scale spirit spring could last for about 100 years and more. Large-scale spirit spring could last for centuries. The spurting spring water loosened the surrounding soil and the spring mouth gradually enlarged. The force of the spring water was not enough, and its height slowly reduced. In 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would form and the spirit spring would start flowing, spreading to the surrounding soil. In several months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of primeval stones. Let's return. The Rockmen tribe should be having the time of their lives now. Fan Yuan commanded the land spirit. The next moment, the two teleported to Danghun Mountain. Heavens, so many gut stones! The place is in a mess. There definitely was a huge battle here. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockmen tribe's glorious days are coming. We will have endless offsprings. Tribe leader Yen Yong, we can establish the world's largest Rockmen tribe. The Rockmen cheered and shouted, indulging in this moment of happiness and fortune. Danghun Mountain was filled with gutstones. There was one every 5 steps. The Rockmen struck the gutstones in a frenzy and strengthened their soul. There were many young Rockmen who also struck the gutstones and rapidly strengthened their newborn souls, allowing them to control more rocks as their body. There were only a few hundreds Rockmen at first, but in only a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The more the population grew, the faster they multiplied. On the morning of the second day, their population broke 10,000. On the evening of the third day, their numbers reached 300,000. All the gutstones on Danghun Mountain were plucked clean. On the fourth day, Danghun Mountain started emitting pressure and the Rockmen could only reluctantly leave the place, majestically returning to their homes. There were unexpected gifts, the new 3 spirit springs, waiting for them there. Chapter 422. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Blub 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 blub. In a huge 5-man-tall cauldron, green-blue colored liquid was bubbling inside. The liquid seemed to be boiling, but cold air was emitting from it. Even a Rockman's hand would turn into an icicle if he placed it in. Fan Yuan stood before the large cauldron, multitasking as he controlled it while taking out a primeval elder goo. He multitasked, activating primeval elder goo as primeval stones flew out from within. Plop plop plop. Primeval stones caused a splash when they entered the cauldron. Primeval elder goo was a rank 3 storage goo. It could hold up to 1,000,000 primeval stones. It was shaped like a crystal ball, half transparent with clouds forming into an old man inside. The old man smiled when there were a lot of primeval stones inside, and cried when there were few primeval stones. As large amounts of primeval stones were thrown in, the old man's smile turned into a bitter expression. Fan Yuan expended around 500,000 primeval stones for this refinement. If it was the past, he would not be able to afford it. But now, he is affluent. After he sold the desolate beast swamp crab and bought quite a bit of things, he had around 6,000,000 primeval stones left. As primeval stones were thrown in, a large spiral formed inside the cauldron, causing the liquid to flow faster. The cauldron was slightly shaking. At this crucial moment, Fan Yuan invested all his concentration into it. He could not be distracted anymore. Sweat quickly formed on his forehead. He could only call out, "Land Spirit!" "Yes." Little Hu Immortal responded quickly, throwing pieces and pieces of silver ingots into the cauldron. The ingots entered the liquid, causing the spiral to slow down. One by one, the ingots fell in until the surface of the cauldron became still, forming into silver-colored ice. Eventually, all the liquid inside was frozen. Large amounts of silver-colored mist flew out, freezing the entire cauldron. In fact, it extended 5 steps from the cauldron, dyeing the ground silver. Fan Yuan breathed heavily. After refining goo for 3 days, it's finally done. Up. Silver-colored ice broke apart, and goo worms flew out. These goo were all rank 3, they were shaped like little cups, while also resembling trumpet flowers. 3 of them could fit on one palm. They were silver in color, used to hold liquid or store goo worms. Little Hu Immortal counted, smiling brightly, clapping her hands. 137, 146, 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 goo worms at once. We can sell these for quite a sum. What are these goo worms? Hee, these are silver cup goo. We have to use them to refine goo, they are not for sale. Fan Yuan smiled. 380 years into Fan Yuan's previous life, these silver cup goo were created by a goo immortal. Continuing to refine them until they were rank 5, that was the goo Fan Yuan needed. Of course they could not be sold now. These days I used a large number of guts goo to raise my soul to 52 times of a normal person. Thus, I did not feel much fatigue, and was able to refine so many goo at once. Fan Yuan was extremely pleased with the results of this refinement. The benefits of having a strong foundation in his soul was shown here. If He Fengyang saw this, he would no longer underestimate Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's ability at refining goo had already greatly exceeded his own. But his head was still dizzy. Every goo refinement caused a strain on the soul, it used a lot of mental energy, not to mention Fan Yuan's large-scale refinement. If it was before, Fan Yuan could only sleep to rest his soul. But now, he had a better method. Land Spirit, this cauldron is useless now, get rid of it, I am going outside to walk. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately got to work. 3 to 4 days had already passed, large numbers of gutstones had formed on Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, the guts goo that flew out recovered his soul, even strengthening it. Fan Yuan instantly felt the dizziness go away from his head, he could think at lightning speed. He laughed heartily. This guts goo is truly a divine goo, the effect is so amazing. In that case, I shall strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Fan Yuan felt refreshed, his movements were extremely fast and light. 77 times. Fan Yuan could think at lightning speed, every thought moved like a spark. 85 times. Fan Yuan's soul had already vaguely hit his body's limit. 92 times. Fan Yuan could clearly feel his own soul. In his perception, his soul was gray-white color, its outer appearance was just like Fan Yuan's appearance, except it was extremely strong, muscular, and had a bear-tiger-like body. As for Fan Yuan, although his body was muscular, he only had muscular shoulders with a thin waist. His soul was quite squeezed inside this body. Was he at his limit? 93 times. Fan Yuan used one more guts goo, his soul strengthened once again. This time, Fan Yuan felt an unprecedented feeling. It was amazing and comfortable. It felt 100 times better than taking drugs, eating good food, or having intercourse. It made a strong man like Fan Yuan groan out in pleasure. An indescribable sensation of comfort and addiction made him savor this feeling, unable to forget it. Fan Yuan's eyes shone in a cold light, his heart became alert. He stepped on a few more gutstone, and his soul got stronger again. The feeling of comfort this time was much more intense than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling came from deep within his soul. It was so intense that Fan Yuan's body shuddered. His bones felt like they were melting and his muscles were twitching. It could not be described with words. 100 times. The intense sensation and addiction assaulted like a tornado. Fan Yuan almost fainted from this. This is the limit, I cannot use the guts goo anymore. Fan Yuan bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to keep himself conscious, not falling into addiction. Normal people could only strengthen their soul by 100 times, it was called 100-man's soul. This was also the extreme limit. If the soul strengthened just a bit more, it would explode in a loud bang. Like a stomach that burst from overeating. But the explosion of the soul was many times more severe than the bursting of a stomach. The soul would completely disperse in the air, completely destroyed, the flesh would be preserved for a while before rotting away, revealing the white skeleton. If Fan Yuan indulged in the feeling, and used one more guts goo, he would not even have the time to use spring-autumn cicada. He would die immediately, wiped off from this world. Too bad I don't have Luo Pavali. Inside it, there is the bewilderment fog that can loosen the soul. There is also the Luo Pa wind that can cut the soul. After torture and trials, the soul will become more refined and condensed. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Simply strengthening the soul was a quantitative advantage. Only through refinement and purification can there be a qualitative advantage. In this world, there were many goo masters who cultivated their soul. They were called soul path goo masters. Soul path and strength path were at the same level, glorious during the ancient times. Except, strength path was now at its lowest point, while soul path was staying strong. It was the largest path in the current world. The goo master who created the soul path is renowned in the entire world's history. He is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Rank 9 Goo Master, standing at the top of the universe, looking down at mortals plainly. He was truly invincible, a legend who dominated his era. At the same time, he was the rank 9 Gu immortal with the greatest killing nature. Among all immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. During his dark era, he made the 5 regions into his personal slaughterhouse. All living beings were his livestock, they had no way to resist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once said, "In this huge world, Dang Hun Mountain is the best at strengthening soul, and Luopa Valley is the best at refining soul. One mountain and one valley, if one had both, they would achieve great success in the soul path, and they would be able to dominate the world." Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul path Gu masters. Fan Yuan obtaining Dang Hun Mountain was a huge blessing. He got a great deal from his rebirth. If he wanted to get Luopa Valley, there was little hope. He did not know where it was. But even without Luopa Valley, I can use other soul path Gu worms to replace it. Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Eye Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Grudge Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu and others. They can all refine my soul and allow me to continue strengthening my soul, to break through 100-man soul, to reach 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not get these Gu from Immortal Crane sect. That is because these Gu that were directly used on the soul, if Immortal Crane sect did something to them, it would be too dangerous. But Fan Yuan knew very little of these Gu worms' recipes. Most importantly, he has not decided on which Gu would suit him the most. For now, 100-man soul is sufficient to deal with my problems. I should place my energy on how to trade rockmen. Fan Yuan's train of thought came back to the matter at hand. He had already sold Swamp Crab, but next, he did not intend to sell the Gutstones. If he sold Gutstones, that would strengthen Immortal Crane sect. That was not favorable. For the following days, Fan Yuan continued to refine Gu while cleansing his aperture. A month passed quickly. With the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm's help, Fan Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4 peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Gold Cup Gu. Gold Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu were about the same. They were rank 3 Gu used to store fluids. Next, he used both Silver Cup Gu and Gold Cup Gu in refinement. After 7 days and 6 nights, his luck was not bad. He obtained 3 rank 4 Gold and Silver Cup Gu. He put down his work at hand and turned his attention to the rockmen. So many days have passed, the rockmen should have reproduced already. In a rockman's life, most of the time was spent on sleeping. Normally, when a rockman reaches 300 years old, his soul would accumulate to a degree, and he would produce an offspring. Next, every 200 years, he will produce 1 young rockman. Without accidents, a rockman can live to 1,000 years, and they would have 4 offsprings when they die. But because of the Gutstones, the rockmen tribes expanded rapidly. They had around 300,000 tribesmen now. The increased numbers caused the internal conflicts among rockmen to increase, intensify, and erupt. Rockman's social system was very relaxed. It could at most govern 100,000 people. As expected, after some political strifes, the rockmen split into 3 groups, each with around 100,000 people, each occupying 1 spirit spring, making their new homes there. Fan Yuan took out the new slavery Gu that he made and handed them to the little Hu Immortal. Slavery Gu ranged from rank 1 to 5. Fan Yuan refined rank 3 slavery Gu only. It was enough to enslave the rockmen tribes. Little Hu Immortal teleported the slavery Gu for about 10,000 miles away, using them on the most crucial rockmen. The rockmen's soul were not Fan Yuan's match. They were easily enslaved. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yuan controlled 3 rockmen tribe leaders including Yan Yong, as well as over a dozen rockmen tribe elders. At once, the 300,000 rockmen were under his control. Governing many lives and making great changes with just a wave of his hand, this was already showing the ability of a Gu immortal. Chapter 423. Fan Yuan, you little bastard. Not selling Gutstones, but selling rockmen instead? He Feng Yang looked at the letter in his hand with a grim expression. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the Guts Gu from Dang Hun Mountain was the thing Immortal Crane sect needed the most. Once they had the Guts Gu to raise the foundation of their disciples' soul, Immortal Crane sect's strength in terms of disciples would rise by 30%. Furthermore, Gutstones could not leave Dang Hun Mountain, they could only be used on the spot. Thus, with this reason, Immortal Crane sect disciples could freely enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. As time passed, Fan Yuan's alertness would gradually fall, and Immortal Crane sect would be free to set up some traps inside the Blessed Land. But Fan Yuan adamantly refused to sell the gutstones. He Feng Yang was very troubled. Since when did great Gu immortals like myself have to be subjected to such difficulties from a mere mortal rascal? He gritted his teeth as he thought, his handsome young face distorting with anger. He had battle strength, but he could not display them. Fan Yuan was hiding inside the blessed land like a tortoise. He also had fixed immortal travel Gu and could leave at any time. He Feng Yang, and even the entire immortal crane sect were afraid of his trump cards, and thus did not dare to attack. It seems the rockmen that Hu Immortal brought into her blessed land are still alive. But this Fan Yuan is selling so many of these rockmen now, just how many guts Gu did he use to create them? Thinking of this, He Feng Yang's heart was bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Hu Immortal blessed land was 5 times faster, thus he had around a year or so. Fan Yuan nurtured so many young and strong rockmen. If these expended guts Gu were given to Immortal Crane sect, and used to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this rascal Fan Yuan, he would rather nurture rockmen than give these guts Gu to Immortal Crane sect. His motives are execrable, execrable. What made He Feng Yang most furious was not just this. Most importantly, he was angry at himself. These rockmen that Fan Yuan was selling, even if he was a Gu immortal, his heart was moved. In a blessed land, if there were ample rockmen, Gu immortals could develop their underground land and excavate large amounts of resources. All sorts of metals, gems, ore, as well as Gu worms, underground animals, they could be endlessly obtained. Other than that, if they had enough rockmen, they can build an underground city. This was, in a way, expanding the blessed land's territory. If there was no manpower in the blessed land, the resources Gu immortals excavate would mostly be from the surface. It was limited. But if they had rockmen, and could even use the resources underground, the profits would be many times more than before. Thus, in the market, rockmen were in high demand and low supply. A rockman's life is mostly spent on sleeping. An ordinary rockman lives to 1,000 years old. In one life, they have 4 children. It was not impossible to use soul path Gu worms on them to raise their soul's strength. Many Gu immortals tried it, but none succeeded. There was only one reason: cost. The value of a soul path Gu worms greatly exceeded a single rockman. Unless a Gu immortal has a special need for rockmen, they would never profit from this. In this world, only Fan Yuan, who controlled Dang Hun Mountain, could nurture rockmen on such a scale. Furthermore, the price Fan Yuan quoted in this transaction was also very appealing. Even if Immortal Crane sect did not need it, they could resell it and earn at a huge profit. But because this was such a good deal, He Feng Yang felt extremely troubled. He knew this was bait from Fan Yuan. Not afraid that you aren't moved, just afraid you won't take the bait. Just as Fan Yuan had expected, He Feng Yang was already inclined towards the deal. Not just him, Immortal Crane sect would also be moved, and other Gu immortals would also want this deal. The rockmen trading business could flourish for at least 100 years. This wicked little rascal Fan Yuan, he is really devious. But with this batch of rockmen, I could show some results to Supreme Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder. I can also make Lei Tan shut up. I can catch a breather in that case. He Feng Yang breathed heavily, calming his mind. He squinted his eyes, his mouth curling into a cold smile. But don't be too smug, Fan Yuan. Tit for tat, if you don't sell Guts Gu, I will not sell Relic Gu. Didn't you want yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu? No way in hell. Fan Yuan laid on his chair, looking at Immortal Crane sect's reply. Because Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was still guarding Tianti Mountain, Little Hu Immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's doors. Thus Immortal Crane sect used the flying sword letter Gu this time. Fan Yuan took a look and understood the content. In He Feng Yang's letter, other than agreeing to the deal, he also stated his objective: to buy Guts Gu. For the Guts Gu, he could sell Relic Gu, or even lend a hand to help survive the 7th earthly calamity. Fan Yuan chuckled continuously. Letting He Feng Yang into Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a greater danger than the calamity itself. That was impossible. As for the Relic Gu, did he think that threat would be Fan Yuan's weakness? What a laughable idea. I will definitely not sell the Guts Gu, but I can sell rockmen. I have no worries about attracting Immortal Crane sect. But I cannot just deal with Immortal Crane sect alone, I also need to expand my business further. Fan Yuan considered. With his 500 years of experience, Fan Yuan knew that his sale price is lower than the market value. Immortal Crane sect would definitely profit from this trade. But this was also arranged by Fan Yuan. That is because at the moment, he needed his identity as an immortal Crane sect disciple, thus he also needed to maintain and sustain this fictitious relationship. With this prophet, He Feng Yang's pressure would be lifted off him. He wants my blessed land, but I also need time to grow. After I become a Gu immortal, would I still be afraid of immortal Crane sect? Fan Yuan laughed plainly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of it, He Feng Yang decided on a time, and requested Fan Yuan to open the door, to send in the whole earth Gu. This was a very large-scale transaction. Fan Yuan was going to sell 60,000 rockmen. But these rockmen could not leave from the Blessed Land's doors. At the moment, that blue charm lightning shadow was still moving around Tianti Mountain. If the doors were opened, and it managed to rush in, Fan Yuan would be in huge trouble. Thus in this situation, he needed to use whole earth Gu. This Gu was rank 5, and consisted of 2 Gu, the main Gu and the sub-Gu. Its biggest use was to connect the 2 places with one tunnel. The Gu Master will enter from the sub-Gu, and come out from the main Gu, similarly for the opposite direction as well. Whole earth Gu was often used to connect 2 blessed lands. Normally, whole earth Gu was used to transport and send resources. During war or battles, reinforcements could be sent in via the whole earth Gu, assisting immediately. To undergo the transaction and send these rockmen away, whole earth Gu has to be used inevitably. But I am worried that your whole earth Gu might have some traps in it. I'd rather refine it myself. Fan Yuan thought about this and leaked the spring-autumn cicada's aura, refining the flying sword letter Gu and rapidly writing a letter back to He Feng Yang. Half a day later, He Feng Yang received the letter, looking at it only to find large amounts of Gu worms listed in it, and all sorts of ingredients. Oh? You don't want to use my whole earth Gu, but you improved on the recipe and want to refine the new version yourself? He Feng Yang was furious. Bullshit. Whole earth Gu has already been used for 500 years. The recipe is known by all Gu immortals. You think you can refine it further? Fan Yuan, this rascal's alertness is too high. He wants to use this chance to extort me, so that I would not dare to reject his deals again. I don't need to see to know that the relic Gu or spring egg Gu or some rare Gu worms in the strength path is included. Eh? None? He Feng Yang gave it a glance, but did not see any relic Gu, spring egg Gu, or any strength path Gu listed. But there were a lot of uncommon Gu, and even some low-ranking Gu worms. The highest was rank 5 Gu worms, the earth path build a mountain Gu, normally used to increase the success rate of Gu refinement. Other than that, he requested a lot of rank 4 Gu, the commonly seen moving form Gu, and the very useful and other perspective Gu. He Feng Yang wavered. Looking at this list, it seems he really is going to refine Gu. As long as his luck is okay, the materials are enough to refine 3 whole earth Gu. Don't tell me, he really improved the recipe of whole earth Gu? No, Fan Yuan is a mere mortal, how can this be? But what if he has a Gu immortal behind him? If it was an improved recipe, then the new Gu would definitely be far stronger than whole earth Gu. He Feng Yang's heart wavered. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Fan Yuan succeeds the refinement, he would have to give the sub-Gu to him. By then, he as a Gu immortal would be able to infer many details about the Gu from that sub-Gu, and he has a high chance of recreating the same recipe. 2 days later, Fan Yuan received the letter. Fan Yuan opened it, and looked. Just as he expected, He Feng Yang made all sorts of excuses inside the letter, intentionally reducing the amount of many materials in Gu worms. His motive was clear, he wanted to probe Fan Yuan's true recipe. Fan Yuan laughed and shook his head while sighing. This He Feng Yang was too meticulous in his thoughts. This was both a strength and a weakness. Although they had interacted for merely a few times, Fan Yuan had already seen through him. Fan Yuan replied blandly that He Feng Yang was not to reduce any of the materials, otherwise the refinement would fail. But He Feng Yang continued to argue and bargain. He said so much garbage that he almost believed his own excuses. After a few times, Fan Yuan, helplessly, chose to give in, writing another list. Lad, you are too young to compete with me. He Feng Yang saw this letter, then handed over a portion of the materials, while finding excuses to delay the others. With the constant stalling, they wasted about 8 to 9 days. Only until Fan Yuan showed an extremely helpless and angry attitude did He Feng Yang stop, realizing that the time was ripe, using the 6th list which had far less materials to do his research. But his Gu refinement skills were not good, even after researching it thoroughly, and trying a few times, he did not get any results. Half a month later, in Central Continent's time, he received the whole earth Gu from Fan Yuan. He received it like a treasure, going into deep research again. But this time, he spent 3 days before successfully reverse engineering the recipe. Looking at this recipe, Fan Yuan screamed, "Fan Yuan, you little bastard! This is the normal recipe for whole earth goo!" Immediately, he screamed and scolded Fan Yuan, calling him shameless, unscrupulous, devious, vile, and his insults even extended to Fan Yuan's ancestors. Chapter 424. We are going to slay an immortal. The west area of the blessed land was a vast grassland. It was a scene of green that extended all over the place. A newborn fox was having fun playing with a fluttering butterfly. In Hu immortal blessed land, foxes were the strongest predator, and thus had worry-free lives. Although they suffered an extreme grave loss during the 6th earthly calamity, they did not die out completely. On the vast grassland, the fox groups were slowly but surely growing. Suddenly, the space rippled and 2 figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. One was a man wearing a black robe. He was tall and valiant with black hair and eyes as deep as abyss. The other was a cute and young girl who was wearing colorful clothes. Her eyes shone like stars and she had a snowy white soft fluffy tail. The thin and long fur on her tail slightly shook with the wind. They were none other than Fan Yuan and little Hu immortal land spirit. "The position is good, it should be here." Fan Yuan looked around before taking out a whole earth goo from his aperture. This goo looked like a walnut with a wooden and uneven surface, and was as large as a watermelon. Whole earth goo was a rank 5 goo and required at least a rank 5 peak stage goo master to activate it with all his primeval essence. Fan Yuan naturally could not do it, thus he gave the goo to the land spirit. After little Hu immortal activated it, the whole earth goo immediately burst out with intense scarlet rays of light before piercing into the ground. In an instant, red light shot to the sky and 50 kilometers of ground shook. The red light abruptly dissipated and a crack as big as 270 feet appeared on the ground. The soil around the crack bulged up, and if one were to look from above, it would look like a person's lips. Immediately following, the 2 sides of the crack slowly opened up and revealed 2 rows of compact cube blocks of rocks resembling human teeth. The teeth also opened up and revealed an eerie large cave. "Master, I'm hungry!" The lips-like crack opened and closed, unexpectedly speaking in a loud voice, causing the nearby ground to shake. Fan Yuan smiled and took out a primeval elder goo. He sent his primeval essence, and the amiable-looking old man's happy expression gradually disappeared because large amounts of primeval stones were being taken out and thrown into the huge lips-like crack. After throwing in as much as 200,000 primeval stones, Fan Yuan stopped and put back the primeval elder goo into his aperture. The huge lips-like crack slowly closed. Its 2 rows of giant stone teeth started grinding the primeval stones into powder. Gulp! There was a loud sound like that of a person swallowing food. It echoed and shook the ground. After swallowing these primeval stones, the lips-like crack calmed down and made no more noise. At this point, the whole earth goo could be said to have succeeded. It could not be moved now. They would have to wait for Fan Yang's sub-goo to activate before the 2 sides could link. Feeding the whole earth goo was an extremely huge expenditure. It would have to be fed 200,000 primeval stones yearly. And a large amount of primeval stones needed to be used every time it was activated. Which ordinary goo master could use it alone? Besides the large sects and clans, only the goo immortals with huge resources could raise it and activate these whole earth goo. "Land spirit, this place needs to be strictly guarded from now on. Enslave some fox groups and place them here," Fan Yuan said while looking at the large lips-like crack. "Yes, master. To protect our homes, we need to fight. That damned immortal has come back stronger. We need to advance against this hardship. For a beautiful future and for our tribesmen, raise your fists. Although there are some grudges between us and the other 2 clans, they are all small conflicts within our Stonemen tribes. This time, our 3 tribes will each send 20,000 warriors to form an army to march west and attack the immortal's nest. This is a huge war. Everything is for our people. Our parents and ancestors gave their lives and souls to defeat the immortal, and create this peaceful life we are enjoying now. We need to follow the footsteps of our elders and advance courageously in this war." The land spirit mobilized fox groups to appear near the Stonemen tribes. The higher-ups of the Stonemen tribes took advantage of this to quickly form an allied army. The majestic allied army marched towards the west area. On their way, they had 5 to 6 small-scale fights. They all ended in the Stonemen army's victory while the fox groups had to retreat bit by bit. "Look there. That is the demon's nest." Yan Yong walked in front towards the whole earth goo. "O Mother Earth, you are our mother, and have nurtured us Stonemen. Why do you shield such an abominable immortal? Yan Yong shouted in deep pain. The huge cracks slowly opened and little Hu Immortal spoke after using a goo worm to change her voice. The stone men heard the gentle voice of a woman. "O stone men, my children. I did not want to shield that immortal, but he entered my stomach and is hiding in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth, please come in and eliminate him, I will give you my blessing." The stone men were astonished at first before they started shouting enthusiastically. Mother Earth spoke. "We are the warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is this immortal, actually threatening our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth. We will definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces." The allied army of the stone men felt their morale rising to the limit. The large lips like crack opened wide. Yen Yong took the lead and shouted, "Stone men, charge!" He then jumped into the cave. "Charge, we can't let our tribe's hero fight alone. Charge, we are fearless, we are omnipotent, we will kill the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side, this battle will be our win." The stone men jumped like dumplings into the large crack. They fell down the dark tunnel for a while before they landed on the ground. "Where is this?" "It is completely dark. This is even darker than underground, we can't see anything. How can we fight if we can't see?" The stone men were feeling doubtful when suddenly there was a huge coughing sound. A ball of light suddenly burst open above their heads. Rapid airflow instantly formed and carried them, as they were shot out. 230, 240. Immortal Crane Sect's disciples were standing beside the whole Earth Goo's sub-goo and were meticulously counting the stone men that were shot out. After the stone men were shot out by the huge lips like crack, they were immediately restrained by Immortal Crane Sect's disciples when they fell on the ground, unable to resist and unable to move. Yen Yong and some stone men elders stood at the side, looking at this scene in fear, and their heads were lowered. He Feng Yan had been furious after being played by Fan Yuan, but he eventually took consideration of the whole situation and did not smash the whole Earth Goo's sub-goo under his anger, but instead planted it on Fei He Mountain. As for the stone men, Fan Yuan used their belief in Mother Earth, and then used the fox groups and the stone men higher-ups to smoothly entice 60,000 young stone men into Fei He Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, apart from the humans born from Renzu's proper bloodline, there were also variant humans. Variant humans might be more intelligent compared to other life forms, but they were far from having human wisdom. Hairy men were ignorant, egg men were innocent, and stone men were naive and barbaric. Even a smart 7 or 8-year-old child could deceive them. Whether it was southern border or central continent, such things often happened. Some kids would bump into hairy men or stone men at some place, and deceive them all the way to the market. The variant humans would be ignorant even after being sold off, still counting the money for them. With this transaction, Fan Yuan earned over 1,600,000 primeval stones. Although each of the 60,000 stone men were young and energetic, they could not match the value of a swamp crab. On top of that, Fan Yuan had to pay for the goo refinement materials, and there was the loss of 65,000 primeval stones to use the whole Earth goo, and he also bought some common materials. He Feng Yan had raised the price by 10% as revenge, and also decreased many things Fan Yuan requested. Fan Yuan did not care, the things he really wanted were already in his hands. After the transaction was over, Yen Yong and the other stone men elders followed the whole Earth goo back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan had already arranged a proper explanation to them, and was sure the stone men tribes would not rebel. Even if there was a rebellion, he could kill them and raise another batch. In any case, there were still a lot of gut stones on Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan calmed down in his mind and continued his cultivation. However, at rank 4 peak stage, 9 Eyes Liquor Worm had lost its use. Liquor Worm could purify the quality of the primeval essence, but only by a small realm. Fan Yuan was now at rank 4 peak stage and possessed the peak stage true gold primeval essence. Another step forward would be rank 5 initial stage light purple primeval essence. Fan Yuan sealed the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm. This goo worm had accompanied him since Jingmao Mountain. From rank 1 Liquor Worm to current rank 4 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, now it could finally retire. By simply relying on true gold primeval essence to nurture his aperture, Fan Yuan's cultivation had become slower. Naturally, because he was at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster than the ordinary goo masters in the outside world. With this speed, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation, or even near to upper stage by the time the 7th earthly calamity strikes. Fan Yuan possessed a great aptitude now, breaking through to rank 5 was not a problem. However, the higher the Goo Master's cultivation, the more time it would take for them to advance. He had taken the purple crystal relic Goo into consideration when he said rank 5 middle stage. Such speed compared to the 500 years of his previous life was countless times better. Now, he was just slightly above 30 and was already at rank 4 peak stage. While in his previous life, at this age, he was still struggling at rank 2 realm. But this speed is still slow. There is the 7th earthly calamity outside in the blessed land while I have a great internal threat called Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan calculated that he would have to leave the blessed land in at most 3 years and go through a series of adventures. At least, he needed to find smooth success Goo or immediate success Goo to use on Spring-Autumn Cicada and obtain a greater opportunity to live. Sigh. How I hope I could just keep on cultivating in the blessed land like Feng Jiu Ge and roam the world after reaching Goo Immortal Realm. Spring-Autumn Cicada's ability to let the Goo Master rebirth was not fake, but there were too many restrictions. Even if the rebirth succeeded, the Goo Master would have to guard against it bursting their aperture. If there was not such a great fault, Fan Yuan's cultivation would be many times easier. For the next 3 years, I will have to refine Goo, use gutstones to expand the stonemen population and sell them for all kinds of resources. However, while Fan Yuan's plan was near flawless, it could not compete against fate's prank. Merely a month later, a huge change occurred that gave him no choice but to leave the blessed land to an earlier date. Chapter 425. Immortal Goo and Mud, Crack. Fan Yuan crushed a gutstone in his hand. Immediately, mud flowed out, staining his palm. Fan Yuan's gaze was solemn. He picked another rock on the mountain and held it in his hand. His hand was stained with yellow mud. With a slow speed, it was slowly disintegrating the rock, turning the hard rock into more mud. A moment later, Fan Yuan could distinctly feel the rock shrinking. After 10 minutes, the rock completely turned into mud, vanishing. The yellow mud flowed down the space between Fan Yuan's finger, flowing onto Danghun Mountain and continuing to cause damage to the mountain. Fan Yuan was quiet for a moment before speaking, asking, "How severe is the situation?" Little Hu Immortal wiped her tears as she sobbed, answering, "Most of Danghun Mountain had been affected by the mud. 6 out of 10 of the gutstones below the mountain waste is turning into mud. Master, what do we do? Danghun Mountain is going to perish." Sob, it is my fault, I did not notice it earlier. Fan Yuan patted Little Hu Immortal's head, consoling. This is not your fault, you do not need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab, as expected of a desolate beast, as expected of an earthly calamity. Land spirits' abilities are all different, they all differed and were greatly dependent on the Goo Immortals and their blessed lands. He sighed, continuing, I was still rejoicing earlier than the desolate beast did not have an immortal Goo. It turns out this swamp crab used an expenditure-type immortal Goo and hid the Goo's power inside this mud. Nothing happens if it comes into contact with flesh, but all mountain rocks would be turned into mud upon touching it. During the calamity earlier, the swamp crab spewed out large volumes of mud, and the crab army appeared from within the mud. Fan Yuan killed an immense number of crabs, but little did he know, the real trump card was the mud itself. Fan Yuan guessed that this is the effect of the rank 6 Gruel Mud Goo. Gruel Mud Goo was a naturally formed Goo, very commonly seen as rank 1 and 2, and still rather popular as rank 3 and 4. It was often used by Goo masters to build cities. As rank 5 Goo were rare, many rank 5 Goo masters would choose to temporarily use this Gruel Mud Goo when they did not have a good rank 5 Goo. When this rises to rank 6, there would only be one in the world, and this Goo was a one-time expenditure type. Gruel Mud Goo can only be used on mud. Evidently, the swamp that swamp crab used to live in was created from the effects of Gruel Mud Goo. The swamp crab ate and defecated mud in the swamp every day, thus it was able to bring the ability of the Gruel Mud Goo into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the swamp crab died, although the battlefield was cleaned up, large amounts of mud had already seeped into the mountain, moving deep underground. Gruel Mud Immortal Goo's ability was so hidden, and there was no Immortal Goo aura in the yellow mud. If Fan Yuan had not ordered the rockmen to crush the gutstones, he might not have found out at all. But even if he found out early, he had no ability to stop this during the calamity. Fan Yuan's expression was still as water. Danghun Mountain was being corroded by an immortal Goo, slowly turning into yellow mud. This was a great nightmare. The last valuable thing in this blessed land was this mountain. He wanted to rely on this mountain to nurture and sell rockmen. In the future, his own soul strengthening will also depend on this mountain. He could not sit around and watch the situation worsen. At once, Fan Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to clear out as much yellow mud as possible. This way, the danger was greatly slowed. But Dang Hun Mountain's interior was also corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. To remove it, he needed to use an Immortal Goo's power. I took such a huge risk to obtain this sacred land for soul strengthening. Even after I become an immortal, this mountain is still extremely valuable. I cannot let it be destroyed. Heaven does not want this sacred land to end up in the hands of men, thus it sent such a calamity, but I will defy heaven. Competing with men, competing with heaven, this is the fun of life, that's all there is. With Fan Yuan's knowledge, he was not helpless and without a solution. He thought of more than 10 ways to solve this. After eliminating half of which were not feasible, and removing those which were too hard, he was left with 3 solutions. The first solution was the Earth Path Rank 6 Turn Rock Goo. This goo was in Western Desert, held in the hands of Rank 6 Goo Immortal Sun Siyu. Sun Siyu is a righteous path goo master. He used this goo to turn sand into rocks, in order for people to build structures in the desert. He was very popular and received gratitude from the people. He was kind-hearted but not resolute. He loved his family and doted on his granddaughter the most. If Fan Yuan could hold her hostage, he would definitely comply. The second solution was another Earth Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo, called Rebuilding Mount Dongshan. This goo had already been refined. It was hidden in Eastern Sea's Haishur Blessed Land. Fan Yuan could enter the Blessed Land and use an Immortal Goo to exchange for this goo. The third was the Time Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo, a mountain like before. This goo had not existed yet. It was not naturally formed. Its owner is Tai Bai Yunxing. He was still a rank 5 Goo master in Northern Plains at the moment. In southern border on Sancha Mountain, I refined fixed immortal travel goo in public. It is obvious without a doubt that southern border is already in a huge commotion over it. A mortal that possesses an immortal goo, I'm afraid all those goo immortals in southern border are all notified now, and are looking for me all over the continent. Until Fan Yuan becomes a goo immortal, he was not going to step into southern border again. Although the 5 regions are isolated, the Super Clan E-Clan has a relationship with a mysterious organization in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years until the news of me refining an immortal goo reaches Central Continent, but that might not be the case for Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it's the place where caravans flourish the most. Cities after cities, surviving using the oasis in the desert. If I can sell the rockmen there, I would earn a ton of profits. Unfortunately, a flourishing caravan trade means that information also travels fast. As a southern border goo master, I am an easy target. Once I reach there, I'd probably be marked the moment I enter a city. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he roamed around all 5 regions during the 500 years, finally choosing Central Continent to settle down and become a goo immortal. Thus, he had a clear understanding of Western Desert. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. All sorts of tribes graze their livestock, migrate, battle, and procreate there. There is high mobility, and some small mid-tribes have chaotic management. I can easily blend in with them. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oasis to live, thus people are always gathered together. As long as the oasis is intact, nobody would make life difficult for themselves and go to another living area by making a dangerous and arduous desert journey. But in Northern Plains, tribes have to move around often, finding rich and fertile land to relocate to. The weather there is ever-changing. Strong weather conditions can destroy homes in a night. Tribes have no choice but to move. Because of this, the high mobility among tribes also cause conflicts to occur often, and battles often takes place. Thus, the number of goo masters in Northern Plains is the highest, and they are also the ones most skilled at fighting among the 5 regions. If Fan Yuan chooses Western Desert, abducting a hostage and threatening a goo immortal would cause a huge and lasting impact on the stability of Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 goo master Tai Bai Yunxing, it would only be a mild commotion. In a few months, people will forget him. Fan Yuan thought it through, and decided that the chaotic Northern Plains is most suitable for his actions. Sun Siyu in Western Desert is already a goo immortal, while Tai Bai Yunxing in Northern Plains is still a rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on his destination, Fan Yuan started to think hard, compiling all the important information he had in his memories, to organize his plans for Northern Plains. Plans do not keep up with changes. Ever since rebirth, his plans had been changing continuously. The first time was on Qingmao Mountain when he became a rank aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus caused a shift. Sanchao Mountain was the second change. Fan Yuan soared to the sky in a single step, making all his plans unusable. Although there were still benefits in the Great Battle of Yitian Mountain, he could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, that would be even worse. He was immortal, the 10 righteous sects, the whole of Immortal Crane sect, and all the demonic Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain were looking at him. As long as he did not reach Gu Immortal Realm, he would have to stay inside the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had also planned to do that, growing his strength inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The Blessed Land had ample resources. Fan Yuan wanted to be like Fengjiu Gu, cultivating in secret until he reached Gu Immortal Realm, and get rid of the biggest problem called Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although Fan Yuan was a risk-taker, and liked to make profitable gambles, often struggling at death's door, it did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. Refusing to stay in a safe environment, and wanting to go around and create trouble for himself, taking risks and getting himself into danger, that is a fool. Loneliness, solidarity, boredom, those were not obstacles to Fan Yuan's cultivation. If he did not have the nature to endure these, how could he walk on the road to success? But the world never goes your way. Problems often find you when you least want it. Fan Yuan wanted to cultivate in secret, developing the Blessed Land as he lived in peace. Although Immortal Crane sect was trouble, Fan Yuan kept the initiative the entire time. Although the other party is strong, they cannot do anything to him at the moment. The future prospects were great, his life was going smoothly, everything had changed for the better. But at this moment, a problem happened to Dang Hun Mountain. To Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's importance is insurmountable. If anything happens to this mountain, Fan Yuan's transactions would crumble, and his cultivation plans would turn into a mere dream. Thus, Fan Yuan had to change his plans, leaving the Blessed Land and entering Northern Plains. Thankfully, I planned in advance, and made a few backup plans, otherwise, I would be extremely caught off guard now. For the next few months, Fan Yuan spent all his efforts on Gu refinement. He used the rank 4 Golden and Silver Cup Gu, combining with rank 4 Another Perspective Gu and rank 4 Moving Form Gu to refine the rank 5 Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Next, he refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Toss Gu and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, during the days I'm gone, follow my instructions. Before leaving, Fan Yuan instructed. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she said reluctantly, Master, I am waiting for you here, you have to return quickly. Saying so, she used the green grape immortal essence and injected it into fixed immortal travel Gu. With the burst of a jade green light, Fan Yuan vanished on the spot. Chapter 426. Stepping into Northern Plains. Howl! In the night sky on the grassland, Poison-Beard Wolf King raised its head, howling loudly for a long time. The ears of the few hundred poison-beard wolves near it twitched, as their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolves split into two, moving in a tight army-like formation. The young girl Guyao ran for her life. But her horse had already died. As her small red shoes stepped on the mud, she felt like her legs were tied with lead, extremely heavy. The sprinting poison-beard wolves successfully encircled her, and the two ends met. They were afraid of the young girl's goo worms, thus they only circled around her and did not attack immediately. All of a sudden, a poison-beard wolf lost its patience and jumped out. Moving quickly, its body turned into a lump of black shadow as it charged towards Guyao. Guyao shouted, using her goo worms. As she pointed her finger, a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow pierced through the poison-beard wolf's head accurately while spiraling. This courageous wolf died on the spot. Its corpse fell on the slightly rotten grassland as it tumbled backwards, until it stopped moving forever. Bright red blood quickly flowed out of its wounds, staining the grass nearby. The restless wolves stopped momentarily, but soon the smell of blood spread in the air and the wildness and savageness of the wolves were brought out. At once, hundreds of poison-beard wolves started howling. Guyao's beautiful face was full of regret and despair. She should not have come out alone, to this poisoned grassland, trying to find some spirea. Now she was in a deadly situation, about to be torn apart and eaten by wolves. Sorry, father, I am not longer able to take care of you. Daughter knows that you arranged a marriage for my own good. But daughter does not want to marry. O our ancestors in longevity heaven, if you can hear me, listen to my prayer and send a courageous warrior to save me. The attack earlier had expended Gu Yao's last bit of white-silver primeval essence. Gu Yao could only pray now. The wolves lost their patience, the Wolf King howled, and all the poison-beard wolves charged towards the girl at the center, giving off an impressive aura. I am going to die! Gu Yao's expression paled. She looked at the wolf group in a daze. She was helpless. Right at this moment, a bright jade-green light flashed. The poison-beard wolves shut their eyes due to the light, howling in pain. The wolves that charged ahead knocked into one another, falling and causing a chain reaction, as their assault failed and the scene turned into chaos. What happened? Gu Yao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she looked over. From the jade-green light, the silhouette of a young man could be seen. After the light faded, a naked man appeared in front of Gu Yao. A man? Gu Yao's eyes were wide open. Her mouth formed into an O shape. She had an unbelievable thought. Did my ancestors in longevity heaven listen to my prayers and send a savior to me? But why was this savior naked? A huge question appeared in Gu Yao's mind. I reached northern plains? Stepping on the grass barefooted, Fan Yuan looked around quickly. Oh? Why is there a human here? And wolves? Fan Yuan squinted, to think that an accident occurred the moment he reached northern plains. This trip to northern plains had to be kept secret, to think that he was exposed so quickly. The Wolf King howled, turning around as it opened its mouth, attacking Fan Yuan with its sharp and pointy teeth, targeting his neck. Humph, a mere 100-beast king! Fan Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, as a golden dragon appeared before him. Rank 4 Golden Dragon Gu. Roar! The 4-clawed golden dragon roared, brandishing its claws as it flew towards the poison-beard Wolf King, crashing into it. This 100-beast king's body was completely smashed. All its bones broke as it was sent flying like a rag. After crashing onto the ground, it struggled, but could not get up. Fan Yuan frowned slightly, using another golden dragon to finish off the Wolf King. After the Wolf King died, the wolf group broke down as they all escaped several miles away in a few breaths' time. Only the Wolf King's corpse was left, and also the young girl Gu Yao who was staring at Fan Yuan blankly. Fan Yuan directed his dark eerie gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe exclusive to northern plains. The robe was blue and white, with golden rims at the edges, showing off elegance and purity. There was a purple gold belt at her waist, and also many beautiful and small accessories on her black lustrous hair. She also had bright red leather shoes. Her skin was slightly dark, but still had a pinkish tone. It was the unique skin tone of northern plains natives. Her body was slim and strong, like a cute little deer. Gu Yao retreated one step after Fan Yuan's stare, and she asked curiously, Who are you? Are you sent from longevity heaven, the hero who is tasked to save me? Before waiting for Fan Yuan's reply, she continued, I am a member of Gu tribe. My name is Gu Yao. My father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life. You will be most welcomed in Gu tribe. Oh, I have not asked for your name yet. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Beautiful lady of the grassland, just call me Chang Shanin. Longevity heaven is giant sun immortal venerable's place of residence. How could I have come from there? I am but a mere Gu master. Saying so, he took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of this cup was gold, the bottom was silver. It was rank 5 and was used as storage. It was the moving perspective cup Gu that Fan Yuan refined in the Blessed Land. After Fan Yuan injected primeval essence into it, he took out a set of clothing. This was a set of black tight-fitting battle attire. After wearing it, Fan Yuan gave off a sturdy and valiant aura. During the process, Gu Yao stared at him fixatedly, her heart pounding as her face turned red. The young women in the grassland were this open about their feelings. After Fan Yuan wore his clothes, he walked towards the corpse of the poison-beard Wolf King. Poison-beard wolves were commonly seen in northern plains. But different from other wolves, they did not have a strand of fur. Instead, their bodies were black and their skin looked as it was covered in a layer of enamel. They did not have ears, only 2 long mustaches that were 5 inches long. When they ran, their mustache will sway along the wind, beside their bodies. When they fought, the mustache will stand up straight. Fan Yuan searched but did not gain anything. This poison-beard wolf was a 100-beast king. It had rank 2 Gu worms in it. There were 2 rank 2 Gu worms on this wolf, Acid Gu and Poison Needle Gu. Acid Gu could allow it to shoot out green acid from its mouth, corroding flesh or even steel and rocks. Poison Needle Gu shot out poison needles. It was an offensive technique. But unfortunately, Fan Yuan only got fragments of these 2 Gu. There were no defensive goo on this Wolf King, no wonder it was so easily killed by Fang Yuan. Normally, Beast Kings could have enslavement goo in them. For example, on a Dog King, there might be dog enslavement goo, on a Wolf King, there might be wolf enslavement goo. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo, Fang Yuan needed it now. Just as Fang Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, Ge Yao walked over. Chan Shanin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of Chan tribe? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider? Are you from Eastern Sea? Central Continent? Or Western Desert? Fang Yuan stood up. I am from Northern Plains. The young girl pouted, showing her white teeth as she laughed. Liar! We Northern Plains natives do not have an accent like yours. Warrior Chan Shanin, don't worry, you saved my life, you are a benefactor of the Gu tribe, we will not ostracize you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, as long as it is an outsider, they will be ostracized. Before waiting for Fang Yuan's reply, the bubbly girl pointed at fixed immortal travel goo on Fang Yuan's shoulder, asking, Warrior Chan Shanin, this goo on your shoulder is so beautiful, what goo is this? Did you bring this goo over? Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, observing this young girl's expression. She was not acting or pretending, she really had shallow knowledge, she did not know this fixed immortal travel goo, this made Fang Yuan slightly relieved. The killing intent in his heart surged, but he showed an honest and sincere smile on the outside. Beautiful young girl, are you a lark? Why are you constantly chirping non-stop? Hee, alright, I have to go, until we meet again. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the stars in the sky, trying to determine the direction. Next, he walked past Ge Yao, towards the deeper parts of the poison grassland. The young girl quickly caught up. I am not a lark, it's your fault for being so mysterious, and appearing so suddenly. Hey, don't go there. This direction is the way out of poison grassland. I am going inside. Fang Yuan replied without turning around. Why are you going in? The deeper you go into the poison grassland, the more dangerous it gets. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, your fist cannot rival an entire wolf pack. Ge Yao sprinted towards Fang Yuan, urging him. The 5 regions of the Gu world were independent. When Gu masters cross regions, their battle strength will be suppressed by 1 rank. Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu master. When he is in northern plains, he will be suppressed when battling. Although his aperture still has rank 4 peak stage true gold primeval essence, the effectiveness was only at rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Ge Yao felt that his aura was rank 3 peak stage. In addition, the rank 4 golden dragon Gu from southern border could only display the strength of a rank 3 Gu. If this was southern border, 1 blow from the golden dragon Gu would have killed this poison-beard wolf without doubt. But here in northern plains, Fang Yuan had to use it twice to kill the Wolf King, and the Wolf King's corpse was still intact at the end. Fang Yuan's steps halted, as he looked at Ge Yao with a solemn expression and a determined gaze. I am going into poison grassland for my own reasons. Ge Yao was stunned by this aura, reacting only after Fang Yuan had walked a few steps away. The girl quickly chased him. Warrior Chan Shanin, I'll go with you, we can take care of each other. Got her. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His currently battle strength was only rank 3 peak stage, it was insufficient to charge into poison grassland's deepest part. Thus, he needed northern plains Gu worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Ge Yao, he might not get her set of Gu worms. Thus Fang Yuan set a little trap, purposely acting distant, easily tricking the young girl into joining him. Chapter 427. Just take me. Although this was Fang Yuan's motive and Ge Yao took the initiative to join him, Fang Yuan still asked her, Take care of each other? What do I need you for? Saying so, he ran his eyes over her, his tone carried a hint of arrogance. The girl immediately raised her head. Don't you know the poison grassland is filled with purple poison fog and you will be poisoned if you breathe it for a long time? I have detoxification Gu worms with me. Also, the deeper you go, the denser the poison fog will become, as ghosts and spirits will also appear. At that time, you won't be able to distinguish the direction, and only my returned heart Gu can point out the correct way back. Guh. As the girl said this, her stomach suddenly let out a hungry rumbling sound. Fang Yuan glanced at her stomach and the girl immediately felt her face go red. She explained while stammering. My big stomach horse was eaten by the poison-beard wolves. My primeval stones and rations were all stored there. Big Stomach Horse was a mount that was extremely popular in northern plains. It had two stomachs. One was used to consume food and another was used to store goods. The Gu masters of Northern Plains usually used this type of big stomach horse when relocating their homes. Fan Yuan curiously asked, "Since your father is Gu tribe's tribe leader, why are you his own daughter using such a common mount?" "Sigh, he kept my Gu away from me. Being able to escape alone with a big stomach horse and preparing so much resources was already amazing." Gu Yao spoke frankly, but right after saying it, she felt something wrong and her expression turned sluggish as she realized what she had said. "Escaped? Could it be that you are escaping from marriage?" Fan Yuan raised his brows. The little girl exclaimed in surprise and looked at Fan Yuan with wide eyes. "Do you have mind reading, Gu? How did you know?" Fan Yuan laughed. He was only guessing, but it was not without any evidence. In Northern Plains, the position of women was much lower than that of men, even being treated as goods and casually sold in markets. In Southern Border, there were female clan leaders, but Northern Plains had no such precedents, and women were not allowed to be in power. Why was that so? This tradition dated back to the era of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In Fan Yuan's memories, during these 3 years, many great heroes would fight for supremacy in Northern Plains and a great storm would blow. Eventually, He tribe leader He Lu Lan succeeded and became the lord of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial lord of the grassland in future generations. He Lu Lan was extremely lecherous, and after becoming the ruler of the grassland, he made beauties of many tribes part of his harem. But on the other hand, he made a new policy to raise women's status and attempted to create gender equality. This gravely infringed upon all forces' interests and led to conflicts, causing an institutional turmoil among all Northern Plains tribes. Thus, He Lu Lan had only been the lord of the grassland for 2 years when he was deceived by his own tribesmen to go outside the imperial court, and was killed secretly. Immediately following, all tribes allied to overthrow He tribe's rule and again contended for the position of the ruler of the imperial court. The bloodshed and war lasted for an entire 5 years before it settled. After this chaotic war, every tribe of Northern Plains suffered great losses. And in the future, when Central Continent attacked the 4 other regions, this became the greatest weakness of Northern Plains. A lot of Northern Plains women thus choose to run away in order to avoid marriage. This girl standing before him had come alone to poison grassland even though she was the daughter of the tribe leader. Fan Yuan naturally made such a guess. Fan Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup Gu and gave them to Gu Yao. This girl seemed to be very hungry. She wolfed down the food and rolled her eyes, slurring her words. "It was Man Duo of Man tribe who wanted to marry me. He is Man tribe leader's 3rd son and is thin and small, like a monkey. Moreover, he is suffering from illness and only has rank 2 cultivation. Usually, he would rely on his father to act tyrannically in his tribe. He has not the slightest bit of heroic spirit. I don't want to marry to such a good-for-nothing. But Man tribe was a huge force while our Gu tribe has just migrated over with greatly reduced strength. Man tribe's betrothal gift was also very grand and they also promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to my Gu tribe. Father wanted these gifts and tried to marry me off. And so in my fury I fled. Warrior Chang Shanin, how about you snatch me?" Northern Plains had simple and coarse customs. One of their customs was bride kidnapping. The snatched bride was often more precious than an officially married wife. Fan Yuan laughed. "I have no interest in you, eat quickly, we will leave after you are full." Gu Yao's dark pupils darted around. "There is another method, that is, you can marry into my Gu tribe. According to the grassland customs, only a brave warrior can possess beauties. Even if Man tribe wants to find trouble, it has to be done according to the customs. Man Duo, that skinny monkey would have to challenge you to a fight. Warrior Chang Shanin, you are so strong, you will certainly beat that Man Duo to a pulp." Fan Yuan stopped smiling. "I said I don't have any interest in you." Gu Yao, however, became even more passionate and displayed Northern Plains women's characteristic boldness and wildness. "Why don't you have any interest? Could it be that I am not beautiful? I am the flower of Gu tribe." That kid Man Duo glanced at me from afar and fell for me at first sight, asking his father to propose the marriage. "Warrior Chang Shanin, there are benefits for you as well in living with my Gu tribe. You are an outsider. If you don't marry into the tribe, others will not take you as one of their own and you will suffer exclusion and vigilance in Northern Plains." Fan Yuan said with a solemn tone. "I said I am a Northern Plains native." Gu Yao gave a sweet smile. "Warrior, you can't deceive me. Your accent revealed your background, and your food is also not the Northern Plains biscuits and dried meat. Just take me, don't you think our encounter is the arrangement of longevity heaven? Fan Yuan lowered his head to cover the cold light that was vaguely flashing in his eyes as the smile on his face became deeper. Let me consider it for a while, don't be in such a hurry to decide. Fan Yuan said and gave some primeval stones to Gu Yao. Gu Yao nodded. You have to think about it properly. Properly. She took the primeval stones and said with a cautious tone, I will return these primeval stones to you in the future. Fan Yuan nodded. Gu Yao did not speak any more and concentrated on absorbing the primeval stones to replenish her primeval essence and recover her strength as fast as possible. As they continued moving deeper into the poison grassland, the thin poison in the air gradually became denser. They were unnoticeable before to the naked eyes, but now one could clearly see the light purple color. Stop, there is a wolf pack. Gu Yao suddenly stopped, her gaze revealing panic. Clearly, the battle with the poison-beard wolves had left a deep impression on her. Fan Yuan stopped, and after 3 breaths of time, he discovered the tracks of the wolf pack with his investigative Gu worm. He could not help but glance at Gu Yao. Indeed, as a tribeswoman, the investigative Gu worm on her was great. Fan Yuan had refined this rank for investigative Gu in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But in Northern Plains, it was suppressed and could not compare to Gu Yao's rank 3 Gu. The wolf pack's excited howls got louder and louder. Soon, hundreds of poison-beard wolves appeared in their vision. So many wolves! Gu Yao's face turned pale and her delicate body trembled as she took in a breath of cold air. The wolf pack's numbers were many times higher than the previous ones, reaching close to 1,000. The stronger the Beast King, more the number of beasts they could control. This 100-beast king was clearly much stronger than the previous one. Humph, what are you panicking for? Just protect yourself. Fan Yuan snorted and fiercely stomped his foot, charging forward. Gu Yao exclaimed in shock at this. She wanted to call out to Fan Yuan, but he had already entered the wolf pack. Many poison-beard wolves ran and charged at Gu Yao. The girl shouted in her delicate voice, Water armor! Immediately, water vapor condensed and formed into a layer of light blue armor that covered her whole body. Spiral water arrow Gu! She extended her finger, and a spiral water arrow flew out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. She killed 3 poison-beard wolves instantly while injuring 5 or 6 more. But at the same time, a dozen poison-beard wolves came charging at her. The girl panicked and retreated, responding in a flustered manner. Water dragon Gu! She pushed with her palms and a 3-clawed water dragon whistled out and swept through the surroundings, increasing the water vapor in the air. With the appearance of the water dragon, Gu Yao was able to control the situation. Warrior Changshanin, don't die! The girl immediately looked at the center of the wolf pack. She was almost stunned at the sight. The scene she saw was not what she had expected. She only saw Fan Yuan charging all over the wolf pack. Every collision would send large numbers of poison-beard wolves flying. The ferocious poison-beard wolves seemed to be weaker than sheep in front of him. His whole body was covered in a layer of bright golden light armor, and a golden dragon came out occasionally, sweeping through the surroundings. There were so many poison-beard wolves, but they could not subdue him. He was fierce and fearless, his fighting style was extremely valiant, his every move would cause the wind to scream. His strength was so huge that as long as a poison-beard wolf came into contact with his fists or kicks, their skeleton would definitely shatter, and they would howl with pain, no longer able to stand up. Not only that, he was also fighting an intense battle with the Wolf King. This poison-beard Wolf King was indeed very strong. Lightning flickered around its whole body, and it occasionally shot out green venom. Its movement speed was so fast that it created an afterimage when it ran. This Wolf King has at least 3 wild Gu. Gu Yao's heart sank as she learned this, becoming worried for Fan Yuan. Soon, the girl let go of her worry and admiration towards Fan Yuan rose in her heart. Fan Yuan fought in a smart manner. He was continuously on the move and did not blindly engage with the Wolf King, instead using the ordinary poison-beard wolves to hinder the Wolf King's movement. The Wolf King had movement Gu, but it was restrained by the wolf pack and could only passively take a beating. Fan Yuan's fists attacked its targets with high power. Gu Yao's blood boiled at the scene. This is a true man! She exclaimed in her mind, and after disposing of the poison-beard wolves around her, she shouted loudly and sent the water dragon to kill the wolf pack. She was after all a rank 3 middle-stage Gu master. She was not to be underestimated. The wolf pack immediately turned chaotic from the attacks and a large portion of them rushed towards her. Fan Yuan's expression changed as he shouted, "Who told you to come? Move to the side! The girl's face turned pale at the wolf pack's counterattack and immediately retreated. Fan Yuan continued to attack with boundless vigor, and after spending a huge effort, he finally turned the wolf pack's attention back to him. After some time, he suddenly activated a beast phantom and smashed the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close to the Wolf King and pressed its skull down to the ground, then he ruthlessly smashed it. It was a brutal scene. This Wolf King that was on the verge of becoming a 1,000-beast king was beaten to death by Fan Yuan. Chapter 428. Sea of Ghost-Faced Sunflowers. With the death of the Wolf King, the wolf pack's morale collapsed, and they all started fleeing in disorder. A fierce battle ended so abruptly. You got injured? Gu Yao came running and looked with a concerned gaze. It's nothing. Fan Yuan's injuries looked terrifying, but it was all under his control. He activated Self-Reliance Gu on the spot. The wounds started closing and healing. Self-Reliance Gu was a rank 3 Gu but could only show the effects of a rank 2 in Northern Plains. After Fan Yuan's injuries healed a little, its effects immediately weakened. Warrior Changshanin, let me heal you. Gu Yao waved her hand and water vapor rose, forming a green-blue cloud above Fan Yuan. Light rain started pouring down from the cloud and splashed upon Fan Yuan's body, healing his wounds. This is Spring Rain Gu? Fan Yuan furrowed his brows. This Gu has a huge healing range, isn't it a waste to use it on just me alone? Deactivate it. After saying so, he activated Golden Breeze Gu. This Gu was obtained from Tai Mu Bai and was a rank 4 healing Gu, but now it only showed the efficiency of a rank 3. However, it was still a top-quality Gu. Gu Yao saw a golden whirlwind form beside Fan Yuan. After it spun around him several times, all his wounds disappeared. What Gu is this? The girl asked curiously. Fan Yuan did not reply, but turned around and crouched down, searching the Wolf King's corpse carefully. Gu Yao followed behind him and bent her back to look at him, exclaiming in praise, Warrior Changshanin, you are a true expert. Father has always told me that going into battle by just relying on one's cultivation is stupid. I saw you charging into the wolf pack. It was such a dangerous situation, but you moved skillfully like it was a simple task. I finally understood that what Father said was true. Fan Yuan snorted and stood up. With his 500 years of battle experience, it was rather easy for him to do this. If not for the region's restriction, how could he take so much time to deal with this puny wolf pack? After searching, he found out that the Wolf King had 3 wild Gu, but they were all dead. Fan Yuan's expression turned unsightly at the lack of loot. He glanced at Gu Yao and said gruffly, Stupid? Do you think you are just stupid? You are utterly stupid. Gu Yao was immediately stifled. Hey! Why are you so blunt? Earlier, your careless attack attracted most of the wolf pack and almost screwed up my control of the situation. Do you have the brains of an ox? Fan Yuan snorted and blamed. Gu Yao knew that it was her mistake. Her aura immediately weakened and she lowered her head, looking at her feet. I know you attracted most of the wolf pack away from me. But I also wanted to help you. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. Forget it, I will let it go this time. I will try to make an effort to teach you what you have to do so that you will not impede me again in the future. Who needs you to teach? Gu Yao turned around and snorted with dissatisfaction. You need to be calm when activating Spiral Water Arrow Gu. If you just recklessly shoot them, you would simply be wasting your precious primeval essence rapidly. Water Dragon Gu wastes a lot of primeval essence. Don't use it if it is not necessary. This is why you are always running out of primeval essence. Don't use Spring Rain Gu. That is a large-scale healing Gu that is not worth it for just the 2 of us. As they continued on their way, Fan Yuan gave many tips to Gu Yao. The girl's words before were just said in a fit. Although she did have a young missy's temperament, this was something that concerned her deeply, so she earnestly listened to the suggestions and absorbed the knowledge, improving rapidly. The 2 continued moving through poison grassland and ran into several waves of wolf packs, and Gu Yao's performance also became better each time. Haha, are you afraid? You abominable poison-beard wolves, get lost. After repelling a poison-beard wolf pack again, Gu Yao stood with her hands on her hips as she said proudly. Truly a naive girl. Fan Yuan looked at her back with a cold light flashing across his eyes. Naturally, the reason he guided Gu Yao was not purely to raise her battle strength, more importantly it was to probe out her Gu worms. The result was, the girl revealed all her trump cards to Fan Yuan. Gu Yao was a Waterpath Gu master with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Rank 3 Fog Sparrow Gu is the investigative Gu, 3-claw water dragon goo and spiral water arrow goo for attack, water armor goo for defense, water trace goo for movement, and spring rain goo for healing. She did not have a storage goo. The big stomach horse she used to replace this aspect had already died by Wolfpack's claws. Besides these, she also had cleansing goo for detoxification, and return heart goo for discerning the direction. This set of goo worms was very appropriate given her identity. Fog Sparrow goo was a very precious investigative goo among rank 3 which could condense fog into sparrows that could fly to scout the area and had a very huge range. Her attack and defense goo were also of top quality. Water Trace goo's ability to raise the speed could almost rival some rank 4 goo. The only disadvantage was that the Water Trace would leave behind footprints that were easy to track. At the same time, it would make the shoes wet. This goo had the potential to be nurtured. At rank 4, it could become Wave Trace goo which had an even stronger effect. For rank 5, it had 2 different refinement directions. One was Wandering Wave Trace goo that had instant evasion properties, and another was the River Wave Trace goo that allowed the goo master to run quickly on water surfaces. At rank 6, it would be the extremely famous Worldly Wave Trace goo. All of these goo were the best among rank 3. Along with Fan Yuan's meticulous guidance and the wolf pack's pressure, it was no wonder Gu Yao was improving rapidly with her battle strength rising step by step. Warrior Chang Shanin, you are a sage. Your guidance is much more amazing than my tribe's 3 top elders. Even if you don't take a fancy upon me, I want to invite you to be a guest of our Gu tribe. If you are interested, I will do my best to persuade father to make you an external elder. Gu Yao turned around and walked to Fan Yuan's side, and invited him with a sincere expression. She was after all the young Missy of Gu tribe. Her foresight was extraordinary. She realized Fan Yuan's worth. Not only his bravery, but more importantly his ability to educate others. This was the strength of wisdom. If he educated the tribe's next generation, the whole tribe could flourish. I can become a guest of Gu tribe, but I don't have any interest in becoming an external elder. Fan Yuan walked forward while shaking his head to refuse. Gu Yao persuaded him several times, but Fan Yuan's attitude was firm. The girl sulked and followed behind Fan Yuan, looking at his back with an angry gaze. Do you think you are amazing just because you can teach? Humph. I use such an urging tone, yet you remain unmoved. No interest to become my Gu tribe's external elder? Are you looking down on my Gu tribe? Chang Shanin, you scoundrel! Gu Yao gritted her teeth in hatred while having a doubt in her mind. But this name Chang Shanin, it is really familiar. Where in the world did I hear it? Poison grassland was covered with dark clouds all year round, and in this dusky light the two walked for some distance. Fan Yuan stopped. In front of him was a large field of sunflowers. Each of these sunflowers had a dark purple stalk and large pitch-black petals. Its basin-sized stamen showed a pale human face. Ghost-face sunflower. This sight caused Gu Yao to immediately hold her breath and grab Fan Yuan's sleeve, whispering in a very soft voice. A lot of people definitely died here. With many ghosts wandering around, it led to the growth of so many ghost-face sunflowers. Every ghost-face sunflower is a ghost that died unjustly. Let's detour around this place. There are definitely many ghost cry goo living in these ghost-face sunflowers, and there could even be ghost-face goo. Ghost cry goo was a rank 3 soul path goo which could let out a mournful wail that could cause the soul to shake. Ghost-face goo was a rank 4 soul path goo that could create a tremendous impact on the soul. It is such a large field of ghost-face sunflowers, how long will we take to make a detour? Fan Yuan concentrated on the sea of sunflowers. He did not show any expression on the surface but was actually very happy inside. This confirmed the direction he was walking towards was not wrong. As long as he walked along this direction, he will find that battlefield 20 years ago and obtain the goo worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had lots of mountains and one could distinguish their general direction, while Northern Plains was grassland as far as the eye could see and was very easy to get lost. Thus, Gu Yao carried Return Heart Goo with her for support. Return Heart Goo would always point towards the direction of the home in the Goo Master's heart. However, Return Heart Goo could only indicate the direction and not the position. If Fan Yuan wanted to ensure that he was moving in the correct path, he would have to take the risk of moving through this field of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was already prepared. He lightly removed the girl's hand on his sleeve and squatted down. He put his palms on the ground and then activated a goo in his aperture. Soon, green underbrush grew out from the ground. The lush underbrush rose little by little and the slender grass and leaves coiled around each other, gradually forming into a puppet. Enslavement Path, Rank 3 Grass Puppet Goo. This goo worm was something only Southern Border had. Ge Yao looked at each grassman puppet with astonishment. They continued to grow and soon formed a group. These grassman puppets were short and thin, the leaves tightly weaved together. They held a bamboo blade on one hand and a rattan shell shield in the other. This was the Rank 3 rattan shell grass soldier. Previously, when Fan Yuan had fought 1 against 7 at San Chao Mountain, Tai Roanan had used such a goo. Later, Fan Yuan obtained a grass puppet goo in 3 Kings Blessed Land from one of the people he killed. Grass puppet goo was rather common in Southern Border. Rank 3 grass puppet goo could create an army of rattan shell grass soldier that had the strength to kill Rank 1 goo masters. Rank 4 grass puppet goo could create grass sword elite soldiers which possessed even stronger battle strength. However, at Northern Plains, the grass puppet goo also suffered from the restriction and the rattan shell grass soldiers it created were weak. However, Fan Yuan created these rattan shell grass soldiers not for battle and was indifferent about them. After a while, close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers started clearing the way in front of him. Fan Yuan pulled Ge Yao's hand and under the protection of another 100 rattan shell grass soldiers, they walked into the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. Ya! Me! Dee! Every ghost cry goo let out a sharp screech. The rattan shell grass soldiers ahead collapsed. The voices the ghost cry goo let out were not the same. Some were sharp frightened sounds, some were like the bleating of sheeps, and some seemed to be recounting hidden bitterness. Ghost! Ghost faces are rising! The girl shook as she looked at the pale, terrifying ghost faces fly out from the sea of sunflowers. Fan Yuan gently patted her hand and then calmly organized the puppets. Soon, some rattan shell grass soldiers left the main group and sacrificed themselves to lure the ghost faces away. Chapter 429. Shadow Crow. The two got through Sunflower Sea safely. Ge Yao looked behind her, breathing out deeply, her worried heart finally settled. To think that we got past the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers so easily! After regaining her composure, the young girl looked at the grassman puppets around her. There were only a few dozen puppets left, forming a weak defensive layer around them. Ge Yao had never seen such a goo in her life. This was an eye-opener. These goo, although they do not have high combat strength, the greatest advantage is to use them as fodder. Chang Shanin came prepared indeed. Thinking so, the young girl diverted her gaze towards the person beside her. The more she spent time with Fan Yuan, the more curious Ge Yao got, and the greater her determination to find out more about him. What sort of person is he? Entering poison grassland, what motive does he have? Chang Shanin, Chang Shanin. This name is so familiar, I've heard it before. Ah! The young girl's face turned red. When they had crossed the Sunflower Sea earlier, Fan Yuan held her hand. Those ghost cries and scary ghost faces made her frightened. She got closer to Fan Yuan and was almost hugging his arm, but she did not notice. Ge Yao quickly let go of Fan Yuan's arm, getting free of his hand. After she got to a safe distance, Fan Yuan slowly stopped his steps, turning to look at these sunflowers. These ghost cry goo and ghost face goo are decent goo, but I do not have the specialized goo worms needed to catch them. Catching a wild goo worm requires specific methods. These 2 goo worms were soul path goo, the goo needed to catch them were even more peculiar. It is time. Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated, discarding his mild regret as he turned his gaze towards fixed immortal travel goo on his shoulder. Immortal goo have overbearing aura, they could not be stored into mortal apertures. Spring-autumn cicada could barely be kept in the aperture due to its weakened state. Even if Fan Yuan ordered fixed immortal travel goo to stay on his shoulders and not move about, the immortal goo's aura would still leak. If a goo immortal senses it, it would invite grave danger. But thankfully, Fan Yuan had measures against this. He took out bright pearl goo. Go! He injected his primeval essence, and the bright pearl goo turned into a warm white light, floating onto fixed immortal travel's body, covering it completely. Bright pearl goo is a rank 4 storage type goo, mainly used to seal goo worms and cause them to go into deep slumber and be easily stored. Fan Yuan expended almost all his primeval essence before he successfully sealed the fixed immortal travel goo. Fixed immortal travel goo was like a jade butterfly, sealed into a fist-sized pearl. But it was an immortal goo, its aura still leaked out through the pearl. Except, it was much weaker now. Fan Yuan was not surprised, this was only step 1. The following journey was much smoother. Perhaps due to that sunflower sea, not a single poison-beard wolf appeared. The two continued to venture deeper, as the poisonous fog on the grassland became thicker, until one could clearly see the purple fog in the air. When the two started coughly, they would stop moving and take out their goo worms respectively, getting rid of the toxins that accumulated in them. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the fog, and the more often the two of them stopped. Gu Yao, who was active and lively, also started keeping quiet in order to avoid breathing in too much of the poison fog. Eventually, the purple fog started to obscure their vision. "How much deeper are we going?" Gu Yao could not help but ask. The deepest part of the poison grassland was a forbidden area for living beings. The deeper they go, the stronger the wild beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore lost their lives here, none returned. Among them were rank 3 peak stage experts, and even rank 4. "Soon," Fan Yuan replied plainly as he walked slower, until he stopped. "Are we there? It's here?" Gu Yao asked happily. Fan Yuan did not say a word. He squatted down and moved away some poisonous shrubs that had a weird appearance, as a hole that was hidden by the bushes appeared before him. This hole was the size of a large bowl. It has a smooth edge. Inside the hole was pure darkness. Gu Yao saw this and her eyes were fixed on the hole, breathing roughly. This is a hole dug by Earth's spike rat. They live together in thousands and even 10,000s, forming into a huge group. They live under the grass inside the soil. As long as there are vibrations in the ground, they would attack from below. Their heads are like steel spikes. Once they shoot out, it can pierce a person's feet. Even a horse's hoofs can get pierced. We cannot go forward anymore. Once we get encircled, there will be no way to survive. We will be submerged by endless rats. Along the way, we met no poison-beard wolves. This shows that the Earth Spike Rats are the lord of this area. Who knows, the Earth Spike Rat King might be a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grasslands since young. She knew clearly how powerful the Earth Spike Rats were. "No, my destination is further ahead." Fan Yuan stood up. "Chang Shanin. Excessive bravery is courting death. You cannot walk over this. In fact, in just a few steps, you will get attacked by the rats." Gu Yao quickly explained. But Fan Yuan smiled lightly. "Who said I am going to walk over?" Just as he said so, pitch black wings grew on his back. This. Gu Yao stared with wide-opened eyes. Before she reacted, Fan Yuan already carried her up. As the girl screamed, Fan Yuan flapped his wings and flew above the ground. Gu Yao felt like her heart was stuck in her throat. The wind was blowing at her ears as she felt herself on swimming in clouds. Her legs could not touch the ground, thus she subconsciously grabbed Fan Yuan's neck. After a while, the young girl reacted, and laughed heartily in Fan Yuan's arms. "Chang Shanin, to think that you can fly. Father has a flying cloud goo. He used to bring me to play in the sky when I was young. Sadly flying cloud goo is a rank 4 goo, I cannot use it. But even if I could, Father would not allow it. He would be afraid of me falling from the sky." Gu Yao recalled, before asking curiously, "Chang Shanin, what flying goo is this? Why have I not seen it before?" Fan Yuan did not answer. The young girl did not give up. "This is the rank 3 eagle wings goo? Such speed and altitude is similar to eagle wings goo, but this does not look like it." Fan Yuan sighed. "You ask too many questions? Rather than asking me useless questions, why don't you spend your effort on the shadow crows ahead of us?" "Shadow crow?" The young girl reacted, seeing 3 shadow crows in front flying towards them soundlessly. The shadow crows were large as an eagle, their bodies were black and they moved without sound. In this foggy poison grassland, they were even more stealthy. The young girl's expression paled, her voice trembling. "Chang Shanin, how good is your flying technique? If you are not good, let's land and defend on the grassland." "No worries." Fan Yuan's voice was emotionless. "I'm carrying you, I cannot attack. Next, it will depend on whether your spiral water arrow is accurate." "What?" "Ah." The young girl had not understood what he said, when Fan Yuan flapped his wings fiercely and charged towards the 3 shadow crows. Fan Yuan used his actions to reply Gu Yao. "This is too insane. He did not think of running away, but instead wants to kill these 3 shadow crows." Gu Yao was shocked. In her panic, she shot out 2 water arrows. But these 2 water arrows, one missed completely while the other grazed the shadow crow's wing. Too slow again. Fan Yuan made a perfect turn as he flapped his wings towards the shadow crows again. "What?" "Hey, wait, don't fight them. We are not on the ground, Our opponents are the shadow crows famous for speed," Gu Yao shouted. The 2 humans and 3 birds charged towards each other in the air, as they got closer and closer. Gu Yao could see a shadow crow enlarging quickly in her vision. As they got close, the shadow crow brandished its dagger-like sharp claws. Seeing that the sharp claw was about to hit her, Gu Yao's body turned cold from fright. Her fingers and legs were stiff as she was immobilized. "We're going to collide, I am going to die." Just as she had this thought, Fan Yuan kept his wings and they descended quickly, narrowly avoiding the shadow crow's claw. Next, he stretched out his wings and flapped hard, making a zigzag turn, flying up and chasing behind the shadow crow. "Fire quickly!" Fan Yuan shouted. Gu Yao's body reacted to his voice and subconsciously shot out a spiral water arrow. Fan Yuan's flying technique was too profound. He directly flew behind the shadow crow. Its back was completely exposed to Gu Yao. The spiral water arrow shot the shadow crow, piercing its body and causing a trail of blood. The shadow crow was killed on the spot. Like a kite with its strings cut, it fell onto the ground with a loud thump. The grassland was silent for a moment before the ground vibrated, as numerous earth spike rats popped up from underground. That shadow crow corpse was immediately dismembered and dragged into the holes made on the ground piece by piece. The large shadow crow vanished in an instant, leaving behind a pool of blood, as well as some small pieces of intestines. The young girl became overwhelmingly nervous after seeing this. If she really fell, she would immediately get attacked by the earth spike rats. She would definitely die. "What are you thinking? Shoot them!" Fan Yuan chided, interrupting the girl's thoughts as she hurriedly attacked, shooting over 10 arrows before killing the 2 shadow crows. The 2 shadow crows landed on the ground and were immediately taken by the earth spike rats. Gu Yao looked at this as cold sweat appeared on her face. "Your accuracy is terrible. Quickly use primeval stones to recover your primeval essence." As Fan Yuan scolded, Gu Yao took out 1 primeval stones, but because she was flustering, this primeval stones fell out of her hand and landed on the ground. "You idiot! So sorry!" The young girl apologized in a sobbing tone. "Focus, calm down. Display your usual ability. There will be many shadow crows later. I have to depend on you." Fan Yuan's voice became more gentle. "Yes, yes." Gu Yao nodded her head in succession. After Fan Yuan consoled her, her mind slowly returned to a calm state. Chapter 430. White Bone Chariot. An entire hour later, Fan Yuan carried Gu Yao as they safely landed on the ground. Gu Yao's legs went soft, her expression was pale and she had to catch her breath after getting back to the land, recovering slowly. During the flying process, she had killed at least 100 shadow crows. She had felt that she was struggling at death's door during the process. During the process of flying, they were in great danger, facing the assault of many waves of shadow crows, and even attracted the attack of the earth spike rats. Not only were there an endless number of shadow crows in the sky, numerous earth spikes would shoot up from the ground at times. It was a truly precarious situation. Fan Yuan spread his wings, twisted and turned, circled, dived, and rose into the sky under such attacks. Finding impossible opportunities, he managed to find a way out of the rain of attacks. "I actually survived from facing such an insane number of enemies?" This was Gu Yao's first thought when she landed. The relief of surviving an ordeal, an unbelievable feeling of happiness, and the after fear of recalling the situation. After she had experienced all these, Gu Yao looked at Fan Yuan with a complicated expression, as he was healing the injuries on his body. Even if the girl was ignorant, after such an experience, she knew that Fan Yuan was a grand expert in flying. Moreover, Gu Yao was not an ordinary young girl from the grassland. Her father was the leader of a tribe. In her entire life, she had been greatly influenced by him. Her horizons were expanded and she knew much more than her peers. "The man before me, he has such skilled flying techniques, he is so strong. Inside that strong body of his, is there a flying eagle's soul? Such flying technique can compete with Lightning Dong Pakong, Water Immortal Song Qing Yin, and Green Bat Wu Yi. This is a first-rate flying technique in northern plains. Chang Shanin, what kind of person are you?" Fan Yuan quickly took care of his injuries. Facing a storm-like attack, even if his flying technique was top-tier, he could not avoid getting hit sometimes. Most importantly, the rank 4 Bone Wings Gu only had rank 3 effectiveness in northern plains. At the same time, he was carrying a person. With the increase in weight, it affected his agility. But having Gu Yao's help, the advantage was greater than the disadvantage. If she did not use Water Arrow and Water Dragon to kill the crow groups, or if she did not use Water Armor to defend us, my primeval essence might not be enough. Fan Yuan thought. As a southern border Gu master, when I am in northern plains, my cultivation will be suppressed, but thankfully, as time passes and I slowly assimilate into northern plains, this suppression will decrease. Man is the spirit of all beings. They had great adaptability with the environment they were in. Of course, when Fan Yuan completely mixes in with northern border, and his cultivation returns to normal, when he returns to southern border, he will face suppression again, and would need to adapt and assimilate once again. Man can adapt to the environment, but Gu worms cannot. Southern border Gu worms will continue to face suppression. All my Gu worms still expend the same amount of primeval essence, but their use is greatly reduced. Rank 4 Gu worms in southern border are inferior to rank 3 northern plains Gu worms here. But if he killed Gu Yao, he only had a very small chance of getting her Gu worms. Only by using her like this, can this rank 3 middle stage Gu master's worth be fully displayed. If not for Gu Yao, I would not be able to advance so quickly. Although her Gu worms are good, I have no way of taking them. These southern border Gu worms, I need to change them out. Other than considering their battle strength, they are also the greatest flaw in hiding my identity. I have to get to that battlefield. Fan Yuan sighed internally, taking out Bright Pearl Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu is sealed inside Bright Pearl Gu, like a beautiful ember. In front of Gu Yao, Fan Yuan took out Bright Pearl Gu forthrightly. Dusty Gu was like a cocoon, its body was dark gray, and felt like sandpaper. Fan Yuan injected primeval essence, and Dusty Gu exploded lightly, turning into a gray smoke cloud. The gray smoke moved towards Bright Pearl Gu as if it was sentient. The originally shining Bright Pearl Gu was covered by this dust cover, and dimmed. The fixed Immortal Travel Gu's aura diminished once again. This became a dusty pearl. In Fan Yuan's previous life, when he got to Central Continent and caused the 5-region chaotic battle, some Gu masters slipped into other regions to battle, and in order to hide their identities and conceal their aura, they created this method. What are you doing? Gu Yao asked curiously. Fan Yuan did not answer her. He kept the dimmed pearl into his pocket and continued on his journey. The two continued to advance. As the poison fog in the air became thicker, the thick purple color fog started to affect their vision. The two had to stop more frequently, using Gu worms to eliminate the poison in them. Crack! A crisp sound came from below their feet, like they had stepped on some twigs. Gu Yao directed her gaze over in suspicion, before screaming and jumping back like a rabbit. Why is there a human skull here? She said with a trembling voice. Because this is a battlefield. Fan Yuan walked ahead of her, not turning back but instead walking even faster. Battlefield? Hey, wait for me, don't go so fast. Gu Yao quickly followed after Fan Yuan. The more she walked, the more shocked she was. Before, the thick purple fog was covering her vision, but now that she got close, she could see many skeletons on the rotting grassland, skeletons of both humans and wolves. There were deep pits and trenches in the ground. Evidently, a fierce battle had taken place here. So many people died, who engaged in such a brawl here? But the trenches and pits have already been outgrown by poisonous grass. Looking at the other traces, this battle took place at least 20 years ago. Gu Yao was behind Fan Yuan, seeing him search continuously, like he was trying to find something. She understood. So Chang Shanyan's purpose for entering this poison grassland is this battlefield. What is he looking for? Wait, 20 years ago, in the poison grassland, there was indeed a huge battle. Father had spoken with someone about this. I was beside him at that time. A memory surfaced deep in Gu Yao's mind. Back then, Gu Yao was still young. She was only 4 or 5 years old. Her father invited an esteemed guest, and brought her along with him. In the tent, the adults were talking about the heroes in the grassland. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has an amazing person. You mean the Wolf King? That's right, this person is an enslavement path Gu master heavily nurtured by Chang tribe. He moved like the wind and attacked like the rain. He could alter his battle formations as he wished. He has great abilities. Most importantly, he is a righteous figure. He is extremely filial to his mother. This time, because his mother was poisoned by a unique poison, it can only be cured by the snow-washed Gu inside the spirea. He ignored all opposition and ventured into poison grassland alone. Sigh, that is exactly why Wolf King died. Yes, this matter was a huge scheme from start to end. Wolf King's enemy Ha Tu Gu planned this. Ha Tu Gu wanted to kill Wolf King, But he was not to be trifled with, killing all of the bandits with Ha-Tu Gu and eliminated a huge pest for the grassland. But it is a pity for this hero, Wolf King Changshanin. He lost his life at Poison Grassland. Changshanin? You are Wolf King Changshanin. Thinking of this, Guyao opened her mouth, staring at Fan Yuan fixatedly. Oh? You know about Changshanin too? Fan Yuan replied lightly as he continued searching. But Guyao quickly shook her head. No way. Looking at his age, by now, if Changshanin is alive, he should be at least 40 years old. How can he be as young as you? Furthermore, your appearance and accent are completely different. You are not Changshanin. He. If I am not Changshanin, who am I? Oh right, who are you? Why are you impersonating a dead Gu master? Gu Yao's mind was full of questions. Suddenly, her eyes brightened up. Wait. Although after Changshanin died, his mother also died of poison. But he was already married and had kids. His son is already grown up, and is quite a talented person. Don't tell me. You are Changshanin's son? Fan Yuan laughed. Just as he was about to answer, he heard a strange sound near his ears. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. Following this sound, a large white bone wheel appeared in the purple fog. It was as tall as 2 men, 1.5 m in width. Its body was made of white bones. On the surface of the carriage, sharp bone spikes were protruding out. At the spoke of the wheel, there was a large skull. The skull's horrific eye sockets were burning with blood-red flames. Careful, this is Ha-Tu Gu's rank 5 Gu, battle bone wheel. Fan Yuan had just warned, when the wheel accelerated, crushing over with an imposing aura. Golden Dragon Gu. Fan Yuan pushed with his hand, and the dragon roared, smashing on the wheel. The wheel vibrated, easily smashing the golden dragon to bits and continued to attack Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off from the ground, flying into the air. Golden Coat Gu. Fan Yuan knew he could not dodge and decided to face it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying, landing on the ground, causing his body to be covered in rotten grass. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 spiral water arrows shot the wheel consecutively. The white bone wheel landed on the ground, causing mud to splash. It gave up on Fan Yuan, turning its target to Guyao, rolling over. Guyao quickly activated the water trace Gu, summoning her water armor and dodging while attacking back. Fan Yuan also arrived quickly and started to assist her. This was a tough fight. The opponent was a rank 5 Gu. It was Ha-Tu Gu's core Gu. After Ha-Tu Gu died, it became a wild Gu, and ate white bones as food. White Bone Wheel's attack was fierce, it often crushed its opponents into meat paste. Fan Yuan was suppressed, and his battle strength was lowered. He also did not bring a rank 5 Gu, he could not face the White Bone Wheel directly. His original plan was to avoid the White Bone Wheel and find Changshanin's corpse. But with Gu Yao to assist him, he changed his plans and decided to battle. After fighting for 4 hours, using the kiting tactic devised by Fan Yuan, the two bullied the White Bone Wheel's lack of intelligence, taking breaks in turns and eventually caused the White Bone Wheel to fall over. Once the battle was decided, Fan Yuan placed both hands on the White Bone Wheel, sending his will and primeval essence into it. White Bone Wheel was a rank 5 Gu. Even if he had the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada and fixed Immortal Travel Gu, they could not help him to instantly refine it. But the wheel was full of cracks, it was almost going to break apart, it was a step away from being destroyed. With Fan Yuan's 100-man soul, he had ample mental energy, and with his firm will, he continuously injected primeval essence into it. After spending 15 minutes, he finally subdued it. Rank 5 Gu obtained. Chapter 431. Changshanin's death. Fan Yuan's mind entered his aperture. After the White Bone Wheel entered his aperture, it floated along the waves of his true gold primeval sea, half sinking and half floating, showing a lifeless appearance. Gu worms naturally get hurt, damaged, or even die. This White Bone Wheel is already on the verge of destruction and can no longer be used, unless I can find the Bone Bamboo Gu and combine it with the Ghost Fire Gu to repair it. Fan Yuan thought in his heart. There are many healing Gu which are not intended for human bodies. Some Gu, such as Wolf Smoke Gu, are specifically used to treat the injuries of wolves, while other Gu, like Pig Iron Gu, are used to treat Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bone Bamboo Gu, combined with Ghost Fire Gu, can repair the damage of the White Bone Wheel, so that it can function again. Speaking of the Battle Bone Wheel Gu, It's actually quite famous, since it was used by the rank 8 demonic Gu immortal Shinjiao. He was also known as the Proud Bone Demon Lord. His talent was outstanding and shocking. When he became a rank 6 Gu immortal, he lacked a rank 6 Gu. He came up with a killer move known as White Bone Chariot. The White Bone Chariot consisted of many rank 5 Gu, such as the White Bone Wheel, and had power comparable to a rank 6 Gu. By the virtue of his ingenuity, Shinjiao reached rank 8 realm, and made his killer move White Bone Battlefield famous in the world. It was a killer move that combined 3 immortal Gu's power. It was even more powerful than before. He used this to dominate the world, killing an uncountable number of Gu immortals. His fierce name spread wide as he caused the righteous path to be helpless. Sigh, when can I reach such a stage? In his past life, Fan Yuan lived for about 500 years, and became a rank 6 Gu immortal, one step away from rank 7. When he later refined the Spring-Autumn Cicada, he was attacked by the righteous path and consequently self-detonated. Every time he thought about Blood Sea Ancestor, Proud Bone Demon Lord, Soul Spectre Demon Venerable, all of them were amazing characters, Fan Yuan could not help but be impressed. As a man living in present age, I should be like this, unrestrained by the mortal realm, doing things without worry, killing whoever I dislike. When my heart is evil, I slaughter all beings, and when I am virtuous, I bless the world. The world moves according to my emotions, I dominate everything, any enemy who resists me are trampled underfoot. Oh, this is a true freedom, a cheerful and carefree life. Fan Yuan let out a heartfelt sigh and took out a bright pearl Gu from his pocket. Bright pearl Gu was already dusty, its light was dim. Sealed inside was fixed immortal travel, the aura of the immortal Gu was also fading. Fan Yuan took out the dark toss Gu. This Gu and dusty Gu looked almost the same, a silkworm cocoon-like shape, except it was deep black in color. Fan Yuan transferred his primeval essence, the black silkworm cocoon wiggled up, 10 tendrils twisted out, twisting like snakes, and climbed on the bright pearl Gu. In just a short moment, the bright pearl Gu was enveloped by a black silkworm cocoon. This was known as tossing pearls in the dark. It was developed during the Battle of the 5 Regions, to completely conceal the aura of Gu worms. Because of this, Fixed Immortal Travel's aura was even fainter now. Warrior Changshanin, you are trying to seal this beautiful jade butterfly? Gu Yao stood to the side and gradually understood Fan Yuan's intention. Fan Yuan gave her a mysterious smile and kept the dark pearl into his pocket, and continued to be buried in his research of the battlefield. This battlefield was created 20 years ago, after the battle between Changshanin and Ha-Tu Gu. Changshanin was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, while Ha-Tu Gu was already a rank 5 initial stage Gu master who also lead a large band of subordinates. The two were originally childhood friends, but they fell in love with the same woman. The woman ultimately chose Changshanin, and from then on Ha-Tu Gu became filled with a jealous rage. This led to an unceasing hostility growing between the two of them, a hatred that could only be washed away with the blood of the other. After Ha-Tu Gu poisoned Changshanin's mother, in order to find the snow-washed Gu, he led the wolf packs deep into the poisonous plains. When he reached the plains, Changshanin set up an ambush there. When Ha-Tu Gu brought his gang of bandits and came, as large groups of wolves attacked from all directions. This was a bitter fight to the death, until the sun went down. Eventually, the wolves were all killed, along with all the horse bandits, who were either killed or fled. Changshanin was at his limits, and Ha-Tu Gu's primeval essence was exhausted. The two resorted to fighting with their bare hands. Both men fought till their eyes turned red and made use of everything in their surroundings to gain the advantage. They wrestled together, biting with their teeth, clawing with their hands, until they finally expended all their strength, and collapsed to the ground, with barely enough strength to breathe. The life and death enemies, once incomparably close friends, were only 2 or 3 steps away from each other, but all they could do was gasp for air and stare at each other. They were powerful Gu masters, one a righteous hero, the other a demonic devil, yet both had lost their strength. At this moment, both were as fragile as a child. If a rabbit came running and blocked their face, they would suffocate to death. They were at a deadlock, when suddenly Ha-Tu Gu suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. He was, after all, a rank 5 Gu master, and his primeval essence recovery rate was quicker compared to Changshanin's. His primeval essence recovered first, enough for him to cast the poisonous bone spear. Seeing the bone spear being shot towards him, Changshanin's eyes widened, as a miracle burst of strength emerged in him. Using all his strength, he managed to turn half his body, but the poisonous bone spear, which had been aimed at his head, still pierced his chest. The intensity of the pain made Chang Shanin roar, but by relying on the wolf's strength Gu to increase his strength, he managed to break the bone spear and clutched it tightly in his hand. Slowly, he dragged his body towards Hatu Gu's side. In the end, Chang Shanin took the poisonous bone spear and stabbed it into the eyes of Hatu Gu, ending the life of his mortal enemy. Although Chang Shanin had won, the poison of the bone spear had already spread throughout his whole body. By utilizing all the primeval essence that he had just recovered, he activated the wolf fetus burial Gu. This Gu utilized 108 different species of pregnant female wolves, and its specialty was to save a life. If long as they had one breath left, the user could be saved. Chang Shanin used the Gu, drilled into the ground, and fell asleep. About 30 years later, a rank 3 Gu master, Ma Hongyun, was chased to the battlefield by a pack of wolves. In his desperation, he coincidentally managed to find the buried Chang Shanin. After Ma Hongyun saved Chang Shanin, the latter not only helped him repel the wolves, but also helped him become one of the 4 great generals. In the future struggle for power in the grassland, Chang Shanin contributed countless merits, and Ma Hongyun, who was born as a slave, became the lord of the imperial court. Chang Shanin experienced both ups and downs of life. His tale was quite legendary. His story spread widely throughout the north, it was no secret. Later, with the aid of Ma Hongyun, he became a rank 7 Gu immortal, receiving the title of Sky Wolf General, gaining even greater authority. Ultimately, while resisting the invasion of the central continent, he died in battle, and his descendants passed down his biography. This is also why Fan Yuan was so knowledgeable about his history. I found it! His long search had finally come to an end. Fan Yuan stepped forward and found a huge wolf tail on the grass. The wolf tail, covered with mud, was covered by poisonous grass and could hardly be seen. If it wasn't for Fan Yuan's persistence and careful search, it would have been impossible to find. Originally, while Ma Hongyun was escaping, he tripped on this wolf tail. When he pulled on the wolf tail, he saved not only Chang Shanin, but also himself. Fan Yuan was feeling overwhelmed by emotions. He grabbed the wolf tail and forcibly pulled it out. Suddenly, the land writhed, and a huge female wolf's body appeared out of the ground. Its eyes were closed, the whole body covered in purple fur, with a white belly. It was humongous. Even while it was lying down, it was taller than a person. Gu Yao hurriedly ran over, her face flushed with surprise. What wolf is this? Why is it so big? It looks like a female wolf. Look at its belly, it must be pregnant. It's not a wolf, it's a Gu, Fan Yuan said, taking out a sharp knife from moving perspective cup Gu. He sliced open the belly of the wolf, causing a long gash to appear. Immediately, the wolf's bulging belly was torn open, and a large amount of amniotic fluid, mixed with blood, spewed all over the ground. The lower part of Fan Yuan's body was soaked. Gu Yao saw what was happening, and hurriedly jumped out of the way to avoid becoming a victim of the filth. She then widened her mouth in surprise, crying out, "Why is there a man inside the wolf's womb?" As the amniotic fluid continued to flow out, a person also came out. It was the true Chang Shanin. His eyes were closed, and his body was full of injuries, especially the part with the half-bone spear sticking out. He was covered in thick amniotic fluids, his expression showing great pain, and his skin was green. Fan Yuan quickly squatted down and extended his hands. It looked like he was observing the injuries of Chang Shanin, but in fact, he secretly pinched the neck of Chang Shanin. Poor Chang Shanin, a hero who succeeded in killing his enemy, and lived for another 20 years using his Gu worm. After another 10 years or so, his fated lord appeared and saved him. But now that Fan Yuan had stepped in, the future of this man, the famous Sky Wolf General and the future rank 7 Gu immortal, was killed. Chang Shanin died while he was unconscious, unable to resist, letting out only a faint breath. When Fan Yuan killed him, his body did not even tremble. Needless to say, since he was unconscious, he could not self-detonate his Gu worms. Fan Yuan's mind entered his aperture, and immediately found several tortoise breath Gu inside. Tortoise breath Gu was a storage Gu, like the bright pearl Gu. It was used to seal Gu worms. Before Chang Shanin entered the belly of the wolf, to prevent his Gu worms from starving to death, he sealed his Gu worms one by one in the tortoise breath Gu. They were rank 4 Gu, shaped like oval stones, and were slightly larger in size than a fist. The surface of the stones was covered with markings, similar to that of a tortoise shell. By leaking the aura of the spring-autumn cicada, Fan Yuan instantly refined these tortoise-breath goo. He took all the tortoises out, and under the watchful eyes of Gu Yao, he crushed them all one by one to reveal the goo inside. There were a total of 8 goo from the enslavement path, all of which were precious rank 4 goo worms. Some of them were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 goo. Chang Shanin meticulously arranged this collection, and with this set of goo, he made a reputation for himself in Northern Plains. Using this set of goo, he killed rank 5 goo masters before. And with the help of spring-autumn cicada, all of them became Fan Yuan's possession. And now, I finally have an excellent set of rank 4 goo from Northern Plains. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Chapter 432. Human Skin Goo. But merely retrieving the goo worms was not the whole purpose of Fan Yuan's journey. After placing all of the goo worms into his aperture, he turned his attention to Chang Shanyin's corpse. He started using goo worms, helping the body to detoxify. Isn't he already dead? Gu Yao asked by his side, looking confused. Detoxifying a living person made sense, but what was the point of detoxifying a corpse? Fan Yuan did not bother turning to answer her, but told her, "Stop looking, use your cleansing goo and help." Fan Yuan and Gu Yao worked in turns. Gradually, Shan Chanyin's corpse was losing its toxicity. "Don't tell me. Is he Chang Shanin? He's your father?" Gu Yao had a sudden realization, and sent a look of inquiry towards Fan Yuan. "No, Chang Shanyin's son is a native of Northern Plains. Looking at your appearance, you're obviously a foreigner." Fan Yuan let out a cold grunt, saying expressionlessly, "I told you, I am Chang Shanin." As the toxins in his body were purged, the surface of Chang Shanyin's skin gradually returned to its natural complexion, losing the wretched green color that came as a result of the poison. Fan Yuan, upon seeing that the cleansing was almost complete, asked the girl to step back. He stripped Chang Shanin of his clothes, and rinsed them with water. You want to bring his body back?" Gu Yao surmised. However, Fan Yuan's following actions immediately overturned her conjecture. She saw Fan Yuan retrieve a regiment of black ants from his aperture. Fan Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the black ants immediately rushed towards Chang Shanyin's pale and naked corpse and began to consume it. The black ants crawled all over Chang Shanin, swallowing all of his skin into their stomach, turning the corpse into a mess of fleshy tendons, and leaving the body beyond recognition. Gu Yao saw what was happening, and resisted the urge to vomit. Fan Yuan collected the ants once they were done, took out a seed, and planted it into the ground. As he poured his primeval essence, the seed began to grow at a visible rate, rooting, germinating, and blooming into a beautiful flower. The flower was in full bloom, yet it was quite strange in that it appeared as if it was covered in a membrane of skin, like the inner flesh of a mouth. The inner petals also had a row of tiny jagged sawtooth. The black ants converged into a group, climbing up the flower, and entered the core of the flower. The flower then closed again, its jagged teeth whirling wildly. As the teeth rubbed against each other, it made a humming sound, and made the whole flower tremble. Fan Yuan took out another goo worm, which Gu Yao failed to recognize. The goo turned into a multicolored blaze, and attached itself to the top of the flower. The flower twisted wildly while it burned in the flame, giving off a sharp shriek. The shriek of the flower was so sharp that it forced Gu Yao to cover her ears and move backward several more steps. At this point, the girl realized that something was amiss. This strange method reeked of the demonic path. Gu Yao's complexion paled, and when she looked at Fan Yuan, she saw that his face had not changed. Standing on the spot, both his eyes were shining as he paid attention to the flower. "Open!" Suddenly, both of Fan Yuan's eyes emitted an explosion of light as he shouted loudly. The corolla of the flower opened up a small slit, allowing the multicolored flame to enter. Afterwards, the whole flower suddenly exploded and a goo worm flew out. The goo worm had a multicolored tint, constantly transforming, occasionally yellow-green, and occasionally blood-violet. Like a smoky fog that was rising upwards. "Human skin goo, the refinement has finally been completed." Fan Yuan, upon seeing it, let out a sigh of relief. Next, he willed, retrieving an old removal goo from his aperture, as it turned into a cooling breeze. The breeze flew out of the aperture, flowing all over Fan Yuan's body, permeating his skin, tendons, and bones. Fan Yuan had originally used 3 goo, ancient bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, to modify his body, and now it was all washed away. Then, from the moving perspective cup Gu, he took out a sharp dagger. The following scene is going to be a bit bloody, you should close your eyes. With his hand clutching the dagger, he gave his warning to Gu Yao. Gu Yao hurriedly took a breath, looking at Fan Yuan in confusion, unable to speak a word. Then at the next moment, the girl's pupils shrank, both of her hands covered her mouth, unable to suppress her alarmed yelp. Under her horrified gaze, Fan Yuan pointed the dagger to his chest and softly sliced it. Swish! He had cut from himself from the neck down to his abdomen. Yet strangely enough, his blood did not flow out, he had prepared a staunch bleeding goo in advance. After that, Fan Yuan expressionlessly slit the dagger along the middle of his body, then he stretched out his hand and ripped the skin off of his chest. The girl, upon seeing this horrifically violent scene, could not help but repeatedly step backwards again. Her entire face had turned pale like paper. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and under the urging of his mind, the colorful smoke that was floating in the air covered his whole chest. Sizzle! In the midst of the strange sound, Fan Yuan's bare and bloody chest was covered by a new layer of skin. The peculiarity of it was, although the skin had just grown, it did not have the expected baby-like tenderness. Instead it had the pale solidity of old skin. Then, Fan Yuan repeated the process, peeling the skin of his arms and his legs, completely removing them, to grow a new layer of skin. This, don't tell me! Gu Yao could gradually see what was happening, and was flabbergasted. When he was peeling the skin of his back, Fan Yuan was somewhat troubled, but under his strenuous effort, he managed to succeed. Eventually, it was time for the most critical part, the face. Fan Yuan stopped for a moment, taking a quick rest, then, lifting up his dagger, he aimed at the tip at his eyelid. Gu Yao watched with her whole body trembling, yet Fan Yuan's hands were steady like they were cast iron, each of his actions were precise and minute. He first cut his eyelids off, followed by his eye sockets, the knife tip curved out and reached his ear, and moved from his cheek to his chin. Turning around at his chin, he did the same to the other side, and ended up completing a circle. Next, Gu Yao saw Fan Yuan removing his own face. Her heart pounded furiously, and her legs felt weak. The colorful smoke then flew over again, and grew a new layer of skin. Subsequently, Fan Yuan did the same to the skin on his neck, ears, and scalp. When he turned his face to look at Gu Yao, he had already changed into a new person, sporting the appearance of Chang Shanin. I told you, I am Chang Shanin, he said in a bland tone. Gu Yao looked at Fan Yuan in disbelief. He had actually spoken in a perfect Northern Plains accent. Of course Fan Yuan could speak in the Northern accent, he just chose not to earlier. You! Her finger was pointed at Fan Yuan, her body trembled violently, her face had turned pale, and her expression was filled with horror. Fan Yuan laughed in disdain internally. The human body is merely a sack of flesh. I was just changing the sack, what was the point of making such a fuss? The so-called beauty and ugly are superficially, and weak things. If this is earth, people have no powers and the immortal path is cut, then so be it. But in this world, only eternal life is worth pursuing. This human skin goo, hundreds of years later, it would be developed by goo masters during the 5-region chaotic battle. It could be used by goo masters to cleverly disguise themselves as another person, with their face being identical. Many of Central Continent's goo masters, using human skin goo, were able to penetrate deep into enemy headquarters. Allowing for secret assassinations and mass destruction, it had greatly augmented the military power of the Central Continent, making the 4 other regions panic and doubt each other. Not paying any attention to the pretty lady who was scared out of her wits, Fan Yuan stood where he was and brought his hands to eye level to observe them. By now, his hands had completely changed. His fingerprints and palm prints were exactly the same as Chang Shanyin's. Next, he felt his chest. His chest was originally smooth and flat, but now it sported chest hair that extended downwards from his throat to his crotch. He felt his own nose, a northern man's stiff nose, then he felt his rough cheeks. He took out a mirror and observed his features. His face had already become that of Chang Shanin, going to the extent that he had begun to grow hair in the same style. Even the gray hair that came with old age were completely replicated. Human skin goo, it referred to the fact that human skin was the main ingredient of the goo worm. In addition, the transformation was a complete transformation. Not just skin, but hair, eye color, the shape of his bones, and even old injuries were completely replicated. Gu Yao looked at Fan Yuan. It felt like a dead man had just resurrected. You, who the hell are you? She stared at Fan Yuan, full of vigilance and alertness. Fan Yuan gave her a smile, saying gently, I told you, I am Chan Shanin. Do you think I'm a fool? Just a moment ago, I saw the whole thing, I saw it firsthand till the end. Also, you are an outsider, stop using our northern accent to speak. The girl shrieked. Her expression looked almost deranged. Fan Yuan looked at her with a considerate gaze, his face showing great wisdom that came with age. He let out a sigh filled with great emotion. Little lady, rest assured, I mean you no harm. I am Chan Shanin. From the beginning to the end, I did not lie to you. So how do you explain what just happened? The young girl asked. Fan Yuan's eyes glanced upwards, ignoring the girl, and looked at the sky. His expression was in daze as he spoke in a reminiscent tone. Little lady, have you ever heard of soul seizure? Soul seizure? Gu Yao had a blank look, her eyes flickered with confusion, and her tone was uncertain. You mean, when a body is taken over by another soul? Fan Yuan slowly and gently explained. It seems you have heard about it before. Yes, you're right, I was on the verge of death, with no one to rescue me, so I had no choice but to escape with my soul. In poison grassland, it is cloudy all year round, and the sun is invisible, which allowed my soul to wander freely. I wandered for a whole 20 years, until I was able to seize the body of a foreign goo master. While I teleported back with my goo worm, I met you coincidentally. Really? Is what you are saying really true? Hee, if I meant you harm, I would have killed you long ago. There would have been no reason to allow you to accompany me here, or even teaching you how to battle, right? That's true, but if I wanted to guard against you, I wouldn't have let you witness these things. You are a Northern Plains native, and I am the great Chan Shanin. I wouldn't do despicable things to a girl such as yourself. Why was it that I only managed to seize a body after 20 years? It was because I did not want to slaughter a Northern Plains native for my own selfish reasons. Little lady, will you attack me because of an outsider? Fan Yuan's smile was bright as the sun, speaking in a righteous tone. Chapter 433. Snow Wash Gu. Gu Yao gradually let her guard down. Your words are reasonable. If you truly are Chan Shanin, then you would be the great hero of our northern plains. For a mere outsider, I definitely wouldn't make things difficult for you. Yet how can you prove your identity? Fan Yuan chuckled and his expression changed, revealing a trace of the arrogance that belonged to a senior expert. I, Chan Shanin, will neither change my name or surname. I am me. Why would I need to prove myself? Little girl, if you want to leave now, I will definitely not stop you. Fan Yuan's statement of allowing her to leave succeeded in shaking Gu Yao's doubts, creating enormous hesitation in her heart. Fan Yuan did not miss this chance. Little girl, it's all right to be on guard, but just think, how many opportunities did I have to kill you on the way? There is no need to mention anything else, just think of the time we spent flying. I just had to release my hands and you would have fallen into the Earth's spike rat group, your death would have been certain. But didn't I do that? Our meeting was fated. Since you had the courage to flee your marriage, why don't you have courage to face me? Gu Yao fell into silence. Fan Yuan observed her expression and knew the time was ripe, finishing off his explanation. Come with me, you are still young, it is not safe for you to wander around the depths of poison grassland alone. Didn't you tell me you were searching for the snow spirea? You want to find a snow wash gu in the snow spirea, and bring it back to the clan to earn great merit, allowing you to cancel your marriage, correct? Honestly speaking, that line of thinking isn't realistic. 1 or 2 snow wash gu won't change your situation. It just so happens I also need a snow wash gu. I will bring you along to search for the snow spirea and capture a few snow wash gu, then I will take you back to your tribe and personally persuade your father. What do you think? Really? Gu Yao's eyes immediately shone brightly. I remember that father idolizes you, saying that you were a great hero. Father will definitely listen to you. But what do you still need the snow wash gu for? Your mother has already passed away. Sigh. Fan Yuan's voice was melancholic, his expression lonely. He lowered his head before smiling bitterly. I already know my mother passed away due to poison over 20 years ago. I could not find the snow wash gu and return in time. I was unfilial. Do you know, since then, snow wash gu had already become my obsession? I must definitely capture one and kneel in front of my mother's tomb to repent. Tears fell down Fan Yuan's cheeks as he spoke of this. The girl looked at Fan Yuan's tears and was thoroughly convinced by Fan Yuan's lies. Her heart ached and consoled. Senior Changshanin, this is not your fault. Everything was because of that damned hot goo. Don't speak anymore, let's go. Fan Yuan waved his hand and walked forward. I am sorry, I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. Gu Yao felt a twinge of guilt, immediately following behind Fan Yuan to apologize. Fan Yuan consoled the girl, causing her inner guilt to become even heavier. The two continued to walk to the depths of poison grassland. The purple fog continued to become denser, and even poison-resistant wild beasts like poison-beard wolves rarely appeared. After walking 200 to 300 li, Fan Yuan and Gu Yao had no choice but to use their goo to detoxify themselves. After walking another 500 to 600 li, the poisonous purple fog became so dense that they could not even see their own hands. Gu Yao's fog sparrow goo had already lost its use in such a situation. However, Fan Yuan was already prepared and could still scout the distance of 1,000 steps. Senior Changshanin, we should return. We can still go in another direction, maybe we can find the snow spirea there. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. Gu Yao's face was suffused with a purple color, she had already reached the point where she could endure no more. But Fan Yuan shook his head and refused to accept her suggestion, persisting on moving forward. The girl did not understand, but Fan Yuan was understood that snow spirea grew in very poisonous environments. And this poisonous grassland also had a lot of history. In the deepest part of poison grassland, there was a blessed land where ranked the 7 Gu immortal Zien Ran, titled Lady Poison Scorpion, resided. An uncountable number of poisonous grass grew on her Zidu blessed land with many large poisonous swamps and marshes. Large amounts of poisonous beasts and poisonous Gu lived on her blessed land. The toxins of these poisonous beings accumulated to such an intensity that even the blessed land could not endure it. Thus, every few years, the blessed land's entrance would open to release the dense toxic gas outside. Most of the toxic gas formed into the purple poison fog in the poisonous grassland. Some creatures at the lowest rung of the blessed land also took this chance to sneak out. Thus, there were large numbers of poison-beard wolves in the poisonous grassland. After a long period of this cycle, a complete change occurred to the surroundings of Zidu blessed land. Dark clouds covered the surroundings all year round, creating a world devoid of light. Purple fog lingered and tormented all living beings. Large numbers of poisonous grass grew, and the poison-beard wolves rampaged around outskirts of the poisoned lands. The grassland had become a forbidden zone for living beings and was named the poisonous grassland by the mortals out of fear. Zidu blessed land was at the center of the poisonous grassland, and the place Fan Yuan was currently at was around the center. In the depths of the grassland, dense poisonous fog lingered all year round, encouraging the growth of a large number of snow spirea. Fan Yuan knew if he persevered in moving forward a little longer, he would definitely see the snow spirea. Sure enough, as he had expected, after walking forward another few hundred steps, Fan Yuan discovered a snow spirea. The snow spirea was 20 feet tall. It had numerous branches and leaves on a pitch-black trunk, contrasted by the countless drooping spirea branches that were pure white. Within the dense purple fog, it appeared sacred and noble. Fan Yuan walked to the snow spirea with Gu Yao, who immediately let out a shout of joy. The two began to carefully observe the snow-white leaves on the spirea branches. Soon enough, Gu Yao discovered one leaf that had already turned into a gu. It was a snow-wash gu, an invaluable rank for gu. Snow-wash gu's detoxification ability was extraordinary, widely acknowledged by the Northern Plains gu masters. The two searched for a long while and found 3 snow-wash gu. Fan Yuan only took one and gave the other 2 to Gu Yao, causing the girl to inwardly feel grateful. After he acquired the snow-wash gu, Fan Yuan took out a dark pearl. The immortal gu, fixed immortal travel, was sealed inside, and at that moment, it quietly let out a slight amount of its immortal aura. If this aura persisted, it would easily be discovered by gu immortals. It is time. Fan Yuan willed and summoned a gu from his aperture. He poured his primeval essence towards the gu at once, turning the gu into a red iron cabinet, which then firmly sealed the dark pearl. Immediately, the immortal gu aura was cut without the slightest bit leaking out. This was the gu worm Fan Yuan captured on Sancha Mountain, unique to Tai Clan Iron Cabinet gu. Fan Yuan carried the iron cabinet on his back and walked back the way they came with Gu Yao. After walking around 200 to 300 li, Fan Yuan stopped and took out Earth Treasury Flower King gu, stored the iron cabinet in its stamen, then planted it deep under the ground. This gu was a rank 5 gu and Fan Yuan had to spend quite some effort to plant it. His primeval essence was not enough, thus for a period, he had to pour primeval essence slowly while he absorbed primeval stones. It took him whole 4 hours before he finished. At Qingmao Mountain, Fan Yuan had obtained Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. The Flower Wine Monk had hidden his goo worms into Earth Treasury Flower Goo. Earth Treasury Flower Goo was only a rank 2 goo, and only after it advanced again and again could it become a rank 5 Earth Treasury Flower King. When Earth Treasury Flower King bloomed open, it was 10 times larger than Earth Treasury Flower. It had huge dark golden petals that were as soft as silk, and in the depths of its stamen was dark golden floral liquid. However, when Earth Treasury Flower King closed shut, its whole size was smaller than an infant's fist. It completely curled up in the depths of the ground, not leaking out the slightest bit of aura. After planting the Earth Treasury Flower King, Fan Yuan carefully destroyed all traces of it on the ground. At this moment, he had genuinely and completely hidden the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Fan Yuan's aperture could not store fixed immortal travel. He could only use this method to hide the immortal goo and retrieve it in the future. In such a vast grassland, who would think an extremely precious immortal goo was buried here? Yet the aura of the immortal goo had still been a problem. Its aura would persist for a long while and attract goo immortals. Thus, Fan Yuan had intermittently sealed the immortal goo when he buried it. It was to guard against the goo immortals' search. Unless the goo immortals that come possess an investigative immortal goo, capable of seeing through the ground and scouting hundreds of li deep into the ground, the possibility of its discovery is slim. If fixed immortal travel goo was truly discovered by some goo immortal and taken, Fan Yuan could only attribute it to his bad luck. However, even if that happened, he would absolutely not bring fixed immortal travel with him. Compared to the immortal goo, he felt his own life was more precious. The two continued moving through the grassland and returned to that battlefield. When they reached the place, Fan Yuan looked for another direction and did not move along their original way, using Ge Yao's return heart goo to point the direction. The return trip was not smooth. Fan Yuan and Ge Yao encountered the attacks of wolf groups time and again. They even encountered 1,000 wolf groups 3 or 4 times. Fan Yuan could only grab Ge Yao and fly to the sky to avoid this calamity. As the two got closer to the outer edge of poison grassland, the number of wolves and difficulty they encountered decreased. About 100 poison beard wolves pounced upon Fan Yuan and Ge Yao. Fan Yuan laughed brightly. He was happy instead of shocked as he flew to the air and pointed down. Wolf enslavement goo, go! A rank 2 wolf enslavement goo turned into a lump of blue smoke and descended, enshrouding the 100-beast wolf king. The 100-beast wolf king struggled intensely, its soul resisting strongly. But in front of Fan Yuan's 100-man soul, it failed utterly. Howl, howl! When Fan Yuan landed on the ground, the 100-beast wolf king ran around Fan Yuan's feet with its tail swaying like a little puppy. The wolf group it brought also remained motionless under its command, becoming Fan Yuan's minions. This was already the second wolf group Fan Yuan had subdued. As they continued, Fan Yuan's strength became stronger, the wolf group around him growing larger. Their trip of death before had unknowingly become a leisurely outing. When the wolf group following Fan Yuan increased to 1,000 wolves, with 400 beast wolf kings, poison grassland was no longer scary. With this safety, Fan Yuan began to settle the goo worms from southern border. Northern Plains natives were xenophobic. His original appearance would have made him suffer exclusion and vigilance wherever he walked, making it difficult for him to do things, and the southern border goo worms were also enormous flaws which could expose his identity. The innately cautious Fan Yuan would not allow these gaps to exist. All the goo worms on him that were not from Northern Plains must be dealt with. Chapter 434. Changshan, be my husband. The wide and huge poison grassland became even darker at night. Wind blew near the ears as the howling of wolves could be heard, resembling the cries of wandering spirits. A fire was burning silently on the grassland. Ge Yao got close to the fire, expelling the chill in her body. There was a pot on top of the fire, and a meat soup was cooking in it, emitting a fragrant smell. Ge Yao swallowed her saliva as her hunger intensified. Eventually, she gulped and asked Fan Yuan, Senior Changshan, can this meat soup be eaten already? Fan Yuan sat opposite the young girl. The two were separated by the fire. No rush, this dried meat has just entered the pot, it needs to cook to a boil. Wait a while more, when the meat is soft and juicy, it will be extremely delicious. Fan Yuan took out the moving perspective cup goo as he said plainly. Oh, we still have to wait so long. Ge Yao pouted, her beautiful face was shining in the flame, together with her long robe exclusive to northern plains and her beautiful accessories, it showed a unique style. But such a tranquil scene was not enough for Fan Yuan to take a second look. His gaze was on the moving perspective cup gu. Moving perspective cup gu was a rank 5 gu. Now that it was in northern plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. Speaking of capacity, it was weaker than other rank 4 gu. It was expensive to feed, one of the most expensive among the rank 5 gu worms. It was also extremely heavy on primeval essence consumption. But why did Fan Yuan choose it specifically, expending his energy and resources to refine it? That is because it originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. He stole from heaven and robbed earth. He was the wealthiest Venerable in history. He spent his entire life's effort to find the rumored legendary Space Cave. Space Cave was first depicted in, it was a forbidden ground on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time, there were large numbers of time path gu worms. Inside the Space Cave, there were countless space path gu worms. It connected the 5 regions, hidden in a place no one knew. Pushing open a door from inside the Space Cave, one can reach any place in the world. The door that connected the Space Cave was also known as the Space Door. Space Door was omnipresent. It could be in a narrow crack, or in the wide and boundless sky. Where there is space, there is a door into Space Cave. But from the past until now, very little people could find the Space Cave, not to mention going inside. In the entire human history, only one person had managed to enter and exit it. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable discovered the recipe of the moving perspective cup gu. His intention was to send this moving perspective cup gu into the Space Cave, and bring out large numbers of wild gu worms inside it. But he failed yet succeeded. 400 years later, his blessed land was excavated, and all sorts of gu immortals competed for it. The recipe of the moving perspective cup gu was also spread as a result. Its strong effect quickly caused many gu immortals to recommend it, and it became famous throughout the regions. Fan Yuan took out the golden dragon gu from his aperture. The rank 4 golden dragon gu was suppressed into a rank 3. After it flew out, it entered the moving perspective cup gu. Fan Yuan injected large amounts of primeval essence into the moving perspective cup gu. This cup with a gold top and silver bottom immediately gave off a strong golden silver light, floating in the air. Fan Yuan pulled back his hand, and pushed the cup slightly forward. The moving perspective cup gu moved forward, until it vanished. First, the sides vanished, and then half the cup was gone. Finally it vanished in mid-air. Gu Yao stood up abruptly, staring with wide-open eyes as she saw this strange scene. At the same time, far away in Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, little Hu Immortal suddenly had a feeling, immediately teleporting into Dang Hun Palace's secret room. In the secret room, a moving perspective cup gu gave off a shining radiance as it floated in the sky. As if it was pulled by an invisible force, it moved forward slowly before vanishing in the air. When moving perspective cup gu completely vanished, Fan Yuan stretched out both his palms parallel to the ground as he activated his primeval essence again. Suddenly, a golden silver light burst out in his palm. Immediately after, Gu Yao saw the rim of a cup appearing, gradually growing to become half the cup, and finally, the entire cup appeared from thin air. When the light faded, the cup-like gu worms landed in Fan Yuan's palms. Done! Fan Yuan muttered. Seeing this cup, he knew that his plans did not go out of control. Senior Chang Shanin, what did you do? This gu doesn't seem right. Gu Yao walked a few steps towards Fan Yuan and asked curiously. In what way? Fan Yuan laughed lightly, taking out a primeval stone and recovering his primeval essence quickly. Gu Yao did not speak, she only stared at moving perspective cup gu, when suddenly her eyes shone, as she shouted. This gu is not the same. Originally it was golden top and silver bottom, but now it is silver top and golden bottom. Fan Yuan laughed. That's right. There was not just one moving perspective gu, there were two. These two gu worms, one was golden top and silver bottom, while the other was silver top and golden bottom. The two together made up the complete moving perspective cup gu. Before Fan Yuan left, he brought one with him while placing the other in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he injected his primeval essence, the two moving perspective cup gu entered the space cave, and swapped positions with each other inside the space cave. The one that was in the Blessed Land thus came to Fan Yuan. As for the cup that held golden dragon gu, it returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the past, thieving heaven demon Venerable wanted to rely on the moving perspective cup gu to steal the gu worms inside space cave. He failed and did not achieve his goal. But the moving perspective cup Gu, in another way, was a great success. Using the omnipresent space cave, a pair of moving perspective cup Gu could interchange in the space cave and transport resources between two places. Most importantly, it was rank 5. It was not a unique immortal Gu. In Fan Yuan's previous life, during the chaotic battle of the 5 regions, moving perspective cup Gu was a must-have Gu for all factions. Even Gu immortals competed for it. Fan Yuan took out a letter from this moving perspective cup Gu. It was written by Little Hu Immortal, stating the current situation in the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan had only been in Poison Grassland for 5 to 6 days, but a month had already passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The letter stated that other than Dang Hun Mountain, everything was going well. Immortal Crane Sect suggested another transaction, but according to Fan Yuan's instructions, Little Hu Immortal rejected it. If they did more transactions, Immortal Crane Sect would have a higher chance of finding out that Fan Yuan was not in the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan was in Northern Plains, but he was still concerned with the Blessed Land. Using the moving perspective cup Gu to exchange letters like this, he could control the situation behind the scenes, and other people's schemes would not succeed. Fan Yuan sent a letter back after looking at the one he received. Gu Yao was completely lost, she could not read Central Continent characters. Together with this letter, Fan Yuan placed 3 rank 4 Gu inside: Golden Coat Gu, Charging Crash Gu, and Bone Wings Gu. The more things were placed inside, the more primeval essence consumed by the moving perspective cup Gu. In contrast, the distance between the 2 cups did not matter. This is because moving perspective cup Gu was created in a special way. It used the mystical forbidden passage of the space cave. Fan Yuan's earlier attempt was a test run. After making sure that the moving perspective cup Gu was working fine, he started to send all his Gu worms that were from southern border into the Blessed Land, for Little Hu Immortal to take care of them. In the Blessed Land, Little Hu Immortal sprawled on the table, staring at blank space with her large shining eyes. The golden dragon Gu in the moving perspective cup Gu was already taken away. Suddenly, moving perspective cup Gu started floating again, and entered the space cave. Afterwards, another cup appeared and landed on the table. Little Hu Immortal took out the things inside moving perspective cup Gu, and saw Fan Yuan's reply, extremely elated as she shouted, "Master's reply!" With just one cycle, the primeval essence in Fan Yuan's aperture were mostly expended. He had to hold on to a primeval stone, and replenish his primeval essence again. Gu Yao stood at one side, gradually starting to understand. She, who was overwhelmed with curiosity, asked a few more questions again. But Fan Yuan only smiled plainly, not replying her. "Humph, acting all mysterious, it's no big deal." The girl pouted, sitting back at her original seat in displeasure. She sat down, frowning as she stared at Fan Yuan angrily. Fan Yuan completely ignored her, causing her to be even more angry. She was doted on by her father since young. She was the beauty of her tribe, no one had ever dared to look down on her. But during this entire journey, Fan Yuan did not give her any attention. Many youths had pursued her with great enthusiasm, causing her temperament to become even more arrogant. Gu Yao stared at Fan Yuan for a while more. After he recovered his primeval essence, he started to use the moving perspective cup Gu again, completely forgetting her existence. However, this time, this Northern Plains young girl's displeasure vanished. "He is after all Chang Shanin, he is not someone those young and immature brats can compare with. In his eyes, what am I? Just an unimportant junior, I guess." Thinking so, Gu Yao felt dejected. As she looked at Fan Yuan's face, she became dazed. Fan Yuan used human skin Gu to change his appearance. With the features of a Northern Plains native, it matched her sense of beauty even more. When Chang Shanin was young, he was one of the most handsome teenagers in Chang tribe. His 5 features were proper. His nose was sharp, his brown eyes were deep, his thick lips showed his determined personality. His sideburns were already turning white, it showed the experience and wisdom of a mature man. That was an intense attraction to a young girl. As the light of the flame flickered, Fan Yuan's expression flickered along with it. His determined and mature disposure was strongly felt. Gu Yao's thoughts drifted. She thought secretly, what kind of person was Fan Yuan? The startle when they first met, the warmth when he smiled, the knowledge when he gave her pointers, the bravery when he fought, and the absolute calmness when he tore down his own skin. All these scenes flashed in the young girl's heart. It was so vivid, like the memories were ingrained in the girl. What about his past? Gu Yao thought again. Chang Shanyan's past was a heroic tale. It was widely spread in Northern Plains. Numerous people respected him, loved him, and thought well of him. When he was young, his reputation was overwhelming. He was the future hope of Chang tribe. He was famous very quickly. His first-rate wolf enslavement skill caused people to marvel. Most importantly, he was righteous and just, forgiving and kind. He never oppressed the weak, was filial to his parents, and helped tribesmen in need. At the same time, he had a great sense of brotherhood and loyalty. He placed his life on the line to protect his tribe, and performed great deeds for Chang tribe. He married a beautiful wife, but gained the betrayal of his childhood friend. Fate toyed with him, causing this man to lose his mother, his sworn brother, his beautiful wife, and almost his own life. But he survived in the end. Relying on his own hard work, he crawled up from the abyss of death, and created a legend that normal people could never imagine. This man shoulders endless pain and suffering, countless wounds and injuries are hidden within him. Ge Yao thought of this and had a strong urge to hug Fan Yuan, using her warmth to heal this injured lone wolf, the former wolf king. As the fire burned on, the wood was crackling under the flame. Ge Yao's gaze towards Fan Yuan became more infatuated. She could not longer help herself. Under the warm fire, a young girl's feelings were developing and growing. When Fan Yuan finished this round of cup exchange, and took out a primeval stone to recover his primeval essence, Ge Yao secretly made the most important decision in her life. She suddenly stood up, shouting towards Fan Yuan, "Chang Shanin, be my husband." The voice spread far and wide in the quiet grassland. "What did you say?" Fan Yuan frowned. Even with his 500 years of experience, he could not anticipate this girl's change of heart. After he reacted, he smiled. "Stop fooling around, young girl, I am your senior. Looking at our age, I am over 20 years older than you. My son will be a good match for you." "No, Chang Shanin, I want you." Chapter 435. Don't block my road to success. "No, Chang Shanin, I want you." Ge Yao's voice resonated in the grassland. Under the illumination of the bonfire, her eyes shone brightly as she stared head-on at Fan Yuan. "Chang Shanin, you are the hero of this great plains. Your reputation extends far and wide. You are the man I can entrust my whole life to. Age is not a problem. Back in the day, didn't old ancestor Giant's son marry young women every year even after he was 1,000 years old?" Fan Yuan's expression turned dark. "All right, don't make a scene." Ge Yao stamped her foot and raised her voice. "I am not making a scene. Chang Shanin, I have already been deeply attracted to you along the way. Just earlier, I discovered that I had completely fallen in love with you. I am willing to give myself and everything to you, please accept me." "Young girl, I already have a wife." Fan Yuan heaved a sigh and said with a complex expression. Ge Yao immediately shook her head. "Your wife has already remarried. Even if you snatch her back, I don't mind. I don't intend to take your first wife's position. I am satisfied being your concubine. Old ancestor Giant's son had hundreds of thousands of imperial concubines, but only had one empress." However, Fan Yuan refused firmly. "I won't marry again. My heart is already still, just like this poison grassland. You are still too young and are unable to understand my mind. During the days I spent in the wolf's belly where I could not move at all, I felt extremely painful. When my soul floated over the vast plains, I wandered around aimlessly, but my mind gradually elevated to a greater height. I recalled my past, watched many people's life and death. The suffering or happiness of my former life were no longer able to enter my heart. I have been completely reborn. I am a new Chang Shanin. I also won't return to Chang tribe. Then, come to my Ge tribe." Ge Yao's eyes shone. She invited with utmost sincerity, but Fan Yuan still refused and did not show any signs of being moved. "Chang Shanin, is your heart made of iron? You doubt me? Do you want me to take out my heart to let you check, just like those rock men?" Ge Yao muttered. Her eyes turned red and tears were on the verge of falling. "Howl!" Right at this moment, the howling of wolf groups signified that they were nearby. A large group of poison-beard wolves were attracted by the fire and rapidly approached Fan Yuan and Ge Yao. However, there were large amounts of wolves resting beside the bonfire. The two groups of wolves soon clashed against each other, and an intense battle unfolded. "This is a thousand-beast group!" Ge Yao's attention was attracted towards the wolves, her expression becoming grave. If it was before, they would choose to retreat when they came across such a scale of wolf group, but now Fan Yuan smiled coldly. "No matter, the situation is different from before. We also have a wolf group to help us." Gu Yao, I need to ask you to restrict the Thousand Beast Wolf King. My primeval essence is exhausted. I will come assist you after I replenish it. The girl nodded her head, but she did not immediately leave and instead looked at Fan Yuan with her bright gaze. Fan Yuan looked at her. Go. Gu Yao pursed her lips. Her gaze was firm as she still remained motionless. Fan Yuan could only use a soft stance and said gently, All right, I will consider this matter. But I want the answer now. Gu Yao immediately said. A dark light flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes, but on the surface he heaved a sigh and proposed, If you can kill this Thousand Beast King alone, I will agree and take you as my wife. Really? Hee, a promise that us northern plainsmen make can never be broken. Gu Yao's eyes shone brightly at this reply. Okay, then just wait. Battle intent filled the girl's heart and she charged towards the battlefield, directly taking on the Thousand Beast Wolf King. Gazing at her leaving, Fan Yuan's smile quickly disappeared, replaced by indifference. He did not expect Gu Yao would be so attracted to him. The feeling of love had already taken his roots deep within her. However, when it came to love, this thing had always been unreasonable and was very difficult to deduce with common sense. Long, long ago, desolate ancient Moon climbed Qingbai Mountain and met with a rockman's pursuit. According to Rinzhu could not save his eldest son Verdant Great Son, and at the final juncture of resurrection, he made a great mistake and was swept away by Reverse Flow River back into Luopa Valley. His eldest daughter Desolate Ancient Moon heard of this and wanted to go rescue her father. However, one must have the help of Courage Gu and Faith Gu to enter the life and death door. But these Gu were with her father Rinzhu. Desolate Ancient Moon was unable to enter the life and death door. She wanted to rescue Rinzhu but had no ways, so she asked for guidance from Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu gave her two methods. The first method was to enter Space Cave, then open the space door to directly move to Rinzhu's side. She could then use the Space Cave to escape life and death door. However, this method could only rescue Rinzhu's soul and could not resurrect him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Qingbai Mountain and find the one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, she could rescue Rinzhu and allow him to successfully resurrect. Desolate Ancient Moon already knew of Space Cave's existence, but she had no idea how to find the Space Cave. Moreover, to let her father truly resurrect, she had to go to Qingbai Mountain. Qingbai Mountain was not tall and was like a mound. It was peculiar as it was made from millions and millions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually Failure Gu. And there was only one Success Gu, at the peak of Qingbai Mountain. Desolate Ancient Moon walked to the foot of the mountain and began to ascend the mountain. Her movement woke up Love Gu, who was sleeping nearby. Love Gu was very angry at having its sleep disturbed and wanted to take revenge against Desolate Ancient Moon. It used its unique power to awaken a piece of stone. The stone gained life because of Love Gu and became a rockman. The rockman was tall and might, his body filled with gold, silver, copper and iron, looking very dazzling and gorgeous. After the rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Desolate Ancient Moon. Her shocking beauty immediately conquered his heart. He started following behind Desolate Ancient Moon, and as he looked at her fair back view, his heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not endure it any more and ran past Desolate Ancient Moon and blocked her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling, your body is so elegant, and your temperament is so noble. The very first moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love, please accept my love for you." The rockman's physique was huge, completely blocking Desolate Ancient Moon's path. Desolate Ancient Moon slightly furrowed her brows and sized up the rockman before speaking coldly. "Love, what is that thing? You want me to accept your love, but where is it?" The rockman immediately took off the iron pieces from his body and offered them to Desolate Ancient Moon. "Beautiful lady, this is my firmness. I give it all to you, this is my love." Desolate Ancient Moon disappointedly shook her head. She had no interest in these iron pieces. The rockman was dazed before taking out the copper pieces from his body and piling them above the iron pieces. "Beautiful lady, this is my obstinance. I give it all to you because this is my love." Desolate Ancient Moon impatiently said, "Please move away, I have no interest in love, I need to rescue my father." The rockman panicked seeing that the goddess of his heart was unmoved. He kneeled down and made up his mind, taking out all the silver pieces in his body and piling them above the copper pieces. "Beautiful lady, this is my dignity. I give it all to you, this will prove my love for you, right?" Desolate Ancient Moon's furrowed brows deepened. Listen, I don't have time to waste with you. The rockman became more anxious and took out all the gold pieces in his body and put them above the silver pieces. Beautiful lady, this is my self-confidence. I give it all to you, they represent my love for you. Desolate Ancient Moon heaved a deep sigh. Rockman, to express your love for me, you gave up your firmness, put down your obstinance, lost your dignity, and even gave up your self-confidence. However, what I see is a very ugly rockman. Get up, I cannot accept your love, I have more important things to do. After losing his gold, silver, copper, and iron decorations, the rockman looked very small and weak, even appearing comical. It lost all the beauty and might it had before. The rockman wept and begged Desolate Ancient Moon. Then, how can I obtain your love? Desolate Ancient Moon was anxious, but the rockman kept on kneeling on the ground. She thought of an idea and changed her expression to show a smile. Rockman, since you love me, take out your real heart for me to see. The rockman opened his chest without any hesitation and offered his scarlet heart to Desolate Ancient Moon. Desolate Ancient Moon took the heart and immediately kept it. The rockman then said, Now I can obtain your love, right? Desolate Ancient Moon shook her head. Even if you offer your heart, it cannot exchange for my love. Chang Shanin, look at this. Gu Yao's whole body was soaked in blood and injuries. Her breathing was rough as she walked towards Fan Yuan with the head of the 1,000 Wolf King in her hand. With the loss of their Wolf King, the invading wolf group collapsed and fled. Fan Yuan slowly stood up and nodded. You killed the 1,000 Wolf King. Gu Yao showed extraordinary performance in the battle, but she suffered grave injuries. Her whole face was stained with blood and her primeval essence was completely dried up. She looked at Fan Yuan with glittering eyes. Chang Shanin, you are a hero, you won't go back on your words, right? Of course I won't. Your love has moved me. From today onwards you are my wife. Fan Yuan gazed at Gu Yao profoundly, then step by step, he moved closer and hugged her. The girl relaxed her hands, the Wolf King's head fell down on the ground, and she passionately hugged Fan Yuan back. Her breathing sped up and her heart thumped rapidly. This moment was even more nerve-wracking than when she was fighting the Wolf King. In Fan Yuan's warm embrace, she felt happiness and her eyes reddened. Chia's soft sound suddenly echoed. The girl's face stiffened and she used all her strength to get out of Fan Yuan's embrace, then lowered her head to look at her chest. There, a sharp dagger had pierced into it. It was a fatal strike to both her body and mind. Why? Gu Yao gazed at Fan Yuan with disbelief. Her delicate body shook, and her gaze was filled with anger, hatred, shock and doubt. Fan Yuan looked at the girl and said, expressionlessly. He spoke of the story. The rockman was panicking, seeing Desolate Ancient Moon had stored his heart away. He said, Heartless woman, your cold-heartedness has made me despair. Since I can't obtain your love, then please give back my heart. Without my heart I will die. But Desolate Ancient Moon did not return the heart, and watched as he slowly died. Why? I love you so much, why are you killing me? The rockman shouted before his death. Desolate Ancient Moon looked at him with pity, but her voice was tranquil. Rockman, I did not want to kill you. But you blocked my path to success. Path to success? After Gu Yao heard this reply, she could no longer stand and collapsed on the ground. The dense aura of death made her body increasingly colder. The girl raised her small head, revealing her swan-like exquisite neck. She gazed at the dark night sky and laughed mournfully. She laughed only for a few seconds before tears fell down her face. She looked at Fan Yuan, her gaze still expressing the deep love as before. Chang Shanin! I don't know how I am blocking your path to success. But now, even if you kill me, I do not hate you. Maybe you are seeking revenge? I will leave all my goo worms to you. I hope they can be of some use to you in your path to success. Cough, cough. The girl coughed out blood and begged Fan Yuan with a grieved smile. I am going to die, but before I die, I have a small favor to ask. I hope you can hug me, I really want to feel your warm embrace. However, Fan Yuan did not move, his gaze coldly looking at the girl. He looked at the girl and saw her expression becoming stiffer as vitality left her bit by bit. Finally, the flower-like girl became an ice-cold corpse. Fan Yuan fell into a long silence as he looked at Gu Yao's face. Chapter 436. No regret even if I die along the way. Even if it was daytime, Poison Grassland was still solemn and dark. The thick dark clouds obstructed the entry of sunlight. Behind a low mound, one hump wolf was lurking. The hump wolf's size was as large as a warhorse. Its body had black and long fur, and 2 camel humps on its back. A pair of wolf eyes shone with eerie light in the darkness. It was lying on the mound, completely still like a statue. Even its breathing was slow. If one took a glance, they would think it was a piece of steel. Suddenly, the hump wolf's long ears vibrated. Under its watchful gaze, a gray rabbit jumped out of a hole on the mound, starting to look for food. Even though there were delicious grass near its hole, the gray rabbit did not care about them. It rushed out to look for grass far away. Rabbits did not eat grass near their hole as it would expose the hole that they lived in. The hump wolf saw the gray rabbit emerge, and its eyes drooped even lower, hiding most of its pupils, only leaving a small slit. As the gray rabbit ate grass, its ears were standing high in the air. If there were any danger alerts, it would raise its head quickly and look around, extremely vigilant. Hump wolf was extremely patient. Watching the gray rabbit eat happily, it did not move, as if it was dead. The gray rabbit continued to eat, indulging in its delicious meal. When it was full, it started to return. Just at this moment, the hump wolf struck. It jumped out of the mound and charged towards the rabbit. Gray rabbit's return route was blocked by the hump wolf. In its shock, it turned around to escape. Its speed was fast. As it sprinted, it resembled a white lightning swimming in the grass. The rabbit's speed was higher than the hump wolf, quickly pulling some distance between them. But after sprinting for a while, it slowed down. The gray rabbit has explosive speed, but its stamina was much less than the wolf. The two ran and chased on poison grassland, engaging in a death chase. This was the most common scene in poison grassland, the game of survival between predator and prey. The hump wolf got closer and closer. Seeing the gray rabbit right before it, the wolf jumped and assaulted. But at this moment, the rabbit's speed rapidly increased, as it jumped to one side. After dodging the fatal attack, it moved away from the hump wolf again. This gray rabbit is very crafty. Its fatigue earlier was just an act. It still had the ability to protect itself. Hump wolf did not succeed in its attack, thus it had to continue chasing after the rabbit. Soon, the distance between them shortened again. The hump wolf jumped again, but missed once more. After 3 to 4 times, the rabbit was exhausted. It was finally killed by the hump wolf. The hump wolf breathed roughly, sprawling on the ground before getting up after a long while. In this cruel competition, the predator did not always have an easy time. They often faced much difficulty and suffering. After catching this gray rabbit with much effort, the hump wolf did not enjoy this delicacy, but held it in its mouth as it returned to its home. In the den, there was a female hump wolf and numerous newborn wolf cubs to feed. But when this hump wolf got back to its den, it only saw blood traces and cold corpses. Howl! It abandoned the gray rabbit corpse, and howled angrily towards the sky. The fur on its neck stood up, as the intense hatred turned its eyes red. A large group of poison-beard wolves surrounded it from all directions. Far away on a mound, Fan Yuan crossed his arms as he looked down, observing this battlefield. As expected, a male wolf came. He laughed lightly, feeling that his recent luck had finally improved. Hump wolves were outstanding mounts in northern plains. Although Fan Yuan had Chang Shan Yin's rank 4 wolf sprint gu, it expended quite a bit of primeval essence. He would rather ride a hump wolf. It was quicker and easier. When Fan Yuan accidentally found this wolf's den, he killed the weak female wolf and its cubs, obtaining a rank 2 wolf enslavement gu. He did not leave in a hurry, but instead used the poison-beard wolves as ambush, awaiting the return of the male wolf. The battle between hump wolves and poison-beard wolves had just gotten intense. The hump wolf had a large physique. Together with the furious emotions it battled even more fiercely. Using its claws, ordinary poison-beard wolves were not its match. But with Fan Yuan's manipulation, the poison-beard wolves were very cunning. They did not fight it head-on, but cooperated and worked with great teamwork, taking turns to drain the hump wolf's stamina. After an hour, the hump wolf was breathing raggedly as it lost the ferocity it had earlier. Around it, there were 60 or so poison-beard wolf corpses. That was its greatest achievement. Of course, if Fan Yuan wanted to kill it, with his skill in enslavement path, he would only need to sacrifice 30 poison-beard wolves. But Fan Yuan wanted it alive, thus when he battled, he was restricted in many ways. It's about time. Fan Yuan looked at the hump wolf's trembling limbs in the wind. He slowly walked down and got closer to the wolf. Now, most of his gu worms were sent back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land using moving perspective cup gu. When he was 200 steps away from the hump wolf, Fan Yuan's finger pointed and a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo flew out. The wolf enslavement goo exploded, turning into a light smoke that covered the hump wolf's body. Hump wolf quickly jumped back to evade, but the light smoke chased after it. The hump wolf howled, charging towards Fan Yuan. However, the poison-beard wolf pack stopped it with their full force. In a few breaths' time, the smoke completely merged into its body. Hump wolf lied down on the ground weakly. Its body was covered in wounds that were bleeding. Its bright red eyes no longer stared at Fan Yuan with hatred, but showed submission. 100-man soul is really useful. If I did not use the guts goo, I would need to spend a lot of effort to capture this hump wolf. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart, before activating wolf smoke goo in his aperture. Wolf smoke goo flew out, turning into thick smoke as it engulfed hump wolf, as well as most of the injured poison-beard wolves. In a moment, the thick smoke dispersed, and hump wolf's injuries were fully healed. It even grew new fur. The injured poison-beard wolves also regained their vitality. However, even without injuries, their battle strength was not at their peak. What affected the battle strength of beasts was not just injuries, but also their hunger. For wolves to display their full strength, they cannot be too hungry, as it leads to weakness. But they cannot be too full, as that would make them more sluggish. Earlier, when the hump wolf hunted, why did it patiently wait for the gray rabbit to get full? It was the same reason. Only when the wolves are half full and half hungry, could they have the will to fight, fighting most harshly and fiercely. After battling for so long, be it the hump wolf or the poison-beard wolves, they had lost a lot of stamina and were hungry. Fan Yuan willed, and the poison-beard wolves started eating the corpse of the dead wolves. Hump wolf ate that gray rabbit, and by the command of Fan Yuan, started to devour the dead female wolf and her cubs as well. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, taking out his rations and consuming them. 3 days had passed since he killed Guyao. Guyao had to die. The moment she saw fixed immortal travel goo, her death was guaranteed. Furthermore, she had first seen Fan Yuan step into Northern Plains naked, and then saw him bury the immortal goo, as well as using moving perspective cup goo. She knew too many things. In Fan Yuan's heart, she was a definite target to kill. Except when Fan Yuan first came, his battle strength was low. In order to move around in poison grassland, he needed her assistance. But Guyao could not be allowed to live. If her naivety could be used by Fan Yuan, others could naturally use it as well. She was such a burden. With her ordinary soul foundation, others only needed the mind-reading goo or recollection goo on her to be able to completely expose Fan Yuan's plans, and divulge his secrets to the world. This was a premeditated murder by Fan Yuan. As they survived hurdles one after another, the ghost-faced sunflower sea, the earth spike rats, the shadow crows, as well as finding Changshan and using his skin, to finding snow wash goo and burying the earth treasury flower king goo, her value and use was diminishing. At the same time, her threat was rising slowly. Her love towards Fan Yuan also made him, who was disguised as Changshan, feel like a dagger was placed at his throat, a great sense of danger. A young girl in love would use all ways possible to understand the person she loves, not just the present, but also his past and future. What happens when she finds out the truth? Moreover, she had a tribe behind her. She was the young Missy of her tribe. Being loved by such a person, no matter how low-key Fan Yuan was, he would be at the center of attention. Remember that there were many young masters in Man tribe who were infatuated with Guyao's beauty. If Fan Yuan returned with Guyao, he would definitely be heavily watched by the two tribes. Why did he have to attract so much hostility for this burden? Fan Yuan was not afraid of hostility, but his purpose in Northern Plains was not for a vacation. He had limited time. He was racing against time. Danghun Mountain was nearing death, and Spring-Autumn Cicada was recovering slowly. Meanwhile, his cultivation was only rank 4 peak stage. He had to strive towards success. He could not fail. Once he failed, he would fall into the abyss. He would have no hope left. On this road, he was destined to be lonely. There were only 2 outcomes. Either he succeeds, or he faces destruction. Thus, when the two got close to the outer border of poison grassland, Fan Yuan used an opportunity when there were few people and it was convenient to kill to end her life. After Guyao was killed, Fan Yuan ordered the wolves to devour her corpse. Her soul was obviously not spared. He used the burial soul toad to swallow it. It had already been sent to the blessed land and was crushed by Danghun Mountain. The area near the fireplace had already been carefully inspected. There were no traces or evidence left. All in all, Guyao had been wiped off the face of this world. Her only remains might probably be the feces that the poison-beard wolves excrete. This so-called beauty, in the end, she was just a pile of shit. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A beautiful young girl, in this heaven and earth, she was just like a flower. Either she gets trampled on at the roadside, or she wilts when her time is up, becoming an ugly fertilizer for the earth. Without eternal life, even the most beautiful thing is but the reflection of the moon in the water. The value of their existence is mere for that second of elegance. The more experiences that Fan Yuan went through, the more he understood the cruelty of this world. Without immortality, even the most valuable of things will become worthless. The so-called praised for 100 years, or leaving a stench for 10,000 years, these are all superficial thinking of those cowards. The so-called immortality in spirit is merely a tool for descendants to make use of. Is it true that the existence of humans can only be affirmed through one another? So be it on earth. But here in this world, if there is even a slight possibility, I want to pursue it. Even if I die on the road while pursuing my goals, even if I die 1,000,000 times worse than Gu Yao, I have absolutely no regrets. Fan Yuan was resolved for death from the start. But only if he placed all his effort, and contributed his all towards the pursuit of his dream, could he die without a hint of regret. Who could understand the heart of this transmigrator plus reincarnator Fan Yuan? The road he walked on was destined to be filled with endless darkness, he was destined to be lonely forever. The direction he walked was towards the light in his heart, immortality, a possibility so slim that it was almost impossible. In this world, nobody understood him. But he does not need anyone's understanding. Chapter 437. Wind Wolf King. The wolf group finished eating. Fan Yuan rode on the hump wolf's back and resumed his journey. These days I have been moving according to the direction Gu Yao pointed. I am almost at the edge of poison grassland. If I move further, I will see human habitations. Hump Wolf was a natural mount, its 2 humps formed a comfortable saddle. Fan Yuan sat between the 2 humps, inspecting his aperture while moving forward. There were only around 10 goo worms remaining in his aperture. Besides spring-autumn cicada and moving perspective cup goo, they were all northern plains goo worms. The goo that were from southern border and central continent were already sent to Hu immortal blessed land. Fan Yuan did not keep even a single primeval stone. Southern border primeval stones could be used in northern plains, but they had some differences with northern plains primeval stones. Gu Yao could not see it because she was too young and too naive. But generally, any Gu master that had some experience and shrewdness could notice it. Unfortunately, moving perspective cup Gu, a rank 5 Gu, has been suppressed to rank 4 in northern plains and can only contain rank 4 Gu. If I could send fixed immortal travel to the blessed land with it, it would be perfect. Sigh. I hope my method is effective. If some other Gu immortal took fixed immortal travel Gu, it would be a heavy loss to Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan could do nothing else as he had already done everything possible. Immortal Gu's aura lasts for about a month. If there are no problems during this period, then fixed immortal travel Gu will be safe. Soon, I will run into northern plains Gu masters. I absolutely cannot be careless. It would be best if I can subdue 1,000 Wolf King during this period of time and raise the number of the wolves to over 2,000. Sometimes, humans were more terrifying than wild beasts. A wolf group of over 2,000 wolves could intimidate most of the small characters. Currently, I only have 1 rank 3 and 1 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. I must use them carefully. I will be moving using Chang Shan Yin's identity in northern plains. Wolf enslavement should be the main priority. But there is an obstacle. I do not have the recipes for rank 3 and rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Almost all the beast enslavement Gu were expendable Gu, and after they were used, whether it resulted in success or failure, they would disperse. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave 1,000 wolf king. Rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave myriad wolf king or mutated beasts. Without the recipe for these 2 Gu, Fan Yuan would not have many wolf enslavement Gu. Without these wolf enslavement Gu, Fan Yuan's wolf group could have a most a few thousand wolves. It was not enough to enter the limelight. With the hump wolf's pace, the following journey was sped up by 3 times. Fan Yuan traveled day and night, the dark clouds hovering over his head also gradually thinned. 2 days later, he finally reached the edge of poison grassland. In the sky, the dark clouds were dispersed here and there. Rays of sunlight passed through the gaps between the dark clouds and fell on the ground in the form of light pillars. Looking from afar, the green grassland flourished under the light. Flowers having the colors of blue, purple or yellow eagerly blossomed. The low and gently sloping mounds were completely filled with greenery without any gaps. A small river flowed gently beside the mounds and sparkled like a silver necklace under the sunlight. I am finally out. Fan Yuan felt moved. Riding on the hump wolf's back and surrounded by poison-beard wolves, he slowly walked towards the sunlight. The poison-beard wolves were restless. They were adapted to hunting in dark surroundings. The sunlight would greatly affect their battle strength. Fan Yuan did not care. These poison-beard wolf group were only temporary. They would be eliminated sooner or later. Fan Yuan gazed back. Poison grassland behind him was still covered with dark clouds, dusky sunlight and gloomy cold wind. On the corrupted land, there were dark purplish poisonous grass, bent into all kinds of shapes. Compared to this side of the grassland which had sunlight shining over it, it showed a clear contrast, like they were two different worlds. Who immortal blessed land's eastern area is also covered in dense clouds. If they are not dealt with in time, that land would also develop towards the direction of poison grassland. Poison grassland? I will be back. Just as Fan Yuan was mumbling, his body suddenly relaxed. Since the time he entered northern plains, he felt uncomfortable. A formless restriction had covered his body. Right now, this restriction slightly loosened and Fan Yuan immediately felt he was much closer to this vast land. Subsequently, his aura rose and from rank 3 peak stage, it reached rank 4 initial stage. A joyous feeling rose up involuntarily, causing Fan Yuan to laugh heartily. With his body gradually adapting to northern plains, his cultivation also slowly recovered. This would be a great help to his following plans. Northern plains, I'm coming! Fan Yuan shouted. He squeezed the wolf's belly with his legs. The hump wolf started running towards a distant location, leading the poison-beard wolf group. Kill! Shouting resounded over a hill. Dozens of Gu masters were in an intense battle with over 1,000 wind wolves. The battle had already continued for 15 minutes. This damned wind wolves! The leader Guguang cursed with a malevolent expression. He waved the saber in his hand, cutting off the head of a wind wolf. But after cutting off the head, his saber broke into two. The two halves of the saber were also already filled with holes. Howl! A wind wolf suddenly leapt and charged towards Guguang. Young tribe leader, careful! Spiral water arrow! A Gu master behind Guguang anxiously shouted. Hearing this shout, from a tacit understanding that came from fighting all year round, Guguang did not think and suddenly bent his waist. It looked like he took the initiative to send himself to the wolf's mouth. The wind wolf that was in midair opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. Just as it seemed like it was going to bite off Guguang's head, a blue water arrow shot out from behind Guguang with a strong rotational force. This spiral water arrow ruthlessly shot into the wind wolf's mouth, sending it directly towards the afterlife. Taking this chance, Guguang squeezed the wolf's belly, urging his hump wolf to retreat into the defensive range of his group. Saber Gu! He put his palms together and squeezed out the final trace of primeval essence in his aperture, pouring it into the saber imprint on his palm. Whoosh! A completely new saber instantly formed. Guguang suddenly swung his right hand and tightly grasped it. Die! He growled with an iron-like hoarse voice. The new saber was extremely sharp, cutting a cold light in the air and splitting a wind wolf into two. But this was only a small victory. It was truly difficult to have an active influence on the whole devastating situation. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. There are at least over 3,000 wolves, it's too many. Young tribe leader, we are completely surrounded. There is no hope even if we fight to the death. It would be better to break through the east. The defensive line there is the weakest. The surrounding Gu masters shouted one after another. Guguang's fierce eyes shone and after thinking for a moment, resolutely refused. No, there are puddles in the eastern side. The defense there looks the weakest, but it is actually a trap prepared by the Wind Wolf King. If we go in, we will be sending ourselves into its trap. Then what should we do? The surrounding people asked. Gu Yao gritted his teeth and firmed up his mind. Turn around, we will break through the west. But we have still not found Lady Guiyao. If we return like this, what will we say to Lord Tribe Leader? Guguang snorted. Although Guiyao is my sister, for her own selfishness, she ignored our tribe's circumstance and fled the marriage. Sacrificing great men for a mere woman is not worth it. Spread the command, we will break through. Let those lowly slaves stay behind. It is time for them to offer their lives for their masters. Understood. The surrounding people immediately transmitted the order. Northern Plains tribes would go on war campaigns all year round. Some defeated Gu masters would become slaves. Slaves had very low status, and when necessary, they would be treated as cannon fodders and abandoned. Soon, Gu masters divided into two groups. A pair of slaves was to stay behind on the mound and use their lives to block the enemy, while the other group was led by Gu Guang to break through the west. Kill, kill, kill. Gu Guang charged through the front lines riding on the hump wolf, wielding his saber roughly and bravely. Protect young master. The Gu masters behind him were also tall and stoutly built men. They closely moved around Gu Guang on their hump wolves. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large three-leaf wind blade flew towards them. Master! A loyal Gu master warned loudly and was the first to react. He did not have a trace of primeval essence left. He directly charged towards the front on his hump wolf and used his own body to obstruct the wind blade. Nothing surprising happened. He was cut into two by the wind blade, immediately losing his life. The wind blade was weakened to two-leaf but still moved towards Gu Guang. Gu Guang reacted, immediately lifting his saber to block it. Bang! The wind and the saber collided. The saber shattered into pieces. Gu Guang spurted out a large mouthful of blood and fell from the hump wolf's back. Young tribe leader! The Gu masters behind him immediately came over to protect him, but with this, their breakthrough failed. Endless wind wolves came over from both sides and firmly surrounded them again. The wind wolves quietly parted open a path. A young and vigorous wind wolf king slowly walked through the path and appeared before everyone. Thousand Beast King! Its body was enormous like a warhorse. Brisk dark green fur covered its whole body, and its eyes were like emeralds. Its alternating steps and unhurried pace unexpectedly gave an elegant and noble feeling to Gu Guang and the group. Right now, the slave Gu masters that had stayed behind on the hill were already killed. Large amounts of wind wolves came over after killing them. The Gu masters had already exhausted their primeval essence. The wind wolf king's appearance caused them to feel restless. Someone pulled Gu Guang to retreat, but Gu Guang swung his arm and stood up with difficulty. He shouted, "What are you afraid of? I don't have primeval essence, but I still have my hands, legs, and teeth. Warriors, don't let these beasts scorn you. We will use our blood to prove ourselves. We are the brave tribesmen of Gu tribe." Everyone was agitated by his words. Their morale immediately rose and a will to fight to death emerged in them. The Wind Wolf King was walking leisurely, when suddenly it turned its head to look at the eastern direction of the battlefield. A large group of dark purplish poison-beard wolves were rapidly closing in. Chapter 438. Benefactor Chang Shanin. The poison-beard wolves did not make any stops. They charged towards the wind wolves. "It's the poison-beard wolves!" Very soon, Gu masters discovered the poison-beard wolf pack and looked up. "Strange, don't the poison-beard wolves only move around in poison grassland? Why are they outside?" Some Gu masters felt perplexed. "There's probably a Gu master controlling them." Gu Guang clenched his fists, seeing the approaching poison-beard wolves. His eyes, which showed despair, started to shine with the light of hope. "Young master is wise. Look there, there's a person!" A few breaths later, a Gu master pointed to a faraway place. As everyone observed closely, Fan Yuan appeared before them while riding the hump wolf. "We're saved!" Everyone cheered. "Not necessarily." Gu Guang's eyes squinted. He was very rational. "Less than 1,000 poison-beard wolves, we might not be safe. It'll depend on his wolf enslavement skill." With this reminder, the Gu master started worrying. This person should be an enslavement path Gu master, but he does not have many poison-beard wolves. Not good. Poison-beard wolves are weaker under sunlight. They are slightly inferior to the wind wolves. Oh no, this enslavement path Gu master does not even have 1,000 beast king. He only has a few hundred beast kings. How can he block the assault of the wind wolf king? Gu Guang suddenly said, "No matter, as long as this Gu master can gather the poison-beard wolves and charge all at once, he can break the encirclement, and would be able to save us." This greatly reduced the people's worry, but just as they felt hopeful, Fan Yuan willed, and the entire poison-beard wolf pack spread out like pouring a basin of water. This. Many Gu masters were tongue-tied. "It's over, he's courting death." Some closed their eyes. Idiot, wasting such a chance. Some Gu masters were stomping their foot in anger. They were extremely disappointed. They cursed and swore. Some even started to hate Fan Yuan. Gu Guang's expression paled. As long as there was a chance to live, who would want to die? Fan Yuan's appearance gave them hope, but he also destroyed their hopes single-handedly. Wind Wolf King howled, causing the entire Wind Wolf pack to attack. Just as the two packs were about to engage in battle, Fan Yuan let out a loud howl. He was human, but he emitted the cry of a wolf. This call was desolate, it was wild, it was like a fire that was being blown by the wind in the night sky. The wolf howl could be heard from 800 steps away. The poison-beard wolves in this range turned frenzy upon hearing it, summoning twice their original battle strength. This is the rank 4 wolf howl goo. It can increase the battle strength of wolf packs temporarily. It is a precious goo. This person is a rank 4 goo master. Fan Yuan's howl was shocking. It changed the expressions of the goo masters. Many pairs of despairing eyes gave off hope once again. Rank 3 and rank 4 were two different concepts. Rank 3 was elder, rank 4 was leader. Even Gu Guang was only rank 3 upper stage. After recognizing Fan Yuan's cultivation level, nobody scolded him anymore. Although Northern Plains Gu masters were brave, they were not arrogant, they were filled with respect for experts, and were humble towards strength. The poison-beard wolves were originally weaker than the wind wolves, but now their battle strength surged, and they quickly overwhelmed the wind wolves. After just a short battle, the wind wolves retreated, and a large number of wind wolf corpses were left on the battlefield. Over a dozen wind wolves were sacrificed for the life of one poison-beard wolf. What level of wolf enslavement skill is this? Such a grand feat caused the Gu masters to stare till their eyes fell out. Unimaginable! This is the attainment of an enslavement master. Who in the world is this person? Many people looked at Fan Yuan like he was a monster. I have never heard of such a hidden expert living in this area. The gang was excited and shocked. Fan Yuan's strength caused the Wind Wolf pack's attention to be placed on the poison-beard wolves. They only surrounded the Gu tribe Gu masters without attacking. This allowed these people to have a moment of rest under such circumstances. The Wind Wolf King is here, Gu Guang said, as everyone became nervous again. Wind Wolf King had higher intelligence. It howled and gathered the elites of its pack. Very soon, with Wind Wolf King as the arrowhead, these elites moved like an arrow, charging into the formation, straight into the center, and attacked Fan Yuan. Enslavement Path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic. This Wind Wolf King was a thousand-beast king. As it led the group of elites in attacking, they were simply unstoppable. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan only had a few hundred beast king-level poison-beard wolf kings. But Fan Yuan was overjoyed instead of afraid, as he smiled lightly. It could not resist it. Wind Wolf King's intelligence was higher than other wolves, but it was still a wild beast. It could not compare with humans. Against other wolf packs, Fan Yuan needed to charge himself, but when battling the Wind Wolf King, Fan Yuan could create this formation to attract the Wind Wolf King to charge towards him. Swoosh! Wind Wolf King, who was sprinting, opened its mouth and shot out 3 large wind blades. The wind blades flew ahead and sliced through the wolf pack, creating a path as it targeted Fan Yuan. Careful! A Gu master on the mound could not help but scream, as the others were extremely nervous. Fan Yuan did not move. He waited for the wind blades to get near him before manipulating the hump wolf to evade, easily and narrowly avoid them, as the green-blue wind blades passed right beside him. Expert! Fan Yuan's calm and composed demeanor made the Gu masters think of this word. Fan Yuan willed and several poison-beard wolf kings were already prepared, charging forward and forming a formation, blocking the Wind Wolf King. Wind Wolf King's speed was fast, and had strong attacks with sturdy defenses. It was stronger than any of the poison-beard wolf kings. And yet, it could not break through this barrier. Fan Yuan's precise control allowed him to overcome a stronger foe, restraining the Wind Wolf King as it could only howl angrily and helplessly. Formidable! The great Wind Wolf King is being toyed by this man. This person's enslavement skill is on par with Jiang Baoya, Yan Ping, and Ma Zun. Northern Plains has a new first-rate enslavement expert now. If his wolf pack is stronger by a few times, he could take on a small mid-tribe single-handedly. Who is this person? He looks rather old. Gu Guang was in a daze looking at Fan Yuan deal with the Wind Wolf King, feeling great admiration in his heart. Everyone shook their heads, guessing among themselves. This gave Fan Yuan an aura of mystery. It is about time, Fan Yuan muttered. He had the entire battle in his grasp. Seeing that the Wind Wolf King was about to escape, he knew that its battle intent was gone. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu, go! Fan Yuan willed, and his soul Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu flew out and turned into a light smoke, engulfing the Wind Wolf King. Wind Wolf King howled as it struggled, holding on as it did not submit to Fan Yuan's authority. Humph! Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had 100-man soul. He was not afraid of such competition between souls. As expected, after a while, the Wind Wolf King could not resist any more and submitted to Fan Yuan. This person's soul is extremely strong. He most likely has 100-man soul, someone exclaimed. With such skill in enslavement, it is not strange that he has 100-man soul, someone rebuked. Like Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun, they all have 1,000-man souls. After successfully planting the wolf enslavement gu, Fan Yuan obtained his first 1,000 Wolf King. Wind Wolf King howled, and the wolf pack stood its movement. The noisy battlefield turned silent. The remaining 1,000 Wind Wolves obeyed the Wind Wolf King and joined Fan Yuan. This way, Fan Yuan's wolf pack's size doubled, reaching 2,400 wolves. I was lucky this time. If not for these gu masters restraining the wolves, I would have had to pay a bigger price to subdue this Wind Wolf King. Fan Yuan rode on the hump wolf as he gradually moved towards the mound. Gu Guang and Gang were holding their breaths. This person would decide their life and death. As Fan Yuan got closer, Gu Guang stood out from the crowd and placed his right hand at his chest, bowing deeply at Fan Yuan, shouting, "Esteemed expert, your strength brings me great admiration and reverence. Now our lives are in your hands. To live or to die, we will listen to your command. We will not have any complaints. Young warrior, I saw your battle earlier. You are as brave as a stallion. It reminds me of myself in the past." Fan Yuan sat on the wolf's back, laughing as he looked at the people warmly. "You are the first batch of humans I've seen since I left Poison Grassland. I am very happy to return to this land. Rest assured I, Chang Shanin, am not a cruel and wicked person." Hearing Fan Yuan's words, the gu masters laughed as they relaxed. They had little primeval essence left now. If Fan Yuan wanted to kill them, they had no way of retaliating. Sometimes, men were more dangerous than wolves. If they met a demonic gu master, their outcomes would be even more tragic. Right now, everyone felt glad. They thought that they had met a righteous expert. "Benefactor Chang Shanin, I am Gu Tribe's young tribe leader. You saved my life. Allow me to repay this debt. Let me invite you to our tent as a guest. I will do my best to make your stay an enjoyable one." Gu Guang invited earnestly. Of course, gratitude was a part of the reason, but he was also looking at Fan Yuan's strength. The chance of becoming familiar with an expert was not just good for him, it benefited the entire tribe as well. "Good tribe?" Fan Yuan thought for a while. "All right, I have already expended my primeval stones, and I also need to replenish my gu worms. I do need to rest and reorganize." He subtly expressed his needs and requests. It was a hint to Gu Guang. Without disappointing him, this young clan leader's eyes shone as he memorized these words to heart, laughing heartily. "Benefactor Chang Shanin, thank you for accepting, then let me lead the way."